Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 2 of Villainous Queen Can Hear My Thought. Let's dive into the video. On the wide long street, pigs are running, horses are barking, and people are fighting. It's a pity that no woman sings. Blood flowed slowly along with the gaps in the blue bricks. It seems that because he has seen the death scene in the North City camp, he seems to be ready to face the battle. Roger is in a calm mood this time. He calmly commanded the city defense army to cover the civilians to disperse and protect the pigs along the way. He is like a real general, commanding rooting, trying to keep all the mad believers who rushed in. The Empire and the Church of the Goddess of War have gone to war, and every fanatic in the city will become a time bomb, and if they are hidden, it may cause more damage. Especially not only the orcs but also the imperial people became the lambs of the gods, brazenly and fearlessly attacking their compatriots. Both sides fought for the beliefs they held. It's just that some people's beliefs are to protect the country behind them, and some people's beliefs are to exchange for promises such as money and rights to the next life. One after another, the Goddess of War believers are exposed. This time, they did not disguise themselves as the gods of nature, and their combat power has reached a new level, which is quite brave. But this is the home of the Empire, after all. The city defense army is not the main battle force, but it is well prepared, equipped with an excess of magicians to form an army formation, and activates the halo-type props of the group. At the cost of several injuries, the city defense army has killed 15 followers of the Goddess of War. On the roof, the middle-aged man and Huafu snorted coldly, but their defense lines are also completely opened, and the defense of the army is getting weaker and weaker. The handsome young man nodded. Indeed, they thought we were going to kill pigs, but they never thought we were going to kill the wicked people who forced pigs to do these things. Yes, pigs are so cute, how could they do such blasphemous things to the goddess? It's all Dio's fault. Cheese on 2 buns. Killing Dio in seconds. We unite! Right at this moment, the carriage that Roger was in passed by the place where the two were lying in ambush. The middle-aged Huafu began to sing incantations, and the magic circles that had been arranged all around were activated. The huge magic power of the Magister level was poured out like no money, and hundreds of demons began to move towards the middle of Roger's team. And the delicate boy's already muscular body, with one divine art after another brushed on his body, was pulled up out of thin air and made a bit burly. The outside cracked, leaving only a body-fitting little bear, revealing a muscular body full of pimples. A real priest is a macho man who can wear heavy armor and wield flails. Only the pastor of Kimchi is the long-legged lady in revealing clothes. However, his face was still so delicate, with a body nearly 2.5 meters tall, he rushed out, a bit like the governor hitting a ping-pong ball. With the added cuteness, Roger sighed and gave in. Sure enough, faith makes people gradually move towards abnormal ideas. Bronze body, white and tender face, this is outrageous. But the undeniable legendary strength of the handsome young man still surprised him. Great! Be strong! My life is finally over. Send a signal for help, saying that there are legendary powerhouses and demons here. Everyone pays attention to Dodge, I'll play with him. Roger ordered the last of his guards to retreat. He could be reborn into Nirvana, but his subordinates can't, and he can't harm people's lives in vain. My lord! We must bring reinforcements back immediately. The guards were moved to tears. Where can I find such a good leader? Strong ability, gentle and considerate personality, and willing to break up for his subordinates. All we can do to repay him is to inherit his will and live as long as possible. The guards quickly made a formation and rushed up to meet the demon, preparing to break out from there. Looking at their backs without looking back, Roger felt a little strange in his heart. Although he said that he made them retreat, everyone walked so resolutely, it still made him feel that he was not important. Damn, why are you thinking so much? There is a legendary powerhouse charging head-on, this time even if little Joey explodes, he can't be saved. The dog officer of the Empire, take your life. The handsome boy's ping-pong head had a distorted expression, and an angry fist slammed down at Roger. Roger straightened his chest, ready to stage a character that was not afraid of death, and completed the cabinet madman. When? Like clockwork, the tremors continued for a long time. Roger said in his heart, worthy of being a legendary powerhouse. It was the brain's inspiration, and even the eardrums were shaking. Wait, it seems that all I have is this eardrum that hurts? By Mrs. Mosconi's order, anyone who wants to hurt Lord Brando tonight must step over my body first. A man who looked like a black tower carried a huge tower shield, inserted it into the ground, and stopped Roger in front of him. Then rap and cast a defensive spell against the shield. Adon? Roger recognized that this was a very difficult little boss in front of Fengling Moonshadow Palace in the game. Originally just an ordinary guard, he was handed a few defensive spells by the Queen of Eternal Night, and after studying them, he became addicted and discovered his true talent. Turn your shield into an Iron King. The Magister's peak strength, he can only use various defensive spells. Give him 5 seconds of casting time, and he can create a defense that ordinary legends can't pass. Although the attack method is only flat A, this kind of Iron King who cannot be killed is really difficult to deal with, and it takes a lot of time to fight. This guard at the palace, obeying the order of the Queen's Guard. Is it reasonable? But what about my Nirvana plan? I've been looking forward to it. The legendary powerhouse is here, but he can't break Adon's defense. Mrs. Mosconi, thank you. Fortunately, there is also a demon army. Adon's defense is flawed, that is, it can only defend in one direction. Roger turned around and saw the demon army approaching the carriage. He felt a little bit of relief in the cold wind. Although it may be painful to be torn apart by these things, it is at least a way of nirvana. I am Ariel, the nine-blade dancer, on the orders of Lady Angelina, my blade is your will. A slender woman sprang out of the shadows, with 9 blades flying around her, and as her figure flickered, she quickly harvested the devil's life with the utmost silkiness. Roger was taken aback and asked instinctively, "Why are you here?" This is the Empire's strongest battle mage, a legendary powerhouse, and one of Angelina's bodyguards. Why did you suddenly come out just to protect yourself? Ariel replied, Lord Angelina said that Lord Dio Brando is dedicated to serving the country, and he must only complete the mission and forget about his safety. Seeing it in one day, as expected, his subordinates admire it. Roger almost vomited blood. You admire what? This is a deliberate arrangement, isn't it, to forget about your safety? But the requirement of Nirvana blessing is an accidental death, and there can be no suspicion of cheating. He definitely couldn't tell Ariel to step aside, I'm rushing to death. At this moment, Roger's eyes suddenly lit up. Because these demon legions were quite cooperative, they entangled Ariel, and a few fish that slipped through the net rushed towards him. There is drama, devil, please tear me apart. Ariel, I'll cooperate with you to exorcise the demons. Roger shouted boldly and took the initiative to charge the demon. He wants to shorten the time in case any other variables lead to his death and failure. Ariel, you are big and brainless. You can make mistakes in such a simple matter as protecting people. Don't you know that these summonses are commanded? Several streaks of cold light shot from a distance, directly pinning the demons that broke through Ariel's defense to the ground. There was a glint of light which then tore through the air and pierced the man in Chinese clothes. A woman carrying a longbow the same height as herself, her eyes full of gray, and her body constantly exuding cold air walked up to Roger and gave a light salute. Simon Haya was ordered by Lord Margaret to be dispatched tonight. Roger sat down on the ground. He is also a famous and powerful man in the Empire. the gray god of death, the arrow of the blind man, and the sniper in the magical world is also legendary strength. He just couldn't understand it. Shouldn't Margaret hate herself to death because she started a group queen? How can you send such a strong person to protect yourself? However, to clean up the remnants of the mad believers, there are two legendary powerhouses around me and a peak magister. Which believer can still kill me? What a great plan! With these 3 bodyguards around, they attacked, defended, and responded. It was clear that tonight I am invincible in the City of Mysteries. City Defense Army Headquarters. Naturally, when the enforcement of the fishing law ended, Roger did not need to take the pigs to the streets. In the end, a total of 17 followers of the Goddess of War were killed, 5 people were seriously injured and more than 20 people were slightly injured on the side of the Empire. These are injuries that can be quickly healed with magic. Only Roger's trauma can't be healed in a short time. In addition, 3 pigs were killed by the fanatic AoE during the war. The citizens were outraged and strongly condemned the followers of the Goddess of War for not preaching martial arts. Although those followers of the Goddess of War will not surrender until they die, the magician of the City Defense Army has also obtained a lot of useful information by extracting memory. First of all, there are not many followers of the Goddess of War lurking in the city, but the most powerful priest of war, Joestar, is still at large and has not participated in their actions. Secondly, I got Joestar's frontal appearance, but I can't confirm whether there is a disguise. In the end, it was learned that Joestar entered the mysterious capital from the North City camp, and it seemed that he was looking for a wise man who would help the Queen of Eternal Night to plan an operation pretending to be the Restoration Army. Hearing the information reported by the adjutant, Roger fell into thought. Isn't that the wise man who planned the operation to pretend to be the Restoration Army for the Queen himself? If a chief priest Joestar could target the Queen, not to mention kill in the mysterious capital, he would have already turned the auxiliary orc king's tent into a great orc empire, instead of the current scattered tribe form. So, what Joestar came to the city to look for was not the Queen of Eternal Night. It is a target within the scope of his ability to fight. Roger thought about the various characteristics of magic and divine arts, as well as the monitors he had read. Many times there were only pictures and no sound. If someone used prophecy to go back to the time when the Queen of Eternal Night chatted with him, wouldn't they put the pot on my innocent tree hole? I didn't say anything about it. It's just a lot of shit talk. This imitation of the Nationalist Army has nothing to do with me. But that's quite possible. Although the Queen of Eternal Night is not a god, she must have the means to prevent prophecy and blur the trajectory of her destiny. Otherwise, with the level of hatred she pulls, there is no way that meteorites will be aimed and smashed down wherever she goes. As for Roger Charles, the useless young master, Joestar should indeed be full of self-confidence, and he has already started planning to hunt me down. Roger stood up abruptly. He remembered an incident reported by the servants in the house. Yesterday, his teleportation array was broken. So he came home from the camp in the north of the city in a carriage upstated T from N0/V/LBN/.co/M. And the magic circle he built with 5,000 gold coins has a lot of material. It stands to reason that there should be no problems in such a short period. In other words, is Joestar taking action against me? Sir, is there any problem? The adjutant asked, concerned. Although the City Defense Army has not caught Joestar now, they have successfully confirmed the real murderer behind the bloody Knight of Odiu who had killed a large number of followers of the Goddess of War. It is a great achievement. But why, Lord Dio, is not happy, and his face is getting more and more look. Roger took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Isn't that a good thing when someone is targeting you? Early death and early birth. It was only because of his instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages that he suddenly became nervous. Calm down and think, although Joestar is smart and ruthless, he is not exhausted. At least, he doesn't know the relationship between Roger and Dio. The destruction of the teleportation formation was aimed at Roger's arrangement of reading books in the Great Library. And this Joestar did not dare to enter the big library, nor did he dare to kill directly in the Charles house, so his frontal combat power was limited. So he could only destroy the teleportation formation and play with himself on the road. It just so happens that he has been active as Dio, so Joestar should have been waiting all night last night. Retrieve the search records of the streets near the Great Library last night and the search records of the route from the Great Library to Charles' house, and call all the soldiers involved in the search in that area. Roger felt like he had the key message. Soon, everyone discovered a contradictory message. The owner of a small restaurant was found to have died suddenly at home at night. And the city defense force, who was investigating in that area, said that the store was open until the early hours of the morning. Another magician used a prophecy spell to verify. The spell shows that the shopkeeper's main business is breakfast and lunch, and he won't be open at night, so the person seen by the city defense army is Joestar, priest of war. He can disguise himself. He can also pretend to be someone else's identity. I'm afraid the sudden death of the shopkeeper is also related to him. Roger exhaled deeply. An enemy who can change his appearance and personality would be very, very troublesome. But at least, he has caught Joestar's tail and confirmed that he is still in the city. The sorcerer uses divination spells to identify witnesses at that time and then searches their memories. Quickly piece together Joestar's trajectory. After he appeared near the Second National Welfare Institute, he was like a stone sinking into the sea, and he couldn't be traced. It seems that at this moment, he is hiding in the Second National Welfare Institute. My subordinates will bring someone to search. All the subordinates exclaimed excitedly. Lord Dio is simply divine. According to the unrelated information provided by the believers, in such a short period, reasoning plus magic directly found the hiding place of the elusive Joestar. Who would have thought that Joestar would dare to hide in an orphanage in a downtown area? Who doesn't search for fanatics in remote and frantic places? Slow, there are many innocent people there, they are still fragile children, don't act rashly. I have to think about it again. Roger felt that he was missing something. This guy made a move and would not choose a target casually. So he asked for all the information about the Second National Welfare Institute. Immediately followed closely, Angelina, the right minister of the empire, inspected the Second National Welfare Institute. He was instantly horrified. It seems that Joestar deliberately waited at the Second National Welfare Institute, first controlled Angelina, and then targeted Roger, and wiped out the Charles family? This man is really scary, I have to kill him quickly. Because of the lack of information, Roger overestimated Joestar's layout ability and regarded many factors of luck as the opponent's ability. For example, Joestar just randomly selected the Second National Welfare Institute, trying to play reverse thinking to remain hidden in the city. He had already given up on targeting Roger and just wanted to escape from the mysterious capital after the limelight passed. It seemed that there was divine will in the shadows, and Angelina's investigation target was also selected there and bumped into him. Fate, it's indescribable. Created a fateful meeting. Now that Roger has deduced Joestar's whereabouts, after analyzing Joestar's choice at that time, there is a feeling that the other party has calculated everything. Most of the time, he tends to have a stable character and subconsciously pulls the danger of the enemy to the highest level. And such a dangerous enemy, of course, must use the most comprehensive layout to destroy it steadily, and he cannot be allowed to take the initiative. Roger informed the Nine-Blade Dancer Ariel of the possible hiding place of the war priest Joestar and asked her to secretly ask the guards around Angelina to confirm Angelina's status. Hearing that her protection target had been exposed to the senior shepherd of the goddess of war, Ariel's expression became serious. Legendary powerhouses have their secret way of contacting each other. Without disturbing Angelina, Ariel confirmed that the right Prime Minister was still at work and didn't show any abnormality. The two guards said that when they inspected the Second National Welfare Institute, they didn't find any suspicious targets. The two legends didn't know Joestar was nearby at the time, so their vigilance was not very high, and there was a possibility of missing information. Ariel breathed a sigh of relief, but not completely. "Thank you, Miss Ariel," Roger asked her to step back temporarily. "If necessary, be ready to be dispatched at any time." Ariel was very polite, and her blue eyes didn't hide her admiration for the chief of the city defense station. In her opinion, Lord Dio is not simple. He not only sacrifices his safety for the country but also has extraordinary abilities and incredible intelligence. He can use the most basic spell combinations to find information that others ignore, and then accomplish things that legendary-level prophetic spells can't do. Mastering the enemy's actions and the situation is not something that ordinary people can achieve. In particular, his brain circuits are very clever, and he can always come up with crooked ideas that ordinary people can't think of. Whether it is the pig farm in Santa Tibella or the pig parade, they have achieved excellent performance against the goddess of war and her church. Now that he attaches so much importance to this Joestar, it is obvious that he is not a simple person. Angelina was involved again, and Ariel was willing to cooperate with Roger. She believes that this man can lead everyone to a happy ending. Simon Haya, Adon, and the officers of the City Defense Army were also patiently waiting for Roger's order. In a short period, Roger has established enough prestige in the hearts of these people. After all, they were in a passive situation where nothing could be done. After Roger joined, the City Defense Army quickly took a 17-0 lead. If you don't hug your thighs tightly with such a belt, do you want to give it away by yourself? If you can't even lie down, then you don't have the right to hang out in a land of crouching tiger, hidden dragon like the capital. Young Master Roger, who just wanted to lie down, felt quite helpless saying the eyes full of trust including from the legendary powerhouse. "Why is all the pressure on me? I don't know if I can lead this time. You are the senior, shouldn't you give me some advice?" But it was about Angelina and the Death Star above him, the plot kill. No matter how big his head was, he couldn't avoid Joestar's issue. Roger began to analyze the current situation comprehensively. First of all, Joestar is a patient, old-fashioned, and persistent hunter. My sister seems to be safe now, but she has likely been subjected to magical techniques, and it can be activated as soon as I appear. Sister looks safe, but in fact, she is already a hostage, and even the entire orphanage and surrounding areas are Joestar's hostages. Whether it is to use these hostages to threaten the Empire, or to sneak an attack on me who should be unprepared, it is a highly feasible plan. And my advantage is my traveler's thinking, using means other than magic, to break through the information shielding of the gods, and know Joestar's purpose and possible layout. So the key to breaking the game is not to be led by the enemy by the nose, and it is up to me to choose the battlefield and find foreign aid. A little helplessness flashed in Roger's eyes. Otherwise, it is obviously a different historical trend, or is it still brought about by Joestar's killing of Roger? Can't we avoid this fate? Does this world have so-called restraint, plot kill, destiny? At the fork in life, it turns out that the road ahead is not right or wrong, but bad and worse. Even so, there are always some things he must do. He can't watch Angelina just send it like this, and he can't watch Joestar get his wish. It's just that he wanted to get rid of the identity of Dio, but he didn't think that under the guidance of the situation, he would have to be Roger at this time. A complete action plan gradually formed in his mind. Roger took a deep breath, first pressed the letter on his leg, communicated with the Queen of Eternal Night, and explained to her that Angelina might be in danger and his countermeasures. After all, at this time, the only one who knew his two identities was His Majesty. To avoid the uncontrollable butterfly effect, he could only ask her for help. The Queen of Eternal Night responded, "In my current state, if Joestar forcibly blocks the space, I may not be able to support you immediately." Roger said solemnly, "It doesn't matter, the code name of this operation is." "Your Majesty fired at me." The Queen of Evernight was stunned for a moment, and then laughed lightly. "It seems that the war priest chose the wrong target, and also misestimated the love between sister and brother." There was a kind of relief in her laughter that Roger didn't understand. The Queen of Eternal Night knew that Roger had taken Phoenix blood marrow and had the blessing of Nirvana. She also knew that he originally wanted to use this ability to get rid of his identity as Dio. But now that he has decided to use this precious rebirth to save Angie, he won't have such an easy chance to escape next time. In the end, Roger took such a crucial step. And to avoid damage to Angelina and the Second National Welfare Institute and offset the possible means of Joestar's deployment as much as possible, Roger launched a tit-for-tat arrangement. From the Queen's point of view, this bastard has all kinds of problems, but when he was stimulated he would burst out with an amount of energy that ordinary people don't have. Although this is a false fight without being afraid of death. But when this kind of thing keeps happening and people trust and depend on you, the next time something happens, knowing the danger, it is not so easy to back down. This is the path we cannot avoid. For the last thing I care about, I can only keep moving forward and there is no way to retreat." The Queen of Eternal Night sighed softly and got up from the strange bath liquid with dark green color, vitality, and destructive power coexisting. The perfect and proud figure was exposed to the air, and she saw golden dark lines, moving faster and faster under her skin like poisonous insects as if they had regained their vitality. These are the remnants of the goddess of war's divine power, which are colliding with her huge magical power. Two different sources of power are fighting in her body. If it was someone else, let alone talk and think calmly like the Queen of Eternal Night, I am afraid that person would faint instantly. The divine power exerted by the gods themselves is hundreds of times purer than the destructive power of mad believers, and it cannot be removed at will. Even the Queen of Eternal Night needs external forces. It takes a lot of time to remove it from her body, little by little. But now she chose to interrupt the treatment, walking out of the bath, and with a move, the golden two-color robe covering her body, blocking the terrifying sight of the rush of divine power. She walked out of the hidden hall under the palace and walked toward the ground. "Your Majesty, why did you end the medicated bath early?" Lord Lydia said that it will take at least 36 hours to completely remove the divine power, otherwise, there will be hidden dangers. Madame Moscone immediately worriedly approached her, blocking the Queen of Eternal Night and preventing her from coming out. The Queen of Eternal Night stretched out a small white hand and swayed front and back in front of Mrs. Moscone. "You see, I'm all right. Delia is just a magician. How can she know more about divine power than a legend? Her estimates are not accurate. But I'm still willing to believe her. At least she hasn't deceived me, the little old lady. Please continue to soak in the medicinal bath." Mrs. Moscone stared at the Queen of Eternal Night righteously. "Madam, if you hold grudges like this, you will lose me." The Queen of Eternal Night sighed helplessly, her figure flickering and disappearing. "This child! It's starting again!" Mrs. Moscone's temples throbbed with anger. Being an invincible woman is never easy. Not to mention that the Queen of Eternal Night uses meditation instead of sleep, she often fights forcibly with the help of her illness. Although her combat power has always been at its peak, she is using the advanced steps to hide the hidden dangers on her body. At least her lifespan is far less than the 300 or 500 years of ordinary legendary mages. The second advisor of the Secret Law Society, Lord Lydia, specializes in potions and loves all kinds of human transformation. She once judged that the remaining lifespan of the Queen of Eternal Night may be much shorter than that of ordinary people. This is one of prices the Eternal Night Queen had to pay for her power. But the Queen never cared. For the Queen, the length of life has no meaning. She only cares about what kind of brilliance she can create in a limited time. Especially knowing from Roger that she may only have 10 years left and that the Empire may only have 10 years left, she became even more reckless. If you are killed by the combined efforts of the gods, what is the use of the remaining lifespan? It's better to do more for this empire in a limited time. So she accelerated the purge of the die-hard nobles in the parliament. So she hoped that Roger could follow the heroic path she expected. So she didn't hesitate to agree to support Roger. Everything is because she thinks that the Queen of Eternal Night is not essential to the world, but the Green Vine's empire should always exist proudly. In this empire, human beings can do what they recognize and yearn for under the stars, pursue the truth hidden in the world's prosperity, and explore the magnificent scenery of the infinite plain. Instead of living like a cow or sheep, like a marionette, repeating the boring hegemony of the past generation after generation, nourishing the invincible gods with flesh and blood and faith. The Queen of Eternal Night has a big heart, but this era has a vision. There are only a handful of people who understand her beyond the power of the king and become stronger. By her side, there is only one Roger who, because of the era he was born in, can barely understand the country she yearns for. Therefore, she is waiting for him to grow up and is willing to pay the price to protect his growth. The chat under the starry sky was not just an imperial trick in exchange for allegiance. One of the 7 central magic towers of the huge magic circle underground in the mysterious capital, the Queen of Eternal Night silently appeared in the secret hall at the highest level. She wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, sat on the throne that was only open for her, tapped the armrest, and waited for the bastard signal. Suburbs of mysterious capital, Abyss Mill. Although the name is terrifying, this is the most luxurious and extravagant place in the Empire, similar to the ancient Jiafangxi and the modern entertainment circle. A veritable gold-selling cave. This place was formerly known as the Cathedral of Saint Amalia, the god of music, which was built by Shelley in 30 years. The style is gorgeous and complicated, and many miracles can be achieved with the help of divine power. For example, the incredible sound insulation effect, the wonderful folding space, etc. Once believers enjoyed the miracle of beautiful music, but now it is a fig leaf for people to indulge in. The most famous signboard of the Abyss Mill is called the 12 Succubi. Legend has it that each of them can arouse the most maddening desires in the hearts of the distinguished guests, bring near-perfect sensual enjoyment, and are strictly limited by the spells that they can cause to the guests. Of course, the succubus heavenly group is very expensive, and only one guest will receive it every day. The Abyss Mill said it was to guarantee the quality of service. It was a simple but very effective hunger marketing. Roger returned to his original appearance and walked out of the teleportation array dedicated to the distinguished guests. The well-trained waiter immediately stepped forward to entertain the young master of the Charles family. Although he was here for the first time, he had a right-handed sister and was also a marquis proclaimed by the Queen. His portrait had long since spread to all the high-end places in the city. As soon as he arrives, he will automatically have the highest level of VIP treatment and enjoy the noblest service. I'm going to wrap up today's succubus heavenly core. Roger put on a playful attitude and said stingy. The waiter looked embarrassed. Master Roger, it's unfortunate that you're here. Miss Mina has already made an appointment today, why don't you? I want her to let me replace that guest, Roger said domineeringly. The waiter can't be the master, so he can only ask the superior. After making a decision, the owner of the Abyss Mill believes that the Charles family of the Holy Family is not to be offended. So he ordered Mina to accompany Roger. He was prepared to come forward in person next to appease the guests who originally booked Mina. But before he started, he heard a panic report from his subordinates. Boss, it's not good, Master Roger and young Master Erwin collided. How did you guys manage it? Didn't you let that trashy brother hurry into the suite? Master Roger said he wanted to appreciate the cultural relics of the cathedral first, and he was on a tour with Mina when little Master Irwin came. The mill owner hurried to dissuade him to fight. But little Irwin was robbed of his appointment, not to mention that he was mocked wildly by Roger, and the scene had immediately become tensed. Abyss Mill called the two into a box to discuss, but neither of the two young men would give in, and both ordered Mina. These are two stubborn donkeys. We can't resolve this conflict. There's nothing we can do. Please inform the parents on both sides. Ariad updated estirise at n/vel/bin.com. The boss reluctantly ordered. He could see that these two were not looking for women, and they were more interested in fighting. Soon, Angelina arrived with a cold expression and entered the box where the two eldest young masters were trying to kill each other with their eyes. She felt that her brother was going too far this time. The capital had only experienced a bloody night, and she had loosened up on his discipline a little bit. He came to such a place. Joestar saw this scene from Angelina's perspective and thought Roger was going too far. He waited all night outside the big library and was forced to become a noodle cook, but this guy was happy in such a top-level gold-selling cave. But it's also convenient for me to do it here. Joestar sensed the faint echoes of the remnants of the miracle in the Cathedral of Santa Maria and felt that this time it was stable. Divine power rides the face, the absolute home of the believers. He doesn't know how he could lose, right? Irwin Rommel, known as Young Master Irwin in the upper class of the mysterious capital, was born in a traditional magician family in the southern part of the Green Vines Kingdom. His childhood dream was to become an alchemist, but the mountains and rivers of the Green Vines Kingdom were shattered. According to his father's wishes, he joined the volunteer army called by the Queen of Eternal Night to protect the country. Later, due to his outstanding performance, little Irwin got a miraculous promotion. At the age of 26, he became a major general. He is a model for a new generation of soldiers in the Empire, the youngest general before Dio. He is strict with himself and is very affectionate with his fiancée. This time, he received an order from the Queen of Eternal Night to perform with Roger. This handsome young man is nicknamed Fox of the Empire. His acting skills are quite realistic. One is the young master of the Charles family, and the other is the youngest general of the Empire. To instantly start a fight, although it is unexpected, it is also reasonable. Both of them are the favored sons of heaven, and the Charles family is very good-looking, but it's a pity that he opened his mouth. When the owner of the Abyss Mill went to invite Angelina, the prelude to Roger's layout was declared a success. He and Irwin's eyes met, and the two of them felt sympathy for one another. This feeling of deceiving the world. Do you feel good about this? Next, Roger will give up the stage, expecting the war priest Joestar to appear. In the previous analysis, Roger just speculated that Joestar had a secret hand on Angelina. After all, neither of the two legendary powerhouses found anything unusual. But this in turn also means that the magical technique is powerful and concealed enough, and belongs to the level beyond the legend, so he has to guard against it. So Roger must meet Angelina as soon as possible to confirm her safety. No matter what arrangement Joestar had, the original intention was to target him as an innocent tree hole. Knowing that there was a minefield in front of him, he had to go dancing. When he sees her, if Joestar has left a secret hand on his sister, he must activate it. Mastering this point, Roger laid out the plan accordingly. The choice of location is very particular, and it can't just be beneficial to oneself. Joestar is a hunter who is good at holding his breath. As long as he feels a little unsafe, he will continue to hide and endure, waiting for a better opportunity to do it. So Roger specially chose a safe and convenient place for him to escape, and it was difficult to refuse. At the same time, this place will not affect the innocent people around. After seeing the City of Mystery, Roger finally decided on the Abyss Mill. This place was formerly the cathedral of the god of music, which is naturally beneficial to believers, and there is a folding space to suppress the impact of battles. He's a playful young master and a wasteful younger brother. Here, conflicts with others arise due to his jealousy, which is also in line with his character. Angelina has no doubts, and Joestar will not doubt either. Inside the box, Roger and Angelina also had a conflict. "Roger, how could you do such a rude thing to General Rommel? He has an appointment in advance, please apologize to him and come home with me." "Sister, what you said makes sense, but I refuse." Roger turned his face away and put on a stubborn defiant look as if he was going to trample him to death. Angelina was so angry that she wanted to kick this stinky brother's head off. But with outsiders present, she would still care about her gentle reputation and said to little Erwin, "General Rommel, could you please avoid it? The Charles family will give you a satisfactory answer to today's events." Little Erwin stood up gracefully, "I believe in Angelina." He left, and only Angelina and Roger were left in the box. The two brothers and sisters began to quarrel, and Roger, who was usually obedient, kept talking back, and Angelina had a tendency to convince people by reasoning rather than fighting. Joestar, who was watching all this secretly, couldn't hold back his heart. He felt that his luck had exploded since he entered the Second National Welfare Institute. "First, I met Angelina, and then a delicious human cub was brought up to supplement my consumption. Finally, he got a chance to be alone with Roger at St. Amalia Cathedral. This box is the largest and most luxurious here. It used to be a small concert hall for entertaining VIPs. It is essentially an independent half-plane. Closing the door is another world, suitable for something to happen. Angelina has two legendary guards who never leave her side, and Joestar has always been very careful, not daring to act rashly. But the good news is that the guards around little Erwin are not weaker than her, carrying two legends and a magister peak. The two sides showed mutual respect, and both left the guards outside the box. Isn't this the perfect place and time to start? Joestar couldn't think of any possibility for Roger to survive. Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. This time, I will kill him. Just as Angelina was so dizzy, Joestar delivered a clever illusion. This caused her to lose her mind for a moment. What she saw in front of her was not her beloved brother, but a ferocious and terrifying big-sized devil dog, rushing towards her with its claws. "Don't come here." Angelina picked up the vase on the table and smashed it on Roger's head. Immediately, blood flowed from Roger's head and he fell to the ground shaking. Angelina saw the magic dog fall to the ground and twitch. While calling for the guards, she uneasily picked up the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground to repair the vase. Although she has no magic or martial skills, she is still agile and merciless. After all, they were also the ones who survived the Great Patriotic War. Just when she retaliated in horror, the illusion ended. Angelina was stunned. She saw Roger collapsed in a pool of blood, and she was holding a shard of a vase with a sharp fracture, stabbing his abdomen with blood. "Brother? I didn't do it on purpose." "Roger, hold on, someone, come here." Angelina was shocked and threw the piece away as if it was hot. Seeing her younger brother like this, how could she still be calm and graceful as usual? She knelt on the ground and hugged his head, bursting into tears instantly. How could this be? Why did I see my brother as a devil dog? Someone must have messed with her, but saving my brother is more important now. Roger showed remorse, and angrily said, "Sister, you want to be free. You'll be fine, someone's coming soon." Angelina let out a hoarse roar. It's a pity that this box is designed for sound insulation, so it won't help to break your throat. In the orphanage, sitting on the railing, the little girl with 2 ponytails swayed her calves proudly, covered her mouth, and laughed softly. It's a good taste to slaughter your brother with your own hands, right? Humph, hypocritical imperial little girl, you will live in regret and guilt for the rest of your life. Joestar savored this scene repeatedly, and the expressions of these sister and brother made him feel extremely happy. Not only did he complete the task given by the goddess, but in such a wonderful way. In his hunting career, it was also a gorgeous way of revenge. Cry. Tremble. Regret it. Be confused. Damn heretics, this is what happens when you don't believe in goddesses. At this moment, Joestar looked through Angelina's vision blurred by tears, and suddenly Roger's pale and weak face gradually recovered blood. This trash younger brother showed an inexplicable smile. Roger suddenly understood. It turned out that I didn't have such a thing. Wrong, it was Roger from the original plotline, who was accidentally killed by Angelina. What a miserable child. No wonder Angelina hated Joestar so deeply. But this time I took the initiative to step into this trap. The same trajectory will have a different ending. Roger raised his hand, gently wiped away the tears from Angelina's face, and asked softly, I'm waiting for the treatment of the deep-sea heart talisman. What are you waiting for? His eyes were deep, and he seemed to be comforting Angelina, as well as mocking the sinister and vicious priest behind him. Angelina was stunned for a moment, then shouted in surprise, Thank you, Your Majesty. Praise Your Majesty. She didn't care that Roger's face was covered in blood, so she hugged his head and kissed him several times. When Joestar heard this, he was furious. This Eternal Night Queen is bad for me. How could she just give such an artifact to this waste? Seeing that Roger's wounds gradually healed, he was out of danger, but the scene of a lot of blood loss was a little scary. Joestar realizes a serious problem. The magic he left on Angelina, although the price was very high, also he sacrificed half of his blood. But the most important energy is used to shield the perception of the legendary powerhouse. At this moment, this divine art has limited functions, only the sharing of the 5 senses and a simple spiritual suggestion. He based this on the fact that none of the Charles siblings were extraordinary, and he didn't expect that an artifact that would enhance resilience would appear on Roger. And because of the existence of this artifact, no matter how he hinted, Angelina's unbearable attack power, as long as she can't kill Roger in seconds, he can't kill Roger. I'm so annoyed. To kill a useless brother, I have to do it myself. Joestar's face wrinkled into a ball. But on the bright side, there is the former church of the god of music, and it is also a demi-plane. After he makes a move, he can retreat calmly. Sure enough, there is a knife on the head of the color. This useless brother can't even keep the divine weapon because of a woman. Unlike me, I only love the goddess. She pushed her little hand and jumped off the wall. Before he landed, a space crack opened under his feet, opened by white bones, and his small body fell directly into it. The next second, he appeared in the box where Angelina and her brother were. Just when Joestar was thinking, Roger had already stood up with Angelina's support, ready to open the door and call someone to check Roger's body. Angelina's eyes flashed and she saw a little girl with 2 ponytails appearing in front of her. That young, beautiful, and pure face seemed familiar. Sister, go outside and tear it apart. Roger put a small scroll into Angelina's arms, opened the door, and shoved Angelina out. Don't try to run. Joestar kicked the door with his short legs, grabbed one of Roger's arms, and tore the limb off. It doesn't matter if Angelina ran away, Roger must die. He drank a short syllable with an unknown meaning, and the door was completely locked, and it couldn't be opened from the outside for a short time. Roger fainted from the pain. However, under the action of the deep-sea heart amulet, the bleeding was instantly stopped, and granulation in the wound had begun to grow. I didn't expect to kill you, a waste, and still drop such a powerful artifact treasure. I'll happily accept it. The little girl with 2 ponytails showed a crazy smile that was inappropriate for her age, and reached into Roger's arms with her little hand, and took off the amulet of the heart of the deep sea. Roger looked at Joestar's completely different appearance from the intelligence, and his heart was a good disguise. Disguised as a girl, unless Angelina's bodyguard is a magician, who would keep staring at her? He asked, Master Priest, may I ask if this is a disguise technique, or did you steal someone else's body? Joestar played with the azure gemstone in his hand and said proudly, of course I robbed it. It's a great cover, right? Your human race is too vigilant against cubs. It's like there are many child soldiers in the war-torn zone. If they explode and hurt people, even the elite veterans may be killed. Roger asked, is she dead? You're so stupid, of course, she's totally dead, and her soul was very sweet. That's easy. Roger walked towards Joestar, pressed the letter on his leg with his only hand, and shouted, Your Majesty, fire at me. Joestar, oh, interesting. You didn't run away, but came to me? Immediately, he noticed something unusual. The splendid and huge pure magic energy, from the void, followed the magic beacon on Roger's body to this half-plane. The combination of different sequences of magic elements collided into extremely terrifying energy, madly releasing the energy of destruction. Compression slammed into this tiny space at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside, a terrifying magical tornado was blowing, but this is not a peaceful eye of the storm, but a dead place that could collapse at any time. Joestar showed a look of surprise and panic. You trash, you want to drag my Lord Ben to be buried with you? Although he now holds the amulet of the heart of the deep sea, he also realizes that this power surpasses the legend and has touched the edge of the realm of the gods, enough to instantly kill him 100 times. In the Nuova Green Vines Empire, there is only one person with such strength. Eternal Night Queen. He was suddenly extremely frightened. If this Roger secretly had contact with the Queen, wouldn't it mean that he had already planned and waited for him to jump in? He guessed that his target was him? How could he break through the shield of the goddess from the prophetic spell and know my existence, my position, and my purpose? Perhaps, this kid offered to pretend to be the nationalist army. Is this what makes him terrifying? Joestar suddenly felt a chill in his vest. Because of the imminent death and destruction, and because Roger's seemingly weak exterior hides the wisdom that sees through all his actions. Impossible, I'm the hottest hunter, I can never lose this wave. In his rage, Joestar's body broke through the little girl's disguise, and his muscular arms pinched Roger's neck fiercely. Master, kill you first. Caw. A crisp sound. Roger's neck bone is broken. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, but there was a satisfied and mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. I accepted your last assist. Finally completed. If you die in the AoE of the Queen of Eternal Night, there may be suspicion of fraudulent death, and you might not be resurrected. But Joestar made his move, and with this last assist, he could already feel the blood of the phoenix burning in his body. The next second, the space shatters. Roger and Joestar's bodies were torn into countless pieces in an instant. The war priest of the Orc King's tent, the mastermind behind the bloody night in the imperial capital, the fanatical believer of the goddess of war, Joestar, died. Only the amulet of the deep sea heart ignores the terrifying energy storm, shining a deep and seductive blue light in the void. After a long time, a figure gradually condensed. Roger stood in the void, feeling the pure fire element condensing towards him. Advanced Fire Element Affinity. Then he suddenly discovered an embarrassing thing. His clothes were all destroyed in the energy storm, and he's so cold now with the wind blowing the balls. Fool. The letter on his leg was slightly hot, and a men's dress was sent to him. Roger was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the magic beacon left by the Queen of Eternal Night still exists after a rebirth. This evil spirit will be haunted in the future. But this time it's very timely. He showed a smile that he didn't understand a little bit. Perhaps it should be praised, this is the power to reach the realm of God, so powerful. He put on the dress and found it fit unexpectedly. Another moment passed. The Queen of Eternal Night came across the sky, took Roger's hand, and brought him back to the Abyss Mill. Everyone knelt quickly, "See your Majesty." Angelina, who was worried and hesitant, realized something in shock when she saw the Queen of Eternal Night and Roger appear together. The Queen raised her hand to get everyone to stand up, and at the same time proudly announced, "The culprit of the Bloody Night in Odu, Joestar, the priest of the Church of the Goddess of War, has been killed by my own hands." The specific process will be explained by Roger. Amid the cheers and praises of the crowd, the Queen's figure flickered and disappeared gracefully in front of the crowd. In the heart of the Queen of Eternal Night, I'm going to vomit blood, and the Goddess of War is stopping me from showing off. I can't wait for the day I'll slaughter this old lady, I'll definitely do it. Angelina looked up and down at the intact Roger and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Roger's clothes are all customized by her, but she doesn't remember such a style. There was no blood on it. If she thought about it, she might find that Roger was wearing the Queen's clothes. But now Angelina is happier that her brother is still alive and about what he did today. She threw herself into his arms. My man has grown up, is taller than me, and will protect his sister, but I still hurt you. Needless to say, Roger said that the little girl who appeared strangely, the Queen herself, said that Joestar was killed, she was as smart as her, and she still didn't understand that she was trapped by the enemy. Roger did all this to save her. That vicious fanatic made her almost kill her own younger brother. Fortunately, he is already dead, otherwise, I would have. Roger patted his sister's vest, feeling her fear, and some hot and humid liquid wetted his shirt. Sister looks weak, but she is strong. She cried twice today, and she values me. Roger is also quite proud of his record today. Ding, the Astia system detected that the host was emotionally satisfied yesterday and obtained 10 random treasure chests. Do you want to open it? At this moment, a familiar and somewhat different reminder sounded in Roger's ear unexpectedly. A long day with countless things happening is now over. And the 10 small goals that were interrupted before were unexpectedly achieved at this time. Roger couldn't help but let out a smile. Sure enough, not just lying flat can make your heart calm, you can also actively pursue the things that satisfy your heart. He stretched out his arms and embraced Angelina's trembling body, softly comforting her. Sister, it doesn't matter how difficult or tortuous the process is, as long as there are no regrets at the end, it's always good, right? Roger's eyes seemed to pass through the gorgeous hall of the carnival in front of him, through those well-dressed aristocratic beauties, and saw the vast and bright night sky. And under the starry sky, there is a dreamlike figure who expects him to embark on a heroic path. Perhaps, my wish is really to build the empire I want and clean up a world I aspire to. Then, no matter how hard you work for this wish, you can still get continuous rewards from the system, right? My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is loaf around. This is my way to loaf around, gods, have you guessed it? Having tasted the taste of breaking his fate for the first time, he has the bargaining chip to fight against restraint. He found this, inexplicably, a little addicted. The unfinished efforts in the game, in the real world with infinite degrees of freedom, try again. Even if you are ridiculed by thousands of people, what if that goal is achieved? At this moment, he finally agreed. In this world, the land under his feet is his empire. Volume 1, finished. In the void is the kingdom of the goddess of war, the canyon of the conqueror. Tybella rushed back from the boundless dream, not even interested in fighting with her favorite sister, and collapsed on the Kowloon chariot. The expression that seems to have been playing badly, doubts her life. Not to mention being figured out by that would not Enorcia, and being mocked by her to the point that she couldn't retaliate, so angry. Everything is the fault of the Eternal Night Queen. If she hadn't expelled the Church of the Seven Gods, she wouldn't have made trouble, and she wouldn't have lost her avatar if she didn't. Therefore, the Queen of Eternal Night must not be spared, nor the Green Vines Empire. Sooner or later, this mother will turn you into a younger brother country, and the whole country will not be allowed to eat pork. With a bad idea spinning in her little head, she thought about provoking that god to go to the Green Vines Empire. At this moment, she sensed some interesting images. Looking at it, Tybella couldn't help but smile. Relying on the connection with the core believers, when Joestar was extremely happy, the goddess of war also appreciated the scene of Angelina's hand blade Roger. She couldn't help showing a fascinated smile. Cannibalism, Joestar is good at playing. Yo ho ho, look at the little sister's remorseful expression. Bella's bad taste was greatly satisfied. Yet, she felt that Joestar was still rough. If she is, then she must arrange a little orthopedic plot before she dies, so that the living one will be more uncomfortable and desperate. However, on this extremely unlucky day, it is time to be content with such a wonderful performance. There was a smile on the corner of Tybella's mouth. When she was thinking about how to reward Joestar, the smile suddenly solidified on her face. Roger took out the deep-sea heart amulet, Joestar was forced to teleport, and then was bombarded by the Queen of Eternal Night. Immediately, Roger was reborn from the ashes. After that, because Joestar was dead, she couldn't see the broadcast signal at all. Waste, waste, waste. I've given you so much power and you can't even kill a waste brother. Tybella was so angry that she hammered through the bottom plate of the chariot. I wanted to see a joke about the Qing Green Vines Empire, but I looked at it, and the clown turned out to be me? All Joestar's actions are in the calculations of others. This Roger Charles has some great ideas. Tybella regained her composure. After all, she is also a god. Although we have been together today, as long as our strength is still there, then we will grow in later days. So what if Roger is very smart? Her church is also full of talented people. For example, Joestar's father, the chief priest of the war, old Joestar, who could also be called Joestar too, is a very smart blue man with no long hair. Ah, I'm wrong, it's an extremely smart, extremely insidious old thing. And it is precisely because it is too insidious that it poses a threat to other believers. Even Tybella can't control him, so he can only keep old Joestar at the bottom of the Divine Kingdom prison in the Conqueror's Canyon, let him calm. But now, when dealing with the Green Vines Empire, isn't this old thing just in good use? The man who has a headache for me, leave it to the Queen of Eternal Night to have a headache. With a smile like flowers, she appeared in a closed room, frowning at the man lying on the ground, admiring the fight between two nests of ants. Tybera asked, "There is bad news, there is good news, which one do you want to hear first?" The bad news that I will care about is probably that one of my little guys died. As for the good news, you are going to let me go out and bite. The man with the beard and the cowboy hat turned his head. With an angular face, you can see how handsome he was when he was young. It's just that his attitude towards the goddess of war doesn't seem to have much respect. Tybella didn't get angry but laughed instead. It seems that being locked here didn't break your head. All the answers are correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward. To be recognized by the goddess is the best reward for me. Old Joestar bowed to Tybella and saluted, without concealing the desire for the goddess in his eyes. Joestar only dared to rush to the goddess secretly, but his father was sure that Tybella could use him, as his desire was written in his gaze. Tybella smiled disdainfully. "Oh, if you can solve that empire, why not promise to go on a date with you? Trust my charm, once, there will be countless times." Old Joestar patted his chest. "You solve the problem first." Tybella raised her little foot and kicked the soul of old Joestar out of the kingdom of God. But in the end, he still won with a hard fist. Earlier, the capital of mystery. After Roger pushed Angelina out of the box, the scroll she tore open was a message to the City Defense Army and the Secret Law Society ambushed near the Second National Welfare Institute. Knowing that Joestar had appeared in the Abyss Mill, the soldiers and magicians controlled the entire Second National Welfare Institute together. They were ordered by Roger to protect the safety of the children and staff of the orphanage, and to rule out Joestar burying weapons of mass destruction nearby, to avoid the occurrence of terrorist incidents like Odu Bloody Night in this area. The staff of the orphanage was awakened from their sleep, watching the shivering soldiers and magicians in full armor on the highest alert and comforting the frightened children. What, are there mad believers of the goddess of war lurking here? What, that fanatic is still the highest-ranking war priest in the city? What, he's been here for more than 12 hours? The head of the orphanage, the person in charge of security, and others were so frightened that their faces turned bloodless. They were unaware of being infiltrated into the mad believers, and they must be blamed. But the most important thing at the moment is that everyone has to evacuate from here. Everyone is afraid that the orphanage will explode. The ghost knows what bad ideas are going on in the minds of those fanatics. But the City Defense Army didn't ask them to leave. The ghost knows if you have become the weapons of mad believers, and all of you are obediently being examined here. In this way, the City Defense Army and the Secret Law Society conducted a carpet search of the orphanage. Dig 3 feet in the ground. In the end, it was not found that Joestar had anything to do here, but a few little girls who had lost their hearts and were on the verge of life and death were found. Under the influence of divine magic, they maintained weak vital signs. This would be an incredible thing on Earth, but in this world with magic and gods, it doesn't seem outrageous to use magic to maintain a life without a heart for some time. This is what Joestar did to prevent the exposure of his murder. But it gave the magicians of the Secret Law Society a chance to treat these little girls. Because there is a magic spell, so high-end healing spells are not needed, as long as you continuously brush healing serious injuries to ensure the successful regeneration of the heart and blood. As the so-called magic cures the symptoms, magic cures the root cause, and the combination of gods and demons cures the symptoms. There seems to be something wrong. Anyway, several little girls were rescued from the brink of death, but they will be weak for a while. Everyone also learned from their stories that Joestar was insidious and shameless, and he took a little girl's body. Is this something normal people can do? But this time, everyone will be a little more careful about the unpredictable methods of believers in the future. Shortly afterward, the Secret Law Society also announced that they confirmed the safety of the Second National Welfare Institute and found no dangers arranged by Joestar. Blockade lifted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one wants to see a heavy loss like the bloody night of the imperial capital again. From the perspective of results, Roger overestimated Joestar a bit. Mainly, he also overestimated the morality of the rulers of this era. This is not an era when reporters are always watching hot searches to report on scandals in your country. The only newspaper is still under the control of the Queen's Secret Law Society. So Joestar and Pulling Lantern have similar purposes, but different methods. They never thought of threatening the Empire with a group of civilians and orphans. Because of the prestige of the hostages, it is impossible to exchange them for the life of a marquis, and it will only force the Empire to do its best to deal with the threat makers. An upper class with kindness and a high moral level like Angelina is an oddity. Not long after, news came from the Abyss that Joestar had been killed by the Queen herself. Everyone cheered. The threat brought by the Church of the Goddess of War on the mysterious capital has been temporarily lifted. But the entanglement between the Empire and the Church of the Seven Gods is far from over. The Imperial Army has been marching towards the border. Charles' house. Roger was lying on the bed. He was a little excited and couldn't fall asleep, so he opened the first 10 random treasure chests after crossing. After going through the bloody night in the imperial capital, he understood that strength should be transformed into himself as soon as possible. There is no need to keep it. But before he had time to review the swiping list, he heard a knock on the door. With his permission, Angelina pushed open the door and entered. "I'll see you when I see your lights on." The blue-haired girl whose eyes were swollen like peaches showed an extremely uncomfortable expression of insomnia. Before Roger could say too much, she sat on the edge of the bed by herself, reaching out and touching Roger's face. Her movements were so gentle as if she was afraid that with a little more strength, this stinky brother would burst like a bubble. Although this world didn't cause irreversible tragedy under Joestar's control after all. But that scene was too bloody. As long as she closed her eyes, she would see Roger's bloody body that was pierced by her. "Did it hurt then?" Angelina murmured. "I don't remember it for a long time. I only cared about acting skills at that time." Roger grinned, needless to say, at what time and the moment she was asking. However, mature men must learn to bear everything by themselves. Could it be that if my sister laid on her knees and cried a lot, she could defeat the gods? Angelina is also considered a man with such a face-loving and stubborn expression. She smiled and poked his forehead. "Look at your troubles. When did you contact His Majesty for help?" Although Roger had been asked by everyone's curiosity before, he reviewed the process of harvesting Joestar. He didn't say who completed the layout, and many details were omitted. Of course, ordinary Imperial people didn't care either. They only need to know that Roger has found Joestar, and it is enough to give the invincible Her Majesty the Queen a chance to kill the enemy. Empress, strong. But Angelina would think that the less Roger said, the more dangerous it was at the time, for fear of her worrying. Joestar controlled himself and could beat Roger to the brink of death, not to mention face the murderer himself. Roger also felt a little warmth in his heart. Others only care about whether you fly high or not. Only those who care about you will ask if you are tired from flying. But he is old and two-faced now, and only tells the truth to a certain extent. It was Lord Dio who deduced Joestar's position and purpose and contacted His Majesty for the layout, and I listened to the 3-to-1 group. Actor. It's Dio. Our Charles family owes him one more time. Angelina's eyes flashed a bit of brilliance. Roger looked strange. Was he about to receive a thank you from his sister again? Cough. Why do you feel that Dio is going to be the benefactor of the Charles family? Angelina put her legs on the bed and kicked Roger. Question mark. By the way, do you move into the bed? I'm too lazy to go back to the house. Hurry up, I'm so sleepy. Roger's expression was a little stiff. Sister, you are my age, I'm afraid it will spread. You are 800 years old and my brother, go in. She pushed Roger hard. Seeing that her attitude was firm, Roger had no choice but to roll in and move in enough space for Angelina. He also gave half of the pillow to her. After all, what happened last night was rather special. She suddenly became clingy, which was understandable. Fortunately, my bed is quite big. Angelina showed a satisfied expression of "You are perfect." She turned off the magic crystal light, lay down beside Roger, pulled the quilt without any notice, and hummed, "Good night." Good night. She looked back at Roger's looming silhouette in the dim moonlight and found that the handsome boy before was more angular now. Smelly brother will grow up too. He is taller than his elder sister, and maybe one day he will be even more powerful than his elder sister. Thinking wildly, Angelina's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she fell asleep with even breathing after a while. She is also really tired. The Empire has all kinds of things to worry about, and emotional ups and downs later, which are extremely exhausting. Roger likes to go to bed late, but there are more people around him, making his bed feel a little strange. He didn't know how his predecessor got along with his sister, but he was an only child. There are countless wives, but they are all scraps of paper. This is the first time that a girl of the same age is lying on my bed. Still very beautiful. But Roger was not distracted when he smelled the fragrant scent after her bath. He felt at ease anyway. This is the relative. He gradually felt sleepy. Suddenly Angelina turned over. His arms sank and Angelina hugged him. At the same time, a few strands of hair swept across his face, itching. The key is that the soft and slightly hot body, clinging tightly to him, he can feel the exquisite curves. Angelina has a slender and well-proportioned body, but there is no shortage of nutrients in the place where she should grow. Soft and bouncy. There is a tendency for some kind of affection to deteriorate. Angelina suddenly trembled, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she said vaguely, "Mom and Dad, don't go. Brother, don't be afraid, I will protect you." Roger reached out and stroked her frown, knowing that it was a nightmare. Suddenly, he understood why Angelina put so much energy into building the orphanage. Because she was once an orphan. When the Earl and Mrs. Charles died, she must have been 7 or 8 years old, right? Although there is a royal family to look after, a little girl supports a family with her thin shoulders to the current prosperity. She silently endured all the hardships and warmth here. I'm afraid that in today's events, Angelina is very afraid that she will lose her last relative and become alone in the world. At that time, no matter how big or luxurious the Duke's mansion was, there was still a part in my heart that was always unfulfilled, right? Don't be afraid, now it's my turn to protect you. Roger patted her on the back and whispered like a child. Angelina seemed to feel it, her brows gradually relaxed, and she didn't hold Roger so tightly anymore. After being tossed about like this for a few rounds, he had no more thoughts and his eyelids sank. In the end, it was a sleepless sleep. Some emotions are more permanent than temporary hormones. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Are you kidding me? This minister has no heart to play with your majesty, but it's just a matter of great importance, and this minister dare not speak to brag. Roger paused and added, I wish to tell your majesty a little story. He started the story of Tianji's horse racing on a Western background. This is a Chinese story where less wins more, pretending it was the story of the Veronica dynasty, and told it to the Queen of Eternal Night. This person is a prodigy. He gives up his weaknesses and uses his strengths to win strategically. This is somewhat similar to the game you mentioned before. But what are the strengths of the Empire at this moment? The Queen of Eternal Night is also very smart and has heard the truth of this story. Roger replied, it's because we have nowhere to go, we are in this world. The Queen was puzzled, isn't this an Achilles heel? Roger smiled, the 7 gods are super strong, no one can fight them, but there are only 7 of them, and they can't take care of the entire multi-plane battlefield. Roger's words awakened the Queen of Eternal Night. The goddess of war is not just lying in the kingdom of gods all day watching brothers and sisters fight, she also has many incarnations sitting in other planes to plunder her believers at all times. At the level of the 7 gods, it has transcended the ordinary 3-dimensional space, and many of their behaviors go against the understanding of ordinary beings. What ordinary human beings can observe is just a spot left in the long river of time and space by God. They will have mood swings because of temporary gains and losses. However, to assess how much power to invest in the end, they will have to weigh the overall strategy to make games and trade-offs. Although the eternal night world is huge, and the power to harvest faith and the source of life benefits is huge, it is not the only one for the gods. Betting on the eternal night world is possible but not necessary. The 7 gods also have to take into account the interests of other worlds and choose the solution with the greatest strategic advantage. But the Green Vines Empire established its country here, and there is no way to retreat, so it is inevitable to go all out. In Tianji's horse racing analogy, the 7 gods are high-class horses, the church is a medium-sized horse, and the vassal is a low-class horse. Now the high-class horses cannot be dispatched, and the medium-sized horses have just started to exert their strength. The Green Vines Empire has only one medium-sized horse, then it's Your Majesty, but we have 400 million off the horse. Roger eloquently said, I don't have a way to win against the 7 gods, but if the Empire uses 400 million inferior horses and equips them as much as possible, the 7 gods will have to pay too much to control this world, and they should give up this world because, with the same price, they can conquer multiple worlds of the same level. The Queen of Eternal Night pondered Roger's words, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. This is the path she never imagined. She just wanted to fight the 7 gods. Is there even a way to win without fighting? But, isn't this cheating? The Queen of Eternal Night asked hesitantly. If Your Majesty and the 7 gods go into a head-to-head confrontation, do you think you have a chance of winning? So it's a bad road and a worse road? The Queen of Eternal Night sighed and asked a key question, then how to strengthen 400 million low-level horses into medium-sized horses? Magic talent is not something everyone has. For example, a certain trash brother before Nirvana. Move the magician from the battle sequence to the production, research, and development positions. Lead the technological change to open the road of magic industrialization and let every civilian use alchemy as a weapon. Roger's expression suddenly became excited. Magic should be the primary productive force, rather than combat power. Hearing this, the Evernight Queen suddenly became mad. Because she read a lot of incredible pictures from Roger's projection at this time. On a boat, ordinary people rushed to the sky with iron birds that could not flap their wings. An iron pillar that could travel for thousands of miles away, then hit the target precisely, and exploded into a huge mushroom cloud. The shining round cake collided with the huge star, causing the whole world to be in chaos. A huge human-shaped decisive weapon, throwing a spear to nail the apostle who invaded from the outside world. These are all destruction scenes that go beyond ordinary forbidden magic, but it was done by ordinary people? This earth, there is something. This Roger is indeed my treasure boy. So, Roger, you want to be the chief designer of this magic industrialization? The Queen of Eternal Night asked in surprise and anticipation. If he can make these things, combine them with magic so that ordinary people can also have the combat power of magicians. Wonderful! Then I will be able to knock out the brains of the Church of the 7 Gods and the vassal of the kingdom. EW evils up tes on nov/l/bi.com. Roger almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, I wholeheartedly serve the country. Why did you harm me? He smiled wryly and shook his head. Your Majesty has a high opinion of me. I don't know magic, and I don't know how to do alchemy. I can only throw a few tricks and open a magazine, called New Arcane, to inspire countless geniuses in the Empire to contend with 100 schools of thought and let them practice the best proper magic industrialization. New Arcane? Good name. I order you to be the president and take full responsibility for this matter. Feel free to speak up if you need anything, and I will make the entire empire cooperate with you. The historian and the minister of history. It's time for the empire to look forward. You don't have to waste time on old papers. The Queen of Eternal Night is heroic and authentic. Your Majesty, I will do my best to be the president of this new arcane. Roger got down on one knee. His excitement was not a fake. Great! The new official position is at hand, and the law will be a great success. As the president, Dio can hang up temporarily, so I'm not afraid of revealing my identity to my sister. I can also make the Empire look like my ideal, move a little more. The Queen of Eternal Night was overjoyed to find a possible way to defeat the 7 gods, but then, her expression suddenly stiffened. Yes, but I initially made up my mind not to agree to his new position. Shit, is this kid sitting here waiting for me? So in the end, I still let him succeed in his application for an official position, and I also suspended his position as the official historian and Minister of History? Although you have no jokes, the Queen can be a rogue. That's all. The Queen thought about the numerous benefits regarding the release of New Arcane and gave up letting Roger play the barrage while he was the Minister of History for her meeting. It is indeed overkill. However, it was already very uncomfortable to be hit by the aggressive method. I heard him openly commenting on me there. This is even more uncomfortable. It seems that she is very passive, as if she was coerced by him. Let's step back and report this matter to me later. The Queen of Evernight was impatient to drive Roger away, and she didn't want to see him for a little while. She thought she could seize the opportunity to hear his inner voice, but this inner voice turned out to be his murderous intention towards her. Ugh. Your Majesty, to cooperate with the inaugural issue of New Arcane, I have something to discuss with you, and it can only be done with your cooperation. This. The Eternal Night Queen gritted her teeth a bit. You're still haunting me, aren't you? You continuously have something to talk about. If possible, the Queen wants to shout, asking if he was listening or not. If I say I can't hear it, I just can't hear it. But the New Arcane is very important, she dared not refuse to listen. Damn, when have I ever been so passive in front of a man? What does he have to say? Forget it, this is all for the sake of New Arcane. To avoid twists and turns in the preparation of this project, which is still in its cradle, I am prepared to be wronged for the sake of the Empire. It is because I need to use Roger's talents and crooked ideas. Let him be proud for a while, and I will cooperate with his performance. When the New Arcane is finished, I will let you know who is the king of the world and the one who controls thunder and lightning. In short, this is all the fault of the goddess of war, so I will make sure to kill her 10,000 times when the big day comes. In the Conqueror's Canyon, the goddess of war suddenly felt a premonition to a coming danger. However, there is no way to predict the source of danger, it is all blank. Who dares to have such thought for this benevolent mother? When your goddess has been lovingly caring of her lambs. The little bitch is aggrieved. Who would have guessed that when a young couple was arguing, she would have to take the blame? In the palace, the main hall of government affairs. Roger explained to the Queen of Eternal Night that she needs to play a leading role in the charge when the New Arcane is released. She wrote an inscription for New Arcane, wrote congratulations on the first issue, subscribed throughout the year, and at the same time established a great inventor character. You are the spokesperson of the new era of magicians. Because of Her Majesty's unparalleled popularity in the Empire, your support for New Arcane will allow this magazine to get the support of more magicians, leading them to transform from barbarian mages to production and scientific research positions faster. The Queen of Eternal Night frowned. You mean, I can't go to the battlefield in person in the future, I have to stay in the Mage Tower every day to do research and set an example for the magicians in the whole country? She thinks New Arcane is good, and so is the industrialization of magic. But fighting and supernatural slaughter are better. She was quite willing to cooperate with Roger's previous requirements, but she was a bit resistant to the so-called personality in the end. Cough, you have a secret Dharma meeting, and the battlefield is inseparable from you, as long as you use your new inventions to make several waves of massacres. Roger reminded. Personal design is just to show the audience a piece of fun, not the truth. Yes, my advisor's invention is my invention, and war is the best publicity for new inventions. Your Majesty's wisdom will shine on the entire Green Vines Empire. Roger praised loudly. The Queen of Eternal Night glared at him, not feeling any changes in her heart because of his flattery. Because what Roger thought in his mind was, the Queen doesn't even think about herself, she is the most extreme representative of Master Manzi, who dares to let you invent it. Then it must be the craftsmanship of this world, the painting is beautiful. Roger made up his mind about the possible inventions the Queen of Eternal Night might make. Large magic bomb. Oversized magic bomb. Supergiant magic bomb. The ultimate giant magic bomb. Hey, can we still count on a violent madman who can produce a lithography machine by hand? He was madly happy in his heart, but he made the Queen of Eternal Night annoyed. I am the embodiment of wisdom and beauty, how could I be a barbarian mage? I am unparalleled in bravery, and if I attack the enemy unprepared, any magic in the world could be broken quickly, do you know? But it seems good to make magic grenades to equip my army. Stop, stop, stop. The grenade is also a bomb. The first batch of them will be mocked by this kid as a barbarian. The Queen of Eternal Night braked in time and decided to be a queen with pursuit. I thought I had to use my creativity to shock Roger. She pretended to ponder, when New Arcane is published, I will make an invention to cooperate. That's great! Roger was pleasantly surprised. The corners of the Queen's mouth raised. Can you kid? In the end, don't you have to rely on me to cooperate with the performance to make things happen? Scum! She said proudly, okay, I will order the Secret Law Society to make a supergiant golem that ordinary people can control. She projected her new invention in the air. Roger glanced at it and felt a little familiar. Immediately, he recognized it and almost choked to death on his saliva. What are you doing? I thought you were wearing a vest and a tattoo so that I wouldn't recognize this as the first machine in EVA. The idea of the Queen of Eternal Night was a supergiant decisive weapon that Roger had just made up for. It's just that the purple painting has turned into the blood red that the Queen of Eternal Night likes most, and it has attached a lot of powerful magic circles, which are like dense tattoos. The Eternal Night Queen admired Roger's surprised face and was very satisfied. Is it big enough? Is it strong enough? Creative enough? Kid, do you want to open it? When the time comes, please beg me, I can consider letting you become addicted, stinky brother. Thinking of this, she was a little excited. If such a giant transformation golem has one manpower, then it is true that I can face the 7 gods in the Green Vines Empire. Your Majesty, this invention of yours is inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Roger came back to his senses, but he rejected the idea of the Eternal Night Queen. The Queen of Eternal Night's face was stern. What's wrong with my invention? Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. How powerful! I won't talk about plagiarism and other issues. It's just a violent barbarian's head. I can only say that she can fight, so the Empire has not been ruined. But the Imperial Army is now full of war madness. New Arcane must not be brought into the bomb-making guide by her. Roger complained in his heart, but his mouth was righteous and stern. Your Majesty, the Empire has just gathered the 17 countries, and there are still many construction tasks that have not been completed. This minister recommends that you take the lead in tackling key problems and improving people's livelihood inventions. The Eternal Night Queen heard that she would not be allowed to transform into a giant golem, so she stopped opening the forest. She said angrily, how can people's livelihood be improved with magic? Can those farmers afford alchemy tools to cultivate the land, or can they hire magicians to harvest crops? In this regard, Roger, of course, was well prepared. He replied, "The peasants certainly can't afford the current alchemy tools, but this is what your majesty is trying to do ahead of the times. For example, the druid school has a spell called Crazy Growth. That primary spell that entangles the enemy with vines and branches, it sucks blood to cause damage? Garbage, it's not worth learning at all." The Eternal Night Queen expresses her contempt without hesitation. He doesn't want to make giant transforming golems, but study low-level spells with high mana consumption, low effect, and slow activation speed. Isn't she a paratrooper? Roger explains seriously, "My suggestion is to analyze the principle of this spell and only extract the effect of rapid growth. Even if the effect is reduced by 10,000 times, it is an extremely great invention." Hey! Is it still magic if it is weakened 10,000 times? It can't even kill mosquitoes. The Queen of Eternal Night looked at Roger as though he was seriously ill. Magicians are all looking for quick casting, doubling the power of spells, strengthening special effects, concealing spells, and so on, making big bombs, bigger bombs, and super big bombs. I learn about the aesthetics of violence. But you're making me do the opposite, reverse the logic of magic, and make already useless magic even more useless? As expected of you, you bastard brother. Your Majesty, this invention is not for the battlefield, but for agriculture. If it is successful and the cost is low enough, it can be widely used on the farmland of the Empire, so that our crops will ripen once a month. Doesn't the Empire have more than enough food to eat? The Queen of Eternal Night replied, imagining that picture, almost drooling out. You are invincible. Citizens praised your victory after seeing the news. You made everyone full, and every grain of rice we eat is filled with Her Majesty's love for us, and we are willing to always follow such a queen. That's right, I am such an empress worth following. Empress Eternal Night proudly raised her chest. Of course, the premise is that the release cost of this magic is low enough and it can be mass-produced, so that it may be popularized in the Empire. A primary magic scroll costs 1 gold coin. Farming must not be such a luxury. The magical achievements of the Queen of Eternal Night have reached the realm of 1 skill, 100 kills, and she thought. If weakened 10,000 times, it doesn't even count as a trick, and it only takes part of the effect, so you don't even need a magic scroll. You can achieve a similar effect only by the combination of casting materials. By the way, what is your invention called? If it's made, we'll call it fertilizer? Seeing that the Queen of Eternal Night was persuaded by him, Roger also showed joy. Good Lord, I finally got Your Majesty's violent tendencies under control and prevented the Empire from becoming a lame place with only military and heavy industry. We won't follow in the footsteps of Russia. Fortunately, Her Majesty still has ordinary people in her heart. The Queen of Evernight was in a good mood. She didn't care about his complaints and asked, "If I Ching doesn't add anything, I will go to the secret Dharma meeting." I thank Your Majesty for your kindness in advance for all the people of the Empire. The Queen of Eternal Night waved to him, and she disappeared on the throne of stars. Roger leaned back a bit. What is an action faction? What is a barbarian mage who starts a fight directly with the god of nature? Ouch. Pain. With a snap, a small box flew out of thin air and hit him on the forehead, and a big bump suddenly swelled up. Who the hell would dare to attack the young master? He lowered his head and looked at the small box, and found that it was very delicate, with the private seal of the Queen of Eternal Night on it. Roger didn't dare to compare. This was thrown by the Queen of Eternal Night. But why did she hit me? I gave you such a good idea, why did you hit me? I just complained in my heart. I resisted many times and didn't call her a barbarian mage out loud. What is this stinky woman doing? Roger rubbed his forehead aggrieved and opened the box. Seeing what was inside, he was happy again. Your Majesty must have just given it, this is a reward for me. A big reward. He walked out of the state council's hall with steps like he didn't recognize his relatives. In the void, a half-plane connected to the mysterious capital. A magnificent mage tower with a golden eye of mystery floating on the top of the tower, with overlapping female palms at its pupils. This is a symbol famous throughout the world of Eternal Night, and it represents one of the most powerful magician groups in the world, the Secret Law Society. Those overlapping hands symbolize that the Secret Law Society is the left and right hands of the Queen of Eternal Night, and the extent of her will. The growing growth of the Secret Law Society is due to the continuous expansion of the Green Vines Empire and Sophie's ability to make money. But at the core, it is because of the terrifying power of the Queen of Eternal Night that keeps raising the ceiling of this profession. She is the idol of all the magicians in this world. The old-fashioned powerhouses want to discuss further secrets with her, and the new generation powerhouses grow up listening to her legend. If it is said that there are all king chefs in the empire, then the secret Dharma meeting is the carnival hall of the most core king chefs. And this mage tower is a new spectacle that was built recently by the Secret Law Society, and it is called the Chapter of Imbalance. It's probably something like I want to break the principle of equivalent exchange and play a new chapter in alchemy that never existed in the past. Well, this is the most advanced and complete alchemy laboratory in the entire empire and even the entire Evernight world. The gold coins are very valuable. So expensive that Sophie washed her face with the Queen of Eternal Night tears every day for half a year, accusing those alchemy lunatics of burning money too much. And it burns to an outrageous level of a new idea that burns money every day. Scientists who are pampered are outrageous. But the Queen of Eternal Night still gritted her teeth and built the Chapter of Imbalance, becoming another spectacle of the Green Vines Empire. In a very short period, the Chamber of Imbalance has become a holy place in the minds of alchemists, attracting an unknown number of young alchemists to volunteer to join the Secret Law Club. With the subsequent improvement in alchemy strength and the new inventions brought about by the collision of the masters, it didn't take long to recover the investment and then began to make crazy profits. Sophie laughed so hard that she couldn't even see her eyes, her paws twitched when she counted the gold coins. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night came to the Chapter of Imbalance in person and summoned all the magicians who were high-level or above, proficient in alchemy or druid school to the top hall. She is about to announce a major decision. The Queen's appeal is unparalleled. Unless there is a super important magic experiment that can't go away, other people will naturally not miss the opportunity to face the Holy Spirit. Soon, more than 500 high-level magicians gathered in the top hall. Among them are mages, alchemists, and legendary wizards. In other countries, this may be the whole background of the court mage group. But this is only 1/8 of the Secret Law Assembly. The magicians looked up at the beautiful and domineering figure of the Queen of Eternal Night and sensed the surging magic power on her body. Even if they waste their precious time waiting, they don't feel bored at all. Seeing such a strong person, breathing the same air in the same room as her, is already a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Humble. Seeing that everyone was almost here, the Queen of Eternal Night proudly announced. Everyone, remember today, this may be the beginning of a new era, and you will create history with me. I will personally lead all members of the Secret Law Society to research a brand new alchemy product. It will be a 10,000 times weaker version of the crazy growth spell, or other spells and medicines that can shorten the growth time of plants. Besides that, there are only 3 requirements: cheap, cheap, and cheap. The group of magicians all showed bewildered expressions. Like the Queen of Eternal Night, these people don't understand the logic behind making garbage magic even more garbage? Is the Queen saying the opposite of the request? She should be trying to strengthen the spell of crazy growth 10,000 times to achieve the strength of a forbidden spell. The Eternal Night Queen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I want to pull that bastard here to see everyone's expressions. You see, it's not that I'm slow to respond, but that the idea you said is too bizarre and goes against everyone's original intention to study magic. We all want to be big and strong, only you can think of those weird inventions. The Queen of Eternal Night paused for a while and gave these people time to react before slowly opening her mouth. You heard it right, I just want to make this kind of rubbish magic. It's not for the battlefield, but for agriculture. Before she finished speaking, the smart magician exclaimed, Agriculture? This is wonderful. Even if the crazy growth is weakened by 10,000 times, the yield per mu of land can be increased several times. As expected of your majesty, you can come up with such an idea, which is 10,000 times better than ours. Your majesty puts the people first, you're the blessing of the common people, the blessing of the empire. I never thought that magic could still be used in this field. If everyone is fed, this will usher in a new era of energy. The Queen of Eternal Night stopped everyone's excitement. From now on, the research and development of fertilizer will be the top priority of the Secret Law Society, and everyone's contribution will be rewarded with 3 times the secret magic points. I want to add that I'm not the one who came up with this idea. The magicians couldn't help but wonder whose thought this was. Wait until the fertilizer succeeds, and when that magazine is released, you will have the answer. The Queen of Eternal Night was sold out. Even if the fertilizer fails, following the idea of industrialization of magic, we can create many things that can change the times. So, I look forward to that day. Even if my giant golem is so far away. I am willing to do so. Wait, I seem to have erected some strange flags before. I didn't say it, and you will all forget it, right? It's all that bastard Roger's fault, who seduces me with all these strange thoughts every day. I can't help it. Today's victory or defeat, Roger succeeded in discussing officials with cross-generational thinking and won a big victory. Outside the government hall. As time passed, Angelina became more and more anxious. From her point of view, this hall is like a monster that can devour people. After her brother entered, she didn't get any news from him. Except for the sound of the Queen of Eternal Night slapping the table at the beginning, she couldn't hear what happened later. Especially after what happened last night, facing the unknown is sometimes the most terrifying thing. Angelina already imagined that her best friend had reduced her brother, and was trying to put him back together, with his arms and legs misplaced. Angelina saw the door of the Hall of Governmental Affairs open, and out of it came a beautiful and extraordinary young man. Hey, Your Majesty's fight is quite complete. Roger has black hair and black eyes and is dressed in a straight dark blue dress. His hair is meticulously groomed, and he had a smart look ever since he was a child. With a lazy smile on his face, his walking attitude is quite arrogant, and he has no respect or low-key for this palace. Forget it, my stinky brother can stay like this for the rest of his life, as long as he can breathe. Seeing him come out with all beards and tails, Angelina let out a sigh of relief, so she didn't bother to pick on his lack of noble etiquette. And by the look of it, he also managed to get the official position he wanted from the Queen. I finally pulled my brother up, so I don't have to be afraid that he will starve to death without me. Roger was a little surprised when he saw Angelina waiting outside the hall. Immediately, his heart warmed. It's a good feeling to be cared about and missed by others. At least in this other world, he is not alone. However, knowing Angelina's character, Roger didn't want her to create an atmosphere of reunion after death. Too sticky, too embarrassing. This woman is sad in the spring and sad in the autumn. Trivial things can bring back his old and dark history when he was wearing open-crotch pants when he was 3 years old. Therefore, Roger strode up to Angelina and took the initiative to speak in a pretentious manner. Sister, hey, I've won, and our family won't be short of money in the future. In a word, Angelina's sentimentality flew out of the window all at once. With round eyes, she lifted her leg and kicked him lightly on his calf. Did our family lack money before? Besides, have I ever wronged you? He wasn't willing to try hard, but Roger still cooperated and made a grinning expression. Angelina was also helpless. Girls need to vent their emotional needs, but this heartless bastard doesn't give her a chance. Oh, it's hard to be a sister. She could only ask, Master Roger, can you tell me which official you are now? Roger's expression softened, and he put one hand on his hips and held up a metal token that was dark in color and seemed to hide the light of thousands of stars. Only to hear him say with his head held high, "We, patrolling the 8 palaces, holding the eternal night order, supervising the whole country, slaying gentlemen above and worthy ministers below." Angelina's eyelids jumped. My dear, all the wise and worthy ministers have been beheaded. Are you afraid that the Qingting Empire will not be chaotic enough? There was a great eunuch in the Veronica dynasty, who claimed to be 90,000 years old. No one can do things like you. However, what Roger said was unreliable, and the eternal night order in his hand was a fake. This made Angelina puzzled. Has your Majesty given this bastard any great position, and even gave him the eternal night order to spoil him? The Eternal Night Order is a special token issued by the Queen of Eternal Night after her enthronement, to ensure that the governors and generals outside can successfully command those arrogant soldiers and local nobles. Known as seeing orders as if seeing me, it is similar to the ancient Shangfang sword in the East. In principle, the holder has the right to be executed first and then to report, backed by the supreme authority of the Queen of Eternal Night, to achieve leapfrog jurisdiction and facilitate wartime mobilization. The Eternal Night Order is always accompanied by missions. As the surrounding powerful enemies decrease, there is the Eternal Night Order that is still outside, no more than one-handed. The stinky brother can even hold an Eternal Night Order in his hand? What, your sister haven't even got it? How can there be any 8 palace patrols in the Empire? Tell me honestly, why are you fooling your Majesty? But the elder sister is still the elder sister. Seeing that the younger brother is talking nonsense, she directly picks up his ears and tortures him severely. Roger wasn't going to hide it from her. The new arcane was going to be released throughout the Empire, and he couldn't hide it at all. He told Angelina that he was going to be the president of the magazine. Of course, he omits all his tricks to deceive the Queen of Eternal Night. If you are disrespectful to the Eternal Night Queen, you will be taught a lesson by the foolish and loyal elder sister. Fertilizer? This is a good idea. If the people of the Empire can be fed, it must be a great thing, but if you transform magic like this, you will be scolded by the magicians. After listening to Roger's thoughts, Angelina fell into thought, her pretty brows furrowed. She doesn't understand magic, but she understands magicians. The Eternal Night Queen is full of martial virtues, and the imperial magicians who take her as an example naturally pursue the ultimate fighting power. Faster, higher, stronger. This is the motto put forward by the legendary mage, Olympic Light, Henry Martin Dyden thousands of years ago. It is still regarded as the motto by countless magicians to this day. Everyone meditates and cultivates to become strong, not to be weak. So if magic is weakened, it is a complete heresy, an evil way. If Roger became the initiator of such a heresy, he would be resisted collectively by the magicians. Especially not long after the Empire ended the state of total war, the local war never stopped, and promotion by military merit was the mainstream thought of magicians. However, the core idea of New Arcane is to hope that magicians will shift from combat positions to production and research and development positions. Of course, this will benefit the country and the people, but I'm afraid the magician will scold Roger to death, right? It's not easy to handle this matter with the Queen of Eternal Night. At that time, Roger will only be regarded as a minister who will bring disaster to the country and the people and abduct the Queen and will be scolded even worse. Seeing the change in Angelina's expression, Roger knew that she had foreseen the wave of opposition that would be triggered after the release of New Arcane and began to worry about him. He was going to say something to comfort his sister. But he saw her little hand, pressing hard on his shoulder. "Brother, do it bravely, I am proud of you." Angelina stared at Roger affectionately, her voice filled with the emotion of what a younger brother could ask for more. Roger squeezed out an extremely ugly smile. "Sister, did you even think about my eulogy? Her Majesty's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Our Charles family wants to be loyal to Her Majesty. When the time comes, I will help you do it." "Sister, thank you." Roger didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought my sister would dissuade me, but she made him work harder. My brother was killed as an heretic, no way. My brother is loyal to the country, okay. Is this the loyalty of the ancients? Can't afford to love, can't afford to love." But on the bright side, at least Angelina didn't oppose him in doing something that transcended the times and challenged traditional authority but gave him full support. This is already a good sister. Although her starting point is a bit strange, the result is not bad. Of course, Angelina's character and admonitions are also an important part. Although there is an eternal night order, it can't be used indiscriminately. Our Charles family convinces people with reason. I know. Don't embezzle, bend the law, or use power for personal gain, otherwise I'll be the first to report you. I know. Don't be afraid when you encounter things, but you can't just offend all the courtiers either, and occasionally you also have to be tactful. I know. Would you like me to help you arrange a partner for you? In the future, I will take good care of my little nephew. Roger didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you too pessimistic? Behind me is the Eternal Night Queen, who would dare to assassinate me? Oh, there should be. Without the blessing of Nirvana, I have to build a personal guard to protect my life. Come and report, little Joey, I need your protection this time. However, Roger still respected his sister and asked. Sister, the partner you're talking about, is she beautiful? Boom, up TED chapters nnvelben.com. Ow. Angelina struck his forehead with her fist. It also happened to be the place where the Queen of Eternal Night smashed the box. It was extremely painful. Work hard for Her Majesty, don't think about those messy things, the magazine hasn't been published yet, are you that anxious to start a family? Angelina felt that he was about to drool over the word partner, and suddenly she was in a bad mood. Running away after beating people, she never wants to see this stinky brother at all. Roger looked at her back and felt aggrieved. Very aggrieved. It was you who brought up the subject first, so why hit me? Smelly woman, everyone is uncertain, do you think I won't fight back? No matter how I beat people indiscriminately, I'll be able to protest. Walking insole, light, breathable, and extremely comfortable, it is guided and transmitted to the marked local plane coordinates in 5 seconds, CD, 40 minutes, left and right insoles are calculated independently. This is a pair of magic items that Roger got from opening 10 treasure chests early this morning. With the red shape and familiar functions, Roger felt that these were simply flying shoes in a certain MOBA game. However, is the insole the body? Although it is full of slots, it cannot be denied that this is a very powerful alchemy item, which is equivalent to Roger carrying 2 teleportation arrays with him now. Rounding up, this is 10,000 gold coins. Finally, the system is produced, there is no false advertising, and this insole is super comfortable. Automatically adapt to all types and shapes of shoes, the familiar feeling of stepping on shit, and its anti-gravity function. Even the heavy hard-soled big leather boots are comparable to top jogging shoes. From then on, the young man walks like the wind. This simply makes people suspect that this pair of insoles has black technology attached. Oh no, it's black magic. Roger used the travel insoles to return directly to the Charles house from the Xinghan Palace. Then, not long after, he went to a manor in the noble district, which was 1/3 the size of their duke's mansion. This is a manor belonging to the Shelley family. The main building is a 4-story building, and there are several gorgeous single-family buildings in the style of Shelley I, which are well maintained. In the exquisite small box that the Queen of Evernight smashed against him, in addition to the Eternal Night Order, there was also the title deed of this manor. Roger naturally understood that this was the office location that the Queen had given to the new Arcane magazine. As expected of Her Majesty, who was praised by my sister as not stingy with rewards, a manor worth more than 1 million gold coins, when you give something, you go all out. Alas, what's with this urge not to work hard and beg for Her Majesty's adoption? Accompanied by the housekeeper, Roger toured the manor. He felt that there was no need to make a big change in the layout. After purchasing household and office supplies, the magazine could start work directly. The housekeeper wrote down Roger's requests one by one, and then asked for instructions. "Sir, please give the manor a name." Roger understood that this should be the Queen's order. The Shelley family is naturally too lazy to name this kind of small garden, but for a magazine that will change the times, its birthplace will go down in history. Roger, who is not good at coming up with names, finally decided to steal the wisdom of his predecessors. He hesitantly asks, "How about the ice room?" "This lowly one doesn't have any opinion. Her Majesty said that you should do as you please." "Then let's name it the ice room." "Okay, this lowly one will make arrangements." The name of the study of a great reformer was the ice room. He has written many famous articles, among which the famous articles have been selected into Chinese textbooks and inspired many people. Now Roger releases new arcane in the Green Vines Empire, and what he does borrows this name, asking himself to humiliate the name of his ancestors. The word drinking ice is the earliest, from Zhuangzi, the world in the world. Today I am ordered to drink ice at night. Do I have internal heat? The general idea is that the burden on the body is too great, the heart is anxious and uncomfortable, and it is necessary to eat ice to cool down. External explanations can also say that he is serious about implementing the new arcane, not just finding an easy job to loaf around. Although this kind of innovative thinking is effortless for a traveler who is very different from the Eternal Night world. If you casually release some advanced theories, progressive ideas, and opposing viewpoints, you can make the magicians of this era quarrel. From key politics to academic discussions, to the decisive battle at the top of arcane magic, he believes that the magicians of the Qing IV Empire will fall in love with his magazine, giving them a platform to force national events. This kind of coercion is not empty talk to mislead the country. It was a theory that Roger couldn't grasp, combined with the reality of the Qingting Empire, and it was possible to implement it. Roger also wanted to spread the red flag all over the world, fast forward to the point where there were no fairy emperors. But that's unrealistic. As long as those thoughts dare to appear, without immortals coming to the door, the emperor will not let him go. The old lady trusts you so much, you want to kill me? By you. Moreover, the education level and ideological awareness of the people in this world are not enough to support higher social forms. Just like giving Uncle Black unlimited supplies, they will not create rich and splendid fruits of civilization, but will only use bullets as firecrackers and kill each other. You can imagine what those black-skinned basketball stars generally do when they get rich. The magical civilization in this world is very splendid, the nobles are elegant and smart, but the education level of the people at the bottom is not as good as that of Uncle Black. As we all know, productive forces determine production relations. The jagged queen coupled with centralized power is the most suitable administrative system for the IV Empire at present. However, the Queen of Eternal Night relied on force and the Commander-in-Chief's ability to take the route of conquest by force, then create an unprecedentedly vast land in the Green Vines Empire. At most, she is the female version of Genghis Khan, but she doesn't have a BT template. Even with the assistance of Angelina, the internal affairs ability is not satisfactory in the eyes of the Chinese people. It can only create external pressure to divert domestic conflicts, and the method is very crude. The Queen's economic policy is more simple and crude. Is the construction of wonders in China causing a financial shortage? Hit another big dog and move the treasury to fill the deficit. The foundation of New Arcane was successful, with the support of the Queen of Eternal Night, and temporarily shackled her violent tendencies. After fighting the Orc King's tent, there should be a period of recuperation, right? Then, the goal of the first stage of New Arcane doesn't need to discuss production relations, just liberates the productive forces first. That is how to start the magical industrial revolution through ideological innovation. I didn't stir up the magicians' enthusiasm for the debate from the first issue. The headline party attracted the magicians' attention, and then the Chenggu faction and the Arcane faction directly sprayed, "How can I mix traffic?" A smile appeared on Roger's mouth. The preface of the first issue must be full of firepower. Although something like the preface must be signed by the Eternal Night Queen, with her temper, some ghostwriters will only have fun, right? Roger wrote the preface title for the New Arcane. Learning magic can't save the Imperial people. Void, Chapter of Imbalance. On the top floor of the Mage Tower, there is a mirror in front of the Queen of Eternal Night, through which you can see extensive farmland. At her slowest speed, she solemnly chanted spells, made full gestures, and performed her latest revision of the Crazy Growth spell. The Queen of Eternal Night was concentrating on observing and recording the fluctuations of all the magic elements in the space, as well as the changes in the plants on the farmland. The paddy field, where the tip of the small buds had just poked out, began to grow wildly under the influence of magic until it grew to 5 times the height of normal rice, and only then did the flowers begin to bloom. Suddenly, the Queen of Eternal Night's eyelids jumped. Under the action of magic, this rice production is not fruit. Instead, there are dense eyes. She quickly looked away and snapped her fingers. Flames fell from the sky, and the farmland and the crops on it all burned. It was a bunch of plants, but at this moment, it kept making screams that were infiltrating people, making the Queen of Eternal Night feel uncomfortable. Finally, the farmland turned into scorched earth, and there was no more green. The Queen of Eternal Night sighed, lightly held her cheeks, and reflected on what she had done this afternoon. She couldn't help pouting. So annoying! A mere fertilizer actually stumped me? Fortunately, it was an attempt made in a room, otherwise, the bastard would hear and laugh at us. Handmade, right? In the morning, after arranging the research and development tasks of fertilizer, the Queen of Eternal Night was not idle. She wanted to try to use her powerful magic talent to overtake everyone and be the first to make fertilizer. As a result, the growth didn't progress, but the madness started. This magic will give birth to rice spirits. The Queen swiped lightly on the mirror and dragged it to the next blank farmland, but she didn't cast the spell for a long time. In the end, she buckled the mirror on the table and didn't shoot again. There is a sequence of hearings, and there is a specialization in the art industry. The research and development of this fertilizer should be handed over to a more suitable person. When it comes to strengthening a spell, the Queen of Eternal Night has always been a clever little ghost from the time of her apprenticeship, surpassing all her peers. Learn everything quickly, make everything better. She had also personally made a spectacle-level magic circle design. But now the reverse operation, the refined operation weakens a magic 10,000 times, she has no idea. Her magic control is S rank, but it seems that she can only manifest it while she is in combat and offense. Even if it doesn't work out, the Queen doesn't go to the horns. Anyway, as long as the secret method will produce results, I still have to write my name in the end. I am the boss, do you understand? After the completion of fertilizer, the 60-meter supergiant golem cannot be built for the time being, so let's put the 20-meter controllable golem project on the agenda first. In this way, my strength on the offensive end can be fully demonstrated. Shifting thinking from agricultural production to combat, the Queen of Eternal Night's thinking suddenly opened up, and many fantastic ideas were born. It is a good plan to increase combat power by having people drive the golem. The magic core of a golem is super expensive and clumsy. To build up the power output of the attribute pile and pile up the 8 shells of pure gold, it has combat value. If a golem of the same attribute is operated by a soldier who is proficient in martial arts, the reaction speed and operation accuracy can go up several steps directly. They can also cooperate to form battle formations. And referring to the combat system I overheard from Roger, this controllable golem can't only melee combat, but also can add artillery barrels for long-range strikes and add guided weapons for over-the-horizon strikes. With these golems, I, a member of the Green Vines Empire, am by no means weaker than humans. Golems control fate. Golems create freedom. You can also design a universal golem core responsible for control and power, with different weapons and mobile devices, so that the golem can deform and adapt to different battlefields. The Queen of Eternal Night has conceived many golems in her mind. She remembered that Roger said that the assembly line makes alchemy product parts and then assembles them. The more you do, the cheaper it will be, right? When our controllable golems form an army of 400 million people, even facing the frost giants, the Empire will be able to face it. From being a princess to becoming a queen, she is an out-and-out war madman, and she has the opportunity to go all the way to the enemy's crystal ruthlessness. Why waste time on diplomatic mediation for problems that can be solved in one battle? Roger's key plan to impressing the Queen of Eternal Night today was actually what he proposed called avoiding war, but he still had to fight. And it was a savage beating. If the gods could not bear the consequences of developing with the Green Vines Empire, we would naturally be safe. How can a war madman like the Queen of Eternal Night not like such a strategy? This is an exploding strategy that intensifies and resorts to military force. In the past, when she wanted to expand the army, she would be persuaded by Angelina's various good words to cut military spending. Facing the threat of the gods, the queen didn't know why she fought. Should they continue to stimulate the 7 gods to make them destroy the empire immediately, or should they accumulate strength to develop slowly and buy time for their development to fight in the later stage group? The Queen of Eternal Night has no idea of the two strategies, so she is undecided. At present, she is unable to resist Angelina's tenacious entanglement methods. In the past 3 years, she has gradually slowed down the pace of the Empire's war and chose the path of slow death in the later stage. After listening to the strategy given by Roger, the Queen of Eternal Night faces Angelina again, and she can confidently say that every time we attack externally, we are promoting peace through war. I didn't start a team without a brain. This action is supported by a strategic view of the overall situation. I am in the next game of peerless chess. Do not believe? Then ask your brother. Thinking of the grand occasion that the whole nation will be a soldier in the future, the Queen of Eternal Night couldn't help but have a big bright smile on her face. Ah, I'm standing up again. I didn't reward him for catching Joestar before, but this time I have to reward that kid Roger. The Queen of Eternal Night thought that she would be able to release her explosives soon, and it was pleasing to the eyes of a bastard like Roger. The only dissatisfaction is that the strength is too low. Imperial aristocrats are all men and women who think of fighting and screaming. There is no such thing as Roger. So far, he is not even a junior magician, and he looks like a little white face. It is said that he has activated the blessing of Nirvana now, has the blood of the phoenix, and should have a good affinity for fire magic elements, right? Well, it must be for the sake of the Empire to use up all the energy, so the meditation was delayed, and the strength was delayed. I have to find a way to make up for his sacrifices to the Empire. I can't let the hearts of loyal ministers be cold. The Queen of Eternal Night sent some information about the fire elemental plane that was mastered by the Secret Law Society. She pondered, anyway, making fertilizer by herself won't be of much help, so she can do some auxiliary work as she can. For example, refining a few fire element lords to make up for Roger Iching's weak body. The Ice Room. After Roger wrote the preface, he welcomed a long-awaited visitor. Joey Barton Jr. After the War Priest, Joestar was killed, and the officers who participated in the disguised operation of the Restoration Army also recovered their freedom and could return to the team. Little Joey has decided to follow Dio, so he submitted an application for discharge from the army. The order given by the military minister was to refuse little Joey to go to the city defense army and appear beside Dio. But she chose to retire, and she passed without encountering any obstacles. In this way, little Joey went to Charles' house first and was instructed by the store manager to come to the ice room. Roger meets little Joey in his new office. The sassy military girl changed into her regular clothes. Her appearance and figure were still dazzling, graceful, and beautiful. Roger said in a rather official manner, "Dio told me that he wants you to temporarily serve as my magic advisor and captain of the bodyguard. Are you willing to accept this job?" When little Joey heard Roger calling Dio by his first name, she thought it was a call only among friends, and she didn't reject this arrangement in her heart. Lord Dio must have had difficulties, so he couldn't let me follow him directly. The curve to save the nation is also acceptable. But she still asked carefully, working next to Lord Charles, "Can I see Lord Dio often?" Roger nodded, "Of course." "Then I'm willing to accept it." "Okay, then you need to make an oath of confidentiality first." "No problem." Little Joey had no doubts. Although Roger is young, he is a marquis, after all, the younger brother of the right minister. Although this manor doesn't know what work it is doing, the guards and servants are very professional and capable, and they are all professionals, which is not easy. Professionals are people with professional levels such as magicians, warriors, knights, etc., and their combat power, status, and income are completely different from ordinary people. Although in the game, most of the partners around the player and the enemies they face are professionals. But in this real world, professionals make up less than 1/10 of the total population. Therefore, professionals can be completely equivalent to elites. In a manner where even ordinary servants are professionals, even if the area is not particularly large, this level will not be below. So it's normal to have to make an oath of secrecy. Joining the military on a covert mission is usually accompanied by an oath of secrecy. As long as you're not undercover and don't have bad intentions, everyone won't resist this kind of thing. I, Joey Barton, promise not to reveal information about my time working here. Little Joey immediately took herself as the foundation and made an oath of secrecy. For a magician, this is a very effective constraint. If you break your oath, you will be turned into a crippled person by magic. But at this moment, she found that Roger handed over a piece of parchment with dense text. "Please use this oath." Little Joey looked at the parchment, which read Standard Oath of Secrecy 1.0. Compared with the general oath of secrecy by magicians, the contents of this parchment are detailed, and many methods that can bypass the oath to restrict the leakage of information are prohibited. This, Lord Charles is cautious. Little Joey sneered, feeling inexplicable. Is this guy not only Odo's famous trash brother but also has a persecutory delusional disorder? This oath was drafted by Dio, Roger added. Wow, Lord Dio is comprehensive and thinking about things. Little Joey's eyes glowed. Roger smiled mysteriously. He learned this from a certain senior traveler. In a world with magic, you don't know what might happen to the target of your disclosure. You must be more prudent and consider the possibility of failure more. Little Joey began to re-swear by the standard oath of secrecy 1.0. There is no unfair content that would hurt her, it's just too specific and verbose. After she finished reciting it all, it took 10 minutes, and her mouth was dry. Roger put away the parchment. He might use it for others in the future. Wait a minute, Dio has something to tell you. He got up, drew the curtains, and turned on the soundproof and anti-detection magic circle in this room. Little Joey frowned. Mr. Dio hasn't seen each other for the past 2 days, so he went to work underground? Immediately, she saw Roger turn around. It was already a face she had always dreamed of, and her voice became familiar. You are the only one other than your Majesty who knows this secret. Roger Charles is Dio Brando. Master Dio, this? A click. Little Joey was so shocked that she didn't know where to put it. The quill on the table was brought to the ground by her sleeve. The person you have always been happy with turned out to be a fake identity? His real identity is Odiu's notoriously trashy younger brother, a dummy who is said to only eat his sister's soft rice? No. Little Joey rejected his idea just now. Roger is Lord Dio. Doesn't it mean that Lord Dio's ability is Roger's ability? Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb I n.co/m. Your Majesty knows this. Does that mean that Roger was trusted by His Majesty and had to cooperate with her to complete some special tasks, so he was forced to be disguised as Dio? It's as if they were on a mission to pretend to be the Nationalist Army. Everyone is undercover. Little Joey thought she understood Roger's work. However, the amount of information was still too large, her head exploded, and she couldn't react to all of it. She asked incoherently, Master Dio, no, Master Roger, why are you telling me this secret now? Roger took off his mask and resumed his original voice, because you saved me and you want to follow me. I also need a trustworthy person by my side, and honesty is one of the foundations of trust. This is Her Majesty's arrangement? Little Joey asked excitedly. No, it's just my arrangement. Okay. Little Joey was a little disappointed. The Imperial people always longed to serve Her Majesty directly. Roger didn't fool the girl who had too much trust in him. I didn't want to deceive you, but I didn't know how you'll react when you learn the truth, so I forced you to make an oath of secrecy so that you have the freedom to choose. If you cannot accept that Dio is a liar, you are free to leave. I don't want to leave. Little Joey said without hesitation, I am attracted by the sparkle of your superior soul, so whether you are Dio or Roger, it is the same for me. I am willing to follow you. And... She lowered her voice and bit her lip. And what? Roger leaned forward unconsciously. Little Joey approached, the messy and hot breath sprayed on Roger's ears, and whispered like a gnat, and the real appearance of Lord Roger is even better. Huh? Roger was a little confused. Is this also the reason? This time, little Joey didn't hesitate like she did at the celebration banquet, but stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around Roger's neck. She told him with a hot kiss, that's enough reason. Your first kiss was this, little Joey. At the same time, a beautiful girl attacked the fire elemental plane and suddenly made a quick movement, faintly sensing something. Hee hee, is there a stupid fire element who wants to sneak attack on me? There's no chance. The magic energy gathers and the queen slays the quartet. Last night, in the military sanatorium in the mysterious capital, after little Joey heard that Joestar was killed, she immediately started packing. At this time, a girlfriend came to look for her. her superior in the Restoration Army. She had the best relationship after joining the army, and a comrade in arms who almost died in the trenches of the 17 Kingdoms, Montgomery Marie. This is a typical aristocratic beauty. The military's wind, frost, rain, and snow have not changed her morbidly pale complexion. She is slender, and her gestures are always just right. Unlike little Joey Barton, who was born in the Green Vines Kingdom, Montgomery's father was a minor noble from the 17 Kingdoms, but he had a great longing for the Green Vines Kingdom. After the country where she was located was annexed, her father sold the family's castle, took the initiative to move to the mysterious capital, turned to business, and finally succeeded in taking root in the center of the empire. Montgomery also volunteered to join the Imperial Army when she became an adult. Her family atmosphere and growth environment are much more complicated than that of little Joey. The imperial policy is to encourage the 17 countries' integration, but the people's xenophobia will always exist. The army seems simple, and Montgomery has also been treated unfairly because of her race. But Montgomery's emotional intelligence is very high, and her ability is also strong, and she has caught up with the action of pretending to be the Restoration Army, and her disadvantage has turned into an advantage, and she has become an important leader of the Restoration Army. She sees the opportunity this time, and her childhood dream of becoming a marshal is now within reach. But she felt that the biggest gain of this operation was not the promotion of military rank, but the acquaintance of Joey Patton Jr., a young colonel with infinite potential, simple-mindedness, and always a fire in her heart. In front of outsiders, Montgomery Marie is slick, sleek, and realistic, but she takes great care of little Joey and is the type that talks about everything. The relationship between the two girls is far more than ordinary comrades in arms. Montgomery felt that if she had a sister, she would be like little Joey. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. When little Joey wanted to be discharged from the army to follow Dio Brando, Montgomery tried to dissuade her, but she couldn't. At this time, after telling the news to her friend, she packed her bags excitedly, and Montgomery was in a complicated mood. Leaning on the door frame, she said angrily, "I regret that I was coaxing you at the celebration banquet." Little Joey turned her head and showed a confident smile. "When I get married, I will give you twice as much candies." Montgomery sighed in an exaggerated dramatic tone. "Wedding? Little Joey, do you want to go to the tiger's mouth? You have only met him once, and his attitude towards you that night was obvious to all. He was totally indifferent. That's why. Why do you want to give up the military merits and rank that you have fought for with your life on the line, and go guard him as a civilian?" "It was twice," little Joey corrected solemnly. "We met again in the nursing home, and we had a good chat." Her expression, as if she was picking up a treasure, almost made Montgomery bruised with anger. "Oh my God, you silly girl, he came to investigate the case and not specifically to see you. Can you remember this? He was so busy investigating the case, but he took the time to see me. Of course, I was moved." You're helpless." Montgomery took a deep breath to avoid her impulse of tying this girl into the basement. It's better to be cheap yourself than to be spoiled by that stinky man. She stepped forward and clamped little Joey's hand, preventing her from continuing to pack her luggage, and begged, "Little Joey, even if you like him, you can't be that sloppy. You don't have the backing of your family, you are in the army. A bright future is your biggest bargaining chip. Now you're going to give up all of this to fly into the flames for a man you don't know at all? I know that a woman who has been in love is scary. You won't listen to whatever I say, but you have to get your hands dirty. First, you need to know who he is and how he treats you. Isn't he the chief of the city defense now? You go to the city defense army to be his adjutant. After 3 months of work and dating, when it is confirmed that he loves you, not only getting discharged from the army to be his bodyguard, even if you get married and have children immediately, I will bless you. But not now. You will regret it later." Montgomery looked at little Joey with sadness and anger in her eyes. I also hate myself for not being a leader. Just a little idiot like this, playing with your wrists, but you should be able to see the full picture by now, right? Little Joey blinked her hazy eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered, and said with a funny voice, if outsiders see this, they must think that I was deceived by a scumbag, and you were so angry. Still laughing? Are you still laughing? You're a 21-year-old colonel, you just quit your position, how can you still be so calm? Montgomery was about to cry with anger, and she kept sighing, the world has changed, people are crazy, I don't know if you're stupid or I'm out of date, this is a colonel of the dignified empire? This is it? This is it? She remembered her bitter first love, and she thought she was stupid and didn't want to be able to afford it for the rest of her life. But compared to little Joey's efforts, she would be desperate if he didn't even hear a word of each other. She felt that she was in a big red robe and tea, and she was among the people. Little Joey put down her luggage, hugged Montgomery Marie, and pushed her slender body onto the bed. She curled up on her chest like a kitten. Her voice was well-behaved and as soft as a dream. You know that I am in command of the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry is very fierce, but it is also very stupid. Often, there is only one chance to attack in a battle. If you succeed, you will change your life and lay victory, but if you don't, you will fall into a mud pit. A living target. As for me, I consider myself to be a good heavy cavalry commander, I have been lucky enough to live until now, and my ability to seize opportunities is also good, so I am not a fool. Then you have been caught in Dio's black magic. Montgomery suddenly realized. Listen to me. We have different perspectives and see different things. Little Joey covered her mouth, I didn't expect him to fall in love with me after seeing me only 2 times, but now I guess he even took a liking to me. Can't I even talk about it? Even if I risked my life to save him once. Just like every heavy cavalry attack, I am just betting that he will like me in the future. And the fighter plane is fleeting, I cannot stabilize my hand. Every time I attack, I must go all out. Montgomery sat up abruptly, pressed her down again, and said fiercely, you are wrong. You are not short of people to chase, there is no need to stud on the garbage battlefield of Dio, what are you trying to do with him? Little Joey showed a smile, pure and a little idealistic, so beautiful that Montgomery Marie was thrilled, he looks like the heroes I longed for when I was a girl. You also experienced despair that night, he is a high-level magician but can go upstream. I was thinking at that time, such a man, as long as he doesn't die, he will shine brightly. If I don't seize it now, I will not have the slightest chance in the future. I am a colonel with a bright future, but I am only a colonel, even if I become a general, in the end, I'll still be just a crude woman. Compared to those real princesses and saints, their looks, temperament, talent, and knowledge, am I even a fire girl? Think about it, he's already a cabinet minister now, how many people will there be around him when he shows his edge and even you can see his goodness? Will I still have a chance? Montgomery was dazed, looking at this seemingly silly, yet wise little Joey. After a long time, she slowly said, what if you are wrong? If he dies in the middle of the journey, or disappears into the crowd? Little Joey also thought about it for a long time and said word by word. I'd rather be wrong than miss it. Montgomery sighed, hugged her best friend, gritted her teeth, and said, if he treats you badly, or fails you without knowing your efforts, I will tear him to pieces when I become a marshal. This is the conversation between little Joey and her best friend before walking into Yinbingswang. This is a simple, stubborn, incomprehensible, career-staking flash forward. Some encounters seem like fate. But how do you know that it wasn't someone's persistent expectation, 500 years of waiting, 1,000 years of planning, and a look back? The ice room. One is lacking in life experience. He has been taught by countless teachers. He thinks he is invincible in the world with all the knowledge he has accumulated, but, after subconsciously hugging that soft and warm body, his mind has gone blank. The other is a natural general, a king without a teacher, and after launching an attack, she goes all out to attack the city and conquer the land. So in the end, the man kept retreating until he was pushed against the wall by the woman, so he could only respond passively. After a long time their lips parted. Little Joey put away the claws that were hurting him and took a step back. Her eyes were bright and watery, and the corner of her mouth formed a narrow smile. According to regulations, subordinates are not allowed to smack their boss. So she launched a raid before she officially entered the job and seized the best opportunity. Just like the miraculous victories before, this time, it was Joey's on-the-spot performance that seized the fleeting opportunity, rather than deliberate planning. At that moment, she just felt that she could succeed if she went up to attack, and then she succeeded. Now that she has confirmed that Roger doesn't like same-sex, and he's not repulsed by her body, she feels that she can work here with confidence. She stood up and saluted, looking at Roger eagerly. Joey Patton, Jr., the magic advisor and captain of the bodyguards, reports to Lord Roger Charles. Roger touched his lips with complicated eyes. The little Joey just now was a little crazy. She just seems to be active, but in fact, she is just as jerky and unruly as him. At first, his lips hit her teeth several times, which caused him to still have some lingering pain. But this feeling of progressing together, finding a tacit understanding, and gradually getting better, is indeed much more wonderful than he realizing how are you so skilled? That kind of gap is sour when you think about it, no wonder it became a famous line. Welcome to the team. You'll perform your duties as a magic advisor first. Roger's eyes flickered a little, and he quickly assigned the task. He was afraid that little Joey would go crazy again. He was also afraid that he couldn't help but move on to the next chapter of anatomy. Just now, he was too passive. Little Joey controlled the rhythm from beginning to end. He was very motivated to find his way back and prove that he was a true man. I'll follow your orders. Little Joey bowed her head obediently and started sorting out the scattered documents and materials in the office according to Roger's instructions. The corners of her mouth were slightly proud. Fortunately, the boss is a little embarrassed, but not yet angry. Even if this kind of thing is a woman's disadvantage according to Montgomery's algorithm, she is still very proud. Roger's willingness to confess his identity shocked her, but after accepting it, she understood that it was a symbol of his trust and respect for her. There is no deception in this relationship, and I have full right to choose. The contrast between Dio and Roger's identities is too great, and little Joey never thought that these two identities are the same person. If Roger didn't say it, she didn't know how long it would have taken for her to notice. Knowing the truth now, and thinking about the conversation with Montgomery Marie last night, little Joey suddenly felt that this was God's reward for this wave of life gambling. The person he chooses to follow is not a commoner who has lost his luck, not a short-lived cabinet minister, but a real top noble in Odu, the Marquis of Stars who was personally rewarded by Her Majesty. Although there is the name of the trash younger brother, being chosen by Her Majesty as an undercover agent, the word trash must be just a disguise. Little Joey can't say that she loves the rich more than the poor, but she loves him and can harvest bread at the same time. After all, she is twice as happy, isn't she? Her only distress is that, because of the non-disclosure agreement, she cannot tell Montgomery about her surprise discovery. But at least she can tell the friend who cares about her that she didn't lose and she doesn't need to change. Elemental plane of fire. The fire elements of different types and levels in this world are bloody mildew today. Everyone was happily soaking in lava and singing, but they were robbed by a woman who suddenly appeared. After thousands of years of hard work, the pure magic power was accumulated, and it was harvested as a tonic. There are also powerful fire element lords trying to counterattack. They have fighting power equivalent to the legendary level of the Eternal Night world. There is also a home field advantage, and with his subordinates, he can fight against any legend. But, the Queen of Eternal Night is not a legend. She is a rank above the legendary beings, and she has already set foot in the realm of gods half a step, walking through the army formation of the Fire Element Lord. Looking at the smile on her lips, she seemed to be thanking the Lord for gathering monsters for her. A battle that is too disparate in strength can no longer be called a battle. It's like the eldest lady of some family who comes to experience life and pick strawberries. The ferocious fire elements are the bright red fruits. In this way, the Queen of Eternal Night fought 3,000 battles by herself. The dozens of blank magic crystals she carried with her were all filled with the purest fire magic. And there are windfalls. She hunted down a rare species of fire element lord, a special mutation called a Thousand Nights Candle Demon. Because it is too rare, it is also called the Thin Wax Demon. Ordinary elemental creatures are like a mass of chi, and after death, it is the energy that is constantly collapsing. And candle demons are different. They have a unique jelly-like body, which doesn't dissipate directly, but can burn slowly and release energy like a candle. The Queen of Eternal Night chased and killed them all the way. Although there were some twists and turns, she still managed to hunt them down smoothly. Back in Wanwei, she created a small magic space with the wreckage of the Thin Wax Demon as the core and injected the fire magic power she collected today, and it became a sustainable space that exceeded the concentration of fire magic power. This concentration is the holy place that fire-type beasts dream of. With Roger's high-level fire element affinity, there is no need to cultivate in this environment, and he can quickly accumulate magic power when in deep sleep. Let's call it Thin Wax Nest. I'm only good at strengthening, not weakening. The Queen of Eternal Night reduced her proud work to a space ring. After sensing it for a while, she found that Roger was still in the ice room, and she couldn't help feeling a little moved. Liping the little devil was finally inspired by me, and knows that he has to work hard. It's already late at night, and he's still taking his subordinates to rush the manuscript. The Queen was very pleased. She tore open the space and prepared to install the Thin Wax Nest in Roger's office in the ice room. He will certainly be super surprised and moved, right? There are dozens of orc tribes, large and small, in the Kambusak Desert west of the Green Vines Empire, among which the most powerful tribe is called the Orc King's Tent. The orcs of the Eternal Night world are not the rough men with green skin and tusks, and even women may have beards in the traditional Western fantasy world. They are more like humans with animal ears, tails, feathers, and other characteristics. The figure is not necessarily strong and thick. On the contrary, many are slender and beautiful types, and the proportion of handsome men and beautiful women is quite high. The rich hair color and pupil color are even more attractive to players than the Green Vines Empire dominated by Terrans. When the trailer of Forever Night is Hard to See was released, some netizens said that this product group used XP to play games. The artworkers of the game are quite understanding of people's hearts, especially in line with the aesthetics of Dachshund country. Players were first attracted by beautiful people and rich races, and slowly stir up the heat of the game. The production team also takes the ultra-high degree of freedom and sandbox world as the selling point, claiming that even the dice can be pinched, and all NPCs can freely attack and unlock unique plots and so on. But the more you play, the more you will feel that it is a semi-finished product. Indeed, the plot is rich and meaningful, and there are many terrible branches, but the degree of freedom is far from what the production team first claimed. Many cities are only half developed, not to mention that the ladies and sisters are beautiful in appearance, super well designed, and have a favorable degree system, but the overnight growth module seems to have not been made. When Roger, a strider, complained that there were too many possibilities in the real world and he couldn't grasp them, players on Earth were still waiting for DLC and mods. Sorry, it's too far. Go on with the orcs. The current Orc King's tent is called the Bell Tribe, which is located in the northernmost part of the desert, and most of the territory is in the extremely cold zone. The Bell Tribe is a devout believer in the goddess of war. Its ethnic characteristics are that it has 2 round ears and bear-like power. It likes to drink. When it drinks too much, it likes to shout the imperial sword and follow me. Joster, the war chief priest, is from the Bell people. At this time, the capital of the Bell tribe was Serena City. Palace, Side Hall. Her Highness Tasika Cassini, the most beloved daughter of today's chief, has a half-beast and half-dragon blood. Since yesterday, she has frequently met with people from all parties and had secret conversations with them, including but not limited to military spies, tribal ministers, well-known scholars, war goddess church priests, etc. Her father is still in his prime, and Tasika's behavior can be regarded as trespassing. However, because she has been active on the front line and has strong strength, no one has questioned her behavior. She has always been concerned about the hardships of the people's livelihood of the tribe. She has a greater reputation among nobles and civilians than her brothers. Everyone calls her Princess of Tequila. For the Bell people who are addicted to alcohol, adding a wine name before the title is a way for everyone to express their love. Just like Cassini too, who led the Bell tribe to become the king of orcs, although he didn't ascend the throne and become emperor, he was referred to as the Vodka Emperor by the people. Today's Princess Tasika is dressed in the traditional tribal officer dress, with a long sword with a wide handguard hanging around her waist and a scarlet cloak. She is beautiful, powerful, and majestic. Because of the strength of her mother's blood, she didn't show the characteristics of the Bell people. Instead, she had 2 black dragon horns and long silver hair. Her appearance was perfect and exquisite without any defects. Between the eyebrows, there is pressing pride and indifference. Look forward to your Highness's subsequent orders. The chief priest of the Goddess of War Church said goodbye to Tasika. To the chief priest. Tasika politely knocked down the back of the chair without meaning to get up. The maids in the hall were surprised to find that the chief priest, who was domineering and didn't even give the chief face, didn't protest because of her Highness's almost rude behavior. She did the courtesy of a subordinate and withdrew from the side hall. The chief priest was the last guest to have made an appointment today. After seeing him off, Tasika asked the ladies to step down. When she was the only one left in the temple, Tasika suddenly relaxed and angrily roasted, "It's tiring to be a princess." She threw off 2 shoes and lay on the chair with a golden knife. She didn't have the perfect aristocratic demeanor from before. Button your toes and smell. Oh, beautiful girls also have bad feet. The famous Princess of Tequila looked like a decadent middle-aged uncle. She's Tasika, but she's also old Joestar. The goddess of war kicked his soul out of the kingdom of God. He fell directly into the body of Princess Tasika, and the dove occupied the magpie's nest. The princess's soul, which could not compete with old Joestar, was suppressed in the depths of the ocean of consciousness and trembled. I can only watch him manipulate her body and make all kinds of outrageous operations. Fortunately, in front of people, he still maintained the appearance of a princess. From the perspective of the princess, Mr. Joestar, who appeared out of thin air, claimed to be the face of the goddess and the first running dog under the throne, who came to save the Bell tribe. Although this guy's tone is very serious, Tasika feels he is stronger than the church priests. She thinks he may have been ordered by the goddess of war. In particular, the chief priests of the church do have great respect for him. Therefore, as a devout believer, she doesn't have much will to resist. It's also my honor to offer my body to the goddess. 3. As a generation of Oldine Bai, old Joestar has strong intelligence analysis ability and soon has a deep understanding of the current world pattern. I can't imagine that so many things have happened on the human side during the years I've been imprisoned. The Queen of the Eternal Night. So strong, want to pa. The goddess sent him to stop the expansion of the Green Vines Empire. As for why he chose his daughter instead of being the chief of the Bell tribe, old Joestar also had a reasonable guess. There are more chiefs and tribal goddesses sacrificed together. When the blood and hatred arouse the hostility of the orcs toward the Green Vines Empire, we can take this opportunity to start the unification process of all tribes. In the face of the unified Green Vines Empire, a plate of scattered sand orc tribes must be broken at the touch of one touch. The older generation will die soon. Princess Tasika, who has a good reputation, has become a very good successor. Queen versus queen, isn't it nice? Joestar can accept becoming a little girl. As a more sinister Lao Tzu, he doesn't care about gender issues at all. In addition to the goddess's strategic goal, he also made efforts to understand Joestar's death. A war priest died in a foreign country, and the church has quite detailed records. Old Joestar wrote down the names Alvin Rommel Jr. and Roger Charles. The real queen of the eternal night can't move and will be ignored for the time being. Although the father and son didn't get along for a long time, they were also their children. They were slaughtered like this. He had no face. They are all good young people. It's a pity to meet me. Old Joestar smiled sadly. The real Tasika in the deep ocean of consciousness has a helpless and distressed face. Don't use my face to make such an expression. It's disgusting. At midnight, the city of mysteries. The Queen of the Eternal Night appeared in the open space outside the main building of the ice room. Looking at the light in Roger's office, she showed a happy smile. Roger Eiching is so diligent that I can't slack off. I won't go back tonight. It's time to review the government affairs. 2 days later, when the expeditionary army arrived in the Kambusak Desert and fought with the orcs, she would have no time for internal affairs. Thinking of another war, the Queen of Eternal Night's mood at the moment is flying like a child of more than 200 kilograms who is about to go on a spring outing. She went to the small building, ready to install the thin wax nest as soon as possible, have some fun with the boy, and then begin to work. In the small building, Roger and little Joey are discussing the topic of the inaugural issue of the new Arcane. He doesn't know whether some actors have read the script all night, but according to their enthusiasm at the moment, they can discuss the magazine catalog all night. It's just sitting a little close. In addition to the phased progress, Roger also realized the joy of Lord Way's "Kiss Your Mouth When You're Done." Therefore, in addition to the sound of reading materials, the office will occasionally sound some strange sounds of liquid exchange. In the dead of night, a lonely man and woman are doing some intensive training to improve their tacit understanding and cooperation. Is there something wrong? Roger deeply criticized that a beautiful, clever, and intelligent subordinate like little Joey made the job damn sweet. Little Joey Patton can become a general in the future. Although she claims to be a good gambler all the way, she still has a strategic vision. After listening to Roger explain the core idea of the new arcane, she immediately realized that it is beneficial for the country and the people to apply magic to production, then open the road of industrialization and strengthen the army after improving the comprehensive national strength. Of course, in her current state, even if Roger said today's moon was square, she would nod and answer it's angular. But it is undeniable that little Joey helped Roger a lot. She is an Orthodox graduate of the Imperial College of Magic. She is not only a powerful mage but also a very rigid and rigorous person. She knows the attitude and views of the traditional Dharma masters of the Empire very well. Naturally, they also know better than the walkers how to provoke their anger and create opposition between the arcane school and the ancient school. Roger certainly hoped to attract the attention of more magicians and let them all participate in the process of arguing and clarifying the truth. Little Joey couldn't help feeling that Roger came up with this way to attract attention. It was terrible. The imperialists who have not experienced the test of information cocoon room and XX confrontation, she's afraid they will tremble and cry when they first see this routine. This inexplicably gave her a feeling of doing bad things with Roger. Bah, it is a sense of mission and responsibility to move forward with a heavy load and open a new era for the Empire. The two finally agreed that the inaugural issue of New Arcane is divided into 3 main boards and one interesting board. The Light of the Empire discusses how magic can be better applied in all aspects of building the Green Vines Empire, improving agricultural and industrial strength, basic combat effectiveness, etc. Arcane Frontier, corresponding to the theoretical science on Earth, invites the big guys to share their experience on the mystery of the peak of magic, and publishes the research on magic theory by the Secret Dharma Association and the Imperial College of Magic, to guide the development of magic more deeply. Top of Magic, corresponding to the applied science of the Earth. Record the most peak mage duels and share actual combat skills, whether it's personal combat, military skills on the battlefield, or new alchemy inventions. As long as the original content is novel enough, it can be published here. Little Joey estimated that this section will become the initial driving force for magicians to subscribe to the New Arcane. In addition to the 3 main sections, there is a fun section, filled with content according to the actual content of each issue, including the development history of magic, anecdotes, magician jokes, and even beautiful illustrations and magic photography. Although this is a very serious magazine, Roger was born in an era of entertainment to death. He believes that being serious will undoubtedly die, and insists on adding some interest to the new arcane art. Roger handled the Light of the Empire by himself. The remaining 3 sections need to be filled with manuscripts and hired by professional editors to review, typeset, and verify. After all, he doesn't know magic. At this time, little Joey's contacts in the military and the Imperial Academy of Magic played a very important role. With the blessing of the Eternal Night Order, won't there be too many problems in this process? The author who fishes again dare not delay the draft of the Queen of Eternal Night? The 2 of them have also made the work plan for the next stage. It's so late. Go home and have a rest. If you need it, you can take a day off tomorrow. Taking a day off means that you have a full day off and can choose the holiday time freely within 3 months. Roger saw little Joey showing a confused expression and explained the concept of compensatory leave to her. He lay flat on his own. Naturally, there is no reason to exploit his subordinates for unpaid overtime. However, sometimes work is time-limited, and it is inevitable to extend working hours. So adjust flexibly. Roger decided that the magazine could work overtime, but if he worked overtime for a few hours, he would have to wait for a long vacation, plus 3 times his salary. Employees who are willing to work extra should be compensated enough to mobilize their enthusiasm. Thank you, President. You are the most generous and kind boss. Little Joey smiled sweetly and then showed an embarrassed expression, but I have another problem. What's the problem? I've retired from the army. I don't have a place to live in Austria. Is it so late that the intermediary doesn't work? She's not lying. When she came out of the military sanatorium, she went directly to Charles's house, and then came here to operate, and worked inexplicably late into the night. I thought I could fish or date on the first day. As a result, until this minute ago, she didn't think about living in Ordu after she retired from the army. Of course, inns and hotels can always solve tonight, but it's also a good choice to follow up and consolidate the results. Roger was not entirely a wooden man. He noticed the cunning in the bottom of little Joey's eyes and coughed. Well, there are a lot of empty rooms in the ice room. I call the housekeeper over. Well, don't bother him too late. Let me help you decorate it. Thank you very much, President. Little Joey couldn't help but take his arm, and the 2 were ready to leave the office like conjoined babies. People who have just entered the state of love are reluctant to part for a second. The two were about to open the door when they found that the door of the office had opened itself. Outside the door is the Queen of the Eternal Night in the right mood, with a faint smile on her mouth. Just the eyes like the sea suddenly became deep. Inside the door were Roger and little Joey, who were close together. Little Joey looked up at Roger with his reflection in her eyes. "See, Your Majesty." The two didn't expect the Queen of Eternal Night to be here and saluted quickly. "No, the broomstar turns into a pickpocket. Why don't you come to inspect the work when it's time? Isn't that inhuman?" The smile on the corner of the Queen's mouth is more and more difficult to understand. From then on, I don't know who the pair of quiet eyes in front of the volcano is. Chapter 65. Your Majesty has arrived at the ice room. There are dozens of orc tribes, large and small, in the Kambusak Desert west of the Green Vines Empire, among which the most powerful tribe is called the Orc King's Tent. The orcs of the Eternal Night world are not the rough men with green skin and tusks, and even women may have beards in the traditional Western fantasy world. They are more like humans with animal ears, tails, feathers, and other characteristics. The figure is not necessarily strong and thick. On the contrary, many are slender and beautiful types, and the proportion of handsome men and beautiful women is quite high. The rich hair color and pupil color are even more attractive to players than the Green Vines Empire dominated by Terrans. When the trailer of Forever Night is Hard to See was released, some netizens said that this product group used XP to play games. The art workers of the game are quite understanding of people's hearts, especially in line with the aesthetics of Dachshund country. Players were first attracted by beautiful people and rich races, and slowly stir up the heat of the game. The production team also takes the ultra-high degree of freedom and sandbox world as the selling point, claiming that even the dice can be pinched, and all NPCs can freely attack and unlock the unique plot and so on. But the more you play, the more you will feel that it is a semi-finished product. Indeed, the plot is rich and meaningful, and there are many terrible branches, but the degree of freedom is far from what the production team first claimed. Many cities are only half developed, not to mention that the ladies and sisters are beautiful in appearance, super well designed, and have a favorable degree system, but the overnight growth module seems to have not been made. When Roger, a strider, complained that there were too many possibilities in the real world and he couldn't grasp them, players on Earth were still waiting for the DLC and mod. "Sorry, it's too far. Go on with the orcs." The current Orc King's Tent is called the Bell Tribe, which is located in the northernmost part of the desert, and most of the territory is in the extremely cold zone. The Bell Tribe is a devout believer in the goddess of war. Its ethnic characteristics are that it has 2 round ears and bear-like power. It likes to drink. When it drinks too much, it likes to shout the imperial sword and follow me. Joster, the war chief priest, is from the Bell people. At this time, the capital of the Bell tribe was Serena City. Palace, Side Hall. Her Highness Tasika Cassini, the most beloved daughter of today's chief, has a half-beast and half-dragon blood. Since yesterday, she has frequently met with people from all parties and had secret conversations with them, including but not limited to military spies, tribal ministers, well-known scholars, war goddess church priests, etc. Her father is still in his prime, and Tasika's behavior can be regarded as trespassing. However, because she has been active on the front line and had great strength, no one has questioned her behavior. She has always been concerned about the hardships of the people's livelihood of the tribe. She has a greater reputation among nobles and civilians than her brothers. Everyone calls her Princess of Tequila. For the Bell people who are addicted to alcohol, adding a wine name before the title is a way for everyone to express their love. Just like Cassini too, who led the Bell tribe to become the king of orcs, although he didn't ascend the throne and become emperor, he was referred to as the Vodka Emperor by the people. Today's Princess Tasika is dressed in the traditional tribal officer dress, with a long sword with a wide handguard hanging around her waist and a scarlet cloak. She is beautiful, powerful, and majestic. Because of the strength of her mother's blood, she didn't show the characteristics of the Bell people. Instead, she had 2 black dragon horns and long silver hair. Her appearance was perfect and exquisite without any defects. Between the eyebrows, there is a mix of pride and indifference. Look forward to your Highness's subsequent orders. The chief priest of the Goddess of War Church said goodbye to Tasika. To the chief priest. Tasika politely knocked down the back of the chair without meaning to get up. The maids in the hall were surprised to find that the chief priest, who was domineering and didn't even give the chief face, didn't protest against His Highness's almost rude behavior. She did the courtesy of a subordinate and withdrew from the side hall. The chief priest was the last guest to make an appointment today. After seeing him off, Tasika asked the ladies to step down. When she was the only one left in the temple, Tasika suddenly relaxed and angrily roasted, "It's tiring to be a princess." She threw off 2 shoes and lay on the chair with a golden knife. You didn't have the perfect aristocratic demeanor before. Button your toes and smell. Oh, beautiful girls also have bad feet. The famous princess of Tequila looked like a decadent middle-aged uncle. She's Tasika, but she's also old Joestar. The Goddess of War kicked his soul out of the kingdom of God. He fell directly into the body of Princess Tasika, and the dove occupied the magpie's nest. The princess's soul, which could not compete with old Joestar, was suppressed in the depths of the ocean of consciousness and trembled. I can only watch him manipulate his body and make all kinds of outrageous movements. Fortunately, in front of people, he still maintained the appearance of a princess. From the perspective of the princess, Mr. Joestar, who appeared out of thin air, claimed to be the face of the goddess and the first running dog under the throne, who came to save the Bell tribe. Although this guy's tone is very serious, Tasika feels he is stronger than the church priests. She thinks he may have been ordered by the Goddess of War. In particular, the chief priests of the church do have great respect for him. Therefore, as a devout believer, she doesn't have much will to resist. It's also my honor to offer my body to the goddess. 3. As a generation of Oldine Bai, old Joestar has strong intelligence analysis ability and soon has a deep understanding of the current world pattern. I can't imagine that so many things have happened on the human side during the years I've been imprisoned. The Queen of the Eternal Night. So strong, want to pa. The goddess sent him to stop the further expansion of the Green Vines Empire. As for why he chose his daughter instead of being the chief of the Bell tribe, old Joestar also had a reasonable guess. There are more chiefs and tribal goddesses sacrificed together. When the blood and hatred arouse the hostility of the orcs toward the Green Vines Empire, we can take this opportunity to start the unification process of all tribes. In the face of the unified Green Vines Empire, a plate of scattered sand orc tribes must be broken at the touch of one touch. The older generation will die soon. Princess Tasika, who has a good reputation, has become a very good successor. Queen versus queen, isn't it nice? Joestar can accept becoming a little girl. As a more sinister Lao Tzu, he doesn't care about gender issues at all. In addition to the goddess's strategic goal, he also made efforts to understand Joestar's death. A war priest died in a foreign country, and the church has quite detailed records. Old Joestar wrote down the names Alvin Rommel Jr. and Roger Charles. The real Queen of the Eternal Night can't move and will be ignored for the time being. Although the father and son didn't get along for a long time, they were also their children. They were slaughtered like this. He had no face. They are all good young people. It's a pity they have met me. Old Joestar smiled sadly. The real Tasika in the deep ocean of consciousness has a helpless and distressed face. Don't use my face to make such an expression. It's disgusting. At midnight, the city of mysteries. The Queen of the Eternal Night appeared in the open space outside the main building of the ice room. Looking at the light in Roger's office, she showed a happy smile. Roger Eiching is so diligent that I can't slack off. I won't go back tonight. It's time to review the government affairs. 2 days later, when the Expeditionary Army arrived in the Kambusak Desert and fought with the orcs, she would have no time for internal affairs. Thinking of another war, the Queen of Eternal Night's mood at the moment is flying like a child of more than 200 kilograms who is about to go on a spring outing. She went to the small building, ready to install the thin wax nest as soon as possible, have some fun with the boy, and then begin to work. In the small building, Roger and little Joey are discussing the topic of the inaugural issue of the new Arcane. He doesn't know whether some actors have read the script all night, but according to their enthusiasm at the moment, they can discuss the magazine catalog all night. It's just sitting a little close. In addition to the phased progress, Roger also realized the joy of Lord Way's kiss your mouth when you're done. Therefore, in addition to the sound of reading materials, the office will occasionally sound some strange sounds of liquid exchange. In the dead of night, a lonely man and woman are doing some intensive training to improve their tacit understanding and cooperation. Is there something wrong? Roger deeply criticized that a beautiful, clever, and intelligent subordinate like little Joey made the job damn sweet. Little Joey Patton can become a general in the future. Although she claims to be a good gambler all the way, she still has a strategic vision. After listening to Roger explain the core idea of the new arcane, she immediately realized that it is beneficial for the country and the people to apply magic to production, then open the road of industrialization and strengthen the army after improving the comprehensive national strength. Of course, in her current state, even if Roger said today's moon was square, she would nod and answer it's angular. But it is undeniable that little Joey helped Roger a lot. She is an Orthodox graduate of the Imperial College of Magic. She is not only a powerful mage but also a very rigid and rigorous person. She knows the attitude and views of the traditional Dharma masters of the Empire very well. Naturally, they also know better than the walkers how to provoke their anger and create opposition between the arcane school and the ancient school. Roger certainly hoped to attract the attention of more magicians and let them all participate in the process of arguing and clarifying the truth. Little Joey couldn't help feeling that Roger came up with this way to attract attention. It was terrible. The imperialists who have not experienced the test of information cocoon room and XX confrontation, she's afraid they will tremble and cry when they first see this routine. This gave her an inexplicably feeling of doing bad things with Roger. Bah, it is a sense of mission and responsibility to move forward with a heavy load and open a new era for the Empire. The two finally agreed that the inaugural issue of New Arcane is divided into 3 main sections and 1 interest-fueled section. The Light of the Empire discusses how magic can be better applied in all aspects of building the Green Vines Empire, improving agricultural and industrial strength, basic combat effectiveness, etc. Arcane Frontier, corresponding to the theoretical science on Earth, invites the big guys to share their experience on the mystery of the peak of magic, and publishes the research on magic theory by the Secret Dharma Association and the Imperial College of Magic, to guide the development of magic more deeply. Top of Magic, corresponding to the applied science of the Earth. Record the most peak mage duels and share actual combat skills, whether it's personal combat, military skills on the battlefield, or new alchemy inventions. As long as the original content is novel enough, it can be published here. Little Joey estimated that this section will become the initial driving force for magicians to subscribe to the new arcane. In addition to the 3 main sections, there is a fun section, filled with content according to the actual content of each issue, including the development history of magic, anecdotes, magician jokes, and even beautiful illustrations and magic photography. Although this is a very serious magazine, Roger was born in an era of entertainment to death. He believes that being serious will undoubtedly die, and insists on adding some interest to the new arcane art. Roger handled the light of the Empire by himself. The remaining 3 sections need to be filled with manuscripts and hired by professional editors to review, typeset, and verify. After all, he doesn't know magic. At this time, little Joey's contacts in the military and the Imperial Academy of Magic played a very important role. With the blessing of the Eternal Night Order, won't there be too many problems in this process? The author who fishes again dare not delay the draft of the Queen of Eternal Night? The 2 of them have also made the work plan for the next stage. It's so late. Go home and have a rest. If you need it, you can take a day off tomorrow. Taking a day off means that you have a full day off and can choose the holiday time freely within 3 months. Roger saw little Joey showing a confused expression and explained the concept of compensatory leave to her. He lay flat on his own. Naturally, there is no reason to exploit his subordinates for unpaid overtime. However, sometimes work is time-limited, and it is inevitable to extend working hours. So adjust flexibly. Roger decided that the magazine could work overtime, but if he worked overtime for a few hours, he would have to wait for a long vacation, plus 3 times his salary. Employees who are willing to work extra should be compensated enough to mobilize their enthusiasm. Thank you, President. You are the most generous and kind boss. Little Joey smiled sweetly and then showed an embarrassed expression, but I have another problem. What's the problem? I've retired from the army. I don't have a place to live in Austria. Is it so late that the intermediary doesn't work? She's not lying. When she came out of the military sanatorium, she went directly to Charles's house, and then came here to operate, and worked inexplicably late into the night. I thought I could fish or date on the first day. As a result, until this minute ago, she didn't think about living in Ordu after she retired from the army. Of course, inns and hotels can always solve tonight, but it's also a good choice to follow up and consolidate the results. Roger was not entirely a wooden man. He noticed the cunningness in little Joey's eyes and coughed. Well, there are a lot of empty rooms in the ice room. I call the housekeeper. Well, don't bother him too late. Let me help you decorate it. Thank you very much, President. Little Joey couldn't help but take his arm, and the 2 were ready to leave the office like conjoined babies. People who have just entered the state of love are reluctant to part for a second. The 2 were about to open the door when they found that the door of the office had opened itself. Outside the door is the Queen of the Eternal Night in the right mood, with a faint smile on her mouth. Just the eyes like the sea suddenly became deep. Inside the door were Roger and little Joey, who were close together. Little Joey looked up at Roger with his reflection in her eyes. See, Your Majesty. The 2 didn't expect the Queen of Eternal Night to be here and saluted quickly. No, the broom-star turns into a pickpocket. Why don't you come to inspect the work when it's time? Isn't that inhuman? The smile on the corner of the Queen's mouth is more and more difficult to understand. From then on, I don't know who the pair of quiet eyes in front of the volcano is. This is the first time that little Joey has seen the Queen of Eternal Night. But the new generation of the Empire grew up looking at the portraits and statues of the Empress, and could recognize her at a glance. The Supreme Magic Project is on track. It was right to follow Lord Roger. Right now she's working for a great cause. The Queen has her eyes on us. Late at night, why didn't the Queen go to bed and came to the ice room? That must be for the new arcane. As one of the people involved with this magazine, little Joey is very proud, and her back is a little straighter. A pair of heavy-looking wheels that arrogantly despise the Empire swayed gently in front of the Queen of Eternal Night because of this action. The Queen's eyes gradually darkened. Are you showing off in front of me? As an imperial woman and a magician, little Joey Barton is inevitably a fan of the Queen of Eternal Night. As a fan, she can work for her idol. At the moment, she is immersed in the happiness of watching her queen's perfection, and her thinking ability is declining. A series of quick gambles about her career path had led her to hold a male god and meet the goddess who has been her dream all her life. I am a big winner in life. I was born a heavy cavalry commander. What's better than my fighter's intuition? Looking at the Queen of Eternal Night, little Joey was so excited that her brain was trembling. Portraits and statues simply could not represent 1/10 of the beauty of the Queen of Eternal Night. It was a completely unexpected meeting. Little Joey looked straight out of the door and couldn't steer her eyes away from her. Subconsciously, she kept staring at the Queen of Eternal Night for a few more glances. Hot and beautiful. How spicy. Hot temperament. What a hot figure. Her clothes also look hot on her. This is a perfect woman without any shortcomings, worthy of being my idol. God, look at her. Joey's ability to think is gradually lost, her fingertips are trembling, and her brain has gone haywire. After instinctively shouting "Welcome, Your Majesty," she stared at the Queen of Eternal Night. Then, she was elbowed quietly by Roger, and she quickly lowered her head. As subjects, we should remain humble in front of the Supreme Queen. Roger was used to the beauty of the Queen of Eternal Night, and her constantly haunting him. While he was pretending to be Dio, she would slip out of the vast crowd of people in the library. Meeting the Queen in this manner whenever she feels like it. What's the problem? The actions of these two people are deeply imprinted in the Queen of Eternal Night's eyes. It was a scene she had never imagined. It's kind of sudden. The Queen of Eternal Night is in a complicated mood. It's complex enough for her to cast a small-scale time stop. She needed a little time to calmly think and analyze the situation and examine her heart. If she acts recklessly, she will be ridiculed. She was scared of Roger's mockeries. She had never been ridiculed so much since her childhood. She was forced to learn to change space with time and become skilled. The question that the Queen of Eternal Night asked herself was why she felt bad when she saw these two people. Normally, it shouldn't be. You don't have to be humble, Roger. His politeness is fake. His inner small theater cracks jokes about the Queen every day. She kindly sent him a thin wax nest and helped him improve the strength of vegetables and chickens even though they can't even beat geese. Would he misunderstand that I came to review his work progress? It's too much to treat yourself as a potted dish. I always use people without hesitation. I don't need to doubt people, okay? If I entrust the new arcane project to you, I will never command you indiscriminately and increase your troubles, okay? But when Roger mocked her, she would get angry, not uncomfortable, and she was even getting a little used to it. Without this tolerance, the boy would have been grilled bacon by now. So Roger should have nothing to do with her inner turmoil? The Queen ruled out this possibility and looked at little Joey next. The girl looked reckless and impolite, but the excitement came from her heartfelt feelings. She was by no means like that Tybella woman with bad intentions, insidious cunning, and ulterior motives. Such a reaction is the usual reaction loyal imperial people have when they see their queen for the first time. Don't be rude, don't be rude. Therefore, according to her analysis, the behavior of the two officials is nothing out of the ordinary. What's wrong then? But I feel very uncomfortable and irritable as if something is squeezing my heart. There's a beautiful picture of two talented people in front of me. They are just young, but I only think this dazzling picture gives off a disgusting sour smell. Looking down at little Joey holding Roger's arm, she just wanted to tear the two lives apart, sending one into hell and the other into the abyss. They would never meet again in their life. However, I have not stipulated that love and affection are prohibited between imperial officials, and the combination of nobles and civilians doesn't violate the current green law. Naturally, she has no reason to beat Mandarin ducks. After the Queen of Eternal Night became the Emperor, she set a code of conduct for herself, to never punish her subjects unreasonably, so as not to become a tyrant. So after such an analysis, it seemed that she didn't understand anything, and the Queen was even angrier. She is angry. She shouldn't be angry for no reason. She can't find the reason behind her anger. In short, she is angry. A vicious circle. Mental explosion. The Queen gave herself another time stop. She is a person who can drill through the horns and think hard about things she doesn't understand. If Angelina was here and the Queen of Eternal Night was willing to listen, to be honest, her best friend would tell her. You are jealous because you like him and the jealousy is making you unhappy. And because you haven't expressed your love, there is no place where you can reasonably vent your unhappiness. Of course, you will be angry. However, being on the mountain, you can't see its shape. The Queen of Eternal Night doesn't know the feeling of liking someone, and even if she knew it, she wouldn't admit to it. Even if she admitted it inwardly, she wouldn't be able to tell Angelina. After all, pride is the essence of the Queen. So she is stuck in a dead circle. She not only has never liked a person, but she has also never lacked any material or spiritual rewards. So she knows what happiness, anger, sadness, worry, and curiosity are, but she has rarely experienced the taste of jealousy. She is just too excellent. When people around you can only look up to you, what can you be jealous of? Everything in the world seemed readily available to her. This seems to be an equivalent exchange. The flip side of gaining strength is that she has never experienced many of the emotions ordinary people feel. The Queen of Eternal Night never admits defeat and doesn't want to take a detour when she meets problems that can't be solved. After pushing aside all the troublesome facts in front of her, she started her final round of analysis. It's called forcing your way through. If you don't have a problem, the problem must lie with the two people in front of you. Little Joey is her crazy fan. As we all know, fans won't harm idols. It's not her fault. So, the main culprit is Roger, who committed the crime of laziness. He was so distraught that she personally came to check on his progress. He must have been lazy and didn't work, so he felt guilty. The second culprit is Roger, for committing the crime of deception. Contrary to what he vowed in the hall during the previous political discussion, he began to lie flat and fish again. I will be angry if I am cheated. It is unreasonable not to be angry. To sum it up, it can be proven that it is Roger's fault. As long as you make sure Roger didn't work, you will have a reasonable excuse to punish him. I'll feel better if I punish him. Let me expose the truth in front of little Joey and show her what kind of lazy boss he is. He betrays the trust given to him by the Queen every day and is not worth following. My poor, hoodwinked little fan. The time stop ended. Roger and little Joey just felt a strong magic wave. They didn't know that the Queen of Eternal Night had directed and performed a love war in her heart. Time is a more complex law than space. If it is well used, it will have a confusing impact on three-dimensional organisms. For example, the Queen thought it had been a long time, but for Roger, it was still the moment of opening the door. The Queen of Eternal Night walked nimbly into the office, looked around, and said casually, "The research and development of the secret Dharma Society has entered a formal stage. I'll take a look at your work, Roger. You can tell me in time if you have any difficulties or lack of manpower." Roger returned to himself. Women always like to quibble over details to suggest that they are holding a grudge and are very angry. However, men usually don't sense it. He just thinks she's talking about work. So Roger answered respectfully. The list of personnel and resources to be mobilized shall be sorted out and submitted to your Majesty's palace after dawn. Your Majesty pays more attention to the new arcane than I thought. I have to work harder. I knew. Probably. That would be good. What a pity. The Queen of Eternal Night was non-committal. Roger's delayed answer and the messy and negative speculations that followed were regarded by her as evidence of his failure to work hard today. You don't want to work hard if I'm not checking up on you, do you? Are you going to make up a list tomorrow morning and coax me over? If I let myself be fooled by you with such a clumsy routine, how can I be an everlasting emperor? Do your little act. I'll expose you right away. She took Roger's seat and picked up his work diary. Suddenly, the Queen felt that Roger's thoughts were gradually becoming more anxious, and his heart was a total mess. This state of being unable to read specific ideas can be simply summarized as: you see, he feels pressured. Guilty kid, have I caught a flaw? These are the emotional fluctuations that Roger will inevitably experience before publishing his work. Soundness is a manifestation of pessimism and lack of self-confidence. No matter how many successes he had in the past, before the new manuscript was recognized by the audience, Roger jumped repeatedly between two extreme states. My new video will dominate the list. I am always the best / I'm forced to do something. In this Schrodinger's case, he is like a pufferfish in the wind. Praise will make him inflate and a lousy comment will make him wither. What's more, the Queen of Eternal Night is not only the audience but also the Golden Mother of New Arcane, with veto rights. If Roger doesn't panic, can he still be called a creator? The Queen of Eternal Night opened his work log and first saw the directory structure of the New Arcane. The three main sections, the Light of the Empire, the Frontier of Arcane Art, and the Top of Magic, are planned reasonably and in detail. Moreover, many possibilities have been discussed for the topic selection direction of the inaugural issue. Even if someone pigeons, it can ensure that the content of the first issue is rich enough and eye-catching enough. In addition, entertainment sections are recording historical legends and interesting photography, which are also quite new. Seeing this, the Queen of Eternal Night couldn't help looking up and glancing at Roger. Is this the answer sheet he handed in less than a day? Even without my endorsement, the quality of this magazine alone can make enough magicians want to subscribe. Although it is only a directory now and it has not been filled in. But this structure alone is worth thousands of gold and has epic-making significance. After all, this will be the only newspaper on the market. The channels for everyone to obtain information are limited, and there are few means of entertainment. New Arcane takes both sides into account. Even if there is a big library where magicians can read all the classics accumulated by mankind, they are outdated. The most cutting-edge content, vague and inconclusive theories, usually can't be written into a book. But magazines are different. It is updated every month. Even if it is just a bud, a bold guess can be put in it. Maybe we'll find the answer in the next issue with the wisdom of everyone? The Queen of Eternal Night soon realized that the Light of the Empire was the recipe for the powerful country she wanted. It would incite the imperial magicians to consider the cost efficiency of scientific research and production. The other two main sections that are the Frontier of Arcane Art and the Top of Magic are to improve the overall level of imperial magicians and create a broad avenue for sharing experience, exchanging progress, discussing, and exploring magic mysteries together. Thinking about the virtuous circle which will be formed after the release of the new arcane, and the changes it will bring to the whole empire, the Queen of Eternal Night ignored the small emotions in her heart. She has childish emotions, but more than anything, she is still an emperor with an empire in mind. In front of her eyes, the Imperial Magician showed his wisdom and constantly put forward new ideas to break through the magic boundaries. If anyone hasn't been shocked by magic, he doesn't understand it at all. Magic power is discontinuous. The result of magic is inevitable. Octave, the god of magic, doesn't roll dice. Dean Hall, don't command what the god of magic should do. Thinking of such a picture scroll, the Queen of Eternal Night lit up. Following this work log, the schedule of soliciting, organizing, and publishing has been arranged. As long as it is executed in turn, the new arcane will be born smoothly. This is enough to show that Roger had worked overtime here. He is working hard, and his efficiency is higher than the Queen of Eternal Night imagined. More importantly, the answer sheet made the Queen of Eternal Night feel surprised and happy since it was far more beneficial than what he had talked about before. She put down the work log and couldn't help but show suspicion. Roger, this plan is so wonderful. Why didn't you want me to see it before? Roger said with a wry smile, it's just the draft listed in a hurry, without modification and refinement. I'm afraid it will dirty your Majesty's eyes. Roger, excessive modesty is pride. Who advised me not to try to answer everything before? And said that life is a full-time game? Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. The Queen of Eternal Night laughed, knocked on the table, and said, the new arcane will keep the direction you believe in and continue. Thank you for your trust. Roger is sincere. Little Joey next to him is naturally very happy. The work I participated in has been recognized by the Queen. The Queen of Eternal Night gave them a few words of praise and encouragement. After that, she learned that little Joey had just retired from the army and had no residence in Austria. Just now they were going to prepare a room. Don't bother so much. Miss Patton can go back to the palace with me tonight to rest. We'll continue to discuss your thoughts about the top of magic. I'll show you the secret Dharma meeting tomorrow. Would you like to attend? Of course, I will. Thank you for your grace. Little Joey agreed without hesitation and was so surprised that she almost fainted. Can I go to the Queen's bedroom? Will the Queen personally take me to the secret Dharma meeting? How can I be so valued by your Majesty? It must be all because of Lord Roger's influence and the new arcane art. She completely forgot what she had to do with her male god before. She was just excited to go to Fonling Moon Shadow Palace next. The Queen of Eternal Night was naturally delighted, and the uncomfortable feeling squeezing her heart disappeared. I didn't punish the innocent officials. This is an affirmation of their work and a reward for their efforts. I'm the greatest emperor of all times. Roger was also pleased at first. He felt sorry that Joey chose to leave the army to follow him. This time, if you can get the appreciation of the Queen, you may regard it as a good harvest despite your loss, and you won't feel like you're wasting your time. Until the Queen of Eternal Night teleported away with little Joey. Roger just recovered from the excitement that the Queen of Eternal Night recognized the new arcane. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. When the night wind blew through his lonely figure, Roger suddenly reacted. Hey, where's my girlfriend? My hot girlfriend suddenly disappeared? You don't need to interfere with someone's physiological hygiene. Roger was so sad and angry that he felt like a lonely old man abandoned by the world. A Shura stadium where no one was injured. It's halftime. 3 days later. Roger and little Joey were busy working separately for the new arcane. While they are clearly in the same city, it feels like they are in a long-distance relationship, and they have almost no alone time. Roger recruited an editorial team to review, revise and arrange the printing and distribution channels of the Ice Room. Several old consultants who edited the history of the empire also came, and they were responsible for filling in the interesting section of the new arcane. Nowadays, the interesting content that will definitely attract the attention of the imperial people and make them hooked is naturally interesting stories about the Queen of Eternal Night. These historical consultants who have compiled Volume 10 of the History of the Empire will write a dramatic novel about the rise of the Queen of Eternal Night in the magic world based on historical datas, and then serialize it in the new arcane. The name of the first episode has been decided. It will be called The Queen of the Night and the Sorcerer's Stone. Little Joey took several assistants to and from the Secret Law Society, the Imperial College of Magic, the Southern Magic Alliance, and other places, holding the Eternal Night Order to urge those knowledgeable magicians to complete the manuscript as soon as possible. That way, another 7 days passed. After publicly announcing that Major General Rommel had led 5 armies into the Kambusak Desert and was about to go to war with the Orc tribe, the Queen of Eternal Night didn't end her speech but took out a thin booklet. She introduced it with a smile. This is a magazine. It can be seen as a monthly Long Live the Queen. It's called the New Arcane. Foamling Moon Shadow Palace. The Queen of Eternal Night finished broadcasting to the whole city, looked at Roger who was waiting outside the formation and asked if there was anything else to add. Roger shook his head. Your Majesty played quite perfectly. The Queen of Eternal Night listened to his heart carefully and found that he truly meant it. She couldn't get used to it. Although New Arcane was announced to the public, she followed Roger's suggestion and didn't introduce it too much, and just said that it was a platform specially prepared for magicians to explore more possibilities for magic. Then she talked about the unique subscription method developed by the Queen of Eternal Night for New Arcane. And that's about it. There are a lot of things to promote and brag about, bastard. They have been and still are working so hard on this magazine, but she couldn't properly promote it, show off in public. This made the Queen of Eternal Night a little frustrated. Even if there was no competition to beat, she thought she should have cast a magic projection during the New Arcane press conference and explain all the advantages of the magazine. Then they could have hosted some promotional events and lottery activities to stimulate sales enthusiasm. Wasn't this the perfect plan? But Roger threw her a mysterious line called frigid style and made her introduce it in a super vague way. She was very worried that despite her appeal, it would not be enough to boost sales. After all, many of the ideas in the New Arcane are far beyond the times. What if the magicians don't adhere to it? What if they oppose me? What if my attempt fails in the end? Even if she doesn't rule the entire world, when the whole army is on the line, there is still an element of gambling. Also because she is a king, she has worries and hesitations, and her heart is full of unease, but she can't talk about it to her courtiers, right? She just saw that there were only a few hundred magazines piled up like a hill in the center of the hall, and only half of them were gone after a long time, and she couldn't help showing a worried look. To release New Arcane, the Queen of Eternal Night superimposed a point-to-point item transmission array system based on the city's defense formation in the mysterious city. A magician only needs to prepare 5 gold coins and recite a specific spell on them, and then he can receive the latest New Arcane. The experience is a lot like online shopping on Earth. Click on the link, spell, pay online, and have it delivered to your door. Thanks to the existence of the item transfer array, the timeliness far exceeds the logistics of the Earth. Of course, the price of 5 gold coins, including shipping, is ridiculously high. According to the original idea of the Queen of Eternal Night, anyway, the Empire is not short of money now, and they could have given away the first issue for free too. But it was rejected by Roger. He is very confident in the New Arcane and insists that there is no need to attract users by giving it away for free. After the follow-up arrangements are launched, the Imperial magicians will definitely see the charm of this magazine. They must get accustomed to the value of knowledge and develop the habit of paying for the ideas it subsequently gives them. A few twists and turns are still necessary. Of course, the current scene is not good. After the most fanatical magicians with good money had bought the new arcane promoted by the Queen of Eternal Night, there had been fewer and fewer magicians willing to buy it. Now it's down to a few books a minute, and it's even getting slower. They prepared 50,000 copies of the inaugural issue, but only 500 copies have been sold until now. This gap is too great. No wonder the Queen of Eternal Night is not calm. After waiting for another 10 minutes, only 3 copies of the new arcane were sold, and so the Queen of Eternal Night decided to chat with Roger. She coughed, pointed to the hill in the center of the hall, and asked, "Roger, why don't you give this first issue of New Arcane for free?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Aedu was not built in a day, and a new era cannot come in a day. Let's let the sales fly for a while." Roger bowed. Interesting, does Her Majesty also have moments of timidity? Her worried little expression is really cute. The Queen of Eternal Night suddenly raised her eyebrows. "I'm not cute, I'm a domineering female boss, okay? I'm just worried that you messed up and ruined the good new arcane. If all your hard work is in vain, the people who will not lose to you in co-authoring will be the ones who will show up in front of me, right?" The Queen said irritably, "If New Arcane doesn't sell and doesn't attract the attention of the magicians, I will throw you into a thin wax nest and bake you for a month." That night, the Queen of Eternal Night only thought about how to separate Roger from little Joey without violating her principles. As a result, she forgot her original purpose of going to the ice room. After she left, the Queen of Eternal Night had changed her mind. Instead of placing the thin wax nest in the ice room, she installed it in Charles' house. Her thinking at that time was infinitely optimistic. If the new arcane developed smoothly, the scale of the magazine would expand, and the boss would stay in the office every day to work. What if there were a female employee who couldn't wait and wanted to take a shortcut? How about an appointment to read the manuscript overnight? "I can't accept it." So, she decided to let this kid go home on time after work to avoid images that are not suitable for children. Of course, the Queen of Eternal Night explained to herself that, when the Empire was fighting against the gods, how could he be distracted by those messy things? The Empire and I only have 10 more years. You have to serve me wholeheartedly for the benefit of the country and the people. So I urge my subjects to focus on self-improvement. There is nothing wrong with it. This is what a good emperor with positive energy should do. This kind of thoughts were hidden behind her gift, but Roger was naturally very grateful to the dignified queen for the effect of the thin wax nest. Thanks to the talent of the Phoenix bloodline, in the high-concentration fire magic environment, he not only can automatically accumulate magic power without meditation but also feels very comfortable. Just like the diced watermelon in the hot summer, the small hot pot in the cold winter, the pixie had returned to its pokeball, not. However, the thin wax nest was built by the Queen of Eternal Night, and she naturally left a back door. For example, the temperature inside can be changed at will. Roger won't be roasted to death because of his high-level fire immunity, and his comfortable temperature range is also different from ordinary people. But if it exceeds 3,000 degrees, he will also feel uncomfortable. But Roger felt that such punishment was more merciful than those emperors who are always de-amening people. So he also said half-jokingly, "So, if the sales are good, Your Majesty will not be stingy with the rewards?" Before she knew it, the worries of the Queen of Eternal Night were swept away by Roger's harassment. She snorted in disapproval. "When have I ever been stingy with awards? If the sales satisfy me, you can make any requests. Don't make jokes, that minister can write it down." Roger smiled. It is estimated that money and power are what the scumbag woman has in mind. In fact, as a scholar, what we want to pursue is to make her dress up as we wish. Because of the excellent modeling, many players in later generations have played the game deep into the night, and the Queen was the well-deserved first heroine. The pictures formed a massive wave of information. The Queen of Eternal Night was flooded to the point where her brain was a little shaken. The style of painting is good, the picture is also good, and the clothes design is also good. But it would have been great if the heroine wasn't me. Why am I still stuck with Angelina? Why do I still pose with Angelina and Margaret? Well, you poor little brother, in your filthy thoughts, even your sister is not spared. The Queen of Eternal Night almost gnawed her silver teeth when she received the pictures of the revolving lanterns flowing through Roger's head at the moment. This bastard's brain is like squeezing toothpaste, and his colored waste thoughts are like a flood attack. No way. What do you want me to do? Give someone an inch and they take a mile, right? The Queen of Eternal Night looked at Roger, who tended to be silly and distracted, and there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth. By the way, Mrs. Moscone will help me make the court clothes and regular clothes for the next season. Anyway, we have to wait for the performance results. Can Roger help me with the style and design? Roger's ears perked up. Advise the Queen of Eternal Night on styles and designs? In summary, isn't that just dressing up your majesty based on my fantasies? And during this process, won't I be able to see her majesty changing her clothes, wearing only close-fitting clothes in between, or accidentally walking out? Good. I must share your majesty's worries. Roger agreed with a righteous face. The Queen of Eternal Night summoned Mrs. Moscone and whispered a few words in her ear. When Mrs. Moscone heard this, she looked surprised and puzzled and looked at Roger more intently. This made Roger a little nervous. I, a boy, will accompany the Queen to try on clothes, and it was found out by the traditional Mrs. Moscone. She wouldn't be angry, would she? Wouldn't she disagree? Mrs. Moscone is so scary. But in the end, it seemed that the authority of the Queen was higher. Mrs. Moscone nodded and asked Roger to follow her to a side hall like a warehouse. There are a lot of fabrics and semi-finished clothes here, and hundreds of tailors are busy. With the prosperity of imperial magic, these tailors are also magicians, and their efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary weaver maidens. Although the Queen of Eternal Night is not the kind of empress who is extravagant and pursues personal enjoyment, she still is the face of the empire. Limited to the textile level of this era, even if there is magic protection, many clothes cannot be developed. A lot of them are one-off costumes with magic special effects. This has led to many luxurious dresses. The Queen of Eternal Night wears them once and then throws them away to look smart. It is Tion's classic golden and red robe, original skin, which is also worn in more than 1,000 sets of the same. Naturally, to meet the dress requirements of the Queen, a professional team is needed. Although Roger has the aesthetic sense of a straight male, after all, he has been nurtured by tons of cosplays in the internet era, and his vision is ahead of this era. He recalled the classic outfits in his mind, and he came up with a lot of outfits that made Mrs. Moscone feel impressed. Then the tailors will carry out the next step of processing and adjustment according to the Queen's figure. Madam, isn't Her Majesty coming to try on the clothes? No matter how good the design is, it can only be properly altered if she wears it. After waiting like this for a long time, Roger still didn't see the Queen of Eternal Night come in to try on clothes. He couldn't wait to see the picture he had in mind. What Lord Charles said is right, but Her Majesty has gone to the mysterious law meeting to deal with important matters. She made other arrangements here. She clapped her hands. 5 old maids, who were about the same height as the Queen of Eternal Night, but clearly in their 60s, entered the side hall and began to dress in front of Roger's eyes. Roger felt like he was about to go blind. Aunts, don't, be merciful. Ah, be more reserved. He asked with a pale face, Mrs. Moscone, what does this mean? Mrs. Moscone's habitually tense face also revealed a helpless smile. Her Majesty said, as long as it looks good on the maids, she will look even better, so please continue to work hard, Sir Charles. Roger felt that both his body and spirit were greatly injured. So the queen didn't try on the clothes for him to see, but let him dress up the 5 maids beautifully? This is not the picture I want at all. At this moment, he suspects that the Queen of Eternal Night is playing with him, however, he can't prove it. Foaming Moon Shadow Palace. The Queen of Eternal Night was lying on her bed, tasting the frozen fruit peeled by the maid, and after listening to Rommel's report on the situation on the front line, she saw Roger's collapsed expression. She snorted, "That's it? That's it?" Children also want to show off in front of adults. Who gave you the courage? Roger was complaining non-stop, and she subconsciously listened in on the guy's inner little theater. Although it doesn't conform to noble etiquette, it is very interesting. Upstated T from N, 0/V/LB/.co/M. Now Roger is trapped in the side hall, being supervised by Mrs. Moscone. The 5 maids are trying to match beautiful clothes, and the smile on the corner of her mouth is getting bigger and bigger. It was so much fun to see Roger, who was reluctant but unable to refuse. Suddenly, a light flashed in the queen's mind. She used magic to project several outfits and sent them to Mrs. Moscone. She's going to make some new clothes for Angelina and Margaret and dress them up, ha! Not only LSPs like to buy clothes for their wives. Girls also like to play with Barbie dolls. How much money does the Nuan Nuan series make? Aren't the 2 prime ministers of the empire much better looking than those dolls? They're both eye-catching and good-looking. Thank you, treasure boy Roger, for the pictures. I'll just happily accept it. The Queen of Eternal Night considered this wave of plunder successful, and she was delighted. She suddenly lowered her head and ran her fingers across her long legs to her chest, proud of her curves, and whispered, "If New Arcane can achieve the expected results, it's not impossible for me to try on 1 or 2 sets of those clothes you like. I also like some of them. Everyone like beauty. After all, there are 2 categories, one is all crooked, but the other has many works that are normal and girls will like." The Queen of Eternal Night also yearned for the styles and designs of the clothes, the works created by the great god. The old ladies are so beautiful that she's getting excited, so beautiful that it surpasses the times. Her eyes flashed tremendously, revealing a hint of anger when she saw his demo. She didn't realize that this is what a woman had to look like to please him. Someone has more and more weight in her heart, she cares about his feelings very much, and wants to attract his attention all the time. Is this not what is called liking? The mysterious capital, the Imperial Academy of Magic. By the Blue Lake, a young girl with brown curly hair and a pale complexion who looked a little unhealthy and thin was sitting under an apple tree, eagerly taking out 5 gold coins and lining them up in front of her. Immediately, she showed distress and hesitation. The purchasing power of Imperial gold coins is very strong. Although the Imperial Academy of Magic is free, it also provides subsidies and high scholarships to students, but learning magic is still a bottomless pit for which no amount of money is enough. Looking at her whitewashed magic robe, the girl knew that, even though her grades were perfect and she was admitted to Trinity College, after devoting grants, scholarships, and even most of her living expenses to those magical experiments she liked, life would still be pretty tight. But Ashley Newton still decided to buy a copy of New Arcane for 5 gold coins. Azali's reputation at the Imperial Academy of Magic is somewhat subtle. Because she can practice the whimsical new ideas that are always ridiculed by her classmates, and she loves the habit of thinking under the tree, so she gradually got the nickname Witch of the Tree. Pending. Because she can practice the whimsical new ideas that are always ridiculed by her classmates, and she loves the habit of thinking under the tree, so she gradually got the nickname Witch of the Tree. Because she puts to the test whimsical new ideas that are always ridiculed by her classmates, and she likes to spend time thinking under a certain tree, the nickname Witch of the Tree has gradually spread. Blacklist remove confirm. This morning, the Queen of Eternal Night spoke to all the citizens with the help of the magic circle of the mysterious city. Everyone pays attention to the Battle of the Imperial Orc Tribe, but only Azali cares about the magazine mentioned later by His Majesty. Pending. Everyone pays attention to the Battle of the Imperial Orc Tribe, but only Azali cares about the magazine mentioned later by His Majesty. Everyone's attention was focused on the war against the Orc tribe, but only Azali cared about the magazine mentioned by Her Majesty at the end. Blacklist remove confirm. A long live the Queen specially prepared for magicians? Monthly? Originally, many classmates were interested in this new thing called magazine, but when they heard the price of 5 gold coins, their eyes became dull. The latest popular version of History of the Green Vines Empire only has 10 gold coins. Pending. The latest popular version of History of the Green Vines Empire only has 10 gold coins. The latest popular version of History of the Green Vines Empire only costs 10 gold coins. Blacklist remove confirm. 5 gold coins to buy such a booklet that I don't know the purpose of either mine at home or my brain is in a hole. Pending. 5 gold coins to buy such a booklet that I don't know the purpose of either mine at home or my brain is in a hole. To spend 5 gold coins to buy this kind of booklet, which usefulness has yet to be proven, you need to either have a mine at home or have a hole for a brain. Blacklist remove confirm. If you want to promote a new thing, it should be free. In the beginning, long live the Queen didn't need any money. Pending. If you want to promote a new thing, it should be free. In the beginning, long live the Queen didn't need any money. If you want to promote a new thing, it should be free. In the beginning, long live the Queen didn't cost any money. Blacklist remove confirm. Indeed, the magician's money is also money. Pending. Indeed, the magician's money is also money. Indeed, money is money, even to a magician. Blacklist remove confirm. Your Majesty, although she is invincible in the world, she doesn't know how to do business. Pending. Your Majesty, although she is invincible in the world, she doesn't know how to do business. Her Majesty may be invincible in this world, but she doesn't know how to do business. Blacklist remove confirm. The students discussed the new magazine for a few words, then skipped it and continued to discuss the possible results of Major General Rommel. Pending. The students discussed the new magazine for a few words, then skipped it and continued to discuss the possible results of Major General Rommel. The students exchanged a few words about the new magazine, then stopped and went back to their discussion about Major General Rommel's possible results. Blacklist remove confirm. And the most anticipated and exciting. Pending. And the most anticipated and exciting. And the most anticipated and exciting topic was, Blacklist remove confirm. When will the Queen of Eternal Night join the battlefield? Azali silently left the crowd. Even if a few boys deliberately talk eloquently and show their talents, it is to attract her attention. Pending. Even if a few boys deliberately talk eloquently and show their talents, it is to attract her attention. Even though it's clear that some of the boys are making eloquent speeches and showing off their talents to attract her attention. Blacklist remove confirm. But Azali had no interest in what they were talking about, and even though they were noisy. Pending. But Azali had no interest in what they were talking about, and even though they were noisy. But Azali had no interest in what they were talking about and even thought they were noisy. Blacklist remove confirm. A group of savages who only know how to fight all day long. Pending. A group of savages who only know how to fight all day long. A group of savages who only knows how to fight all day long. Blacklist remove confirm. As His Majesty just said, we should explore more possibilities for magic, and magic should not be used only for destruction and killing. Pending. As His Majesty just said, we should explore more possibilities for magic, and magic should not be used only for destruction and killing. As her, Queen Female dash her not his, Majesty just said, we should explore more possibilities for magic, and magic should not be used only for destruction and killing, blacklist remove confirm. It was because she was moved by this sentence that Azali went through a lot of entanglement and squeezed out 5 precious gold coins from her little living allowance. Pending. It was because she was moved by this sentence that Azali went through a lot of entanglement and squeezed out 5 precious gold coins from her little living allowance. It was because she was moved by this sentence that Azali went through a lot of inner struggles and squeezed out 5 precious gold coins from her little living allowance. Blacklist remove confirm. Then, she gently recited the incantation that the Queen of Eternal Night taught all magicians in person not long ago. Make magic great again. An extremely small space magic circle was in front of her, sucking the 5 gold coins away. Pending. An extremely small space magic circle was in front of her, sucking the 5 gold coins away. An extremely small space magic circle appeared in front of her, sucking the 5 gold coins away. Blacklist remove confirm. Then a 16-size booklet fell out. The main body of the cover of this issue is red, which is quite eye-catching. It is the heroic appearance of the Queen of Eternal Night who recently killed herself to the fire element plane, the one-sided fire element lord, and her tens of thousands of people. Pending. The main body of the cover of this issue is red, which is quite eye-catching. It is the heroic appearance of the Queen of Eternal Night who recently killed herself to the fire element plane, the one-sided fire element lord, and her tens of thousands of people. The main body of the cover of this issue is red, which is quite eye-catching. It shows the heroic appearance of the Queen of Eternal Night who recently went to the fire element plane to one-sidedly kill the fire element lord and her tens of thousands of people. Blacklist remove confirm. Although it is only a back figure, it is full of murderous intent and domineering, making Azali fascinated. Pending. Although it is only a back figure, it is full of murderous intent and domineering, making Azali fascinated. Although it is only a back figure, it is domineering and full of murderous intent, making Azali fascinated. Blacklist remove confirm. Ahem, she clearly said she wanted to explore more possibilities for magic, so why do I still think Her Majesty's slaying the quartet is so handsome? I don't know why, but Azali looked at this cover whose painting skills, artistic conception, and printing quality could rank among the world's most famous paintings. She always felt that something was missing. Pending. I don't know why, but Azali looked at this cover whose painting skills, artistic conception, and printing quality could rank among the world's most famous paintings. She always felt that something was missing. She didn't know why, but each time Azali looked at this cover, whose painting skills, artistic conception, and printing quality could rank among the world's most famous paintings, she always felt that something was missing. Blacklist remove confirm. Akatsuki, I don't know if it's a typographical error or what, I feel like there is a faint green light on the top of the Queen's head. Looking closely, there is nothing. Metaphysics, everything is metaphysics. Shaking her head, Azali shifted her attention from the cover and began to peruse the magazine. A total of 200 pages, said Thin is only compared with books of the same price. At the top are the 2 ancient Elezaswens that were written by the Queen of Eternal Night. The dragon and the phoenix dance, and the force penetrates the back of the paper. The translation is New Arcane. Ancient Elizabeth is the recognized origin of magician inheritance in the world of Eternal Night. Most of the current magic spells are Ancient Elizabeth. A small number of them are Dragon language and Elvish language. Only a very small number of the latest magic use the common language of the Green Vines Empire. After appreciating the inscription written by the Queen of Eternal Night several times, Azali finally opened the magazine. However, the opening preface made her stunned in place as if struck by lightning. Learning magic can't save the imperial people. Octavia Shelley. As we all know, this is the real name of the Eternal Night Queen, so this preface must have been written by the Eternal Night Queen herself. Your Majesty, as the most powerful magician in the contemporary era. Why would she say that? If learning magic can't save the people of the empire, what can save the people of the empire? See check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. With a stomach full of small question marks, Asali was completely attracted by this magazine. On the top of the tree, the little green apples that had just grown were swaying gently by the wind. In a small town not far from the mysterious, against the rolling green hills, an ancient and eerie castle was excavated. Under the shabby exterior, the interior is splendid. This is the oldest magic academy in the Green Vines Kingdom, the Royal Academy of Magic. The Royal Academy of Magic and the Imperial Academy of Magic are old rivals that have been vying for the title of the strongest in the Empire. The current dean of the Royal Academy of Magic, Earl Huntington Hall, a legendary traveler of all worlds, is the magic enlightenment teacher of the Queen of Eternal Night and a legendary powerhouse of the old generation of the Empire. The Queen of Eternal Night uses space teleportation spells indiscriminately every day, which is inseparable from the good foundation laid by Dean Hall. To this day, the Queen still honors Dean Hall as a teacher. However, while possessing extraordinary magical strength and rigorous academic spirit, Dean Hall is also an old-fashioned aristocratic magician. In his heart, people are different from people, and there are distinct layers. First class, a noble magician. Second class, civilian magician. The third class is commoners without magical talent. The fourth class is civilians without magical talent. Fifth, aliens and other intelligent beings. Dean Hall is the extreme representative of the Empire's most traditional noble magician. They are extremely loyal to the country and are willing to sacrifice their lives for loyalty and glory. However, he is also too lazy to pay attention to the people of the third class and below. Because of this, the Queen of Eternal Night devoted more resources to the Imperial Academy of Magic. Because Dean Hall only likes to recruit noble magic apprentices and maintains an arrogant and neglectful attitude towards commoner students. However, the Queen of Eternal Night knew that the Empire was too vast now, and the few nobles could not manage such a huge territory. So even with the teacher's affection, the Queen expressed intolerable some old traditions of the Royal Academy of Magic. Dean Hall has been exploring other worlds these days, and only returned to the Eternal Night world at noon today. He didn't hear the Queen's speech in the morning but saw a copy of New Arcane on the desk. After listening to the secretary's introduction, the meticulously dressed old man full of aristocratic elite style showed a smile. She has come up with a new trick again, let me see. Even though there are many differences between master and apprentice, he is still his proudest disciple. He opened the New Arcane with a smile and looked at it. Hall's smile disappeared, and his brows became more and more frowning. From the opening preface, he was extremely angry. Learning magic can't save the imperial people? The magician has made countless contributions to the empire and is the foundation of the empire's prosperity. Does your majesty want to give up the magician now? Your majesty, don't forget that you are also a magician. But Hall felt that this disciple was not stupid, there might be some misunderstanding, so he continued to read the preface under his anger. It begins with a very sincere sentence. I also had many dreams when I was young, but I forgot most of them later. Until today, when the empire is prosperous, I have the right to dream again. However, the Queen of Eternal Night talked about the predicament of the empire. The threat of the 7 gods to the empire is an urgent matter at the moment. The power of the magician is the foundation of the power of the empire, but how can we make this power benefit all the people? We are invincible in the world, what should I do? How healthy and strong the people of the empire are, if they don't have the talent for magic, most of the time they can only be used as meaningless materials and spectators. So our priority is to change their status quo and allow all citizens who are willing to fight for the empire to provide weapons. For these weapons, the first thing I think of is alchemy items. Alchemy items are too expensive for the empire to afford. Industrialization reduces construction costs and enhances national strength. This is the primary responsibility of my generation. After talking about the power of the seven gods, the haze of despair lingered in Hall's heart, and suddenly the Queen of Eternal Night changed her style. Yes, although I have my great fear in the sky when it comes to hope, it cannot be denied. Because hope lies in the future, and I can't use the proof that I don't have it to convince is so-called possible. I only hope that the 100,000 magicians of the Empire will unite, and the 40 million people of the Empire will unite. Maybe this generation can't change anything, but I can burn myself up to show a possible way for future generations. It can be called No Regrets. The article of more than 1,000 words is not long, but Hall was quite moved after reading it, and his anger at first subsided a lot. She has carried a lot of burdens for this country. Her idea was good, but she went in the wrong direction. How can sacred magic be used to help mud farming and improve life? Magicians are enough to protect this country, they are not afraid of any strong enemy. There is no need for low-level creatures who can't even magic to help fight. He felt that as the Queen's teacher, it was necessary to convince people with reason and correct the Queen's wrong thinking in time. Hall suppressed his impatience, read the entire New Arcane, and wrote down the views that he felt could refute the Queen of Eternal Night. After all, he couldn't beat his disciple physically, so he could only prepare better on the road. He thinks that New Arcane has some merits, but in general, the road is narrow, and he must lead the Queen back to the right path in time. It is right to enhance the strength of the magician, and it is also right to have more communication. But it would be nice if the communication between mages became stronger. There is no need to waste the precious time of mages on the production and arming of wastes without magic. At that time, isn't it more appropriate to meditate on it? Having prepared a 1,000-word exhortation outline, Hall snapped his fingers, and a space door appeared in front of him. But before he could step in, the space door closed again in front of him. The old man's face became strange, and then he complained with grief and anger like a lonely old man. She can't. At least she shouldn't. How could she be unwilling to talk to me? Hall tried to teleport to Fengling Moonshadow Palace, but the teleportation spell was unilaterally destroyed by the Queen of Eternal Night. This means refusing to talk to him. Is it possible that he, a dignified traveler of all worlds, wants to take a carriage to the Fengling Moonshadow Palace to meet him? Oh, my old man, this is so unmagical. At this moment, the secretary asked for instructions. President, Roger Charles asks to see you. That trash brother? No, see. Hall is restless. I heard that he is a famous waste in the imperial capital. He is not even a junior magician so far, so he is naturally not interested. The secretary added, Master Charles said that he is asking to see you as the owner of the ice room. The owner of the ice room? Isn't that the president of New Arcane? Let him in. Hall angrily slapped the table and stood up. This kid cooperated with the Queen of Eternal Night to make a magazine, publishing such rebellious remarks, intending to mislead the magicians of the Empire. I can't see the Queen. Now this kid has brought him to the door by himself, and I'm going to scold him to wake him up today. The door opened, and Roger entered the dean's office. Roger dresses very aristocratically today, with a dignified appearance and a personable demeanor, maintaining the kind of just right restraint pursued by the imperial aristocracy. Moreover, there is quite pure fire magic power flowing in his body, which has reached the level of a junior magician. Roger's age is not suitable, but at least he is a magician. Or aristocratic. Also looks good. This is a first-class person in Hall's eyes. The old man immediately changed his mind about this famous trash brother. This Dean Hall is not only an arrogant old aristocrat but also an old-fashioned dog. I don't have children, but I like good-looking juniors. One of the important reasons why he was willing to teach the little princess who was very low in the line of succession was that Octavia was better looking than her older siblings. This time Hall wanted to scold Roger to wake him up, but because he was dressed quite pleasingly today, he changed his mind and was ready to persuade him first. Roger's attitude was also very sincere. "Dean, the student is here to invite you to come out and publish an article in New Arcane, in a positive response to your Majesty's learning magic can't save the Empire." Hall was stunned for a moment. He forgot what he had planned, and subconsciously said, "Invite me? I can't write praiseworthy words to support her fallacy against my conscience." Roger smiled and said, "New Arcane needs your insight. No matter what you say, as long as the logic is valid, we will publish it." Hull was immediately puzzled. "Didn't you support Xiao Ao's point of view and made New Arcane?" "No, I made New Arcane to make magic great again. New Arcane publishes His Majesty's articles, which only represent the author's point of view. We are a neutral platform with no inclination. On the contrary, all magicians are welcome to speak, as long as they have something to say, they can be published in the magazine." Roger threw the blame on the Queen and didn't mention that he was the author of this magazine. At this moment, in Hall's eyes, he was as innocent as a weak little white flower. It was entirely because of the Queen's oppression that he published those remarks that made Hall angry. Hall was interested after hearing it. If the Queen of Eternal Night doesn't see him, perhaps a public debate on this New Arcane is also a more intuitive and effective method? Even if Xiao Ao is stubborn and unwilling to repent, as long as the magicians of the Empire agree with their views, isn't that enough? He asked eagerly, "I refute the Queen in New Arcane and make remarks that are detrimental to Her Majesty, is it okay?" "Of course, we promise not to change a word of the Dean's article, nor to block any sensitive content. Roger said that I run a magazine, just to let me scold you with a happy attitude of going out." Dean Hall instantly burst into flames. He patted Roger's shoulder hard and laughed. "You're a good boy. Okay, I've accepted this contract." Roger resigned in time and only smiled when he exited the office. Look, didn't the water just get mixed up? This wave of casual requests to the Queen of Eternal Night, what would you like to ask? The Queen of Eternal Night is a good student who respects teachers and respects Taoism, and she is also a tough girl who is always upright. So even though it is different from Hall's point of view, she will not refuse to communicate but will try to refute the other party head-on. So this time Bo Hall failed to open the door, and the one who interfered was the good boy he considered, Roger. He taught him that 0 to 3 can be as brave as 3 to 0, the world's most catchable Queen of Eternal Night. A few days ago, the Queen of Eternal Night discussed with Roger that her teacher, Hall, the Dean of the Royal Academy of Magic, would oppose the New Arcane, and how to deal with it at that time. She hopes to use Roger's trick to give herself a theory that can convince Hall and avoid being ganked by the teacher. But Roger opened her up to the path she never imagined. Dean Hall is the most traditional and stubborn aristocrat. The possibility of him supporting the industrialization of magic is lower than that of me becoming a legendary mage tomorrow. Then why waste words, emotions, and time on unnecessary arguments? You can't be right, let's change lanes, girl. Roger's attitude is quite sincere. After all, there was also a keystroke, pressing down on the gangster boyhood of 800 sand sculpture netizens with their eyebrows lowered. After carrying it a lot, Roger realized that reasoning could never convince the other party. Only one party can shut up the other party with absolutely powerful conclusions and achievements. But even if you do this step, you usually won't get the recognition of "you are right." The other party will disappear, stop playing with you, and look for new topics to show superiority. So over time, Roger felt that the efficiency of language arguments was quite low. Especially when you become a video maker, you either have to show your face with hard evidence, pass the test with cuteness, or turn a blind eye, or you will never face to face. People who support you don't need reasons, and those who oppose you can always find 10,000 reasons. Seeing that the Queen of Eternal Night was still hesitating, Roger added, "You don't have to worry that Dean Hall will be angry. New Arcane will give him a chance to vent his dissatisfaction with you, and it is also a means for us to attract the attention of the world." "Are you going to use my teacher as a gun?" The Queen of Eternal Night showed displeasure. "Anyway, Dean Hall is always going to scold him. Whether he scolds him in person or a magazine, the choice is yours." The Queen of Eternal Night couldn't help sighing. Thinking of Mr. Hall's stubbornness, she also had a headache. If you follow what Roger said, you can avoid being scolded, you can increase the sales of New Arcane, and you can increase the magician's understanding of the industrialization of magic. 3 birds with 1 stone. We are not afraid of scolding, we are for this empire. Yes, it is like that. In the game, there was a scene where the door won't open, and Roger asked Hall for the door schematic/plan. Hall is the teacher of the Queen of Eternal Night. He is powerful and stubborn. In the Great Patriotic War in which the little princess fought back with blood, she worked hard and made a lot of contributions. In the Empire, he is one of the few older generations who is qualified to openly confront the Queen of Eternal Night. Roger was very relieved, with Hall taking the lead in rushing to the tower and holding back the hatred. There must be a traditional magician who shared his views behind him. Magicians are all smart people, but in many cases, the smarter they are, the easier it is to go into paranoia. What's more, Master is still a creature that is held by people every day. How can it be possible to do the production jobs they think are inferior talents? The real failure is not being sprayed out, but your masterpiece is sent out, no one cares, and it sinks into the sea. Otherwise, why would there be a saying in the future that black and red are also red? If you want to have sales, you must first have traffic. To avoid the situation of being too deserted, Roger must of course take the initiative to be a rhythm master. Send out the news that Hall is going to publish a statement to refute the Queen, and naturally, there will be a large number of people who have ideas such as the law is not responsible for the public and the sky is falling to the ground. And New Arcane continues to claim the position of objective neutrality. Articles of the arcane sect that support the industrialization of magic should be published, and articles of the Chongu sect that oppose it should also be included. It is even necessary to balance the combat power of the two sides so that this debate can spread as long as possible, carry out in depth, and affect more people. And a steady rhythm expert will naturally not only sell one flaw. Therefore, in the first issue of New Arcane, it is not only a point that is easily controversial, such as the industrialization of magic. What Roger has prepared for them is a pilot package. A humble opinion on the improvement of spells. A detailed comparison of the casting speed, effect, and stability of more than 100 spells of Green Vine's characters. In the end, it was proved that in most cases, the effect of Ivy writing is equivalent, but the learning cost is lower. When this article was read internally, it aroused the physical dissatisfaction of a large number of magicians. Most magicians believe that the pronunciation and rhythm of ancient Elysian are more beautiful, and can also establish a powerful and mysterious image of magicians. When translated into Green Vine's League, any peasant can understand the magician's incantation, and many magicians express that it is unacceptable and has no force. This is a phenomenon similar to mother tongue shyness, which is bound to become a great hindrance to the improvement of spells. Public discussion paper on standardization of the casting process, jointly published by the Secret Law Society and the Imperial Academy of Magic. The spells of their major schools are classified, and a series of standard spellcasting actions have been formulated based on the practical experience of thousands of mages. Although the speed is slightly slow and cumbersome, it can guarantee the highest success rate, and it is recommended to promote it nationwide. But most traditional mages in this era believe that magic is a private matter. Is the standard spellcasting thing to turn the noble master into a craftsman and stifle the magician's creativity? Naturally, there are countless spray points. The inadequacy of the current magician's classification system, by the pseudonym Kaz by the Queen of Eternal Night, analyzes the masterpiece that the current 9-level system of magicians is too rough. She thinks that in the 9th-level system, the assessment of strength under the magic guide is very vague, and the judgment of the combat power of the magician above the magic guide is quite vague. Therefore, Kaz hopes to quantify a series of more detailed indicators such as magic power, mental power, range, magic control accuracy, etc., to facilitate a horizontal comparison of a magician's combat power. And with the comparison, can also guide the magician to practice, and it is easier for young people to find their shortcomings. This article can be regarded as a direct cut on the sensitive belt of traditional magicians. Ever since the ancient Elises created the lower 9th standard, they have never dared to revise this perfect system. This Kaz is a lunatic, and it is strongly recommended that the Queen kill him directly. Comparison of the ultimate output of Battle Mage and Turret Mage. Ultimate Fire Mage and Fireball are invincible. Detailed description of the pros and cons of morning meditation and night meditation. A guide for choosing whether a magic pet is a combat or auxiliary type. The articles on New Arcane, each of which are dry goods, are the works of famous masters, and even the insights that gather the wisdom of a group of bigwigs. Human beings are a creature that can quarrel over the smallest thing and debate to show their superiority. What's more, the sorcerers who have always been proud? I am Luo, a little expert with rhythm, who can become a gold medal undercover boxer who can break into the enemy's interior and blow them up. Don't be too good at finding controversial topics. The magicians haven't deeply communicated for a long time, or they have never thought about some things that they took for granted in the past. Suddenly, many things from New Arcane were brought to the table, and many people were surprised that so many people were different from themselves, and they couldn't help but have the desire to express themselves and participate in discussions. As an up-and-coming owner of a well-received meal, although Roger mainly relies on making game plots to dig in-depth videos to maintain his daily popularity, there are also techniques to arouse the enthusiasm of the audience. After all, it only takes a simple vote to get twice the usual amount of barrage, so why not do it? The sales of New Arcane began to skyrocket afternoon. Because of the lunch break, many magicians eat together, and there will inevitably be some exchanges. Those who bought New Arcane couldn't help but complain to their friends whether they supported or opposed it. Some of the above articles were quite outrageous. There are always people who are intrigued or tempered and feel that they have to buy a copy of this New Arcane to spray. The magicians just thought 5 gold coins were worthless, but they didn't afford them. Originally, I wanted word of mouth to fly for a while, but the articles in this magazine were so irritating that many people who lived in Bungbu bought the magazine and joined the discussion. The spread of the discussion has affected more magicians. In addition, the things on New Arcane are all real stuff, who knows who uses it, and there are many people who quietly benefit from it. This led to a new round of growth in sales. By 8 o'clock in the evening, New Arcane had sold more than 10,000 copies. This popularity rate has been able to be spread and discussed privately, ensuring that most of the magicians in ODU have a certain understanding of the content of New Arcane. Some people say that it is a god, and everyone should explore more possibilities of magic under the leadership of the Queen. Someone said that the magazine was full of absurdity. There must be a villain who blinded the Queen's eyes. And outside the mysterious capital, magicians in other cities in the empire heard the name of New Arcane and wanted Kong too. Ordering is naturally highly supported. However, because the teleportation magic circle has not yet been covered, other cities cannot enjoy the convenience and magic of a spell subscription. The spell Make Magic Great Again is also part of the sense of opening the box. At present, the demand can only be counted by the magician associations in various places and reported to the New Arcane magazine. Then, through the military's emergency material transmission channel, the new arcane will be shipped in batches. Roger has suggested that the Queen of Eternal Night should set up positions in the major cities of the Empire. Not only for the convenience and timeliness of new arcane, but for all the magicians to shout the slogan "Make magic great again." The so-called three people become tigers, and everyone speaks loudly. If you tell a lie, it will become the truth. Everyone shouts slogans together every day. Find PD Tez on n/VLN.cm. The Queen of Eternal Night naturally supports it. The Church is an old method of brainwashing. Why can't the Empire use it if they can use it? Roger also told the Eternal Night Queen that this teleportation formation system will continue to strengthen and develop and reduce costs. It doesn't matter if it's a loss or not. As long as other countries don't have it, we have built it here, and the scale is so large that they can't easily copy it, then we can build it. The Queen of Eternal Night heroically supports her. She had no idea that the teleportation array logistics system she was laying would leverage a cross-era product similar to e-commerce, and would add the new feature of infrastructure madman to the Empire. At this moment, she is only pleased with the wonders of the Empire +1. Roger doesn't want to explain, anyway, if you support me, it's over. The Emperor, who is so overjoyed, is so foolish. The next day, 24 hours after the release of New Arcane, the sales volume of Mystery City is saturated, mainly due to the demand orders from various places, which helped the total subscription of New Arcane to break through 30,000 copies in one fell swoop. Considering that the price of 5 gold coins is not cheap, there will definitely be a phenomenon of circulating and reading together, so it is conservatively estimated that these 30,000 copies can cover 60,000 people, right? This base is enough to form the first wave of discussion. Regardless of whether everyone supports or opposes the industrialization of magic, at least it won't go unnoticed and then quietly abort. Roger, you did a great job. Can the second issue be released in advance? The Queen of Eternal Night was very happy. 2 happy events today. The first is that after the initial results, the sales of New Arcane became more and more fierce, reaching a number that he was satisfied with. The second is that Rommel has found the main force of an orc tribe. It is expected that the encirclement will be completed in the afternoon, and she can go to the front line to open the unparalleled Wenji and martial arts. I want all of them. Your Majesty, the second issue of New Arcane is best to be released in a month. You can't just look at the current situation and try to catch up. Cultivating the reading habits of magicians has the highest long-term benefits. This is also our promise to our readers. Roger replied with a smile. Your Majesty, you are on a narrow path. Even if I have enough manuscripts now, I can't accompany you to get windy. Originally, if you want me to change it to once a month, wouldn't the workload quadruple? Now that New Arcane has no competitors, will I roll myself? Oh, the young master can't do such a loss-making business. The Queen of Eternal Night compared Roger's answer with her inner voice, and she immediately understood the whole situation. I can see at a glance that you brat is dishonest. It is indeed important to cultivate reading habits, but as long as it is released at the agreed time, it is not a breach of commitment, right? The monthly update and the daily update are both updates. So the core reason for making a monthly magazine is that you want to be lazy and don't give me full power to work. You have strength, but you don't need it, right? She seemed to see that Roger was a man, but he had the soul of a dove in his body, and his mouth kept making a coo sound. Will the old lady make you wish? Snort. The Queen of Eternal Night made a thoughtful look and praised, Roger has indeed considered more comprehensively, and the cultivation of reading habits benefits a lot. That's how the Long Live the Queen is so successful. It's not as good as New Arcane also makes a daily newspaper, right? Roger almost vomited blood when he heard it, feeling like he shot himself in the foot. Shit! I almost forgot, His Majesty has done Long Live the Queen, so naturally he understands the long tail effect very well. If you want to be ruthless or you are ruthless, I thought Zhou Gong was the limit, but you asked me to update it another day, this minister really can't do it. Roger hurriedly refused, Your Majesty, the Long Live the Queen is a time-sensitive newspaper, and our new arcane is still academic, and the articles above must guarantee the weight. 1 book a month is the limit of a magician. Now, there really can't be more. Even if our magazine can work overtime, you can't let the Secret Law Society and all the Imperial Magic schools work overtime every day to do experiments to catch up with manuscripts, right? The Queen of Eternal Night looked at Roger playfully. Oh, the magazine can still work overtime, right? Indeed, new arcane should not be increased in volume. If you want to go the high-quality line, then you can run a tabloid such as Arcana Talk, publish everyone's comments, don't be so serious, make it a daily or weekly, what do you think? Asking prices all over the sky, and repaying the money on the ground. Do you think the old lady doesn't understand psychology? With only bad and worse options in front of him, what can he do? He is also very desperate. This weekly magazine may be feasible. Roger responded aggrievedly. Just now I thought that this queen is so foolish, why is she better than a monkey all of a sudden, it's like opening a mind-reading technique, all my careful thoughts were preempted by her. When Roger returned to the ice room, he saw little Joey who had finished overtime and returned to work here, so he hurriedly closed the door. He asked nervously. Hurry up and find out for me, have I ever been invaded by mind reading? Little Joey? Little Joey was very puzzled by Roger's behavior. His movement these days is to circle 3 places, the ice room, Charles' house, and Fengling Moonshadow Palace. It has only been 10 days since the bloody night of Odiu, and the security level of each of these 3 places is quite high. The Fengling Moonshadow Palace even had the queen in charge. Under such circumstances, which magician would have the opportunity to read minds to him? Isn't it a waste of time to make yourself do this kind of inspection? It was agreed that Xiaobia wins, but as soon as we meet, we need to cosplay a wave of female doctors first. Hey, could it be that he has some special interest? Cross-dressing, acting, and then what? Seems to be interesting too. Roger waited for a long time, but little Joey looked shy, he was completely bewildered. Are you blushing with a bubbling teapot? My examination is a serious examination. But he didn't dare to say that he doubted the Eternal Night Queen. He has no confidence at all. If he falls into the river with the Queen of Eternal Night, little Joey will save himself first. He can only be forced to be a middleman. Good girl, I really can't say much about this, and you don't understand it, so you can check it for me, it's the most subtle one, without letting go of any details, I'm now only you can be trusted. The words only you are extremely lethal to women. Little Joey also happened to be the kind of person who took this set. Feeling dependent, he didn't ask any more questions. Eternal Night World's mind-reading and memory-reading spells are very difficult to master. Moreover, they are all spiritual spells that forcefully invade the soul, which will cause considerable damage to the subject's ocean of consciousness. Usually, it can only be used after subduing the target. If the target's mental strength is strong and the will to resist is stubborn, there is still the possibility of failure or even backlash. But the magical accomplishments of the Queen of Eternal Night are immeasurable, and Roger knows that his strength is far from her. Maybe, she could play a trick and quietly enter the village if it was her. However, no matter how magical magic is, many basic rules must be followed. This is also the basis for Roger's desire to introduce scientific thinking into the field of magic. One of them is a law called the seesaw phenomenon by magicians. When a single spell strengthens a certain attribute, it will inevitably weaken other attributes. On that day, Joestar performed magical magic on Angelina, concealing the investigation of the legendary powerhouse, and full of concealment. The side effect is that the magic spell can have a very limited effect on Angelina. The same can be proved for the same reason. If the Queen of Eternal Night spends her time hiding her mind-reading skills from being discovered by the subjects, she will inevitably be lacking in other aspects. Visit en Velben. cm for levels. Her high magical attainments can weaken the seesaw phenomenon, but even the gods cannot eliminate them and create perfect spells. That's why Roger felt that little Joey, with his magister strength, had a high probability of discovering the traces of his mind being read. The flying thief blew up the gate and robbed the vault. Facing the ruins, not only Sherlock Holmes could see, wow, this place has been robbed, right? As long as the Queen takes action, it will leave some traces. Give little Joey enough time, and he should be able to see clues. 10 minutes after the inspection started. Little Joey was very careful and meticulous and made a complete exploration of Roger's ocean of consciousness. She said with great certainty, "President, you have no trace of being invaded by mind reading or any other spiritual spells. You check again." As ordered. It took 15 minutes this time. "President, I didn't find it. Just in case, do it again." 20 minutes later. "President. Come again." "No, I really can't." Roger opened his eyes, only to find that little Joey was pale and had no strength at all. "It shouldn't be, it's just a simple inspection. Can you be so exhausted?" Little Joey was also aggrieved. During the inspection, she discovered a very outrageous thing: the spiritual power of adults is much higher than mine, and it is particularly difficult to enter each time. Every time you move in the ocean of consciousness, you have to endure huge pain and consume exponentially. Magic and spiritual power, I really can't stand it anymore. Seeing her pitiful appearance on the verge of being played badly, Roger also felt distressed, knowing that it would be impossible to force her any further. Holding little Joey in his arms, he comforted him with kind words. "I was too negligent. Next time I can't bear to say it earlier, there's no need to hold on." Was it done to make an adult feel at ease? Well, I'm relieved, and now it should be enough to rule out that I've been invaded by mind reading. You can rest assured, my lord. I want to sleep in your arms, okay? She was really tired, her voice was as thin as a cat's, she looked pitiful, and her fingers were gently stroking Roger's chest. Roger couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. "Rest, it's really hard for you today." With a satisfied smile, little Joey lay on Roger's chest and gently closed her eyes. Taking advantage of the girl's even breathing, Roger fell into thought. After being reminded by little Joey, he just remembered that he had been strengthened by the system treasure chest. It's just that he didn't know what standard the 100 units the system said was, and how strong it was. Now, listening to little Joey say that his spiritual power is stronger than her magister? This should be said to be good news. Strong mental strength means that it is difficult for oneself to be read minds. As long as he refuses to cooperate and his willpower is strong enough, a legendary mage can't read his mind successfully, let alone a silent invasion. With such a strong mental power, the Queen of Eternal Night can't read her mind casually, right? Maybe in the future, I can continue to strengthen a wave of spiritual power when I look for opportunities to avoid being read by the boss and reveal the secret that I am a transmigrator. However, if I hadn't read my mind, I would have been crushed by my IQ today? It's even more difficult to accept. Roger showed a distressed look of "I lost." Since he proposed new arcane, he took advantage of the Queen of Eternal Night's desire for this magazine. Took advantage of it everywhere, and directed the Queen to do a lot of things. There is quite an illusion that he has mastered this scumbag woman. However, the Queen of Eternal Night counterattacked in a neat wave, predicted several moves in a row, completely blocked Roger's retreat, and the asking price just stepped on his psychological bottom line, forcing him to start Arcana talk. The feeling of being forced to open is uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to wait for New Arcane to be fully formalized and have recruited enough talents so that he could open another such weekly magazine only by assigning tasks to them. As a result, due to the strong intervention of the Eternal Night Queen, it was forced to open ahead of schedule. This completely disrupted Roger's rhythm. He also understood that he never had control of the Queen of Eternal Night, she just cooperated with the performance before. Damn it, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. The queen who is so overjoyed seems to be fooling herself, but she wants too much, and she is afraid that she is not going to be played to death. Or should I surrender to the 7 gods? Roger sighed, knowing that it was too late for this idea. His bond in the Empire is getting deeper and deeper. From relatives to friends, he is full of loyalty to the Empire, and he would rather die than follow him to the opposite side. Since you can't change the environment, change yourself. Roger sighed helplessly. During the 10 days of preparing for New Arcane, I have earned a random treasure chest each day, but I haven't obtained any useful props or skills. Slightly useful, it is probably god-level Chinese cooking, and it can add a lot of dishes to the chefs in Charles' house. This wave of systems is not as good as Thin Wax Nest for improving one's combat power. So in this small game, the Queen of Eternal Night fought back and won? Well, that's not the point. The point is that Roger has completely figured out that the lie-flat system is a spiritual thing. As long as he is happy and he lays down flat, he gets a reward. He had been running around for the new arcane he proposed before, but in the end he managed to lie down, setting a new record for consecutively harvesting treasure chests. Now that new arcane is on the right track, the Queen of Eternal Night forcibly shoved an Arcana talk. Do you think it can disrupt his rhythm? Too naive. As long as I believe in my heart that Arcana talk is what I want to do, I can still get a random treasure chest. Arcana Talk is Facebook, my Zon server, and the land I want to fight. Arcana Talk can drive the sales of New Arcane, it is a necessary part of perfecting New Arcane, and it is the job I long for. Arcana Talks will become my domain, I can block anyone I want, and I can sign up for whatever I want. The Authority Dog is so much fun. The purpose of my time travel is to make Arcana talk. Roger kept chanting the Bible he wrote in his mind and finally implanted it in his mind. I, Roger, was born to make up Arcana talk. Although this self-hypnosis is suspected of cheating and deceiving the system under Feng Lingyue Yemen, there is no psychological burden to do this kind of operation. As for cheating, only if you can, not if you want to. If online games can use modifiers, who can resist modifying the originium that will never run out and extracting all the wives? If you can directly change the perfect ending, who would be selfish? At this moment, little Joey is sleeping, and Roger is hypnotizing himself. Everyone has a bright future. In the void. The silver-haired half-dragon Princess Tasika sets foot in a beautiful valley. Here is a beautiful picture of early spring and blooming flowers, which makes people forget about the world. The phantom of the golden spear loomed in Tasika's eyes, and the beautiful scenery shattered. There seems to be a world hidden in every flower, and every leaf seems to contain the birth and death of space. Various scenes such as glaciers, volcanoes, deserts, seabeds, purgatory, and Shanghai gradually appeared, integrated and independent of each other, and finally pieced together into this valley. Zen Tasika in the depths of the ocean of consciousness exclaimed, "Is this the kingdom of God?" Old Man Su's 10,000 dimension is different from other divine kingdoms. It is a piece of countless fragments of the world. Every step is a labyrinth, and every step is a story. Old Joestar rarely explained to her. What is even rarer is that the old man, who is always cynical and condescending, doesn't have much respect for the goddess of war, but when it comes to the gap between the worlds, he is solemn. As for the old man Su in his mouth, it is the head of the 7 gods, Su Alpha, the god of knowledge. Whenever the god king is asleep, it is the god of knowledge who rules the 7 gods. However, this god of knowledge is very Buddhist. After specifying a big strategic direction, the gods can play as they please. Unless the crookedness is severe, he will correct it again. Compared with the grandeur of other kingdoms of God, the Wanwei Gap is only a few hundred meters long valley. At the end of the valley, there are a few simple log cabins. Tasika went to the outermost one. After knocking on the door, there was no response for a long time. She showed surprise. "No, this house girl is even willing to go out?" Saying that, she sat down on the ground in a very lackluster manner, took out a thick stack of stationery, and began to write the letter in a rush of thought. "My most handsome little prince of the Board family, I parted yesterday, like every 3 autumns. The heroic young master of the Rhine family, do you like the wine I brewed? If you have time, you can. If anyone is the most beautiful in the world, of course, it is the pearl of our elephant family." These letters are direct and warm, and they are all love letters, written to outstanding people among the children of the chieftains of the Orc tribe. Zen Tasika was dying of shame. This old thing is not taboo for men and women, and even married people are not spared. Although he knew that he was preparing for the integration of the Orc tribes in the future, the act of selling his goods to multiple people was as saucy as dancing on a sword. If there is any exposure, Tequila Princess is afraid that she will not be bitten by the green tea bitch for 500 years. I don't know how long it has been. Tasika had written hundreds of letters and suddenly smelled a strong bloody smell. She raised her head and saw a tall and beautiful figure, staggering and suddenly appearing in the gap between the worlds. This is a girl with a sculptural and classical beauty in facial features. Her long black hair is tied into 2 waist-high ponytails, and a long red trench coat is open and draped over her body. Inside was a yellow top with a black short skirt embroidered with the cross of the Church of Knowledge, and below it was slender legs wrapped in silk stockings. At this moment, she was stained with blood, and her body exuded the signature sulfur smell of the Abyss Plane. The black-haired girl slowed down, a slender hand reached back into the void, and grabbed something hard. He lowered his waist, exerted his strength, and even caught an abyss creature that exuded terrifying magical waves. This is an ancient beholder who has commanded several beholder families and has become a king. But it was disembodied and turned into a corpse. This can be called a fierce scene, but because of the girl's calm blue eyes and her small face that lacks expression, it gives people a strange sense of disobedience. The black-haired girl has a strong bookish air, and her body exudes the word quiet. Even though she was covered in blood, it seemed that she didn't go to fight, but went to a distant world to open a book called Murder to find the truth in the internal structure of the enemy's body. "Your Highness, I'm very happy that we meet again." Yashiko warmly greeted her. The black-haired girl was stunned for a moment before frowning. "Old Joestar? Your hobbies are getting weirder and weirder." "I don't want to either, but it's arranged by my family." Old Joestar showed an expression of grievance and helplessness. "But I think you're quite happy to be a woman." "Misunderstanding. Definitely a misunderstanding." "Stop talking nonsense. Why did you suddenly come to me?" Tasika smiled, took out a thin booklet from her arms, and handed it over. The black-haired girl took it and found that it was a small book called Fables of Eternal Night. It used the simplest words to praise the great achievements of the Queen of Eternal Night. Just some vulgar flattery. She handed it back and dragged the beholder's body to her cabin. Tasika said, "It's very vulgar, but if the new generation of the human race grew up reading such enlightenment textbooks and praised the Queen of Eternal Night since childhood, would anyone still remember the existence of the Veronica dynasty?" The black-haired girl turned around suddenly, and a beam of holy light descended from the sky like a pillar. Where Tasika was, a huge pit connected to the void was smashed out. But in the pit, fable of eternal night floats quietly, as if stating the fact that it will not change with the will of the black-haired girl. Your Highness, times have changed. Tasika's laughter reverberated for a long time. Yes, it is now the 3rd year of the eternal night calendar, not the 279th year of the Veronica calendar. No matter how noble the princesses from the previous dynasty were, now they are just loners who fled. The black-haired girl had no blood on her face, and fell to the ground weakly on one knee. My lord, can you guide the lost lamb? When will the dawn be dawn? On this day, after 3 years, the Queen of Eternal Night made another move in the Kenpo-Sak Desert, destroying 100,000 elites from the wolf tribe. On this day, Princess Tasika went to the front line to lead the multi-tribal coalition, claiming to resist the forces of the Qingting Empire. On this day, Shady Veronica returned to the city where she was born 2 years ahead of schedule, found a former court official, and established the Tianming army. On this day, the discussion of the new arcane among the imperial magicians reached its peak, and many people took action to verify the above article or find examples of refutation. On this day, a teenager through self-hypnosis once again maintained a flat state of mind and got his favorite treasure box. A small butterfly flaps its wings to create a storm. Any changes made by the behemoth, Qingting Empire, will radiate its influence to the entire continent. The changing trend of the current situation has a completely different trend from the original timeline of this world. The 7 gods watched all this, but they didn't feel that such a change would pose a real threat, and for the time being, they were unwilling to invest more chips to interfere in the world. In the entire multiverse, there are more battles worthy of their attention. In the evening, the city of mystery, Yinbingswang. Roger cooks himself, and then in little Joey's room, ready to enjoy a dinner for 2. Little Joey's heart is about to melt. In this era, the nobles were served by countless maids and servants. Which aristocratic master would cook for himself? Even that extravagant, people have to wait for people to eat, and it is almost too lazy to eat in person. So in the eyes of later generations, cooking a meal for his girlfriend is commonplace. In the eyes of little Joey, Roger is simply full of romance, more intoxicating than the prince described by the bard. No, he is more handsome than the prince. His status is no worse than that of an ordinary prince. He is so gentle and considerate, and he has attracted his goddess to come to me. This proper male god, if you grab it, you will earn it. Little Joey felt that his life had reached an unprecedented peak of happiness at this moment. Except for the fact that due to identity confidentiality regulations, such a boyfriend cannot be shown as a girlfriend, everything else is perfect. Of course, the most crucial point is that the food at this table is delicious. There are absolutely no young couples who forcibly play romance, creating a tragic picture of "I poisoned you to eat." Even in the modern world with developed productivity, Chinese food is extremely competitive all over the world, conquering the stomachs of countless people. In the Middle Ages, when the aristocrats ate roast lamb for Chinese New Year, even if Roger didn't do any big dishes, it was just that the family dishes were at the level of random killings. To be fair, because of the existence of magic and innate advantages in raw materials, the development of animals and plants in this world is better than those back on Earth. For example, the descendants of the super god pig, the first generation, have been slaughtered with the help of magic, especially for the nobles to enjoy first. Roger has stockpiled a lot of goods here. After all, Dior is still the nominal director of the Santa Bella pig farm, and he designed the workshop and pigsty himself. Buying an unlimited amount of pork is just a matter of limited supply. Does that count as opening the back door? Roger brought the last pot of mutton ball soup to the table, sat down and admired the fruits of his labor, and couldn't help showing satisfaction. I also miss the taste of the earth. Isn't our craft more fragrant than the royal chef's? Looks like I came just right. At this moment, a slightly cold voice came from outside the door. No need to ask the owner of the room for permission. The Queen of Eternal Night smelled the fragrance and pushed the door in. This bastard disliked the royal chef in the palace, not once or twice. I want to taste his craftsmanship today. See, Your Majesty. Roger and little Joey got up quickly, secretly guessing that His Majesty was coming back directly from the front line. Little Joey's expression was even more excited than when he first saw the Eternal Night Queen that night. It's Your Majesty in military uniform. I'm fine. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night is wearing an imperial uniform and a majestic blood-colored cloak, embellished with gorgeous commander's medals and ribbons. He had a long phoenix tail feather on his cap, a straight sword hanging from his waist, and a pair of translucent gloves woven from blood-prison spider silk. There still seems to be gun smoke and the smell of blood on her body that has not dissipated. It is vaguely visible that she has displayed great power and killed countless enemies on the front line. Although the Queen of Eternal Night is a magician, she has always been a leader who inspired people to follow her instead of a commander who imposed orders on others. And because of this, her status in the hearts of imperial soldiers is so lofty, and she has countless fanatical fans. It was also the first time that Roger saw the Queen of Eternal Night dressed up, and his eyes were amazed. In the game, there is also a cutscene of the Queen of Eternal Night attacking the Tianming army formation, but at that time, the Queen of Eternal Night was seriously injured, the enemy's strength was also high, and the magic equipment on her body was much more than her dress at that moment. More murderous than gorgeous. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night defeated the wolf tribe and returned triumphantly, proud, sharp, and somewhat reserved. This is the proudest gesture of an invincible king. There is nothing in the world that can stop her. This kind of courageous and conquering momentum is also a manifestation of the unique charm of Ms. Octavia Shelley. She is far more beautiful and intoxicating than she is usually trapped in internal affairs. The reactions of Roger and little Joey made the Queen of Eternal Night flash with pride in her eyes. The little devil who complains about me every day, at least the aesthetics are not biased, you know what it means to look good. She waved her hand. No need to be polite, let's sit down and eat together. There are 2 chairs on each side of the square table. Originally, young couples would sit opposite each other, chatting and eating, and enjoying a quiet night. But at this moment, another Queen of Eternal Night came. She bent her fingers slightly, and Roger's chair was pulled from under her in an instant. She sat directly between the two. At the same time, the set of clean cutlery that Roger had not used floated to the Queen. In the world view of the Queen of the Evernight, what the courtiers belong to is his own. If I eat your family's food, it is to give you face. If it is an ordinary courtier, such as little Joey or Angelina, it will feel very honored. Even if there is only half a piece of bread left, I am willing to let it out for the Queen to eat first. Of course, whether the Queen is willing to eat it is still a question. But Roger is not a normal courtier. Tonight, he was thinking about the 2-person world. It is best to find a chance to continue the physiological hygiene class that was delayed by the Queen of Eternal Night before. As a result, there was romance and atmosphere, and the cooking and food also moved little Joey. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night descended from the sky and became the absolute protagonist of this room. Is this woman a light bulb expert? Why do you come so punctually every time? Your Majesty, no one greeted you to eat. What's the matter with your appearance as if you were returning to your palace? Hey, that's my chair, that's my tableware. If I can't beat you, I'll have you splattered with blood. Roger's heart seemed to have more than 10,000 horses galloping past. On the other hand, you have to show a gesture of no complaints, joy, and gratitude, and welcome the Queen of Eternal Night to inspect the work. He was not happy, but little Joey was very excited. She has been completely conquered by the Queen of Military Uniforms and unlocked the Fangirl X mode. Roger stared at little Joey for a long time with aggrieved eyes, trying to make her realize how outrageous the uninvited Empress of the Night was. It's a pity that little Joey didn't understand the hint in his eyes at all. On the contrary, he was more interested in the battle of the Queen of Eternal Night on the front line. She regretted that she didn't have the chance to see the heroic appearance of the Queen herself, nor participated in the spectacular battle of over 100,000 troops. Compared to the Orc tribe, the bandits and disordered troops faced by the Recovery Army, what were they but stinky fish and rotten shrimp? Roger, baby is wronged, baby is suffering. He sighed secretly, thinking that if he and the Queen fell into the river at the same time, little Joey would save the Queen of Eternal Night first. Forget it, let's learn to swim by ourselves, TT. He could only recruit the servants of the Bingzhuang, add a chair and a set of cutlery to himself, and then sit down to eat. On this desolate night where no one is paying attention, only food can warm my stomach. He didn't realize that the Queen of Eternal Night had listened to the inner voices in his very seriously. Humph, it's finally your turn to suffer. Deserved. Let you commit the sin of laziness first and make me feel so miserable that night, now it's your turn. The Queen of Eternal Night didn't notice that she seemed to be chatting with little Joey, but the main focus was actually on Roger. On the surface, he was very happy because he was depressed, but he didn't think deeply about the meaning behind his excessive attention. She was a big victory on the front line and wanted to share the joy of victory with others, so she followed the letter on her leg to find Roger. As soon as she came back, she saw two people having dinner happily, and she could only blow the cold wind outside the house, and was she disliked by the royal chef? So, she made a decisive decision and decided to go for a meal to see how good you are. This old lady killed the enemy for the country, can't I eat your meal? As for destroying the atmosphere? Oops, careless, I don't understand those. As a result, this one started eating. Well, this one is delicious, and this one is delicious too. This one is very, very delicious. The speed at which the Queen of Eternal Night swung the spoon fully demonstrated her recognition of Roger's cooking skills. Is this the food on Earth? Is this what Roger Iching misses? Magic is on, Earth people are too good at eating, right? Roger Iching, tell me where the Earth is, I want to establish trade with it, and cause the chefs to improve the dark cuisine of the Empire. The wonderful experience on the taste buds makes the Queen of Eternal Night feel that the door to a whole new world is opening to herself. She sees I taste, I eat. She ate so much that it was like wind and clouds, swallowing mountains and rivers with anger. The Queen of Eternal Night has dull hair standing on her head. Although she is a magician, her physique is not bad. It's just that magic power will maintain the consumption of the body's operation on weekdays, and the supply of food is not necessary. But if she wants to let go of eating, she doesn't need to worry about gaining weight at all, and she is very hopeful that she can eat as much as the King Arthur of Great Britain. In the saying of the earth, the basal metabolism of the strong is high, and the calories from overeating are consumed casually. The Queen of Eternal Night eats food like this, and little Joey naturally sees that her idol likes Roger's cooking. After tasting each dish, even though she thought it was delicious, she still took the initiative to put down the knife and fork. Please eat first, Your Majesty, visit in Velben, cm for you ovals. Roger smiled, and this was quite strange in his heart. Your Majesty's heroic manner of eating, do you want to come and kill Li Suo like a murderer? However, how can you eat so much? The host didn't eat much, so you, a guest, just paid for it? Please, you're the queen, don't look like you've never seen the world before, how about a few home-cooked dishes? Turtle blood mother, shame on the internet. You said that if you saw the Manchu and Han banquets and the dishes from the north and the south, then you shouldn't directly become a gluttonous food? These thoughts of his reminded the Queen of Eternal Night. Yes, I am the queen. The dignified queen thinks that it is not enough to eat. Do you need restraint? Then let the cook continue to do it. She asked with a smile. Roger, these dishes are very true to your heart. Each dish will be made 3 more dishes, and more than a dozen new tricks will be made. Is it all right? Roger declined. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Eating too much hurts the stomach. Little Joey pulled Roger to the kitchen without saying a word. Your Majesty, I will supervise the president to complete the order. Your Majesty is very happy to eat, and I am also very happy. As for the question that Your Majesty can eat more than pigs, it's not because His Majesty is too hungry, but because our preparations are not in place. You have to wait for His Majesty to say before adding dishes. This is because you have no sense of service. Someone Luo must reflect on it. She almost half-dragged Roger to the kitchen. Roger didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where is there any other male god at this moment? Only Luo Toolman J, who feeds the queen, isn't it? The Queen of Eternal Night felt more and more that little Joey was a lovely fan. She thought that Roger's unhappiness at that moment finally avenged her discomfort from the night. 1%. Humph, I'll take care of this kid slowly in the future. This is the charm of the unworldly king. All the subordinates are dying. Why can't that bastard feel it? Hiccup. The Queen of Eternal Night fell into narcissism. With the bonus of god-level Chinese cooking and Joey's use of magic to assist in processing raw materials, Roger's cooking speed can be said to be very fast. There are only 2 people, but they are no less efficient than the master chef of the hotel. Of course, this also benefited from the fact that little Joey felt that Roger was wronged by the queen and was flattering and cooperating with him. On the surface, Roger was angry, but inside he was happy that he had found a strategy that other players had not found. The quick option to increase the favorability of the Queen of Eternal Night turned out to be food. Originally, players all felt that Bloody Mother's character was too strong, thinking that she only likes fighting, and is not greedy for personal enjoyment at all. In the end, he's just a slacker. Now that he knows the weakness of the enemy, Roger also intends to let the queen feel the art of eating the country. It took more than 2 hours to eat and cook the last meal, and he just ate the Queen of Eternal Night to the point of sweating. Addicted. The Queen of Eternal Night patted her still flat belly and teased, Roger, I found that it was a waste of time for you to be a minister of history. Why don't you go to the palace? Should I say that the charm of Chinese cuisine is too strong, or the Ivy cuisine is too dark? Should you ignore New Arcane if you think the queen is greedy? Roger quickly declined and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, when the minister is free, I will arrange a recipe and send it to the palace. The Queen of Eternal Night also thought about it. Roger is now the president of New Arcane. He can't cook for himself every day, so she can only ask, How are you preparing for the Arcana talk? This structure is not complicated, it just needs more submissions, real reader feedback, and preparation time. Reader feedback, I have a good place to go. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she snapped her fingers, and Roger felt the world spinning. In an instant, he found himself in a rather noisy castle. The Queen of Eternal Night performed group invisibility, made a shush gesture, and brought him and little Joey to the Royal Academy of Magic. Although it was late at night, the magic crystal lanterns illuminated the brightly lit teaching building, and food and drinks were continuously being supplied. Inside the classroom is gorgeous and comfortable, young magic apprentices, wise academy tutors, and famous off-campus celebrities who are famous for participating in the event are looking for topics they are interested in to participate in discussions, and the atmosphere is warm. And because of the articles in New Arcane, many old debate topics reappeared in the arena, but there was no shortage of new debates. Unconsciously, the atmosphere became so enthusiastic that some swords were drawn. Some magicians are obviously on the verge of anger. However, this teaching building is set up to prohibit demons. Even if the masters do it, they can only punch the king in 8 fists, and then they are pulled away by the strong security personnel and punished. Think about that humiliating scene. In the end, people often give up convincing people with reason and choose to convince people with reason. Of course, it is not surprising that the stance of prohibiting demons is invalid for a certain queen who participated in the recent renovation of this teaching building. Roger has serious reasons to suspect where the magic circle of this woman is repaired, and where is the back door. It is an old rogue manufacturer. So it's not too much to suspect that she used mind-reading magic to target me? Wait, don't let the young master get the evidence. There are stealth techniques and sound insulation barriers. The Queen of Eternal Night, Roger, and little Joey walk into classrooms at will, and no one noticed. Is this the law salon? It's lively! Little Joey counted the days, showing a rare look of surprise. When I come back here, I feel young again. The Queen of Eternal Night nodded with a smile. In her princess days, although Hall went to be a tutor, she also came here to play in the gym when she was interested, and there were many highlights in the audience. It's over, there is a phenomenon of human-to-human transmission, and they are loaded for her again. Roger's eyes twitched, and then he finally understood what the magicians who had been drinking and arguing were doing. The Law Salon is a group of magicians drinking and bragging, which belongs to the tradition of the Royal Academy of Magic that has been maintained for more than 300 years. Once a week, there are more and more participants, and the quality is getting higher and higher. Not only do students and professors hang around, but many graduates also come back to participate in it. Countless wonderful debates have been born here, and many magical improvements have originated from here. Before the birth of New Arcane, the Law Salon was the most high-end magician summit in the hearts of imperial magicians, and everyone yearned for it. However, little Joey is a student of the Imperial Academy of Magic, so naturally, he has no chance to participate in the high-end party of his family. Now that she is watching the Queen in this way, it can be regarded as a dream of inter-school days. The salon is a Western-style buffet. The dishes are quite rich and gorgeous, and the waiters are also very active in supplementing them. If the food is slightly bad in appearance, it will be replaced immediately. The Queen of Evernight picked up a piece of cake at random, tasted it, and nodded with satisfaction. The pastry chef's craftsmanship in the academy has not declined at all. She recommended a few desserts that she liked to Roger and little Joey. The Queen of Eternal Night brought people here. In addition to the timing, another intention was to tell Roger and you little bastard don't chatter. I don't eat the dishes you cook for nothing, and now I invite you to eat whatever you want. Little Joey is quite happy. What idols like to eat, we also like to eat. Roger also tasted the desserts. They were real and not sweet. It is a good dessert in the eyes of Chinese people. But another thought that was in his mind was, "That's it? You didn't do it, so I'm too embarrassed to take it out." The Queen of Eternal Night's eyes darkened slightly, and she was quite unconvinced. "Are you good at cooking?" "Just a small road, with my genius. If you have time to do some research, you will be amazed." However, the three of them were very full, and they were just looking for a rare dish that was not often seen outside to taste. Little Joey said that the taste is a little better than that of the Imperial Academy of Magic, it just looks good. Compared to what my male god did, hee. Roger felt the same way. But you don't need money to eat casually, and you can see the real side of the masters after drinking. It is indeed very interesting to watch this Law Salon. After criticizing the level of the salon's catering, the three decided to split up and listen to the discussions they were interested in, collecting materials that could be used in Arcana talk. Roger strolled through this magician's event. Although he couldn't take the place of their heated discussions, he heard speeches like, "Can you say something wrong? Come up." He found that everyone had mixed praise and criticism for the new arcane, but it was indeed a mess. In today's Ivy Empire, if you don't read New Arcane, can you still be called a magician? However, it is limited to the Royal Academy of Magic. For the disciples and grandchildren of Dean Hall, this sentence may have to be replaced by: would you rather learn magic if you don't spray New Arcane? Tonight, the New Arcane is the trumpet of the debate, and the industrialization of magic is the Cambridge of the war. Roger secretly memorized the names of several young and talented debaters. Whether these guys are right or not, Roger's useless brother has no way to judge. But all of them have their unique skills, which are quite suitable for the draft of arcane talk. Some topics that are unique to magicians also provide them with a lot of rhythmic inspiration. Some people not only sprayed magazines but also sprayed in the ice room. Roger, the owner and initiator of the village, walked among them. Not only was he not angry, but he was quite happy. Are you angry? Hee hee, I just like to see you guys so angry that you still don't look like me. But incompetent fury. In a relatively large lecture hall, an old professor smoked alcohol with his left hand and wine with his right hand, slapped the table, and sprayed New Arcane. That's called a side-scrolling, eloquent, and eloquent, attracting hundreds of students to watch and applaud. Little Joey was hiding in the back row, his face was pale, and was shivering. When she saw Roger coming in, she felt as if she had seen a savior, and asked sadly, "President, is the magazine we are working on really a spiritual harm thing that poisons the younger generation of magicians?" Roger rubbed her little head. "Just listen, any new thing that comes out and touches the cake of the old class will go through such a process." "Then what shall we do?" "Write down the name of this old professor, and there must be a place for him in Arcana Talk. "President, you were scolded, aren't you angry at all?" Little Joey asked in surprise. Roger smiled. "Remember, as media people, we are not afraid of being criticized, but we are afraid that no one will criticize us. Please continue to work harder to make these old antiques mad. Traffic is the lifeblood of the media. As long as traffic can be drained, some people can even eat steamed buns with human blood." Roger asked himself if he already had a bottom line compared to those people. Little Joey was amused by the way he was holding bad water. Seeing that Roger seemed to be in a good mood, she leaned on tiptoe to his ear and whispered, "Thank you for not being angry with your majesty. I know she acted too much. But she is your majesty after all." Although little Joey seems to think that the queen does everything as it should, it is obvious that Roger has his temper. She is now out of the fangirl mode, hoping to mediate from it to avoid the deterioration of the male god's loyalty. Roger wrapped his arms around her waist and asked, "I want to thank you, so is there a reward?" Yes, but I don't know what reward the president wants." Little Joey's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Wait back, go to your room and tell you." The hand on the waist, very dishonestly, began to explore downwards. When little Joey heard that he was about to come to his room, his face was already red, and then his movements made him unable to stand still. "It was only with the support of Roger that she didn't fall," she said with a guilty conscience. "President, wait and go back, huh?" Roger listened to her words and naturally, added another hand and started to develop upwards. "Anyway, there is invisibility, and there is a sound barrier." Produced by the Queen, the effect was quite outstanding. It was here that he measured the depth of little Joey on the spot, and those students and professors could not see or hear. Of course, little Joey also knew this, but the teacher over there was so excited that he wanted to clear the king's side and maintain the sanctity of magic, and set the ice room on fire. But the source of the evil thought of New Arcane is here to bully himself. The shame just exploded. But she thought that Roger had just been oppressed by the Queen and that she had become an accomplice in the joint persecution despite her enthusiasm. She felt guilty and didn't dare to resist, so she could only endure it silently. It can be regarded as compensation for the president. He will not be the kind of person who goes too far, right? Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. Huh. Little Joey felt the strangeness of his body, and quickly tightened his legs, pinched Roger's mischievous hand, and sprayed the hot breath in his ear. Please, don't stay here. It's fine to go back. Roger could feel little Joey's body fluctuating repeatedly between softness and stiffness. He knew that she was about to be too shy to bear, but he just forced himself to endure it. A wicked smile appeared on his face. In today's wave, the Queen thought that Roger was on the first floor, little Joey was on the second floor, and she was on the third floor. But in Roger's view, he was actually on the fourth floor. On the surface, bad customers came to the door and forcibly grabbed food, and he was forced to open a wave of business. But no matter how much you cook, it's all dishes that you like to eat, and you're quite happy to eat them. Looking at the dignified Queen again, he was so dumbfounded by the Chinese food that he stood up and was also honored. Rounding up, this is considered a cultural invasion of another world, right? As far as cooking is such a trivial matter, I am at the top of the list when looking at multiple planes. So his reluctance was only for a moment, and the latter was just for little Joey to see. You made me suffer by helping outsiders, how should you compensate me afterward? A little bit, right? This kind of trick of pretending to be weak and sympathetic to the dignitaries is a bit of a bitch, but it's undeniably useful. If you don't grasp this good opportunity to be delivered to your door, would you still want to study hygiene? Still, want to be a class representative? When little Joey was helping in the kitchen, because the Queen's charm didn't radiate, he realized that Roger was my Superman, and I made him feel wrong. So Roger was cooking at that time, and she worked hard and never complained, wiping his sweat and feeding him the fruit. What she was doing was a combination of men and women, and the work was not tiring. What this kid Roger enjoyed was not as uncomfortable as the Queen of Eternal Night thought. On the contrary, he was quite shy. How can modern people still be shackled by the idea of a gentleman who is far away from cooking? Cooking by yourself is called a lifestyle, and it is not uncommon to see the Sea King who conquers the stomach of beautiful women with his cooking skills. Cooking is similar to driving a black belt girl, but one is in the kitchen and the other is in the wild area. But in essence, it's just a way for boys to pretend to be coercive. Compared to the real beauty of the Queen of Eternal Night, you also know how many people are coaxed across the screen to be coaxed by the little brother to beat him. Take me quickly and wait all night for the tank to come online? And in the depths of his heart, how could he not have made up his mind about the scene where the Queen and little Joey couldn't stop relying on god-level cooking skills, and then fell asleep together? Of course, this is outrageous, but what if? If there is no spring dream, then what is the difference between being a person and a salted fish? Roger felt that this was something that a straight man like him could understand. There wouldn't be people in the world who couldn't even understand this great relationship, right? No, no, no. The ancients said that if a general wants to take it, he must first give it, understand? I have to bow my head under the eaves of people. Now I am not as strong as the Queen of Evernight, and I am a partner. It's okay to make some concessions on things that don't touch the bottom line and result in a win-win situation for both parties. He has forced the Queen of Eternal Night to give in and change her mind quite a few times. Looking at the Empire, it is entirely possible to ask who else is there. If you uphold the mentality of not taking any losses, just wanting to take all the benefits, and looking at the overall situation, then this kind of glass-hearted guy will be a dog for the gods, and sooner or later he will be regarded as a dead dog. When you see the gods, you have to kneel, give your heart, and even lick the feet of the goddess of war. There is no future for transmigrators to learn 486. After all, not everyone has a death return, and no one has the capital of the wave. Low key. There is no major problem with the operation of little Joey because of her weakness. He pulled his claws out of Joey's body, and when she saw her small grievance and anger but dared not say anything, he kissed her gently. Okay, let's continue to work and record all those who are scolded fiercely and rationally, then it's our treasure. Well, I'm going to work. Little Joey ran away without looking back as if Roger was some kind of devil who chose people to devour, and he didn't dare to stay by his side for half a second. Woohoo, now I know what Montgomery means when the sheep go into the tiger's mouth. Woohoo, if your majesty knew that her invisibility and soundproof barrier were developed by Roger, wouldn't he be angry? Woohoo, when will you return to the ice room? In a small classroom, a dozen handsome young men and women dressed as extravagant among the nobles of the Royal Academy of Magic are gathered together to discuss intensely. This new arcane is a heresy. And the editor and the author must be burned to death. You are careful, the preface written by your majesty himself, you want to burn even his majesty? If your majesty has fallen and betrayed the empire, why can't she be burned to death? She discovered that Emokila, obviously disregarding the interests of the empire. That's right, the price of food in the south has been lowered. In the future, everyone will use mokes. Which pariah will still farm well? Don't talk about it, I will cry if I talk too much. My father and uncle have hoarded 500,000 gold coins of food together. If this magic waste is popularized, I am afraid that even the capital will not be recovered. Whose family is not? Originally, the 17 countries rebelled, the fields were barren, and the good opportunity to make a lot of money was gone. The queen is no longer the queen she used to be. She has betrayed the empire and came together with the villain. A group of young noble magicians angrily crusade against the new arcane, and even the Queen of and Eternal Night is also included in their attack. Under the influence of alcohol, the young man scolded violently, but he didn't realize that the door was blown open by a gust of wind. The Queen of Eternal Night walked into the room stealthily, and after hearing a few words, her face became gloomy. On the other side, Roger happened to pass by and heard the rhetoric floating out of the room. Interesting, I have to see who is braver than me and dares to open the Queen? His Majesty wants to establish a new magic industry system for the prosperity of the Empire, and it will touch the interests of more people. In their eyes, His Majesty is wrong. Infamy and stigma will follow. I believe His Majesty also had expectations. If someone is on the wrong team, just send this person away. There is no need to expand to the whole group of innocent people just because of emotions. Don't worry, the innocent won't be implicated. The Eternal Night Queen sneered. Fortunately, this guy has some conscience and knows he has taken all the blame. Roger Charles's treason has nothing to do with Angelina Charles, and I will not magnify it with guilt. But she still felt that what Roger said was inaccurate and asked, "Don't say anything else, just say your position. What did I do wrong?" This question is completely irrelevant to the present. What is my position? The southern nobles have nothing to do with me. Although in the current situation, it is not good to kill directly, with your strength, it can be suppressed. Wait, with her wording, she directly asked what was wrong. Did she first think she was wrong? This is too unlike your Majesty, and this state is not quite right. Roger became more and more confused when asked and had no idea at all. He always felt that he and the Queen of Eternal Night seemed to communicate face to face, but they didn't chat on a server at all. He tentatively said, "Your Majesty, you don't need to pay too much attention to the attitudes of these nobles. The empire is big, and there will be birds. If you don't rest first, don't hurt your body. You don't need to care about my body. You just need to answer directly. Where did I go wrong?" As she stepped forward, the Queen of Eternal Night's eyes grew fiercer and fiercer. "Isn't it your bird that I care about now? Every day is a lie, their words all false, they lied to me to play me, and now they are pretending to care about me? Liar, 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 liar. She stopped just a step away from Roger. At this distance, her perfect face is breathtakingly beautiful, but Roger felt that under her threatening aura, she concealed confusion and grievances. Isn't this a big blow? Please comfort me. But I am the master of Tutsa UPS, not those who blow up. Your Majesty, you are the strongest leader in this world. You are talented, powerful, charming, and you have the world in your heart. Wrong, say my mistake, I listen to that kind of flattery more than 30,000 times a day. The Queen of Eternal Night couldn't stand his evasive attitude any longer. She raised a hand and was about to fall. She wanted to slap him. You are about to betray the church, yet you are still pretending. Are you tired? If you are not tired, I am too tired. If you don't tell the truth, I really can't help it. Roger felt that the Eternal Night Queen was getting more and more impatient, like a repressed volcano, clearly on the verge of an emotional explosion. Especially in her eyes, there were too many complicated emotions suppressed, making him a little afraid to face them. But what is certain is that I don't have room to maneuver, so it's easier to avoid the important things. This wave was implicated by those southern nobles. The angry queen is really scary, but also a bit pitiful. She had done so much for this empire, and yet, this is how she was treated. Because the Eternal Night Empress is pressing step by step, Roger doesn't have much room to think. He can't help but blurt out the complicated cognition of the Eternal Night Empress in his heart. Your Majesty, the only mistake you made was loving this kingdom too much. The Queen of Eternal Night was surprised by this answer. After thinking about it, she sneered, patriotism, is this also a mistake? Is this the position of the traitor? I'm afraid, let me listen to your final explanation. How exactly do you want to prove that patriotism is a mistake? The Queen of Eternal Night put down her arm, but her eyes became colder and colder. She couldn't wait for Chioho to kill this son on the spot. Roger felt the killing intent. Sure enough, this woman asked herself, but she still couldn't listen to criticism. What contempt! But when he started, he could only grit his teeth and continue, otherwise, his life would be in danger. Your Majesty's hard work and dedication to the Empire is well known to the Empire, and because of this, everyone takes His Majesty's contribution for granted. Just like these nobles, they criticized His Majesty for not protecting the interests of the nobles, but never thought that if His Majesty was not the Queen, would you have already become a slave of the subjugated country. How can you have the capital to bargain with the Church? The firm killing intent in the Empress Eternal Night's heart stirred up a bit. It turned out that he took too little, gave them too much, and indulged the greed in people's hearts. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in. Calm. Is the young man in front of him also defecting from the church for this reason? Just when she was thinking, she heard Roger continue, if your Majesty didn't love this empire deeply and didn't want to let an innocent citizen become a lamb, then he would not forbid the Church of the Seven Gods to preach, and the Seven Gods would also be happy to see His Majesty. As the Patriarch of the world, he is in charge of 40 million people. If your Majesty didn't love this empire deeply, he wouldn't do everything possible to find a way to make the country strong, break the class that has been solidified for thousands of years, bear the incomprehension of countless people, and lose the opportunity to be a free and faint king for a lifetime. If your Majesty doesn't love this empire deeply, and will not face all disasters and crises with the empire. In that case, you can get away when things are impossible, whether it is to come back in the future, or to travel through the multiverse. With His Majesty's strength, there is no empire. If you are dragged down, even the gods can't stop you. There are not many choices for empires, but your choices are always many. However, you have not chosen any of the paths that are more beneficial to you. Instead, you have chosen to bear the pressure of the seven gods and lead the empire to untold glory. You have paid too much, and you want to do too much beyond this era. Fools cannot understand it, and wise people have a clear stand and are unwilling to follow. Therefore, Your Majesty, you must be extremely lonely, and you cannot force everyone to have the same moral level as you. The thorny road goes to the end. Force. The Queen of Eternal Night repeated these two words, and the icy murderous intent on her body gradually dissipated. As he said, I, the Emperor, was ready to move and wanted to leave this empire that could not understand me and live in another world. What's more, a rubbish younger brother who wants to lie down is excusable to leave this building that is bound to collapse, right? She loves this empire so much that it is difficult to be exacting herself with her own eyes. How can she frame others with such a standard? Thinking of this, the Queen of Eternal Night understood Roger's defection, and a wry smile emerged. Roger Eiching has helped me a lot. If one day I want to leave, I will not stop myself. Your Majesty, my true heart will never stand under a dangerous wall. Empress Roger Yonya was able to say something like you are allowed to treason, which was both an accident and a surprise to her mind, and she suddenly felt a little heroic in her heart, and smiled. Your Majesty doesn't mind losing with a smile, the loss will be earth-shattering. I don't mind crying and winning is insidious. Until the last moment, who knows, if it's not the gods who will lose. Roger Eiching is so daring, willing to fight against the gods in the sky with me? The Queen of Eternal Night's eyes lit up, and surprise appeared on her face. Since Your Majesty has gone forward and stabilized the hatred, why not make up for some output later? Roger suddenly showed a hint of cunning in his heroic. What's more, if there is a day when things really can't be done, His Majesty will take the initiative to take me to a safe place, right? The Eternal Night Queen was startled. To be honest, she thought about it when she confirmed Roger's ability. If he was certain to die, he would send Roger away and keep a piece of the Empire's blood. Maybe one day they have a chance to make a comeback. But when he says it himself, it's too shameless, and I wanted to beat him. She stretched out her hand and tapped Roger's forehead a few times. You look like a hero, but not quite. After all, she was amused by this outrageous sentence pattern. She suddenly stopped being angry. As I thought, people who don't understand her should leave. At least she isn't alone. Now there is one more person who knows what she's done and what she is going to do, and then they will die together. The Queen of Eternal Night turned around and pointed to a group of southern nobles who had finished drinking and were about to leave. Roger, what do you think about these southerners? Roger was fortunate to have survived, and his trust in the Queen of Eternal Night seemed to have risen again, so he dared to say, according to Your Majesty's character, it must be murder, but I prefer to kill the heart first and then kill. How to say? Let's get wind of them and arrange for them to defect to the church country through the goblins, then let them watch the rise of the Empire, feel the despair of being swept away by the Empire, and finally, hang them on the street lamps. That's a good idea. The two talked about the follow-up arrangements for New Arcane. Outside the door, the law salon had ended, and little Joey followed the sound and found this room. Looking at the backs of the Queen of Eternal Night and Roger standing side by side, talking about profound topics that she didn't understand at all, she stopped to step forward. Inexplicably, she felt that her heart was punched hard. It turns out that what Mr. Roger is thinking, I don't understand at all. That's why His Majesty can appreciate her like this, so only His Majesty can talk about this with him, right? Suddenly, a strong sense of self-confidence surged in her heart, and she panicked uncontrollably. It's not that he is worried that His Majesty will rob him of a man, but that Roger sees the Queen every day, and is used to seeing her beauty, her strength, and those conversations that can only happen between monarchs and ministers. At that time, what could even be considered yourself? I can't even understand her. How can a little firefly be brighter than the moon? She clenched her fists tightly, and unconsciously pushed her nails into the flesh without knowing it. The Queen of Evernight suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, Little Joey is back too? How's the harvest? Report to your majesty, and record a lot of names that are suitable for submission. Little Joey tried his best to keep his energetic voice while lowering his head at the same time, so as not to get caught in the emotions he shouldn't have. It was the first time that I had someone I liked, the first time I saw my idol I liked, and the first time I participated in the salon I longed for when I was a child. But why does it add up like this? She finally realized that idols are unattainable stars in the sky, and she didn't want the male gods beside her to fly into the sky too, getting further and further away from her. Not at all. The desire for possessiveness overwhelmed loyalty and admiration and opened a gap in little Joey's heart, which quickly grew like wild grass, entwining her tightly and tightening her heart. If it is said that the young noble children in the room are heard by the Queen of Eternal Night, it is a near-death experience. Then, because Roger's heart sounded, as he walked into this room, the death penalty was a certainty. The Queen of Eternal Night would naturally not allow these people to give Roger a wrong example. Originally, that kid was so bold that he dared to scold the Queen in his heart. If I don't burn these second generation to burn me to death, wouldn't I be scolded face to face in the future when I'm going to be scolded in the face? Does the Queen want to lose face? When Roger entered the door and saw the Queen of Eternal Night hiding in the room, he was also stunned. I wanted to hear a joke from the Queen, but the Queen was also there, so should I laugh or not laugh for a while? The Queen of Eternal Night said subconsciously, "Don't laugh." Roger looked up at her suspiciously, his eyes twinkling. Did I just laugh? I just thought about it in my heart, haven't I laughed yet? Only then did the Evernight Queen realize that it was broken. I responded to his heartfelt voice just now. She hurriedly cleared her throat. These nobles forgot why the Empire exists, but it also shows that Mokila is very successful, changing the pattern of the Empire. Roger Iching, as the initiator, counts the best, so naturally, you should be happy. But right now, don't laugh. Read lat.stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. She was talking nonsense in all seriousness, and Roger always thought there was something strange. But since the Queen had said so, he still patted his chest and assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, this minister has received professional training, and usually he will not laugh." It turns out that what Your Majesty means is not that I failed in the management of facial expressions. It seems that I have an additional reward for the success of Michaela, okay? The Queen of Eternal Night frowned. If you say 3 words wrong, I owe you an extra reward, right? The founder of New Arcane needs a reward, and the sales surge has promised a condition. If you say something wrong, you will be rewarded. Sooner or later, there will be no reward, right? I've lost a lot this time. It must be recovered from these scum who are trying to make a fortune in the country. Through the simple introduction of the Queen of Eternal Night, Roger can be considered to know what kind of a group of nobles in this room are. His mouth is full of doctrine, but his heart is full of business. Everyone seems to be worried about the country and the people, and they want to revive the glory of the magician and stop the Queen from falling. It was just because Mokila affected his own business. The yellow-haired one who was wearing a white mage robe and a saucy hairstyle at the head was the young master of the Duke of South Carlton. The men and women around him are all descendants of nobles from the southern part of the empire. The south is the traditional grain production center of the empire, and both last year and this year had a larger than usual harvest. And the homeland of the 17 kingdoms was not peaceful before, and this year, the nationalist army made a lot of noise, delaying the spring plowing, and not many people died. So the situation of this man with more food and less food is irreversible. Even with the support of the empire, it cannot fill the huge gap. Not being starved to death is the greatest wish of the people at the bottom of this era. Seeing that the famine was inevitable, the aristocrats in the south united and hoarded a large amount of food. Some time ago, the price of food in the whole empire was quite high. When the summer harvest is over, the food in the 17 countries will be almost consumed, and a large number of people will not be able to eat, so they will win. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can still sell yourself. The southern nobles threw countless coins and filled their warehouses with food, but before the famine came, an alchemy potion called mochila came first. Ordinary magicians are still arguing about the war-inducing articles published in New Arcane. At most, it is a blasphemy to use magic for agriculture, and they don't pay much attention to the magic itself. But the nobles who were gathering grain on a large scale frowned and found that things were not simple. They got some magic rubbish through their channels. After verification, they found that the description of the article was true. This is an alchemical potion that changes the fertility of the land and stimulates the rapid growth of certain high-yielding crops. Such alchemy potions are not unusual, there are many similar spells and magic items. But the problem is that mochila is too cheap. It was ridiculously cheap. It's so cheap that ordinary farmers grit their teeth. At the level of 6 heads of state, they can use gold coins to speed up the process of crop production and complete the first wave of primitive accumulation. This thing is too big a threat to the southern nobles who are hoarding food. Naturally, New Arcane, mochila, and the Queen of Eternal Night are regarded as thorns in the eyes. The Queen of Eternal Night looked gloomy here, but a group of young people over there were drinking well. He was still talking about the threat of the Empress, and it had risen to the point that the Empire had to choose a new puppet that respected the interests of the nobles. But what if we can't beat the Queen? Someone asked. It's simple, let the brains of the church come to me. As long as they are allowed to preach, they will scream and rush up. The young master of the South Carlton family said. A group of people cheered him, this trick is lore. Roger was dumbfounded. Young people are too brave, do you think this salon is a place outside the law? You never know who is eavesdropping outside the door. You're still young, so dare to say anything. Even if I have the intention of defecting to the church, I carefully hide it and never dare to say it. Eternal Night Queen? My dear, I thought I caught a group of southern worms, but I didn't expect there was one of the biggest worms around. Life is full of surprises. One was careful, and the other was hidden and tucked away. Very good, now I already know that you want to defect to the Empire. Is it the finger of death, or is it after the fall? She almost fainted. It was found that the imperial nobles had the intention of mutiny because greed gave up loyalty and conscience, and the Queen of Eternal Night was a little sad. Those old ministers who once declared their loyalty and jointly built the Qingtang Empire have deteriorated. They now have a completely different position from the Empire. She can still accept this result because the industrialization of magic has touched the cake of these nobles. But now Roger has also expressed his intention to defect from the church, which is to stab the Queen several times. She felt unacceptable. From the perspective of the Queen of Eternal Night, I was good to Roger and gave him the only treatment among all the courtiers. The title was given, the money was given, and the house was rewarded. If he wants fiefs, he will never be less. He was given enough stage to show off, and the Eternal Night Order, which had not been used for many years, was directly handed over to him, and it was the most in-place support in all aspects. On weekdays, he tolerated all his bold and lustful words and actions that were completely beyond the duty of a courtier. I don't think I have ever committed the crime of deceiving the king if the words are wrong. After the bloody night in Odiu, to cooperate with the arrest of Joestar and rescue of Angelina, I left the customs ahead of time to add another layer of hidden dangers to me. I just want to escort the heroes of the future. In the end, because he forced him to work hard and made him unable to be lazy, he would defect to the gods? The Queen of Eternal Night fell into confusion, and a real sadness slowly spread in her heart. Where is the young man in front of the big library who wants to tell the truth about history? Where is the boy who was willing to use himself as bait to lure Joestar out? Where is the boy who promised me to work together to prevent the mountains and rivers from being broken? All heroes and bravery are fake, are they all performed for me to see? She couldn't figure it out, couldn't figure it out. She believed that what Roger revealed unintentionally was the most real thought in her heart. That's why it's more and more difficult to accept. Did I give less? Did I do something wrong again? Could it be that I'm so humble now that I'm so diligent, but I can't even exchange a person's loyalty? Your Majesty, is there a problem? Roger finally realized that something was wrong. The Queen of Eternal Night no longer looked at those noble children who were conspiring to betray the country for money, but turned around and stared at herself. The murderous aura in her eyes was about to overflow, making him unconsciously break out cold sweat. Those people are obsessed with profit and disregard the interests of the Empire. I don't blame Emokila, Your Majesty, don't scare me. The Eternal Night Queen took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. If you can't figure it out, just ask. Her voice was so cold that there was no emotion at all. How about you tell me, what did I do wrong, and you want to treat me like this? Roger was a little bewildered by the question. This. It's so strange that the question has no beginning and no end. Why is it you? I have no collusion with the southern nobles. Your Majesty, you know it. Does the you here refer to all nobles? She is so confused, she is going to throw the blame on all the nobles? This still has to be persuaded. Your Majesty, the standard of right and wrong is not absolute, it is only determined by your position. If Your Majesty wants to distribute more benefits to the commoners, what you do is wrong in the eyes of the nobles. Bell Tribe King Tent, outside the city of Serena. Countless torches along with the blessings given by shaman priests and priests of the Church of the God of War made 200,000 elites from different orc tribes stronger and fiercer. At the forefront of the phalanxes, half-dragon Princess Tasika raised the crimson sword and exclaimed. The hot-blooded men of the orcs, the Qingting Empire attacked the wolf tribe, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Now their greedy soldiers are pointing towards the depths of the Kenpasak Desert, towards the homeland where we live. Coming towards our wives and daughters, cattle and sheep. Those evil Imperials want to give the goddess the last refuge of the orcs, and turn it into another bloody page of the history of the evil queen's conquest. In this crisis, are there any warriors willing to join me on the expedition to fight the Ivy Empire? Under the influence of divine magic, her voice reached the ears of every soldier present. The news that the Ivy Empire captured the Wolf tribe was also spread to all the other tribes, and no one wanted their home to be trampled by the iron hoofs of the enemy. Princess Tequila is slender and beautiful, but now even this princess has to go to the battlefield to fight against foreign threats. How can the people present bear it? All of them, full of enthusiasm, cried out loud. Yes, sir. Tashika leaned forward and asked with a pretense of doubt, are there no warriors? Are there no men in my orc tribe? Why can't I hear a sound? The emotions of the orc soldiers were provoked, their throats were raised, their chests were slapped, their eyes were red, and they roared hoarsely. I will! Noisy answers echoed above the yellow sand, resounding through the sky, just for the princess to hear her voice. Tasika raised a hand, a beautiful silver dragon descended from the sky, lowered her head in front of her, and asked her to sit on it. The beautiful princess turned out to be a powerful dragon knight. The orc soldiers felt that the wave was stable. The giant dragon is also one of the most powerful monsters in the overnight world. Those who can conquer the giant dragon and become dragon knights must be the most powerful person in the world. Tasika controlled the dragon to climb to a height, overlooking the army formation, pointing his long sword to the east, kill all the ivy thieves. Kill! 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 The most elite soldiers of the 200,000 orcs continued to accelerate with Yashika. Go east. In the city of Serena, in the palace, one could faintly hear the high-spirited shouts of killing outside the city. The current chief of the Bell tribe, Francesca Caccini, held up the wine glass and smiled at the chiefs of several large tribes. Listen, this daughter of mine is still good at mobilizing morale, and after handing the soldiers into her hands, you can be rest assured. Don't worry. Princess Tequila lives up to her reputation. These chiefs are also full of praise. In the face of a powerful enemy, the soldiers under him can charge without fear of death. Even if they are a female class, they can be called fierce generals in the world. There is also a good chance to resist the so-called undefeated queen. It's just that they don't know that if the perspective continues to rise and see a wider land, they will see Princess Tequila, who claims to take the initiative to fight, the soldiers in command, and Rommel's marching route. Passed by. On the silver dragon's back. Lord Joestar, is this the only way? Sentasika washed her face in tears in the sea of consciousness as she looked at the Ivy army that was heading straight for Serena Castle. There was no emotion in old Joestar's voice. If you don't shed enough blood, you can't cover up the hatred among the tribes. Sentasika stopped her mourning and then became firm. I understand, then together we will integrate the Orc tribe and fight against the tyranny of Ivy. The mysterious capital, Charles' house. Angelina was pulled from the bed by the Eternal Night Queen. She didn't complain. As the chief assistant of the Empire, it is normal to be delayed by urgent official duties. What's more, this time, His Majesty came to the door in person, instead of recruiting her into the palace. She woke up instantly and came to the living room in her pajamas. Then I saw the picture of my younger brother drinking tea and snacks with the Queen of Evernight and chatting enthusiastically and speculatively. Angelina, is this my trash brother? He was able to chat with His Majesty about national affairs? Your Majesty, what is the urgency of summoning the minister late at night? Angelina sat down on a chair specially reserved for her. The Queen of Eternal Night was holding a pot of puffs, and she could still speak clearly while eating. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. It's mainly because Roger Eiching said that your desserts are better than those from the Royal Academy of Magic. I'll have a taste, and then I suddenly remembered that I have to talk to you about the law. Angelina, did your Majesty put the primary and secondary in reverse? Shouldn't we talk about the order first, and then taste the dessert? You are the wise and marvelous Queen of the Empire. The Queen of Evernight was temporarily occupied by desserts and responded subconsciously, no, it's delicious, don't you want to try it? Sorry, I'm not hungry, Your Majesty, what's wrong with the law? Angelina turned her head with difficulty. I'm not a strong man like you, I'm an ordinary person, I can't use up my calories, I refuse to continue to eat desserts. At this moment, I already have 3 caddies of fat on my body and there is nowhere to put it, please don't seduce me with puffs. And it's still late at night. Isn't eating this calorie bomb late at night trying to gain weight? Please give me some immediate political diversion. Then sister, try this mango mousse, it's a new recipe from the kitchen. Roger dragged a beautiful triangular cake and handed it to Angelina. You are all devils. Angelina still didn't hold back and took it. My brother's desserts have always been delicious, and she couldn't help but miss the new recipes she had never tried. She is not hungry, but she is thirsty. As for fatness, one would definitely not get fat after eating such a small piece of cake. Next, the 3 discussed the issue of the law. Under the arrangement of the Empire, pretending to be the Restoration Army, they have very targeted the remaining nobles of the 17 kingdoms. In addition, the people in the old places of the 17 kingdoms were bullied, and their unstoppable emotions were also vented towards the bereaved families of the 17 kingdoms. As a result, a large area in the territory of the 17 kingdoms has been vacated and is ownerless. After the cabinet discussion, Angelina led the formulation of the Equalizing Land Decree and planned to distribute the farmland obtained this time to the people of the 17 countries according to the population. This new system is conducive to the reclamation of unowned land, improves farmers' enthusiasm for production, and has a positive effect on the restoration and development of agriculture there. Moreover, the increase in the proportion of self-sufficient farmers is beneficial to centralization. Compared with the low and backward territorial governance level of the nobles of this era, if the decree of equalization is implemented smoothly, it will be a sign of progress. But the actual situation of the Qingting Empire right now is that even if the land is allocated, those farmers will face famine before they have time to harvest. Then it was harvested by the southern nobles, and the people and the land could not be saved. In this way, it became the land and population that the empire had worked so hard to disguise as the Restoration Army in the past, and finally returned to the traditional land aristocracy. The Queen of Eternal Night and Roger discussed the situation, and they both agreed that this is by no means the right time to implement the equalizing order. Even if there is the existence of Mokila, if those southern nobles operate properly, they can still make huge profits and plunder large tracts of land. Therefore, Roger suggests that the land held by the empire doesn't need to be distributed, and it is a state farm. Direct investment by the state, direct management, unified harvest, overall distribution and control of grain prices. The central government of the empire holds enough grain, which fundamentally prevents the great aristocracy from hoarding the grain and making it difficult for the country to make money. It can also greatly strengthen centralization. Moreover, the follow-up magic seed improvement, magic water irrigation facilities, and more alchemy tools can all be tested on state farms. Concentrated and large-scale farmland is also suitable for this kind of mechanical-like development, which avoids the disadvantages that ordinary farmers cannot afford to buy, and big nobles don't pay attention, failing related industries to develop. This is the economic self-circulation model that Big Brother has practiced. The industrial sector manufactures mining equipment and sells it to the mining sector buys the equipment and digs out ore and sells it to the industrial sector, and the industrial sector uses the ore to manufacture more mining equipment and sell it to the mining sector. Before the output reaches the upper limit and there are no external competitors, relying on this self-circulation, the economic scale and vitality will continue to increase, and the country's productivity will be pulled up like this. It is also feasible to apply it to the agricultural development of the empire. In the early stages, the construction of the empire ensured a large enough market for alchemy farm tools, and magicians had the motivation to carry out research on development and production. The Queen of Eternal Night has a limited understanding of economics, but Angelina is an expert in internal affairs. She heard that Roger's state-run farm that magically expands the scale of agriculture is very possible. Famine, displaced peasants, and serfs are also more receptive to state farms. They are reluctant to accept new things, but compared to the benevolent deeds offered by southern aristocrats, it is a great opportunity for the implementation of state farms. Angelina's eyes glowed with admiration. She stared at Roger and said in disbelief, "Are you my brother? Please look at the problem from a different perspective, thank you." Roger didn't dare to answer directly. "It's hard to say that your real brother have been killed by Joestar at this time." Of course, Angelina didn't doubt his identity but was surprised that Roger could make such great progress in a short period. Made new arcane, and the trend of thought and magic industrialization triggered by new arcane promoted the agriculture of the empire. Rubbish magic would just surprise Angelina, but the concepts of state farms, tractors, magic rice, combined harvesting puppets, etc., completely shocked her with the infinite possibilities brought by magic industrialization. In the future, I will no longer have to tear down the east wall to make up for the west wall, to satisfy your majesty's war-mad military needs. Looking at her expression, Queen Evernight couldn't help but smile. "Angelina, take your time, magic will only bring you more miracles." She pondered that some large-scale alchemy tools could be regarded as the prerequisite technology for human-controlled golems. This shows that we are one step closer to the debut of our Golem Legion. After negotiating this matter, the Queen of Eternal Night teleported back to Fangling Yu's Shadow Palace. After discovering the rebels and thieves and calling the Jungian Order to stop the chaos, it is time to go back and arrange an urgent list. When Angelina waited for the Queen to leave, she couldn't come back to her senses. She said to Roger doubtfully, "Not only do you feel different to me, Your Majesty, it seems like it's different too?" Roger nodded, one thing to say, yes. Angelina immediately grabbed his ear. "This has something to do with you? What did you do and say to His Majesty?" The former Queen of Eternal Night would not go to her courtier's house late at night just to eat dessert. Well, even if it was actually for dessert, she would use an official business as an excuse, and she would never say it outright for the sake of appetite. Not only is she dying to save face, but she is also trying to maintain the image of a textbook-level iron-blooded queen. But now the queen is still working hard and diligently, but the subtleties make Angelina, who is very familiar, feel the difference. It seems that a layer of restraint has been untied, and the mood and burden that she has been suppressing have relaxed a lot, just a little. Do whatever you want. It is no longer a symbol called queen, but the feeling of being a person? Angelina couldn't tell what the Eternal Night Empress just now gave her. Roger hurriedly held her hand and shouted aggrievedly, "Sister, take it easy, I won't take the blame." It was those nobles in the south who wanted to defect from the church and hurt His Majesty's heart. I comforted her. "You don't know how scary the scene was at that time, Your Majesty. She is going to hurt me, an innocent passerby." They not only hoarded food but also dared to turn their backs on the church? If I were to be present, I would order them to be slaughtered on the spot. Angelina was instantly filled with righteous indignation. No matter how kind she is, she still can tell who's an enemy and who's a friend. He is also a prime minister who came over during the war years, so he will never be willing to make a move. Who said no? Those people are too chilling for His Majesty. Roger slapped his thigh and recounted the scene to Angelina. Of course, he didn't dare to say all the words that he enlightened the Queen of Eternal Night. In this era, those thoughts are very outrageous, and even my sisters will not understand. At that time, Roger felt the murderous intention of the Queen of the Evernight. To save his life, he expanded and processed a hymn written by a senior chef to the Queen of the Evernight into a short essay with full marks. The core of this is that, Queen of Eternal Night, you have done enough for the Empire, and you no longer owe the Empire anything. You don't wear a crown, don't bear its weight, we love you too. The bloody treasure flies bravely, and the All-Mother will always be with you. Roger didn't feel anything after reading it. But after the journey, I learned about the past of the Queen of Eternal Night, and knew that she only wanted to be a little person, and she also had a girl's dream. Not only is he arrogant, but he is also greedy and greedy. This kind of performance is not a ruthless king who has no desires and no desires. But for various reasons, she was chosen to lead a country on the verge of collapse to become the strongest in the world. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Hundreds of millions of people support and respect her, but how many understand her? Was she born to give everything for the Empire? It is true that the Queen also enjoys the beauty given by the country, but if quantified, will the steps were taken by the Queen lead the country enough to repay? This is a question that modern chefs often debate. And Roger thought that she would fight to the last drop of blood under the pressure of the 7 gods in the future. Apart from a very small number of ignorant loyalists, the rest of the Empire was just a group of ignorant people who didn't understand her at all. When the Empress was mad, they were madder than anyone else. When the Empress failed, it ran faster than anyone else. By the way, they kept scolding the Queen of Eternal Night. Because her name only has 4 characters, only 5 characters. It seemed that something strange had gotten in. Therefore, Roger would occasionally feel sorry for the Blood Mother. Although it was to get rid of the crisis of death, after seeing what she said, the Queen of Eternal Night seemed to put down some burdens and became more real and more self-contained, and Roger was also happy for her. Perhaps the Queen of Eternal Night will still fail, but at least this time she was not kidnapped by the morality of the Imperial people who cling to her and fought to the end by her own will. When she fails like this, she won't blame herself as deeply as those in CG, consciously dragging down the Empire. But this Empire is not worthy of a king who surpasses the times. I see. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Angelina looked complicated. She could feel that her best friend had less burdens on her shoulders. But whether this is good or bad for the Empire, she has no way of knowing. Everyone's position is different, and there will always be differences in the way they look at things. Roger didn't talk any further, and smiled. "Sister, go to sleep, I still have some official business, and I need to go back to the ice room to deal with it." "Why do you work so hard?" "Everything is for the Empire." "Come on, stinky brother." Angelina tiptoed to kiss his forehead and went back to the bedroom. She would not persuade her brother to cherish his body, but would only be pleased that he served the country. As for Roger's work, didn't you tell little Joey to go to her room to ask for a reward? Men have to keep their word. I don't know how Angelina would feel when she found out that her brother was in the manor sent by His Majesty, in the name of overtime, doing some sports with another woman that His Majesty didn't want to see. Hey. The ice room. Roger used the travel insoles to teleport to the center of the manor. It's called overtime, but it's really like fishing, so it's double the joy. If you want to come to the Aestia system, you must be able to feel your unremitting efforts on the lying flat road, and then continue to distribute treasure chests, right? A certain leader with an evil plan in his mind quietly slipped into the female subordinate's room. Little Joey is sitting at the desk, carefully sorting out the gains from the law salon this time, in case there will be forgetting and omissions when he wakes up. Hearing the door slam, her hand paused. There is only one person who can open the door without his permission. And what he was thinking about, and the communication in that lecture hall was already known by passers-by. Probably the sheep that came to the tiger's mouth as promised. Being found out by Montgomery Marie, she is going to be laughed at as a silly girl again. Little Joey pursed his lips, trying hard to drive these thoughts out of his mind, pretending that he didn't know anything, and continued the sorting work at hand. Her happiness after entering the ice room disappeared without realizing it when she saw Roger and the Queen of Eternal Night standing side by side, and after hearing their conversation. As long as she thinks of that glorious existence that makes her feel ashamed even if it is just a back view, little Joey feels very frightened, too frightened to think about it and let what should happen will happen. Anyway, the outcome of the story will not be controlled by a small character like him. While I was still useful to Lord Roger, obey him, be considerate of him, help him, make him happy and comfortable. This is probably the meaning of your existence at this moment, right? The above is the change in little Joey's mood when he was waiting alone. After Roger entered the room, he vaguely sensed that little Joey was feeling wrong. She has always been serious about her work, but when she heard that he came in, no matter how busy she was, she would stand up, shout "Mr. President," full of energy, and continue working. Such an abnormal behavior of inattentiveness is because you know what to repay for the reward you owe you, so you are shy? Roger walked slowly behind little Joey, put his hands on the back of the chair, and leaned over to look at what she was writing. Immediately, Roger's expression turned strange. "Little Joey, you spelled my name more than 100 times, are you trying to urge me to write so many submissions?" "Ah. No." Little Joey lowered his hand, and as expected, he found that the open notebook should have recorded the suitable contributors he met tonight. But at the moment, he wrote, "Roger Charles," full of paper, with a few Dior Brando inserted occasionally. But no matter which, it was him. It's all because he tried hard not to think about it, but in the end, he still occupied the heart between his brows and took his soul away. She hurriedly flipped through the 2 pages and said, according to the blank paper, "Master President, wait for me, I'll write down tonight's work first." "No, wait." Roger held her hand and pulled out the quill in her hand. Little Joey tried to resist, but hesitantly and not resolutely, and was finally pulled by Roger to stand up. Turned over her body and looked at him. The room was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Waited for a long time. Little Joey raised his head, which had been lowered all this time, and looked at Roger in confusion. The imaginary frivolity didn't come. Didn't he come to take away the reward that was temporarily stored here? I was already ready to be bullied severely. Why did the unreasonable bandit show gentle eyes at this time? "Have I done anything to make you unhappy before?" Roger asked. "No, the president is very good. I'm very happy. I did a lot of things today. I'm super happy. To be honest, dear." Roger lifted her chin in a helpless tone. If the expression of happiness is her expression that she wants to cry at any time, what emotion should she keep smiling? Little Joey is not shy at the moment but is in a very low mood. She is trying to pretend that nothing happened, but a silly girl like her has to write everything on her face. Isn't this kind of acting good enough in front of an actor like him who has completely retreated in the face of the death pressure of the Queen of Eternal Night? From Roger's eyes, little Joey also realized that his cover-up was in vain. She was shy and guilty and said pitifully, "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I don't want to do this either. I didn't want to spoil your mood and interest, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She began to apologize continuously, and Roger was stunned. The first time I saw that I was in a bad mood, she didn't lose her temper or make trouble for no reason, but a girl who apologized to others. Probably used to seeing the little princesses, green tea bitches, and even boxing masters of contemporary China, it took Roger half a minute to guess the brain circuit of little Joey. I made Roger unhappy today, so I have to compensate Roger. But when I was making compensation, I was in a bad mood, which affected my performance. Lord Roger didn't enjoy the compensation he deserved, and he didn't even have any interest in it. So I have to apologize. This is probably a mixture of love, loyalty, and responsibility, which has shaped the distorted psychology of women in this era. This was truly an experience Roger had never had before, which made him a little moved and a little distressed. How can there be a foolish child who wrongs himself like this, and still considers other people's perceptions when he is uncomfortable? He held up little Joey's face and gently kissed her on the lips. "Don't say sorry, I want you to make up for it is just an excuse to take advantage of you. It's not your fault, you don't have to apologize." Little Joey was a little stunned by the sudden intimacy. He looked at Roger with watery eyes, and found that he didn't seem to be angry. "Didn't you despise yourself?" she whispered, "but for me, it was too much at that time, the adults should punish me. It's clear that the Queen is the culprit. Don't take the blame for her, you can't take the blame," Roger pointed out unceremoniously. If it was little Joey a few hours ago, he would have pointed out loudly that it was wrong for Roger to think of His Majesty in this way, and His Majesty was right in everything. But at this moment, she was a little happy because Roger said that. At least in his eyes, the Queen of Eternal Night is not perfect. Who would dare to use words like culprit to describe the Queen? But the happiness only lasted for a moment. Her eyes dimmed, she lowered her head, and pulled the corner of Roger's shirt. "Don't talk about your Majesty behind your back, it's not good." Roger keenly captured her mood changes, and when he was happy, he became even more disappointed. He couldn't help but ask strangely, "So what did His Majesty do to target you and make you unhappy?" Little Joey hurriedly shook his head and denied, "No, no, how could His Majesty target me, a small member? She is so nice, beautiful, and generous, she doesn't feel the air of an emperor at all." "So you're not happy, because she didn't do anything?" Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Yeah, Your Majesty is such a perfect existence, just looking up makes you feel like you have no value in existence. Little Joey covered his mouth. Accidentally, he was pulled by Roger's forehand and backhand, to tell the truth. Roger looked at the way she wanted to be angry with him but didn't dare, and he was distressed, and he couldn't help laughing. "Why are you so stupid? Say it if you're not happy, let it out if you're angry, it's hard to keep it in your heart." But I'm an Aedu, and I don't know anyone." Little Joey was also aggrieved. In the past, if you were unhappy, you could talk to Montgomery and drink with other comrades and classmates. But now she has abandoned everything in the past and stayed in Aedu. People she knows are fighting in all directions, and there is no one to look for. Moreover, when it comes to His Majesty's little emotions, and she dares to speak, how many dare to listen? "You can find me." Roger hugged her tightly, bit her ear, and said, "I've already told you my identity secret, and you won't even tell me the little things on your mind?" Little Joey panicked to avoid the itchiness of the air blowing in his ears, and blushed. "It's not that you refuse, but you are the president, and I am your consultant and assistant, so I can't trouble you to say what you have." Roger interrupted directly, "Then the subordinate can smack the boss?" At that time. I hadn't even joined the job at that time. Little Joey was so embarrassed that he was so ashamed, he put his arms on his chest and tried to break free. It's a pity that Roger didn't give her this chance. Instead, he embraced the tenderness, simplicity, and inferiority in his bones. He didn't even know the identities of couple and subordinate, so he rushed to his side's little girl. It is indeed the head of love, but this kind of head is also a bit cute, isn't it? Since he took it, he didn't want to turn this relationship into the obedience and flattery that little Joey was used to. A lot of thinking in modern society still exists in his heart, and little Joey's performance is completely worthy of his tenderness. Roger pressed her small head to his chest and asked softly, "If I have trouble at work, or if I'm not satisfied with a big man, would you listen to me nagging?" "Of course, I would. Then, in turn, I would also like to listen to you. We are a couple now, and we may be partners in the future. We must support each other in work and life. You don't always use your subordinates to restrain yourself, you are privileged here with me. For example, I must appease your mood." When little Joey heard Roger's words, he raised his face and stared at him, the moisture in his eyes became heavier and heavier. She asked timidly, "Well, then I'm not happy, can I tell the adults? Does this count as causing trouble for the adults?" Roger deliberately slowed down for half a beat, and when little Joey's disappointment was about to show, he quickly continued the second half of the sentence, "But I'm happy to deal with all the trouble you've caused because I'm willing to be your future reliance." "My lord! You don't want to be so nice to me. I will become more and more greedy in the future. I will be ruined by you. I will no longer be loyal, I will become jealous of others, sensitive and suspicious, and suddenly happy and angry. It's such a horrible feeling, I don't know myself." Little Joey hugged Roger hard with his backhand, and the tears he had been holding back welled up in his eyes. She buried her face in Roger's chest. The panic, grievance, and inferiority she had suppressed this night could no longer be controlled. It was like a flood coming up all the time as if it was going to engulf her, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. Little Joey Barton is also a beautiful, excellent, and proud girl. She has lived in the envy of others for more than 10 years, and her character is straightforward. Most of the people around her take good care of her. But after awakening to Roger's monopoly, she will unconsciously compare herself with the women around him. It happened that the comparison target tonight was the Queen of Eternal Night. In an instant, little Joey's confidence collapsed. Even if nothing substantive happened between Roger and the Queen of Eternal Night, she just looked at the backs of the two people, and it was hard to breathe. A good partner is a good thing, but he is too good. His thoughts are like a dragon from the 9 heavens, and he is completely out of control. Instead, it is a burden and a pressure. At that time, little Joey felt as humble as mustard and could not control Roger at all. The realities and gaps that she was happy and didn't care about before suddenly appeared clearly, swallowing up all the light in her small world. In the darkness, no matter how hard that little firefly tries to shine, it cannot light up the whole world. She thought, to be a well-behaved and obedient deputy, staying by his side is victory. Even though she will be swallowed by darkness in this process, this is the path she chooses. But when she was almost in despair, Roger unexpectedly gave her the identity of his girlfriend and was willing to listen to her thoughts, and promised to be her future support. This is a natural guarantee in later generations. In an empire where machismo is prevalent, and in a feudal era where marriage is more of a bundle of interests, it is like a ray of light that brightens up little Joey's world again. So, she cried unrestrainedly, because all the unease finally came to an end. Roger didn't think that this little Joey was made of water, so fierce when he cried. But when I cried, my emotions gradually calmed down. He waited patiently for her to finish crying, his eyes turned into walnuts, but the vibrant smile from the past returned to his face, and he finally felt relieved. "Can you say why you were unhappy before?" I've been worried that I'll be disliked by adults. You are already more beautiful than the most beautiful wife I imagined I could marry in the past. How could I dislike it? Roger's words are not a lie, but the real thoughts of that ordinary young man on earth. A gentle and virtuous character was the only requirement for his wife. My lord, you are so good at coaxing people. Little Joey couldn't believe it. Compared to your majesty, and compared to those noble ladies in Aedu, I am a firefly, how can I be called beautiful? To more beautiful girls, so I'm nothing. Roger remembered a poem and said softly, "You are not the sun, you are not the moon, don't you have a little less fun? You have finished your existence, you have lit your lamp. All you have is your own, and you are indebted to no one. You simply obey, your inner strength. You broke through the shackles of darkness, you are small, but you are not small." Little Joey was fascinated. This is Firefly. Gorgeous. She leaned against Roger's chest as if she was drunk. The girl took her hand and said like a cat, "Sir, it's very late, are you staying here?" Because your little firefly wants to illuminate you." Roger smiled, rubbed her slender waist, retreated to the bedside, and fell together. At the same time, she released her mental power, knocked out the magic crystal lamp in the room, and untied the light shirt on her body with a dexterous hand. "Let me check where the firefly emits light." The mysterious capital, Fonling Moon Shadow Palace. The Queen of Eternal Night summoned Margaret, the left minister, alone. Margaret is in charge of military affairs and intelligence and has 2 special secret intelligence units under her command, named Nightingale and Sparrow. The members of Nightingale are not limited to the human race, most of them are bards, and a few are noble courtesans. Regardless of gender, Nightingale's primary selection criterion is beauty and then training to master all kinds of chat, pua, and charm. They roam among the upper class and professional powerhouses and obtain information through superb means. The occupation and personnel composition of sparrows are very complicated. On the surface, they are ordinary people with popular faces that cannot be found in the crowd. But in fact, he is proficient in various skills of unlocking, eavesdropping, and escaping, and is an expert in forcibly obtaining information. Nightingale and Sparrow joined hands and made significant contributions to the war that swept the 17 kingdoms. There is no doubt about the importance of intelligence in war. A little extra information at a critical moment can turn the tide of the war. After the establishment of the empire, the war gradually subsided, but the Queen of Eternal Night's investment in this Nightingale and Sparrow didn't decrease, but even more. Because the enemy turned to the surrounding religious countries of different races and wanted to infiltrate or find seedlings from those believers who were willing to provide information to the empire, the price paid was several times that of the previous countries that were also human races. Although the progress of external intelligence acquisition is slow, Margaret has done quite a good job controlling domestic intelligence. Nightingale did notice that some nobles were deliberately hoarding food and grass. It was because of the minister's oversight and thought it was a normal reserve, but I didn't realize that they even made that kind of money. When Margaret heard the situation described by the Queen of Eternal Night, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Even an old Inby like her doesn't despise this kind of shamelessness that makes it difficult for the country to make money, and can't wait to swallow the people at the bottom. The old lady worked hard to pretend to be the nationalist army to reduce the possibility of the 17 kingdoms rebelling. As a result, the aristocrats in the empire made trouble with the issue of food and wanted to hoard it, and the serfs and the land were collected together. Isn't this forcing the people of the 17 nations to rebel and making her previous hard work go to waste? I was negligent before, but the Queen of Eternal Night reminded her that she will not let these scumbags go, and solemnly promises. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will mark all the nobles who have this descent, and don't give them any chance to rebel and defect. The Queen of Eternal Night smiled lightly. No, after the investigation, you can arrange a channel for them to escape to the cult state, and just intercept the property they took away at the border. Margaret said unexpectedly, Your Majesty, it's not a pity for these people to die. You let them go so easily? Let go? The Queen of Eternal Night snorted, It would be too easy if I gave them a death. I want them to sit outside the country to become strong, and then sweep across the heaven where they think the moon is particularly round. They caught it back and hung it on the streetlights. This trick is called killing people. Margaret's bloodline of demons, a natural evil camp, heard her red eyes shining brightly. Your Majesty is a good plan. Play with him, play with him, play enough. Your trick is relieved. The Queen of Eternal Night sat lazily on the throne of stars, listening to Margaret's praise, a smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. It feels really good to be flattered. The feeling of copying homework is also really good. The way is for the ministers, and the glory is for the king. That's right. If it was the previous Queen of Eternal Night, she would have interrupted Margaret's praise because a good queen would not listen to rainbow farts. And also to make it clear that this was not my idea, and let the credit go to Roger. But after talking with Roger tonight, she figured it out. High EQ means doing what you want and returning to yourself, while low EQ means becoming lazy. Anyway, Roger doesn't care about these false names, so why should she waste her lips explaining to him because of her moral standards? Being tired is not thankful, why bother? She has realized that if what someone wants is apples, it is not good to send a few cartons of oranges. In the same way, no amount of rewards can satisfy the greed of some people, and no amount of lofty ideas can wake up all imperial people. So the Queen of Eternal Night is too lazy to carry the perfect character. That's why Angelina heard her confidently say, I'm here to eat dessert at your house. The acclaim of the 10th volume of the history of the Qingting Empire dispelled the last worry of the Queen of Eternal Night. Most people of the empire can accept an imperfect queen, as long as she can bring victory, safety, food, and clothing to everyone, and keep their little happiness. These poor people at the bottom are really easy to satisfy. But those nobles, who always put their interests first, and the queen who has a little lack of behavior, etiquette, or words, will infinitely magnify the criticism, and the reputation will be harmed. 7 sit n velb /n. C/m for L test vels. Because she was concerned for her face and reputation, the Queen of Eternal Night was coerced by these public opinions and did many things against her will. In the past, the Queen was the only CEO of the Green Vines Empire, and the aristocrats who mastered the capital style were the chairmen. With the means they are good at, they have facilitated many things and cut away the greatest interests. The Eternal Night Queen once felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Roger told her she didn't owe the empire. The Queen of Evernight suddenly wanted to understand that those people held her, praised her, prescribed her what the Queen should be like, and restrained her to be pure like a saint. They kidnapped her to do her best for the empire and bear all the internal and external troubles. They have done so much, yet they are in a mess, sucking the blood of the empire and living the most decadent, extravagant, and indulgent life. Secretly, I don't know how to laugh at myself, this stupid king, right? The Queen of Eternal Night is naturally very smart, but she was too lazy to use her brain before. She quickly figured out this move. I was the one who should be the supreme person in this country, but in the end, I became a part-time worker for you? Why? No matter how well you do, you will never get their loyalty. Only if they damage their interests a little, should they change the Queen or betray the country for glory? Tired and no longer in love. From now on, the opinions of the imperial nobles have all been bullshit. Sorry, nobles, I am no longer a perfect queen. Anyway, as long as most people are guaranteed to have enough food, I will smoke and drink and drive Gundam. I am also a good queen. She realized that in addition to the responsibility of the king, there should be a freedom that belongs to the king. To a certain extent, the Queen of Eternal Night tends to be brought down by Roger at this moment. It's just that the Queen of Eternal Night's sense of responsibility is far stronger than that of Roger's, so even if she is unmotivated, she will still do her best for the Empire. But without those external rules and regulations, she is more real and more selfish. First of all, you can enjoy Margaret's rainbow farts. Of course, Margaret had a great time tonight. As one of the most fanatical Poison fans, she indulged in expressing the wisdom of the Queen of Eternal Night with a rainbow fart of 3,000 words. She was not interrupted, overcome with joy that the Queen is so fond of her fans. With this single bet, double bet, triple bet, the staying power, the punchline, can Angelina do it? Margaret's tail swung triumphantly behind her, and her eyes rolled. Today, she is going to take advantage of His Majesty's pleasure and do a big thing. Only to hear Margaret say in a distressed tone, "Your Majesty, the imperial aristocrats have a heart of disobedience, which has a lot to do with New Arcane. The Queen of Eternal Night's expression darkened slightly. So, do you think New Arcane is wrong? Margaret, I misunderstood you. You are beautiful, and you want to stop me from driving the giant transformation golem? Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. I have recited the New Arcane no less than 10 times, and the wisdom that transcends the times is revealed between the lines. You are the beacon that illuminates the magician's path. You are the compass that makes magic great again." Margaret replied with an aria. The New Arcane will continue, but there are some small obstacles now. I want to help you quickly calm down the disgust of the nobles and traditional magicians, that is. The Queen of Eternal Night beckoned, but it doesn't matter. She has not forgotten that there is a sword of Damocles on the top of the Empire that may fall at any time, the 10-year countdown predicted by Roger. Therefore, the sooner magicians are allowed to support the industrialization of magic and contribute their wisdom and strength, the sooner the Empire's national strength can take off. Seeing this, Margaret immediately took a step forward and said in a low voice, "This minister suggests that you execute Roger Charles, the president of New Arcane. Your Majesty can immediately regain the approval of the magicians." The Queen of Eternal Night frowned. New Arcane was founded by Roger and executed him. Who will continue to run this magazine? Your Majesty, you don't have to worry, the most difficult part of New Arcane is to come up with a new and feasible idea. Now this most difficult level has been overcome under His Majesty's guidance. Then Roger is just a waste brother. If you can do this well, if the rest of the work is handed over to the minister, I will make the magazine better for you. Oh, so you want to pick fruit? If you don't trust your minister, I think the Minister of History, Dio Brando, can also preside over New Arcane. The Eternal Night Queen almost rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, aren't these two people the same person? You cut one, who will play the other? Undead? My dears, what Prime Minister, how much fake wine did Ning drink to come up with such a clever plan? But Margaret also confidently analyzed, Your Majesty, there is no gambling element in this wave. Executing Roger to regain the approval of the magicians, and then advancing the thinking of magic industrialization step by step, will go smoothly. Such a small sacrifice, you can exchange for a huge speed increase, you can't miss the opportunity, you can't lose it again, you can't hesitate anymore. To be honest, Margaret's strategy, although a bit vicious, is effective. Pushing Roger out to quell public anger, and then changing the goal of overall industrialization, is indeed easier for magicians to accept to gradually apply magic to the field of people's livelihood. It's like negotiating, first putting forward a high price that the other party absolutely cannot accept, and then making concessions by lowering the price a little bit. The magician of boiling water, Margaret is confident that she has a 98% success rate. But the problem is that the Queen of Eternal Night has a complicated impression of Roger, and the conversation in the law salon has risen to the level of confidant. In her opinion, in this great empire, Roger Eiching is the only person who can understand her aspirations and view the empire and the gods from a similar height. Angelina, Margaret, etc. are more than loyal, but the pattern is far worse than Roger's. He was already walking on an extremely lonely road. If there were no more Rogers, wouldn't it be even more lonely, and there would not even be a companion? Taking 10,000 steps back, it is not uncommon for the traditional magicians, mainly nobles, to agree with the Queen of Eternal Night, who is now lying flat. To kill the donkey, to kill the real honest girl, to please a bunch of grass? Oh, without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, it would be impossible to do such a thing as the self-destruction of the Great Wall. Margaret spoke freely and generously, comparing the many benefits of Aria's execution of Roger. The Queen of Eternal Night became impatient and raised her hand slightly. Under the blessing of a series of specialties such as Silent Hair, Instant Hair, Extreme Effect, and Giant, a mage's hand is comparable to a forbidden spell. At a speed that Margaret can't react at all, he suddenly grabs the tail with the arrow. Huh, she was always lifted to the top of the hall. What? Margaret let out a high-pitched scream. The Queen of Eternal Night stepped off the throne of stars, admiring the left side hanging upside down, her lips slightly raised. In the past, she would not punish her subjects like this. But at this moment she has let herself go, and Margaret makes herself uncomfortable, so play with her until it's fun. I am free. The Margaret was in the air, only to feel that her tail was about to break off at any moment, and then fell into a muddy flesh. It is said that this height can't kill a magus, but a 1.8-meter tall man can drown and faint in a 1.4-meter swimming pool. Being attacked by the Queen of Eternal Night, Margaret was a little short of brain capacity at this time. The Queen of Eternal Night thoughtfully said, Margaret, what you just said was all out of loyalty to me? Marjorie defended her grievance. Of course, the minister is loyal, very loyal, absolutely loyal, and never has the slightest intention to harm your majesty. I beg you to let the minister go. The Queen of Eternal Night sneered, raised her hand again with a mage hand, and slapped Marjorie's very firm little ass. Well, you didn't want to hurt me, but you wanted to hurt Angelina. Did I say something wrong? I don't, I want your majesty's wish to come true sooner. Pop, 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 pop. A few slaps on Margaret's ass. Her petite body spun in midair, her limbs fluttering helplessly, but she couldn't catch even a single straw. Margaret turned into a small demon ceiling fan, and because of the deformation and displacement of her clothes, her curvy figure was fully displayed. A large piece of spring is exposed, coupled with the pitiful little expression, forming a beautiful picture that makes people think again and again. The scene that was supposed to appear in the middle of the game came out ahead of time because of the transformation of the Queen of Eternal Night. In the cheerful atmosphere, Margaret wanted to cry. Pain, shame, and fear. The truth that I tried to hide was also revealed. Your Majesty, I know that I was wrong. I thought about making the blue-haired virgin feel uncomfortable. I can accept it if you don't kill him, as long as the trash brother is dismissed from office at the speed of light. The Queen of Eternal Night snorted, removed the mage's hand, and added a feather fall technique, causing Margaret to fall to the ground at a speed that would not hurt her. Thank you for your cooperation, I am happy now. Margaret stood up, rubbing her little butt. She peeked at the Queen of Eternal Night and was not angry. Next time you slander, remember to use your brain. Margaret? I want to say that I will never dare, but what do you mean, Your Majesty? I can't help but continue to think of ways to smother that blue-haired virgin. Looking at Margaret's surprised expression, the Queen of Eternal Night revealed an unpredictable smile. Human nature is an interesting thing. Just a little guidance, she thought crooked. The Queen of Eternal Night is very sure that Margaret must now think that she is supporting her to engage Angelina. It's just that she needs to come up with a smarter and more perfect plan to do it. The Queen of Eternal Night waved her hand and made this little half-blooded devil retreat. Although she was limping, Margaret didn't lose her will, but entered into a high fighting spirit. Indeed, Margaret also thought in her heart that His Majesty's last sentence was to imply that she must be next time. Brave Mary, not afraid of difficulties. Next time, little auntie, I will come up with a more exciting way to let the blue-haired virgin also feel the pain I am suffering today. Looking at the back of her leaving, the Queen of Eternal Night sighed softly. Is this forcing me to be a bad woman? Just then, a little bit of anticipation appeared on that beautiful face. If Margaret could command Angelina, how would Roger react? Do you pretend you can't see and continue to lie down, or do you help your sister to fight back? The Queen of Eternal Night wanted to see if that guy would move. Of course, she didn't do it for fun, but as an attempt. In the past, she believed that the charm of the king and the clear rewards and punishments were enough to control these subordinates. But as the empire grows, there is insufficient external pressure, and more entanglements of interests are involved, making it difficult to lead the team. Even the most loyal subordinates in the past have wavered. The nobles received numerous awards, and cut taxes again and again, but they didn't gain loyalty, but only doubled greed. No matter how harsh the punishment is, as long as it is profitable, someone will be looking for loopholes. This is not the era of the past when everyone was united and everyone worked together, just for the weak to survive. Roger, the little ancestor, even made the Queen of Eternal Night understand that the benefits of sowing chaos are not good, and ruling with an iron fist may also have the opposite effect. Instead, she beat Margaret. She didn't remember hating herself, and she would work harder to overpower Angelina. Such an outrageous reality made the Queen of Eternal Night realize that it is difficult and simple to control people's hearts. Carrots and sticks. As long as you find the carrot and hang it in front of the donkey's eyes, you can make sure that the donkey will spread its hooves and run fast. In the past, when she was reading history books, she read that an emperor of the Veronica dynasty came to the throne at the age of 8, and the regent and officials had a lot of power, and the little emperor shivered. But the mother is very brave. The Queen Mother uses all sorts of cunning methods and manipulations available to women to the limit, guiding the influential ministers to fight and restrain each other, delaying the onset of internal and external troubles, and stubbornly persisting until the little emperor grows up and takes power. The Eternal Night Queen once thought that only the weak would resort to tricks. But after being hit hard by reality, she abandoned many shackles and tried to let go of herself once. Hiss. This effect is so good that it makes my back feel cold. What's wrong with being a little addicted? Tonight, I realized. Only by falling into darkness and becoming a bad woman can this empire have a bright future. The Queen of Eternal Night stood up from the star throne and stepped down from the star throne, turned to look at it, and frowned slightly. The powerful and domineering appearance of this throne was co-designed by the master alchemists and her during the founding of the People's Republic of China, and it was only after more than 10 revisions that she was satisfied. But now, she is not satisfied. Changes in mentality have brought about changes in aesthetics. Especially since the throne forced her to sit up straight, not suitable for loafing around. The Queen of Eternal Night dislikes it a little bit, thinking it is not worthy of her current self. The Queen of Eternal Night recited the incantation and pointed her finger at the throne of stars. The magic power forms a furnace, and the throne of stars melts under high temperature, but it doesn't completely liquefy. The corpse of a powerful beast fell from the void, turned into bones and merged into the throne of stars, and began to rebuild according to the Queen's wishes. The magic energy arrives like a tide and then recedes like a tide. On the 9-layered stairs at the end of the Hall of State Administration, the new version of the ship's star throne reveals its true appearance. The base is spirally stacked with white bones and stars meteorites. The white and black add radiance to each other, filled with an inexhaustible mist of blood, which seems to be accompanied by countless unwilling roars, imprisoning the souls of countless beasts. The throne is taller and wider overall, with a certain reclining angle on the backrest. Originally, the top of the throne was decorated with elegant ivy branches, but at this time it was dyed with blood, with fawn-like thorns, which were ferocious and majestic. The Queen of Eternal Night sat on the new star throne and leaned back. Although it is made of hard materials, because the curve of the throne fits the body ingeniously, it is indescribably comfortable. The contact area is large, the pressure is small, and the comfort is not directly related to the hardness of the material. It's just an ordinary family. There is no need or spare money to accurately customize an ergonomic iron sofa based on their body data. To set off the image of a bad woman in her heart, the Queen of Eternal Night spent countless materials and magic power, and she was very satisfied with the result. It's just that in the past, she always sat upright and leaned forward slightly, feeling full of oppression. Now that the new constellation throne has become wider, the back of the chair is tilted back, and she is not sitting on it, but lying on her side. The two long legs overlapped, the eyes narrowed comfortably, and the expression made people feel a little careless. Lazy, mysterious, and powerful, people can't read her mind at all. In the majesty, there is an indescribable charm. If the Church of the Seven Gods sees her current state, it will preach that the Queen of Eternal Night has fallen into the evil and chaotic camp again. But the Queen of Eternal Night likes her new throne very much. Her lazy appearance shows some lack of respect for courtiers, and it is very different from the teachings of all court etiquette teachers in the past. She is afraid that she will be scolded as indecent by rigid nobles. But it's all over if you're happy, don't care what those people think. She is the queen of this empire, so how could she even be taught by someone else? I will find my path in the future. She seemed to have opened some shackles, and the bottomless magic power faintly echoed and resonated with the blood mist of the throne of stars. It replenished the consumption faster than before, and then broke through the previous upper limit all the way. The rippling magic energy overflowed from her body and condensed into many dynamic magic spirits, giving birth to a very weak and very instinctive consciousness. These magic elves participate in the magic and can magnify their power tenfold. The Queen of Eternal Night didn't ignite the divine fire but took the road of absorbing faith and life essence to strengthen herself. That way is to destroy all beings and make up for the self. And the demand for faith will become more and more greedy. The Queen believes that the path of the gods is powerful, but it is a bit eviler than the demons in hell. So she is only exploring the end of magic. In terms of magical reserves, purity, and control, she is now standing on top of all beings in the Eternal Night world. The magic energy moves slightly. 12 magical eyes appeared in the air, and from different angles, they used the photo-taking technique to capture the peerless elegance of the Queen of Eternal Night. Then she picked out the most satisfying selfie and sent it directly into Roger's mind through the magic beacon. After pondering for a while, she stretched out her hand and grabbed it. The Queen of Eternal Night took out a tattered magic notebook from the Great Library and read it with relish. Tierra Anecdote Examination. The author's place was scraped off, and he could only spell out the word Joe vaguely, as he said he was a certain high priest of the Church of the Goddess of War. I don't know if this notebook is true or not, and I don't know if it's black or blowing, but it does record a lot of tea-flavored operations. Bad is bad, and effective is effective. For the Queen of Eternal Night, who is determined to be a bad woman, it cannot be said to be a guiding light, it can only be said to be a reference answer. Copying homework, or something, I like it the most. So, Dio has to work hard to become bad today. The ice room. Roger and little Joey fell on the bed in a mess, staggering against each other like octopuses, and slept deeply because of extreme exhaustion. The match was successful last night, and with the sound of the whole army attacking, One Piece frantically pushed the line and directly entered the tower. After taking care of his position, he was robbed of blood by Firefly in a few seconds. One Piece became angry, and with the blessing of the deep-sea heart, he directly returned to the line of troops, and the two sides fought together again. Although Firefly has a blood advantage, One Piece is a line tyrant in the early stage, and she will soon be fully suppressed. The two sides are all rookie chickens who don't speak the rules and rely on instinct to peck each other. Firefly has recovery skills, but there is always an upper limit on the amount of mana. After consuming all the mana, it will lose its advantage, and there is no way to fight back. For the rest of the time, she could only beg the enemy to push the crystal quickly and end her torture to her as soon as possible. However, One Piece was unreasonable and started to abuse the spring according to the moves he learned from the teachers. It dragged on for 3 hours, and the two of them were exhausted, so they hugged each other and fell asleep. The sky is getting brighter. Little Joey suddenly felt a hard foreign body sensation on his legs. The little hand touched it subconsciously, and he touched something familiar. It was One Piece's violent blade that could be called the king of torture. Suddenly she was frightened and sober. Here, Roger also woke up. Little Joey shrank to the corner of the bed with a squeak, and asked timidly, "Boss, are you okay again?" Cough. Misunderstanding. Roger blushed unusually and pulled the quilt to pretend that nothing happened. It's normal for young people to have a spring dream. After all, the meals in the Duke's mansion are nutritious. However, he woke up someone next to him, which was embarrassing. What's even more embarrassing is that in Chunmeng, it's not the beauty by the pillow, but the Queen of Eternal Night. He reacted to that scornful woman. He really couldn't say this to little Joey. After calming down for a while, Roger realized that it was not a dream. It is the photo-taking technique sent by the Queen of Eternal Night through the letter on her leg, the magic version of selfie. He couldn't help feeling that the Blood Mother's magical attainments were bottomless. It seemed that he could unilaterally upgrade the version of the magic beacon and add new functions. No one is no better than you. What's even more outrageous is that the Queen of Crap didn't sleep in the middle of the night, melted the Throne of Stars in remade version 2.0, and then still had the spare time to take selfies? This is so. Who can stand it? the former Empress of Eternal Night, even if she stepped on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, still had a little bit of the shadow of a little princess, and there was a girl's delicacy hidden in the depths of her coercion. She is a king condensed with strength above legend and lofty ideals, and she has an unreal feeling of perfection. The inviolable aloofness between the eyebrows, the dignified villain boss, has a kind of holy taste. Do you dare to believe it? In the selfie that Roger just received, the Queen of Eternal Night is lazy and mysterious, lying on her side on the monstrous throne. There is contempt and playfulness between the brows, and the corner of his mouth is a smirk that is condescending to all living beings. A proper lousy woman. Is this unlocking new attributes and awakening the Queen of Darkness? Roger suspects that he has touched a hidden plot line that no player in his previous life has opened. Compared to her current self, the Queen of Eternal Night's last appearance in this picture is indeed too different, so much so that even a straight man would think they are two different people. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night has lost the last trace of greed and the world becomes clear and magnanimous. This taste is so delicious, you is home. Maybe, this is what the real villain should have? The complete body of the Queen of Eternal Night that had not been completed by the production team before? I can do it! Roger tried to pull the trigger of the gun, but the more he pulled, the more excited he became. A gluttonous eater, it is hard to be interested in food. A young man who has been crazy all night without restraint doesn't want to click the license plate number when he sees it. As a result, there is now a picture of the Queen of Eternal Night, forcibly ending the time of the sage early, and the LSP is full of blood and resurrected. This was something she could have never done before. The person is still the same, and the imperial robe is still the same imperial robe. Not revealing or demonic, but with a delicate fragrance that entices people's hearts, it turns into a unique style, which makes her extraordinarily charming all of a sudden. It was just a glance, but it was as profound as it was engraved in my mind. The beauty is so beautiful that it has been around the beam for 3 days, and the rest is hard. Little Joey, who was huddled in the corner, finally had a shallow understanding of man as a creature. Hearing that Roger said it was a misunderstanding, he didn't mean to bully him again. He rolled back into Roger's arms, clinging to him, his voice soft like a lazy cat, then continued to sleep. You are still exhausted. What is adding more fuel to the fire? A certain person was already full of evil thoughts, but when he was pushed by the body that let him taste the wonderful taste, he couldn't control the gun at all. He hugged little Joey back, and a pair of hands that had grasped her sensitive weaknesses began to play tricks. Soon, the girl's sensitive body also reacted. You can be bad, you can toss people, you bastard who doesn't let people sleep. She pouted and pouted, but because of the gentleness in her character, she tried her best to cooperate with his unbridled plunder. Roger kept his movements as light as possible and said in his heart that he was wronged. It's all an accident caused by your idol being inappropriate, posting pictures indiscriminately, and not giving you a holiday. I am also a victim. Although he was doing happy things, Roger suddenly felt a regret that he wanted but couldn't get. The #1 bad woman in the world. He said something vaguely and finally ended an unexpected battle. He tenderly cherished the little woman who almost fainted in his arms. Don't think too much about what you can't get, and cherish the talent in front of you. Sleep again until the sun rises 3 poles. It's noon today. On the northern coast of the Qingting Empire, there lay the 16 provinces of Yamen. This is the most powerful Yamen Empire before the Ivy Empire, also known as the Veronica dynasty. Afford, the former capital of the dynasty, is now the capital of a province. This is a magnificent city, with a white wall 45 meters high. It was designed and built by the Church of Wisdom to which the God of Knowledge belongs. It is strong enough to resist the full blow of a legendary powerhouse. As a result, a 500-meter-long section was directly smashed by the Queen of Eternal Night, and the Qingting Iron Cavalry drove straight in. The nobles and officials who had been in contact with Nightingale for a long time bowed their heads and escorted Veronica 16 to the guillotine. The change of dynasties, which should have been magnificent, was so unpretentious and boring. Smart people will always buy new tickets in advance when the ship is about to sink. Of course, there are also bereaved members of the Veronica family who have always been in the underground of Ossiford City. A few days ago, they finally got the eldest princess they were looking forward to. Shady Veronica. The eldest princess of the previous dynasty, the saintess of the god of knowledge, was pinned on by the remnants of the 17 kingdoms and prophesied that she would overthrow the tyranny of Qingting and end this eternal night's Tianming mentor. This is a quiet girl with black hair and blue eyes, beautiful as a work of art. The slender hand who should be reading the scroll is now in charge of life and death, shouldering the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family and the dynasty. At this moment, Shady ends her magical communication with Princess Yashika. She turned to look at the nearly 1,000 members of the Tianming army who were wearing hoods, old and young, and their faces were hidden in the shadows. T from N0/V/LB/.co/M. Her eyes gradually became firm, as if a fire was burning. Our actions today will announce the existence of the Tianming army to the world. This may be the beginning of the road to recovery, or it may be the end of our lives. Everyone, prepare facing the violent storms of the Qingting Empire. Are you calling for the dawn? A group of people folded their hands in front of their chests and responded in unison. Always be ready, tutor. They are the backbone of the Tianming army, the elite of the Church of the Seven Gods, the last resort of the Veronica dynasty, and the dead men that Shady has been training. It is also the gravedigger who should have stabbed the most deadly sword against the Qingting Empire in the long river of fate. But in the river channel that has turned into a tributary, if they debuted 2 years earlier, can they still set off huge waves in the future? Shady didn't know. But she will still move forward firmly until she dies. Only the will that is inextinguishable under all odds can be worthy of everyone's teacher. In the middle of the Tabsaksha desert, there were many orc in their camps, snoring loudly. These orcs are hard. They ran a whole night, searched hard, and yet didn't find the enemy trace. Only to find some Empire's scout. Ordinarily, it is not a problem to grasp the tentacles of the enemy and push back his position, right? There is also Tasika riding on a silver dragon in the sky to provide vision. Maybe the enemy general deserves the nickname Fox of the Empire, and he can hide with no flaws even in the endless desert without cover. The Orc elite allied forces held their breath and ran until dawn, but didn't find a happy target. No matter how high the morale is, it has never been able to match the enemy, and now it is almost consumed. By the morning, some infantrymen had fallen behind, and Princess Tasika ordered them to camp and rest. She assured everyone that she would continue to search for the cunning Ivy Fox on a giant dragon, and everyone must rest well and wait for the decisive battle with the enemy. It was Tasika and her confidants who were the first to discover the enemy scout, and then eliminated and tortured them. Rommel's route of advance and the campsite, Tasika knew them very well. After knowing this, she avoided the enemy's tracks with great precision, and at the same time, Rommel didn't discover the main force of the orcs. The generals of the Green Vines Empire were all swayed by their queen, and the persimmons were picked up and squeezed hard, and found that they would stick to them. Yuchi has just experienced a big victory. The Green Vines Empire has a high fighting spirit and is eager to make more achievements. But when Tasika came out with an elite army, she didn't want to fight, she just went shopping hard. So there was a strange scene in the desert that was quite rare in this era, and both sides wanted to fight but couldn't do so. The Rommel Legion could not find an enemy, and the resistance they encountered was very weak. The Orc Elite Coalition also couldn't find an enemy, so they had nowhere to vent their enthusiasm for protecting their homeland and defending the country, and they moved away from Serena City step by step. As for the city of Serena, the information was blocked by the adjudication monks of the Church of the Goddess of War, and they were completely unaware of the movements of the Rommel army. The upper echelons of the city continued to live a peaceful life and were still waiting for the triumph of the first-hand tequila princess. This wave of old Joestar directly hit the atmosphere. He took advantage of Tasika's accumulated fame in the past, sold more than 30 beautiful bodies as futures, and integrated the main force of the orcs. After that, he arranged for the main force to leave, exposing the weak rear. The strategy for this round was to devour the wolf. First, the Greenvines Empire washed the upper layers of the orc tribe with blood and filled them with hatred, and then she brought justice to the sky and became the savior of the orc tribe. With this halo, and with the elite army in hand, the remaining orc tribes have to unite tightly around her just to not be swept away by the Qing Ivy Empire. Of course, how to successfully deliver justice is also a question. Old Joestar needs to drive this little fox out of the Kamsak Desert after Rommel's army blood bathed the city of Serena. If she can't do this, her plan to drive away wolves will immediately turn into cerebral palsy behavior of bringing wolves into the room. He gave Rommel a fortified city that had been in business for many years for free so that he could hold it for a long time and operate it slowly. As long as the Greenvines Empire has the determination, it can devour the entire Kenposak Desert. After using the tiger, how to get rid of the tiger, old Joestar thought of a lot of ways. At this time, the military strength of the two sides is as follows. Rommel had 5 armies with a total of 150,000 men. The first and second armies are his direct descendants. They participated in the Green Vines National Founding War. They are brave and experienced, and they are ranked first in the entire Green Vines Empire battle sequence. The 3rd to 5th armies were those who disguised themselves as the Fugwa army and were expelled by the hostility of the local people. They left their hometown by suspended animation and were reorganized into a new army, but they were peasants armed with weapons. The training is quite adequate, but he has only bullied unarmed peasants so far. His experience with the regular army is. The Imperial Army is here, the brothers are retreating separately. So after pretending to be the Nationalist Army, their physical fitness was good. It's just physical fitness. Previously, they fought against the wolf tribe with the wind, but with the output, they could only fall into a state of chaos. If they encountered the elite orcs head-on, the 3 armies would most likely collapse at the touch of a button. However, the formal establishment of the empire has an advantage. The number and quality of magicians surpass the mainland. Even the 3 new armies have independent mage groups, and most of the officers at all levels are also magicians. The Magician Corps can be regarded as a multifunctional artillery regimen and can turn things around if you play it well. And old Joestar holds the real elites of 200,000 tribesmen. The orc tribes fought endlessly with each other and robbed foreign countries all year round. Those strong fighting races are all natural horse archers, and there are many characteristic legions. At the same time, fighting at home, defending said home and the country under the call of Princess Tequila, fighting strength and morale are guaranteed. Even though Rommel was cunning as a fox and had a great reputation, his old Joestar considered himself to be a refined old Insidious. But the real invincible treasure of the Green Vines Empire is their Eternal Night Queen. In the previous battle against the Wolf tribe, the Queen of Eternal Night personally took action, transformed into a humanoid bomber, and directly smashed the frontal formation of Wolf's troops. Then Rommel split the battlefield with heavy cavalry, gradually nibbling away, reaping the results of the battle, and even recruiting recruits to see blood last time. This time, the battlefield is at Srena Castle. With the Queen's belligerent character, can she hold back her fight? In conventional combat, old Joestar is full of confidence. But the enemy has super weapons, and they abuse them. They don't talk about martial arts at all. After taking into account the legendary powerhouse of the Queen of Eternal Night, old Joestar's winning rate plummeted. The elites in his hands are to suppress other orc tribes to complete the integration movement, but he doesn't want to become a backdrop for the Queen of Eternal Night to recast brilliantly. Moreover, the Queen of Eternal Night also got rid of the projection of the Goddess of War not long ago, which made the little bitch so angry that this was the chance for old Joestar to be released from prison. Old Joestar had every reason to suspect that the woman had taken a step beyond the legend. In the end, old Joestar decided that it was impossible to drive them away from the Queen of Eternal Night by himself. In this battle, he can only preserve his combat power to the greatest extent and achieve his strategic goals by driving away from the wolves and devouring the wolves. So he went to the gap between the worlds, inspired Princess Shady Veronica to come out ahead of schedule, and founded Tianming Army. The Veronica dynasty has ruled for hundreds of years, and there are a lot of leftovers left behind. Therefore, the Queen of Eternal Night has always spared no effort to hunt down the blood of the Veronica family. Princess Shady is number 1 on the hunt list. At the same time, Shady has always hoped to overthrow the Qing Ivy Empire and restore the glory of the family. There is another important reason for old Joestar to find her. In the past few years, Shady's strength has grown to his level. As a believer of the God of Knowledge and a saint of the Church of Wisdom, Shady turned out to be a powerful legendary magician. Old Joestar speculated that the eldest princess abandoned the gods and followed the devil to take revenge, imitating the growth path that the Queen of Eternal Night took. If I hate you, I will become you. Although I don't know how much she has imitated, from the current results, the growth rate of this Tianming mentor's strength is quite terrifying. It happened that the Enlightenment textbook of the Queen of Eternal Night, as well as the subsequent series of cultural invasion combination punches, all stabbed on Shady's inverse scale. Old Joestar also told Shady unceremoniously, "I've had a bowel movement." Although the implementation of these cultural invasion policies has been suspended because the 17 nations have just been pacified and a food crisis broke out, the threat is obvious. With time, this education and propaganda take effect, the traces of the Veronica dynasty will gradually fade away, and there will be fewer and fewer people with forward-looking hearts. One day, the new generation will grow up and will not remember that they were once the subjects of the Veronica dynasty, but only think that it is a piece of history on this land. This is what Shady Veronica fears the most. After all, that dynasty has also reached the end of its decay. Except for the freedom to believe in the God of Knowledge, the rest of the people at the bottom cannot be said to be the same as the Green Vines Empire, but they can only be said to be the same. Even though Shady has a cautious personality and thinks that she is not mature now, she can't wait any longer. Tianmingjun was established ahead of schedule, and on the surface, it was the first-hand director of the old Joestar. Digging deeper, it was Roger who let the Queen of Eternal Night master the technique of unification, which caused the butterfly effect. However, old Joestar's calculations for Shady didn't stop there. Shady was quite wary of this olding bee, thinking that he didn't have much loyalty to the goddess of war, which was a shame for believers, and even more unscrupulous to others. Yang's conspiracy was unavoidable, but the conspiracy to use her as a gun was all seen through. In the call just now, Shady's words were fiery, and they all stabbed old Joestar's soft underbelly, revealing his thoughts. Want to drive away tigers and devour wolves, and let the Tianming army help you take away the Queen of Eternal Night? Yes, but I want benefits, enough benefits. The orc tribe is now fighting the pressure head-on, and the Tianming army is still secretly developing. Our urgency seems to be different. A friend asked me just now that the Green Vines Empire should be plunged into the war quagmire of the orc tribes, and the Tianming army took the opportunity to develop. I think this is also a good plan. What do you think, High Priest Joestar? Old Joestar almost scolded his mother. I suspect you are making friends out of nothing. But it was obvious that Shady had the same grasp of the situation as she did. The time on the orc tribe's side was urgent, and Joestar didn't have much room for bargaining. In the end, he could only pay a sky-high remuneration to the Tianming army. After finishing the magical communication with Shady, old Joestar had the illusion that he was taking himself into account. At first, he seemed to want to set up Tianming army ahead of schedule to share his pressure. In the end, he sent a large number of military expenses to himself to fund the early establishment of the Tianming army, giving Shady an excellent opportunity to enter the field. Gone, the migrant worker is me. However, it is the best solution to the current situation, not to mention that Shady also gave him a gift, but he has no better choice. Old Joestar was able to think about it. Zentasika was crying in a storm in the ocean of consciousness. It's okay to give money, and it's okay to give magic equipment. You promise to let them choose 10,000 orc slaves within 10 years? The slaves that the Tianming army wants to choose are not ordinary miners or coolie. Instead, we want the most beautiful orc boy and girl, the most talented orc genius professional, the most intelligent orc craftsman. To put it bluntly, it is talent, and especially talent. 10,000 sounds like a small number, but if it were all such elite potential stocks of orcs, Tianming army would simply regard the orc tribe as a talent pool and turn the potential of the other party into its own. This condition was extremely humiliating, and Zentasika said it was unacceptable. What's even more disgusting is that during the negotiation, old Joestar assured the other party that the blood of the chiefs, including the Kachini family, was within the scope of the other party's choice. Zentasika questioned him, agreeing to this condition. What is the difference between us and the direct subjugation of the country? Old Joestar replied with a smile, the difference is big. The main victims of the subjugation of the country are the civilians, and the nobles have ways to avoid losses. But now I just sacrifice some nobles. It's not discrimination, but it is indeed easier to become a noble by cultivating talents, intelligence, beauty, and other characteristics. Generations of blood and blood, coupled with different education and resources, the nobles in the broad sense of this era have borne outstanding descendants that are a lot higher than the commoners. Zentasika cried more and more bitterly. When you occupied my body, you said that you would help me strengthen the orc tribe, but now you are selling the interests of the orcs. I suspect that you were lying to me before. Old Joestar was extremely surprised. What, did you only know now that you were deceived? You are shameless, you return your body to me. Why should I return the body I cheated with my ability? Zentasika was mad. He ignored her attempts to regain control of her body, and was suppressed by old Joestar in an instant. Naive little girl, when you pin your hope of victory on others, the current situation is doomed. Don't struggle. Waterweed lightly patted her face. Zentasika questioned him. You came on behalf of the goddess, but you caused the orc tribe to suffer such heavy losses. Are you worthy of the goddess? Old Joestar shrugged. The gods were born for faith, and I came for revenge. As long as I can cause trouble for the Green Vines Empire, the goddess will only reward me, and even wait for me in vain. Goddess. Goddess, didn't she promise to protect the orc tribe? A promise is always a promise, and it won't come true. It's best to learn not to listen to anything, and to use your eyes to distinguish the facts, otherwise, you will be a little leak who will be sold and help you count the money for the rest of your life. Looking at Zentasika's eyes that were so shocked that they lost all light, old Joestar suddenly sighed. He rarely put away his usual sneering tone, and said softly, Tasika, if you hate me and want to take revenge on me, you'd better wipe away your tears, take a serious look at what I'm doing, and grow up quickly. Zentasika sneered, suddenly such a life mentor's tone, trying to trick me into continuing to believe in you. What do you do with you? No, it's just that I suddenly feel that after completing the task and returning to the kingdom of God, or being bombarded and killed by the Queen of Eternal Night, and being driven out of your body by you as a lonely ghost, maybe this is the most interesting ending? Old Joestar suddenly laughed a little crazy. Visit en Velben. CM for EU ovals. Even if the true Tasika is more accurate than the IV Empire, there is no denying that this smile is very attractive. She took a deep breath. I will work hard. Old Joestar didn't answer. Because in reality, a blood-covered Frostwolf cavalry galloped over. His Royal Highness Tasika, Serena City was attacked by the Ivy Empire. Please ask for support. Above the silver dragon, a smile appeared on Tasika's face. The exorcism is over, the next round. It's still special to drive tigers to devour wolves. In the northern part of the Kenposak Desert, outside the city of Serena. Bloodstained red and yellow sand and rough stone walls, magic swept across the blue sky, and Rommel's army had begun to siege the city. Under the cover of magic that completely suppressed the Orc tribe's firepower, the Ivy soldiers successfully climbed the city wall, and the guards who were pressing the Bell tribe retreated step by step. Roger walked out of Rommel's temporary tent and looked at the soldiers of the two tribes fighting in a group on the city wall not far away. Hearing the screams of death, the clash of swords, and the explosion of magic, he felt that the ground under his feet was lightly shaking. All the sights were caused by the flames of war. Being in it, he deeply felt his insignificance. A real war, even if it is on the dominant side, is so cruel. How could there be romance in novels, movies, and games? Roger's eyes were heavy when he looked at the wounded soldier on the stretcher. Under the temptation of loyalty, glory, fame, and fortune, the youthful young man rushed up and lifted the man with scars all over his body, missing arms, and broken legs. Of course, more of them fell on the front line, smashed to pieces by the enemy's magic, and even the corpse could not be found. The magic of this world is amazing. A severed limb can be rebuilt, and death can be reborn. But the magic of this world is also very expensive. The precious magic of the army magician is to fight the enemy, and every wounded soldier can't enjoy comprehensive care. A disabled veteran, there are many, many empires. Roger was invited by the Queen of Eternal Night to visit her heroic appearance in breaking the Orc King's city. Filled with curiosity and longing for a real battlefield, he had just so happened to follow her across the space and to the front line. Then he regretted it. It's one thing to look at CG, but another to smell the pungent blood here. Compared to Odiu's bloody knight being caught off guard, the almost endless and ubiquitous battle at this time is a different kind of spectacle and a different kind of despair. He suddenly remembered the phrase, "The worst peace is better than the best war." It's just that if they won't beat the enemy to the point where they don't dare to fight, how can they give you peace? Roger whispered to himself and found a logical paradox. Sometimes in life, you don't have to think twice, because you don't have a choice. Like in the past, the rabbit faced all odds, suffered countless losses, and had to fight the war at the 38th parallel. Without this war, who would allow you to develop peacefully? Greed has no end. The god's thirst for faith is the same as the capitalist's pursuit of profit. You will always take one step back and he will take 10 steps forward. I didn't want to be sucked to death by the 7 gods, so I had to beat him even if he gritted his teeth. The good news is that most of the people in the Empire are still warm-blooded, not afraid of war, or even longing for war. As the sword of the Queen of Eternal Night points to them, they don't know what it means to retreat. Even the 3 new armies, led by the veterans to the top of the city, and with a little spiritual hint from the magician, became braver and braver. With his blood boiling, he completely forgot himself, and he dared to chop the orc's head with the big sword in his hand. Usually, the brave one who meets on a narrow road wins. This kind of battle between the 2 armies doesn't need to consider defense, just cuts down all the enemies and survives. After this battle, the Empire added another 90,000 warriors. The handsome Rommel walked out of the tent and stood side by side with Roger, holding a cigar with a slight smile on his lips. Wearing a military uniform and shining stars, because the victory of his commander is coming, and he has captured a strong enemy for the Empire, he exudes charming self-confidence all over his body. Rommel at this time was much more charming than young Master Erwin that night at the Abyss Mill. Congratulations, you have won such a big victory, and you are one step closer to the position of Marshal, Roger replied absent-mindedly. Rommel glanced at him and was quite surprised. With your courage, you shouldn't fear war and death, but I can sense your disgust for the battlefield. He remembered that night when he and Roger competed with each other in acting under pressure and admired him for using himself as bait to kill powerful enemies. These are all qualities that the imperial people appreciate. That's why he was surprised. Such a young man didn't yearn to go to the battlefield in person and make outstanding achievements. Roger smiled wryly. Once you succeed, how can I like it? Rommel savored this sentence, which was very fitting, but he didn't agree. He corrected himself quite seriously. The right Prime Minister is too kind. Has it affected you? You sympathize with the casualties of the soldiers. Don't forget that without the merit created by the bones, more imperial people may die. Angelina's kind name is well known throughout the Empire, and Rommel thought that he was the one who influenced his younger sister and led her back to the bravery of the imperial nobles. This is not the influence of my elder sister. My elder sister appreciates the bravery of the soldiers and will spare no effort to make logistical preparations for you. Roger shook his head and hurriedly washed Angelina's pot. It's just that I haven't adapted to the military camp yet. It's just that kind of atmosphere. Then you have to get used to it as soon as possible. In the army of the Empire, everyone is good at fighting and everyone dares to fight. This is the best atmosphere, and this is the strongest army, Rommel said very proudly. Roger hesitated. Compared with the strong army in his past, he felt that the atmosphere of the army in this era was entirely brainwashed. It is unreasonable to say that the promotion of the nobles and masters is too much. After all, the commoners defended their homes, and the nobles fought hard alongside them. In this Azure era, the Qingting Empire is really hard to see. Rommel is a delicate and sensitive person. He is optimistic about Roger, and he is also curious about what he is thinking and asked, I feel that you don't believe me. You think there is a better army in the world than the Empire's. Is it the elves, dwarven, or dragon-born troops? Roger looked into his eyes, knowing that he had caused him a misunderstanding, but he didn't want to take the name of rape, so he could only explain. The human race. Those are troops that exist in my ideals and have not yet appeared in this era. They don't need the most sophisticated equipment, but everyone from the officers to the grassroots understands why they fight, and it is not the superiors, powers, and money that make the team unite, spiritual magic, but a common ideal. Fighting for ideals? It sounds beautiful, but such an army cannot exist in 1,000 or 10,000 years, Rommel exclaimed. Roger said solemnly, it is possible, but the conditions are harsh. But this kind of military soul is caste. Everyone is good at fighting, everyone dares to fight, and everyone fights to the death. The commander is dead and the deputy commander is on top, and the deputy commander is dead. The brigade commander is on top because he understands the goal, so he will not be in chaos, and he will not flee until the last soldier. You say, such an army, is the Imperial Army comparable? Rommel frowned and pondered, and sighed softly for a long time. Such an army is incomparable. Little Erwin yearns for it, but doesn't know how to achieve it. I don't know either, but General, you should pay attention to the battlefield in front of you. Orcs are still very powerful, so you can't be careless. Roger didn't dare to say any more, for fear that Rommel would be stunned. Such an army requires the right time, the right place, and the right people, and it requires the background of the times. It is too unrealistic to force the feudal army into that. At the very least, it is only possible if the cultural penetration rate and the literacy rate both increase. The current empire still relies on the personal charm of the Eternal Night Queen, and the collective fanaticism is more effective. Rommel couldn't help laughing when he heard Roger's reminder. Don't worry, we have your majesty, and I have enough reserves. The direction of wars in this world will be determined by the generals, quality of the troops, morale, luck, weather, and more. But another Earth doesn't, and the crucial determinant here is the duel between the two sides. In the absence of the seven gods, the Green Vine's empire is sitting on the Queen of Eternal Night, and the strong will be able to stand against each other. Therefore, it is only necessary to increase the comprehensive national strength, smash equipment and smash training, and complete it easily and silently. However, although there is an absolute powerhouse that can offset a lot of variables, Rommel, who was a famous general, also left behind a lot. He wouldn't put all the pressure on the Eternal Night Queen, so as not to appear too useless. Roger also had to admit that Rommel's confidence was justified. If it wasn't for the Queen of Eternal Night, who was not taking the battle mage route and was now playing a stealth battle, but instead turned into a human-shaped cannon to provide fire support, the battle might have ended long ago. But now that the Queen of Eternal Night has infiltrated Serena City, and even Rommel doesn't know where the Queen is, the battle situation is a little anxious. However, Roger always felt that something was wrong. Based on the plot he experienced in the game, the strength of the Orc tribe should not be so unbearable. In the plot, there is also a super beautiful tequila princess on the side of the Orcs, who lobbied the tribes at a critical moment, raised a powerful coalition army, and contained many troops of the Qingting Empire on the side battlefield. Those powerful arms, ferocious mounts, terrifying cavalry and archers, and shamans who were well suited for field battles had all left a deep impression on him. Counting the time, the Tequila Princess should already be quite famous by this time. Why did the empire fall under the king's tent, and the princess not show up to turn the tide? Is she holding back some big trick? Or was it absent because of my aunt? At this moment, a huge blood-colored beam of light suddenly rose and burst from the center of Serena City, followed by a vast golden rain. Rommel's face was overjoyed, and he raised his arms and shouted for the entire army, "His Majesty has entered the enemy's palace, the first army is on standby, and the second army is with me. Long live the Queen!" There was a tsunami of cheers from the Qingting Empire's army. The soldiers who were fighting also felt that new strength was born from their tired bodies, and their eyes were excited. "Your Majesty has already killed in the city, how can we stay outside? We must meet up with His Majesty as soon as possible." In an instant, the morale of the entire Green Vine's empire soared, and the movement of wielding the sword was 3 points faster out of thin air. Compared to the other side of the city wall, the Orc Imperial army was desperately resisting. When they heard the shocking movement and looked back, they were all dumbfounded. "Damn, what about our palace? Our huge palace has disappeared from the map now?" Although everyone couldn't believe it or didn't want to believe it, they had to admit helplessly that while they were fighting hard here, the enemy implemented a shameless stealing tactic. The Eternal Night Empress didn't enter the palace, but directly destroyed the palace. How many gorgeous palace towers have been razed to the ground and turned into ruins now? And in the rubble covering a radius of several kilometers, there are hundreds of Orc chiefs and high officials in gorgeous clothes floating. They were held by the hands of the mage by their tails, like a turned-up king, pulling their limbs helplessly in midair. No matter how high their strength was, they couldn't fully exert their strength. Margaret, who was watching the battle from a distance, subconsciously clamped her little butt. She really empathized with her. Everyone has tails, and everyone was once treated by the Queen of Eternal Night. Cough, let's not mention the small details. Compared to other captives, Francis Caccini, the chief of the Bell tribe, was a little more dignified. Of course, it's not that he gives him face when he was led to the Orc King's tent, but his tail is short, just a ball. The mage's hand couldn't hold his tail, so he could only pull his feet and hang him upside down in the air, which seemed a bit conventional. The hands of these mages finally reached the hands of a woman wearing a gray hooded robe with a smile on the corner of her lips. Although the wide burqa doesn't show her appearance or figure, only a little bit of cherry lips and slender hands are exposed on the outside, which has made many beasts' mouths dry and felt the oppression from her body like a sea of the abyss. The Even though she is only a woman, she is even more terrifying than the giant dragon that appeared outside the city a few days ago. The gray-robed woman slowly flew high, and the mage's hand drove the captives to rotate by their tails. At the same time, all the hands of the mages revolved around the palace, accelerating continuously. It's not a merry-go-round in an amusement park, but a high-power centrifuge. Pulled by the strength, the high-ranking chieftains and high-ranking officials kept screaming in horror. Boom! Finally, the chief couldn't bear it, and the blood in his body rushed out and spilled forth. One after another, the chiefs couldn't resist the pull of this force, and they turned into blood-colored fireworks. This is a novel and cruel execution method, and the most basic magic hand of the mage has been played out. The orc soldiers and citizens who reacted couldn't help roaring, screaming, crying, fleeing, or attacking the demonic woman in the sky with countless bows, arrows, and magic. Unfortunately, it was completely blocked by a thin layer of magic shield, and even the corners of her clothes could not be touched. Including the attacks of the legendary priests, nothing was effective. The gray-robed woman stretched out her hand and took off her hood, revealing gorgeous blonde hair and a peerless face without any flaws. A casual, lazy chuckle spread throughout the city and outside of Serena. "Ha, what a boring opponent. This disappoints me, the orc tribe, that's all? That's it? That's it?" When the soldiers of the Qingting Empire saw their invincible queen, they felt the contempt contained in their queen's words, and they also cheered. Some sensitive people noticed that today's His Majesty seems to be different from those outside the wolf tribe. But it is undeniable that she is still so powerful that people can't help but follow her to death. This is the Queen of Qingting? The orc soldier panicked and recognized the woman's appearance. Realizing this, they only felt the weapons in their hands were getting heavier and heavier, and their fighting intent quickly faded. Explore new levels on nvelbai.com. The Queen of Eternal Night is a strong man standing on top of the magician, and also a peerless commander who has slaughtered millions. There are too many rumors about her killing without blinking an eye. I don't even know how many malicious rumors about eating raw children, drinking cocktails of blood from 100 ethnic groups every day, and dissecting 100 rabbits when I lose sleep. Even for the fierce orcs, the word Eternal Night Queen is also a terrifying legend that can stop children from crying at night. Now that she has come to our side, Princess Tasika has taken away the elite main force. How will this battle be fought? Where is the turnaround point? The morale of Qingting's party is getting higher and higher, but the soldiers of the orc tribe have no intention of fighting, and there is only fear and anxiety on their faces. And the chiefs are all dead. Who are they going to protect when they continue to fight to the death? The most terrifying thing is that the Queen of Eternal Night is behind her. She hasn't shot yet. Waiting for her to make a move too, her own family will be attacked by the enemy. Isn't she standing upright? After Rommel led the Second Army to join the battlefield, the Orc Forbidden Army finally completely collapsed its psychological defense line. The general committed suicide, and the soldiers surrendered. The remaining forces were scattered and stubbornly resisted, and as soon as they emerged, they were ignited by concentrated fire. Under the slogan of surrender without killing, the orcs in the city didn't have much resistance, so they accepted the Qingting Empire into the city. Roger frowned, only feeling it was too easy. The strength displayed by the orc tribe is completely incompatible with 10 years ago. There must be something wrong. At this moment, the alarm in the Central Army tent sounded. He rushed into the tent and saw urgent information from the Empire. A Ford city lost contact, and the Tianming Army claimed responsibility for the incident. At the same time, the silver dragon on the horizon spread its wings, looming. A Ford city. More than 300 hostages were covered with sackcloth hoods and were driven by the Tianming Army to the 45-meter-high White City Wall. The hostages include men and women, old people and children, all dressed in luxurious costumes and dazzling jewelry. The headgear was taken off, and people recognized that there was the governor of the Qingtang Empire stationed in Osif Ford, the first aristocrats of the Yamen Empire who surrendered to retain their positions and titles, the generals of the local city defense army, and the magician magic consultant. And their families and children. The most powerful people in Osif Ford gathered together. Being able to arrest these people on the tower means that the Tianming army has dismantled the defense system and entirely occupied the city. After the hostages got used to the light, they found that in the direction of Osif Ford city, there were citizens who were called out to watch the excitement on the street. Unknown enlightenment appeared in their hearts. Some were expressionless, some begged for mercy, and some scolded. But none of the members of the Tianming army responded. They kept silent and stood there, welcoming shady Veronica man who was wearing a blue military uniform and walked over. She held a white staff taller than herself in her hand. On top of the staff are complex antlers, and on the antlers are blooming pink-white, underworld snow roses that constantly exude cold and dead energy. His Royal Highness Princess? You didn't die? Has the expression of the former nobles as if they were living in a ghost. Noisy. With Shady's staff in her hand, the city wall suddenly became quiet. Only her voice of the ruthless sentence reverberated throughout the city. You have betrayed the country to seek glory, aided the emperor in abuse, and participated in the persecution of the Veronica royal family. Today, as the first heir of the Veronica family, I will grant you death. All have to die. Everyone in the Tianming army responded in a deep voice, faintly excited, and looked at Shady with admiration. When the mentor is here, the hope of the Yamen Empire is here. When the mentor is here, the end of the Qingtang Empire is here. They have been dormant for 3 years, isn't it for today's revenge? Revenge on the Qingtang Empire, revenge on the traitors. With the smooth and skillful movements of the executioner, strange kites flew over from the tower. The fat nobleman had a hole cut in his stomach, his intestines were pulled out, and he was nailed to the battlements with thick iron nails. The man fell to the ground with a push on the executioner's back. The intestines are still on the city wall, as tough and elastic as the string of a kite, hanging from him to the end, stretching and shrinking, swaying in the wind. There was a priest of the Tianming army who performed magical healing techniques on him, screaming incessantly. His bowels continued, and the person didn't die immediately. One by one, the kites were put down on the city wall, making the citizens look horrified and having a chilling sense of ritual. The extremely tender and sharp voice sounded, and the nobleman's 5-year-old grandson could not escape the death penalty. Citizens looked unbearable. But he also understands that this is bloody and a terrifying way to prove the end of the Veronica family. This is the most simple and rude method for the ancient feudal rulers to use force in their hands to maintain their majesty, and it is also a very effective method. No one wants to lose the lives of their families. Shady's face was hidden in the shadows, silently watching the scene she directed. In the time of the eldest princess, she persuaded her younger brother not to treat the people so cruelly. Now that she's back, she began to do similar things, even more cruelly. The weakness of ignorant people and the greed of rulers seem to be an eternal cycle. The executioners of the Tianming army were released stably at the speed of one person for half a minute. The scene was silent, and the expressions of the citizens changed from panic to numbness, recalling the horror of being dominated by the Veronica dynasty. Near the end of the dynasty was constant corruption and greed. The land was annexed and the people were struggling. Some serfs who could not survive chose to take to the streets to ask for their lives, hoping that Emperor Yamen would ease their suffering. But Emperor Yamen was supported by the great nobles to maintain his rule. He just sent the royal guards, magicians, and knights to attack together, bloodily suppressing protesters. What is the use of ordinary anger and dissatisfaction? It will only turn them into a mountain of corpses outside the city of Stafford. Read again and again through the silver river of Yamen. The conquest of the Qingtang Empire brought turmoil, and the rumors about the Queen of Eternal Night's brutality and debauchery are updated every day. However, most people can still calculate that the tax has been greatly reduced in the past 3 years. Although the new queen doesn't let them believe in the 7 gods, and there are always people who encourage them to restore the old dynasty and welcome a new life, most people still feel that it is not bad, and even better. Now, are you going to go back to a life that has just changed? The kites swaying on the city wall screamed helplessly, like a chorus that became more and more enthusiastic. Suddenly a discordant roar interrupted the rhythm of the chorus. "It's ridiculous! I'm from the Ivy Empire, and killing the dog surnamed Veronica is a great achievement." The speaker was Brewster Baker, the governor of Oching in the imperial uniform. He had flaming red hair and a burly stature, and blood were constantly overflowing from his nostrils. The executioner in front of him had his head blown off, and his neck was sprayed with blood and planted down the city wall. Tianming's army first killed the traitors, and then the Qingtang people. Therefore, Baker was ranked at the lower end of the release. When the executioner started, he burned the magic power to bypass the magic suppression and exploded the head of the executioner in front of him. The price is that the ocean of consciousness will be broken, his strength will be greatly diminished, and there will be a lot of side effects. The previous fights let him know that the strength of these enemies is beyond his ability to fight. I don't know how many strong people in the Veronica dynasty used to be, and the strength of the eldest princess is even more unfathomable. If there is no chance to escape, then you can't do anything. Baker turned around, stared at Shady, and showed a contemptuous smile. "I'm waiting for the imperial people, it's not your turn to judge you, the bereaved bitch of the previous dynasty." A plop. He was burned into a mummified corpse by his magic power and fell backward. But correspondingly, he unlocked the forbidden magic on his body for several imperial magicians closest to him. Everyone can see that until the last moment of his life, Baker's back and his knees were straight, never faltering. "Dad!" The 2 little twin girls carved in pink and jade cried out. Taking advantage of the chance that Tianming's army was stunned, they rushed to Baker's corpse. "Brewster, I'll be right here." Mrs. Baker closed her eyes gently. She has the strength of Magister and was once an excellent nightingale, active in the vanguard of the imperial conquest. After the war, she chose to marry her husband and teach her son, but when the blood comes again, she will not back down. As a bard, Mrs. Baker chose the same path as her husband and sang a mournful death song at the cost of burning all the magic power. "Looking for death." Shady's face changed slightly, and the instant death spell pointed at Mrs. Baker. Other powerhouses also took action to protect the Tianming army members on the city wall, as well as those hostages. But they still underestimated the bloody and decisiveness of the imperial people, and the speed was a little slower. Mrs. Baker, who gave everything, is a desperate swan song. How could it be stopped because of death? Although the body dies, the soul also sings for the empire. Wonderful voice, graceful chanting, conveys the indomitable imperial people with the romance of a poetess. We wait for the life and death of the imperial people, and it is not the turn of the fake bitches from the previous dynasty to judge. Those officials and relatives from the Ivy Empire also took the initiative to welcome Mrs. Baker's song of death, including her twin daughters. It's better to die in your own hands than to be released by Tianming's army and become carrion hanging on the city wall. The Qingtang Empire will come back, His Majesty will come back. Lady Shell collapsed in midair. Countless officials and relatives from the Qingtang Empire looked in the direction of the mysterious capital and fell to the ground. All have to die. Tianming's army became furious and knocked down all the remaining hostages who wanted to escape the chaos. But Baker's voluntary decision to die shakes the emotions of the citizens who were shocked by the release ceremony. They suddenly felt that if the Green Vines Empire can defeat the Veronica dynasty once, it must be able to defeat them a second time, right? They don't like Ivy League people, but at this moment, their blood and bravery are admirable. It is because of this kind of emotion that the bloody terror and royal majesty that the Tianming army foreshadowed before have all become useless. The Tianming army wants to coerce the young and middle-aged into a rebel army that continues to attack surrounding cities, and morale and loyalty will become a big problem. Let them all fly. Shady sighed lightly, but there was not much surprise on her face, and whispered in a voice that she could only hear, "It's too hasty. Fortunately, I have a backup plan, Then backup plan 7-2 bar. At the same time that the Tianming army hurriedly released the remaining hostages, Shady burst into the air with a huge amount of magic power. Part of her black hair turned pale, and a crown of pointed antlers grew on her head. A force was released from the staff, and her clothes also turned into a gorgeous white gauze dress, embellished with countless underworld snow roses. She is no longer the quiet female scholar. Under the influence of the magical energy that exudes death, at this moment, Shady's eyes are cold and ruthless, and she is proud of all beings, like the messenger of death in charge of everything. Yamen Empire, your emperor is back. With a flick of the staff, a huge magic circle enveloped the city. The breath of death rose from the ground, descended from the sky, and gathered to devour all the citizens. Their lives passed away, but the corpses didn't stop absorbing the energy of death that could not be distinguished from divine power or magic, and their bodies became strong, tough, and hideous. The metacarpal bone pierced through the livid skin, turning into a bone knife and a shield. Roar! The 500,000 citizens of Osif Ford City mutated into 500,000 undead warriors in Shady's magic circle. Teacher, is she so strong? She can lead us to victory. Tianmingjun looked at the beautiful figure in the sky with admiration and left tears of emotion. Send the magic projection to the surrounding nobles. Shady's voice seemed to come from 9 days away, and then the staff pointed westward. The undead army rushed out of the city gate. Tiredness flashed in her eyes, but she also felt relieved at last. Compared with the uncontrollability of the human heart, it takes effort and time to maintain. The undead are always loyal, tireless, and obedient, which makes her feel more reliable. Kenpo Sac Desert, outside the city of Serena. Roger rushed back to the Central Army tent, and the news he saw was the magic projection forwarded by the military department. Of course, the Tianming army cut off a series of operations such as Governor Baker's self-destruction. The only part was the release of traitors, the transformation of the whole city into undead, and the undead warriors rushing out of the city. He also saw Tianming Mentor, who was wearing a ghost demon in midair and entered a fighting state. It is not surprising that Tianming's mentor summons the undead, which has happened many times in the main plot. At that time, the protagonist group was brainwashed for the helpless act of victory, and it was only later that she realized that she was doing it to save the trouble and felt that the undead was more worry-free. At the same time, the Qingting Empire has lost control of Osif Ford City, and the entire province has become an intelligence black hole, not knowing what happened. Only the surrounding nobles are frantically asking for the Queen's support. Directly transforming a city of life into undead, they were frightened by the methods of the Tianming army. The strength of the eldest Princess Shady Veronica of the previous dynasty far surpassed that of the legendary powerhouse. Everyone felt that only the Queen of Eternal Night could resist. With such a powerful rebel army suddenly appearing from the rear, the officials in Odu were also frightened. When they dispatched support, they forwarded the news to the front line as soon as possible. Check new oval chpters@novilbin.com. Whether to support it or not, only the Queen can make a decision. Although Roger knew that Li Tianming's army would become the gravedigger of the Qingting Empire, this time didn't match what he knew. This is at least 2 years earlier than the first public auction of the Tianming army in the game. However, the strength of the tutor is not worse than that in the later stage of the plot. But it shouldn't be. She is a cautious character. She always delays her actions due to insufficient preparation. How could she be so early? He frowned, smelling an unusual smell. Tianming's mentor, Shady Veronica, is the most important NPC to promote the main storyline, and the protagonist of the game is her raised. Players are too familiar with her character. She also has a nickname called Tianming Gosheng, an absolute pessimist and procrastinator. Before each action, she will prepare a lot of backup plans. No amount of space bracelets is enough. Many key actions in the game plot have been delayed and delayed. Players find evidence on many sidelines and explain to Shady that don't come again when the opportunity is not lost, forcing her to act immediately to achieve a perfect ending. At this time, Shady should still be cultivating the interdimensional gap. Why did she act in advance? This is not strict. Why? The situation in front of him was like falling into a fog. Roger tried to analyze the hidden truth and suddenly felt extremely terrifying magic energy fluctuations. The Queen of Eternal Night has already received this urgent report from the rear and sent it back to the Central Army tent from the center of Serena City. She was very angry, and her emotions were on the verge of going wild. Roger walked out of the tent and greeted the Queen of Eternal Night together with Rommel and other officers who hurried back. He saw the burning fighting intent in her eyes. Fella of the Orc tribe was unbearable, and she was not addicted to it. Suddenly, the eldest princess from the previous dynasty was so provocative and looked very powerful. She must have wanted to make a rash move, right? Roger's mind flashed. Could it be that the instructor wanted to anger the Blood Mother and lead her to Ossif Ford City? At this time, there was also a military wizard who said that the Silver Dragon Knight was detected and that a large number of orcs fighting races were returning to Serena City. Roger suddenly felt that what he had just thought was very close to the truth. There are many coincidences in the world, but this time the coincidence is too much, so there is only one explanation: the Orc tribe and the Tianming army have united. No, at a deeper level, it should be said that the goddess of war and knowledge behind them are playing giant chess together, right? What is the goal then? Let Rommel's army go deep, and then transfer the Blood Mother and wipe out these 150,000 people? It makes sense, but Roger feels that the benefit is not enough. With the character of Tianming's mentor, he will prepare a feast for her when he leads the Queen of Eternal Night to her, right? At this time, the Queen of Eternal Night had already made up her mind and said to Rommel, "I'm going to meet the Ming army that day. The orcs can guard the broken city. If they can't, they can break through and return to the Empire. Anyway, the goal of punishing the orcs and training troops has been completed. Sir Erwin, don't be under pressure." Rommel confidently assured, "According to your Majesty's orders, I will ensure that I have as much strength as possible." Seeing that the Queen of Eternal Night was about to teleport away, Roger was a little anxious. When you don't know the enemy's true purpose, it should be the most reasonable choice to not act according to their expectations, right? He came out and shouted, "Your Majesty, please don't return to the city of Afford. I suspect that the Orc tribe and the Tianming army have colluded and have prepared many traps there for your Majesty. In the face of absolute strength, what's the use of mere conspiracies and traps?" The Queen of Eternal Night snorted coldly, and she even wanted to try her flashlight. "Now that you say that, I am more interested in going to Ossif Ford City to try out the enemy traps. Is it comfortable to step on?" But at this moment, she heard Roger's helpless voice. "Oh, she thinks she can do it again? What's the use of returning aid now? The city of Ossif Ford is already full of undead, and at most, save the surrounding grass that surrendered, but the 5 armies here are going to be killed. What's more, if you can kill your mentor with this wave of shit luck, it will only make things worse. With her here, I can help you predict the trend. Without her, the gods support 10 new agents, and the passive situation without intelligence will be even more difficult. Tutor? Agent of the gods? Can you predict the trend? Does it sound like you are very familiar with the eldest princess? When Roger thought of Tianming's mentor, he felt too intimate and trusting, which made the Eternal Night Queen suddenly vigilant. She had already stepped into the portal with one foot, but she suddenly retracted it and looked back at Roger with a smile. But Roger Iching thinks that the orcs colluded with the Tianming army. Is there any source of intelligence that I don't know about? Rommel and the staff were stunned. Your Majesty interrupted the teleportation because of what Roger called conspiracies and traps. Longevity, is this still the queen we know? Your Majesty has always ignored the 3721 and called it first. Roger was also surprised. I did my best to listen to the call of destiny, but in the end, I stopped the Queen of Eternal Night. It's just that the Queen of Eternal Night looked back at him with a playful look, which made him inexplicably feel the chill in his vest. There is something in the Blood Mother's words. How does it mean to catch a rape? It made me think I knew what I had done for my mentor and exposed it 23,333. However, it stands to reason that Tian Mingxuan's first appearance, I really shouldn't know. How should I fix things that Roger Charles shouldn't know? Roger's organizational language didn't speak immediately. The Queen of Eternal Night listened to his voice, and the smile on the corner of her mouth became more and more difficult to understand. Then I thought, if you think about this, I don't rush to step into the trap. But some rotten nobles, who are not very skilled, have the face to call me for help, and they will die if they die. Now I'm just curious, when you and the old woman from Veronica's family met, and what did you secretly do to hurt me? And most importantly, in your current position, do you want to help me or help her? The opened portal quietly disappeared. The daily image of the Queen of Eternal Night was the royal sister. Tianming teacher was a gentle and quiet student sister. But for age, the queen can call Chardy an old lady. Because Tianming's teacher was the sister of the Emperor of Veronica, this woman was of the same seniority as the queen's father. As we all know, the elder sister's age is bigger than the brother's. But in this world people can keep their appearances, and Chardy was loved by the god of knowledge, so her appearance looked like a girl. That's no problem. The player didn't care about these, they just looked at the face that was beautiful or not. But at this time the queen was not happy to see Chardy. More annoying than little Joey that night. One was from the sky, and the other was suspected of a childhood sweetheart. This boy didn't want me to see teacher Tianming yet. It's a guilty conscience to be sure. Listening to Roger about how to call her, he remembered his attitude by Roger. The queen had a feeling that he had known Chardy for a long time. There's no possibility that this girl knew Roger earlier than me? The queen surveyed Roger, but he never went to Yamen Empire. But Roger's heart said that he should try to solve something Roger doesn't know. In another word, he can change his identity to see Chardy. Knowing that he used to be Dio, used another identity to be ambiguous with Chardy, that's possible. Her eyes squinted, thinking that this guy was more and more interested. The battle situation in Ossiford City couldn't have suddenly become worse, and the orc tribe didn't seem to be in a big situation right now, but this little bastard in front of him saw that his old lover accidentally showed his feet, right? I can't bear this. I know that I know the enemy. Investigate this guy's secrets clearly and take advantage of the intelligence so that I can be a bad woman with no advantage. Thinking of this, the Queen of Eternal Night naturally scattered the portal and decided to have deep communication with Roger. And the half-transmission operation that was suddenly interrupted by himself caused the officers and staff members present to be stunned, and their hearts were full of curiosity and inquiry. Rommel, Your Majesty values Roger Charles more than I thought. I'm afraid they will discuss very important and very secret things next. Rubbing hands, I'm looking forward to it. What will we talk about? Just as Rommel pricked up his ears, ready to gain insight, he suddenly saw the Queen of Eternal Night waving at him and said lazily, "You guys step back, for now, I have something to say to Roger." Rommel almost cried. "Your Majesty, please don't. Your Majesty, you really can't do this to me." You are about to talk about the main point, which made me extremely curious, and suddenly kicked me out. Isn't this a joke? After all, Rommel didn't dare to openly defy the Holy Order. Even though he was so curious that he was scratching his heart, he could only obediently walk out of the tent of the Chinese army. In theory, this is your big account, right? Grief! But his adjutant came over to inquire, "Long Shui, what are they going to talk about, Your Majesty?" "Don't ask, that's not what you should know," Rommel reprimanded with a serious face. "Ask your sister, if I knew, would I stand outside the big tent of the Chinese army?" Roger didn't know that his voice had exposed some of his experiences and past in the game to his current identity, which caused a very strange dislocation and aroused the suspicion of the Queen of Eternal Night. After all, the plot that Roger knew was used as a prophecy in the Queen of Eternal Night. The prophecy is vague and may involve specific people, but it is impossible to become friends with a person or even develop feelings through prophecy with a feeling of familiarity and trust. The Queen of Eternal Night could see at a glance that Roger and Tianming's tutor had tricks in the past. And when you think about it, it's very interesting. After the Qingting Empire defeated the Yamen Empire, Shady couldn't become friends with an imperial man. But the theory of the two met 3 years ago? But Roger was only 13 or 4 years old. Do old cows eat tender grass? Do you drive a big car in Aching? She tried to obtain more information using prophecy, time travel, etc., but the results were all blank. After all, this was something she made up in her mind that never happened. She thought so much that she thought it was too difficult to be a bad woman. Or should you just be reckless? At the same time, Roger also felt very difficult. He wanted to analyze the intentions of the Orc tribe and the Tianming army in the chaotic and limited information, to avoid the Green Vine's empire from being calculated. At the same time, it is necessary to disclose information as little as possible to prevent the Queen of Eternal Night from discovering that I am a transmigrator. Fortunately, he can broadcast his voice. When the thoughts in his mind are too chaotic, the Queen of Eternal Night cannot accept them all. It's like the old 2G network, you can make calls and send text messages, but you cannot use it to watch live videos. Sorry, this really can't be done. So when Roger was thinking with all his strength, the Queen of Eternal Night couldn't get anything useful from the broken information. This is the last bit of privacy for him. The Queen of Eternal Night guessed that this should be because his mental power was not strong enough. All new chapters nnv.bin.com. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few treasures in this world to directly improve spiritual power, she would have quietly given Roger a wave of power enhancement. Fortunately, Roger didn't think about it for a long time and thought about his words. Report to your Majesty, I have no additional sources of intelligence, it is based on the strength of the enemy. The orcs have 200,000 elites, but they don't directly protect the king's city. Let His Majesty invite the chiefs to sit and die. The carousel only shows that they have a bigger plot. Whether it is cooperating with the Tianming army to invite you to enter the urn, or you want to play total annihilation here, I think your Majesty's best response strategy is to not step into the enemy's trap. She snorted and asked, is Iching afraid that the trap will hurt me, or that I will break the trap and hurt someone in the Tianming army? Roger answered confidently, none of them. I'm afraid that without your Majesty here, the elite orcs will hurt me. The Queen of Eternal Night covered her mouth and chuckled, this guy is real, and men in the Empire generally don't tell such cowardly truths. Roger was a little distracted for a moment. Your Majesty, she never laughed so recklessly before. The shaking effect is good one. The Queen of Eternal Night looked straight and asked, then Iching and I will go to Ossiford City with me. It's safe and I can see my army breaking through the sky, how about that? Roger couldn't help frowning. Your Majesty is naturally unparalleled, but at this time, the Tianming army does more good than harm to the Empire. The Queen of Eternal Night was about to get angry with a stern face. Well, Roger, are you afraid that your old lover will get hurt? To pave the ground for her, you say that a group of rebels is beneficial to the Empire? Did she wait for her to burn down my Fanglingyu Shadow Palace? Then it would still be for the benefit of the Empire, and the merit will be in the future, right? But after all, she is not the little princess from the past. I didn't read Tabella anecdote in vain and immediately realized the possibility that Roger suggested. The emotional intelligence that belongs to the bad woman went online, and her eyes lit up. You mean that you want me to raise the bandits and respect myself? With the Tianming army as a strong enemy outside, the loyalty of those nobles in the empire will automatically increase? The destruction is 1 point bigger, and the nobles will move closer to me? Indeed! Your Majesty is holy. Roger's eyes lit up, and he gave the Queen of Eternal Night a thumbs up. My mother, Your Majesty, you have learned to answer quickly. I originally wanted to reveal that I understand the next layout of the tutor. The advantage is that the Empire will take advantage of the plan, and as a result, you will analyze the greater strategic advantage yourself. Great, you finally become mature, Your Majesty, and you have learned to think for yourself. Eternal Night Queen, oh plus, oh. Chow, it turns out that I was talking too much and blocked the truth that I might have heard. It's hard to imagine that the little brat even knows what the shady old woman's next plan is. I'm afraid the relationship between the two is deeper than you think. But he knew of Shady's old woman's plan, but he used this information to help me make a plan? Does that mean that her heart is on my side? So I did nothing to make Shady become a Tauren? Okay, I'm really attractive. Roger's eloquent content on this site, as well as the thoughts in his mind, are indeed for the Empire. This made the Evernight Queen's tense mood relax. No matter what happened in the past, at least at this moment, he is thinking of me and contributing wisdom to the Empire. Perhaps the naive girl cares about a man's past and can't wait to go back in time and space to all the chats between him and all the opposite sex, even the sweeping aunties. But a confident bad woman never cares about these. Anyway, I will be the final winner. Who doesn't have some secrets yet? A confident bad woman should not ask questions, but give him enough space, enough tenderness, and consideration. As time goes on, he will find that he understands him the best and loves him the most. One day, when I figure it out, I'll explain everything about the past. Excerpts from Anecdotes of Tiberius. From the weakest of the 7 gods, Tierra has risen to their current mid-level strength, which shows that the means of playing are indeed useful. The Queen of Eternal Night is also ready to learn. She lowered her head before gathering her courage and looked at Roger with her beautiful eyes, thinking in her heart, you are my hero, and said softly, Roger I-Ching, don't underestimate yourself. Without your reminder, I would never have thought of this, so the credit must be attributed to you. If you are not careful, you will make a big mistake. There is a cloud in Tierra. The brighter the eyes are at this time, the more the man will look like a dog. I believe that no matter how the situation changes, it's still under His Majesty's control. Roger was so frightened by the expression of the Queen of Eternal Night that he took a step back. Does you have sand in your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? And you are so reckless, how often do you make big mistakes? It is rare to be rescued once, and there is nothing to be proud of. That step back has frustrated the Eternal Night Queen. Am I scary? MD, Tibella is indeed treacherous, and the deeds left behind are all deceitful, and it doesn't work at all. You only entered the sand, and you made a big mistake. She felt that she was in trouble again, this bad woman has a long way to go. He has made 8 points of the essence, but he was disliked in the end? No, try another style next time. The operation of Tibella was correct, but the Queen of Eternal Night copied her homework bluntly, without considering the difference in strength between herself and Roger. Before she became powerful, Tibera was a goddess who presented herself as weak and in need of care. Those believers cried out to protect the goddess, and they naturally gave encouragement, and everyone's sacrifice was meaningful. But the Queen of Eternal Night was so pessimistic about her life and death that she would do it if she refused to accept them. Roger still wanted to beg her for protection and begged her to lie down, but he never thought she also needed protection. So this wave is that the Queen of Eternal Night copied the answer serially. It's not that Tibella is not a bitch. The atmosphere in front of me has been a little awkward, and the Queen of Eternal Night coughed and asked, "Why don't you talk about it, Mr. Luo? What should I do now?" Roger was stunned. Why was the Queen suddenly overly cautious? But when she asked herself, she had to answer, seriously, for now, you can cooperate with General Rommel and wipe out all the elites of the orcs who are back on defense. Anyway, the king's tent has been knocked down, so it's better to directly regarding the orcs as the first pot of gold for the industrialization of magic. The Industrial Revolution is not an easy process, but a grueling process leading to the byproduct of child labor and pollution. Just like the great layoff of Huaxia, a large number of people will be sacrificed and the jobs of tens of millions of families will be dismissed. No matter how great the Industrial Revolution is, it cannot escape the World Revolution. There will always be people who will be wronged and exploited, and there will always be bloodshed. Roger felt it was a little unbearable to shed the blood of the imperial people. But with the blood and sweat of the beasts, he would have no psychological pressure. There is even a great feeling that I have rescued you from the hands of the gods. The Queen of Eternal Night also received these pictures from his brain and felt that this guy's hypocrisy was really. I like it a lot. That's right, I am the savior of the orcs. I have given them stable jobs and opportunities to contribute to the development of the empire. The elite must fight, and what I fight is the elite. 2 kilometers away from the Rommel Legion. Princess Tashika on the dragon's back frowned slightly. The news of Ossiford City must have come. Why is the Queen of Eternal Night still here? She was so angry just now. Why didn't she use the space teleportation she was best at to tear down Shady's undead army? But even if the Queen of Eternal Night didn't leave, she could not slow down the speed of her troops returning to defend. The city of Serena was attacked and finally found where the enemy was. These elite orcs felt like they were being played by the fox of the Empire, and the fire in their hearts was about to explode. At this moment, they simply wanted to fight the Qingting Empire head-on. If Tasika set up any more obstacles, it would be obvious. The straightforwardness of orcs doesn't mean they are stupid. Therefore, the military spirit is too available, and the troops will exceed the commander's control under the fanatical fighting spirit. Fortunately, Shady also gave me a backup plan. Princess Tasika took a small bag out from the storage bracelet. Although Shady's conditions were harsh, she could still be regarded as a conscientious businessperson. Adhering to the attitude of being responsible to the customer, or the usual pessimism, Tasika also gave Tasika an "if you find that the Queen of Eternal Night has not left, please open it." Now, this kit comes in handy. Tasika untied the rope that tied the bag. A note, dropped into Tasika's palm, said, "It's a pity that such a situation has occurred, but victory or defeat is a matter of military affairs. Your tribe is gone, and the Tianming army is your forever home." Instantly, Tasika's blood pressure rose. "I've lost all my efforts in the layout, so why don't you give me chicken soup for the soul?" He is indeed a good tutor. You use these things to start classes, right? You want me to join your trash Tianming army? MD, I don't know how much older I am than you, and you will naturally increase your ability to withstand pressure when you do bad things. You are the chief priest every day to fool people. Is this set more familiar than yours? So the agreement of losing power and humiliating the country has been signed, and in exchange for these few words of self-comfort that he may have said more smoothly, old Joestar really can't accept it. Tasika angrily wanted to throw the note away. But he found that it fluttered in a circle in the air and returned to his hand. The handwriting above changed and became new content. If you don't want to give up, you can open the second layer of the kit. Tasika said in her heart, absolutely not. Your backup plan still has a backup plan, right? She picked up the kit and looked at it again, and found that there was a small pouch inside, which was stuck to the inner wall and didn't fall out. Open it, and inside is a magic circle and a translucent weird bug between matter and energy. It looked like a sleeping cicada, silver gray, the size of a finger, with a spiral mark on the top of its head that made people unconsciously attracted to the eyes. Eris Demon Worm? Well, it's the Queen of Eternal Night. As expected of the Saintess of the Church of Wisdom, she is good at using these strange things. Tasika's mouth couldn't help but raise a gloomy smile. You're not going to leave, are you, Queen? All right, if you don't leave then wait for the skill. She only left a phantom on the dragon's back, and her body was teleported to the ground. The formation left by Chatty needs to be arranged with the remaining blood energy and murderous aura in Serena City and then strengthen the Eris Demon Worm. With proper operation, a small bug can seriously damage the Queen of Eternal Night's spirit, or even get lost in the outer realm. And even if the Queen of Eternal Night succeeds in getting out of trouble, it will take time. With her invincible image in the hearts of the Imperial people, disappearing out of thin air and being trapped will inevitably cause a huge blow to the army, desperately rushing forward to try to rescue the Queen. Already unable to scare Rommel away, Tasika decided to use the least cost to smash and destroy his legion and lose its combat effectiveness. The Queen of Eternal Night, who escaped the predicament after that, will retaliate, but it is impossible for her to substantively occupy the Orc tribe by herself and face the destruction of the Tianming army in the rear. She will still have to leave. So this backup plan has a high success rate and higher returns. However, Tasika's face remained very unwilling. The agreed round of exorcising and swallowing wolves ended, inexplicably. In the end, Chatty used a knife to kill people, using the elite orcs to fight off the forces of the Qingding Empire. But the orcs are too weak to choose. She sighed softly, only to feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The cloud pushes the front waves more than the back waves, and the front waves may die on the beach. In the ocean of consciousness, Tasika watched all this, knowing that the Orc tribe would suffer huge losses again. But her tears had already dried up, and there was no change in her expression at this time. She just observes, records, thinks silently, and imprints these confrontations and gains she has witnessed into her mind. Old Joestar, Chatty Veronica, Queen of Eternal Night, Rommel, even Goddess of War, God of Wisdom. These beings are not only powerful, but they also don't hesitate to use all kinds of cunning tricks, always trying to get the greatest benefit at the least cost. But if it is necessary to pay the price, she is also very decisive, and she will not wait for more losses because of the sunk cost. In this way, the tribe can break out into conflict because of what you look at. It's naive. Tasika's light brown eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, gradually becoming helpless. I realized it was too late, and I became the one who had to be chosen. Her grief seems real, but she is always looking at the outside world, paying attention to every change. Even if only a miracle can save her destiny, before everything is destroyed, she has to watch for that last glimmer of hope. If you even gave up your own, who in the world would remember that orcs are human too? The Green Vines Empire, the City of Mystery. Military Department. Margaret was quarreling with the magical communication from the provinces of Yamen. Ask for help, still ask for help. Today's nobles are all waste. Apart from asking for support, won't they support themselves? The army of the empire has already been deployed on positions, and the surrounding provinces also acted immediately. The powerhouses on the empire's side even teleported to their positions first and cooperated in defense. What do you nobles want from me? Apart from the fact that the Eternal Night Queen is still being delayed by the frontline battle and didn't return to defense immediately, all the support that the Empire should give is in place, okay? But Yamen is directed by those nobles, chicks who are still waiting to be fed and have not eaten for 3 days, desperately saying that there are undead monsters on their side and the territory is about to be surrounded. According to their request for help, the enemy's undead army is probably more than 30 million. Adjutant was shaking like a sieve while he reported terrifying figures to Margaret. The half-blooded little devil sneered and threw the calculation paper into the trash. It's all bullshit. The provinces of Yamen have a combined population of less than 30 million. Did the Ming army turn all ants into undead soldiers that day? Does the old woman have such a brain? She finally erupted and slapped all the nobles asking for help. Everyone thought they would receive the support of the queen, but they were greeted by Margaret's anger. From now on, all the old devils who report false information will be dealt with by military law. Don't think that if you have a noble status, you don't need to swallow 1,000 needles when you lie. At that time, even if Her Majesty will not pursue it, I won't let it be. Do it and I'll let you bastards know that the imperial military doesn't exist for you nobles, but to protect the entire empire, understand? For devils, calling someone a devil was the most vicious curse. There was silence over the magical communication for a few seconds, and suddenly a certain duke asked, "Well, when will your majesty support me? I'm only 300 kilometers away from a ford. I'm 140 kilometers away. It's 70 kilometers from my side." There was a quarrel about magical communication. "Shut up! Shut up for me!" Margaret patted the table and stood up. Her hair was messed up. She pointed at the magic mirror fiercely. "Your Majesty is the queen of the Qingding Empire, the supreme being, not your maid." Support, 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 you're trash. You are also worthy of getting her support. You are nobles, and your ancestors also made great military exploits, which is why you have the status you have now. You enjoy privileges and the support of civilians. That is not because the Creator gave you extra organs. You are required to fulfill your duty to protect civilians. Are undead soldiers scary? Is the Tianming army invincible? Do you have no private army or escort of your own? An aristocrat that doesn't set foot on the battlefield to defend his territory, and yet every day clamors for the queen to support him. I wonder, shouldn't it be you who protects the queen? The queen owes you the land when she expands the territory? The queen has sacrificed everything for this country, so she doesn't support you. Please act like a man, fulfill your responsibilities, and while calling for support, think more about what you have done for this country. If you don't want to perform the duties of a noble, other people do want to, so please give up your seat. A young earl suddenly burst into tears. "But I can't fight, I'm just a waste, I need protection." Just teach this trash, or die if you can't learn it. The Empire doesn't raise trash, it doesn't raise cowards. At first, the Duke threatened, "Lord Zhuxiang, if you disrespect us like this, we will have to reconsider our loyalty to the Veronica family." Please, why should I respect you? Have you done anything worthy of my respect? Change factions? Okay, but remember, the Empire will not accept anyone's second surrender. Margaret kicked all these nobles out of the magic communication and then blocked them. Her Majesty, she is so kind, too soft-hearted, a bunch of grasshoppers. What qualifications do you have for Her Majesty to take risks for them? She tore the official document in front of her into pieces in a fit of anger. A group of pigs still want to turn her most beloved queen into a maid? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Margaret suddenly asked, "Go and find out who discouraged the queen from going to Ossiford City. I will personally reward you." "Lord left Minster," Lord Rommel said. "It's Roger Charles." "Oh, the weather is nice today." The city of Afford. The army of the undead spread all over the mountains and plains tirelessly to the west. The villages and towns encountered along the way were unable to resist this terrifying army, and finally, they had all evolved into part of the torrent of bones. Chatty Veronica's ghost deer staff turned into a skeleton elk, advancing under the heavy guard of the Tianming army, with an inexorable look of worry between her brows. The feast is ready, and the heroine is late to arrive. The delicacies she prepared at a huge price will also be cold. The phantom shadow of an angel with red hair hanging down to her heels and 6 wings on her back appeared in her field of vision. She has a pair of violet-like eyes, the left eye reflects the birth and death of countless planes, and the right eye holds the joys and sorrows of millions of living beings. She has a perfect smile on her face, one that should not exist in the world. It is too perfect and lacks the warmth that belongs to life. The seraphim rode upside down on the deer's back, looked at Chatty, and opened his palm to light up a green light spot that contained a surge of vitality. Her sweet voice was not flat. "Chatty, the time is up. The Queen of Eternal Night didn't enter the designated area. I am handing in these life essences for you." Hearing this ruthless sentence, Chatty's brows that had been locked suddenly widened, and she said respectfully, "I'm sorry, it was my arrangement that failed. Please Lord, Narina." The verification passed. The 500,000 copies of The Source of Life will offset your 50 million units of the Power of Faith loan. The Yamen Empire still owes my lord 250 million units of the Power of Faith. And because the bet failed, your interest-free period has not been extended, and you will be charged 35.9% per annum from tomorrow. I will do my best to shepherd the lambs for my lord. Hearing the astronomical figure and the low breath stuck, Chatty responded while trembling, with a trace of anxiety in her eyes. The God of Knowledge can become the head of the 7 gods. This is very important because the head is the one who can run the church best among the 7 gods. He knows how to use preconsumption to stimulate the work motivation of the clergy, and how to use faith to beget more faith. For example, Chatty has to pay a price for being able to take refuge and cultivate in the rift of 10,000 dimensions. The Yamen Empire was previously protected by the God of Knowledge and needed to help the Church of Wisdom every year to absorb 100 million units of the Power of Faith. This amount can be provided by the uninterrupted prayers of 10 million devout believers for a year, or it can be a direct sacrifice of 1 million people to refine the essence of life. The Yamen Empire has repeatedly carried out bloody suppression in the past, but in fact, there is also the promotion of the Wisdom Church behind it. Of course, in the eyes of the great nobles, commoners have always been 2-legged sheep. Chatty became a saint and obtained the teaching and inheritance of the God of Knowledge. The flavor of any god is a lie. It was entirely because she was willing to continue to carry the faith of the Yamen Empire in the form of loans. This loan is interest-free in one-way gap, and when she returns to the Eternal Night world, the interest will be calculated. So the players don't understand why Chatty delays, it's just because she wants to pay less interest and do more preparations in the gap between the worlds. As a pessimist, Tianming Gosheng, who has always followed a stable line, this time Chatty agreed to the old Joestar's plan to devour the wolf and chose to face the Queen of Eternal Night, not committing suicide, but thinking of killing it. The reliance on this counter-kill is Nalina. Nalinail is the first angel under the throne of the God of Knowledge. The angel class is called Time Shepherd, and she takes care of the many planes that the God of Knowledge completely controls. At the same time, she is known as the angel closest to God, and there are rumors that she has secretly ignited her divine fire. Of course, rumors will always only be rumors. Nalina will not admit it, and no one will dare to ask her face to face. Before Chatty left the worldwide gap, Nalgene took the initiative to find Chatty and went to make a deal with her. If Chatty can give Nalinale a suitable opportunity to capture the Queen of Eternal Night, she will extend the interest-free period of the Yaman Empire for 5 years for the God of Knowledge. Although Chatty didn't know why a big shot like Nalinale would also be interested in the Eternal Night Queen, the interest-free temptation was an irresistible temptation for her. Old Joestar thought he had plotted against Chatty, but Chatty wasn't trying to induce old Joestar to lead the Queen of Eternal Night here. It's all about the Oldine ratio, everyone takes what they need. The 500,000 undead in Ossiford City is also for the convenience of Narinel to join the battlefield to harvest the life essence. All new chapters nnv.lbin.com. Her strength has reached a level that cannot be directly endured by this plane, and she needs to use sacrifice to strengthen the plane barrier to allow her to enter. Everything went smoothly. Old Joestar took the bait, Ossiford City was under control, and those citizens also came up with their ideas. The stage has been set up. According to Chatty's analysis of the Queen of Eternal Night in the past 3 years, she believes that there is a 98% chance that the extremely arrogant and reckless Queen will be sent directly to find out for herself. Openly provocative, as the world's #1 magician, can you bear it? Chatty simply didn't know how her calculations failed. Then the Queen of Eternal Night endured it, and Chatty returned. There is a time limit for the source of life to increase the strength of the plane barrier. To avoid the loss in vain, Chatty can only dedicate her tears to the God of Knowledge. Fortunately, she has always been prepared for the worst, and she can still enlighten herself in this situation. At this moment, a thin book appeared in Narina's little hand. The red cover depicts the Queen of Eternal Night catching fire elements. New arcane? Chatty asked curiously. This book is very interesting, and the editor-in-chief Roger Charles is an interesting object to observe. We can make another bet that within 2 months, if you give me his whole, without any loss of soul activity, I will help you fight for a 2-year interest-free period. Follow. Don't worry, there is a penalty for this bet. Nalina raised a finger to her lips, and that perfect face was brought to such a close distance that Chatty's breathing accelerated. Her violet-like eyes seemed to see through her soul, searching for Chatty's deep desire and excitement. And deep fear. Chatty, if you fail again, this body will belong to me. Narinale's emotionless voice suddenly had a hint of playfulness and cunning, and although the smile was shallow, it seemed to come to life, showing the curiosity that Chatty had never seen before. Chatty understood Nalina's Rui abacus. She wants to help her grab the observation object by herself. If she can't catch it, she will use her body to observe directly in the world. It was the kind of snoring of her, but it was not the kind of meaning. Nalina's strength is too strong. It is so strong that the world can even bear a little consciousness, and she needs to meet a series of harsh conditions. Coincidentally, Chatty Veronica, who has been working hard and is talented, perfectly meets all the conditions. Now Nalina has a lot of curiosity about this world. I want to come here to observe, but it is limited to the strength that cannot be deeply appreciated. I just don't know if she started to give Chatty or temporarily from the beginning of her first gambling contract. In the process of waiting, she turned to new Olympic Liang and had a new hunting goal. Fortunately, the love of the God of Knowledge shows the potential of making more money to make more faith. Nalina could not directly calculate her body. But if Chatty takes her body as a chip and loses to Nalina, the God of Knowledge will not care. There is a wide range of words in a variety of planes, and believers in the Wisdom Church never do money. Nalina's gambling contract is at most to make less, but she won't suffer. However, if Charlie lost, she didn't have a chance for a turnaround. Very harsh, very biased towards one side. But Chatty eventually agreed. Because the Yamen Empire already owes too much power of knowledge, the anti-empire makes her feel great pressure, not the goal that can be solved in a short time. Time drags too long in rolling, then even if she is naive to destroy the anti-empire to rebuild the Veronica dynasty, she can only turn the country into the country of the undead. It can be said that when Chatty chose a loan from the god of knowledge to study, it was already the fish on the cutting board, waiting to be slaughtered. Her appearance is just on the surface, and her bones have long been gamblers who have been on everything and have no way back, but they have been covering up crazy. I believe that poverty will make you happy. Nalina smiled and bid goodbye, and the virtual shadow dissipated. Feeling that the coercion she brought was completely disappeared, Chatty showed a deep thought. Roger Charles, a magical talent to a terrible waste brother and young master, will be followed by a six-wing angel? Chatty knew that an undead army had just created trouble for the Empire, but it could not shake the foundation of the Green Vines Empire. The Veronica dynasty needed more time. And if she wants more time, she has to catch that Roger first. The gambling contract has begun time, and Chatty's mind began to generate a series of plans such as action plans, spare action plans, and spare action plans for spare action plans. Kansas Desert, outside the city of Selena. The elite coalition forces of 200,000 orcs advanced in formation and surrounded Belongmel Legion. The magic units of the two sides have opened a tenth of mutual firepower. As a result, the orc side is great. After all, the Rommel Legion has just finished the attack, the casualties are not high, and the establishment is still intact, but the soldiers of the soldiers and the magic of magicians are very serious. They need time to repair it, but it is clear that the orc coalition has been prepared for offense and will not give them this time. Fortunately, His Majesty is still here. Thank you, Roger. Rommel was glad that he knew that his life was given by Roger. Because of his relaxed victory before, he underestimated the orcs and didn't expect that the other party was still hiding such an elite coalition. They tentatively played, and I felt that the opponent's strength was highly high. Those priests' direct magic attacks were not high, but they played well with one hand, which can restrain many attack methods of the Empire Magician. At this time, if Empress went to support the city of Afford, the best result for his 5 troops was also a heavy breakthrough, and there would be no possibility of winning each other with a fatigue division. Empress was enlightened by Roger, and he had done a positive battlefield preparation for to involvement with the Orc Coalition forces. And use Roger's intelligence advantages to let the old woman be a line person who enters the inner of the church. The Queen's state is not bad. In the end, the dead rotary would just looks cool. It is the simplest combination of the Master of the Mage. The consumption is not large, it is just extremely insulting. The Empress was ready to be beheaded to put the other side of the other silver dragon, which combined the boss, and then washed the opponent's front line. At that time, Little Elvin will surely seize the opportunity to impact the enemy lines to divide the battlefield. Then I cooperated with the Law Division to kill the opponent who threatened the strong. This battle was won. When the fighting party has the AoE unit that cannot solve it and has a strong attack power, the tactics don't need to be a whistle. It is simple and rude but can reduce the possibility of making mistakes. Just Empress bet on his eyes, he paid attention to the enemy in tactics. This is why the old Joster thinks Empress is rogue. The front is almost unsolved, and she can only avoid her edge and fight for a decisive battle when she is away. Now the Queen has not been attracted to the city of Afford, and old Joster can only implement the spare plan presented by Chatty. She also knew that Empress would aim at herself, so the silver dragon flew very much in the sky. After sneaking into Sauna after opening the formation method to wake up to strengthen the Eris magic insect, he gradually wakes up the monster in the star world to the silver dragon body. Poor silver dragon, feeling that after being locked by the spirit of Empress, he had already fled out desperately. But flying is not a way of escape. The Empress was waiting for it on its way, and several times came out of the light. This is a kind of gambling type that rolls the dice and evaporates the target directly into a foam. Generally speaking, the magic resistance and grade of adult dragons are directly immune to dissection. However, it is obvious that the Empress's solution technique has a lot of magic expertise and special effects, coupled with her mental power. The difficulty of verification is too terrible, and the solution of these leaves directly to them should not have it. The height of the silver dragon has no resistance at all, and it is all foam. Just the moment this judgment was completed, the Eris magic insect in its body was also exposed to the queen. Originally, because of being awakened and full of chi, the star creature, after the light was suddenly bright, suddenly saw a horrible existence of magic boiling, and subconsciously used its strongest and only life-saving skills. Field of Hearts. Empress was too late to dodge. The spicy silver dragon is hidden in a silver bug the size of nails, so bad. There is no magic fluctuation in the field of magic. Star creatures violate the characteristics of the law of material worlds and bias toward the unruly spiritual field. The only skill of the Eris magic insect is to pull the goal into the field of its life, an independent plane between illusions and truth. When you enter the field, you will see the scariest things in your heart, and then lose them, and eventually become the nutrients of the Eris magic insect. The fewer skills and the stronger the effect of this world, the more effective, and the monster also takes effect, which directly makes the Eris magic insects jump into one of the most difficult monsters in the star world. Fortunately, this thing is not actively attacking. It is sleeping all day. In the face of danger, the first choice is to hide in its field. If it is not anxious, it will not chaos casually. However, the array designed is to strengthen it while stimulating the small thing to the edge of the outbreak. This is the advantage of the believer in knowledge. Rich knowledge reserves and clever combinations can always let them play a miracle effect. The changes in the sky were too fast and suddenly, and both sides of the battle were stunned. Originally, the orc tribe was full of despair. Looking at them, they thought that the powerful and invincible Dragon Knight Princess was directly moved by Empress. It felt difficult. Then the next second was reversed, and the Imperial army found their invincible queen disappeared. The magic magician of the Rommel Legion also has a legendary magician who has explored different worlds. From the silver light in the air, he distinguished the atmosphere of the star in the star, and said shocked, "It is the Eris magic insect, and the majesty has been pulled into its field of mind." It's the kind of unreasonable thing? It is impossible, that thing can't survive in the material plane at all. It is a trap. The world of magic is extremely vast, there is always incredible creativity, breaking our inherent cognition, weaving into a trap to calculate majesty, too despicable, too shameless. Well, don't analyze how to do it, what we have to do is to find a way to rescue your majesty. The magicians analyzed the situation, but they were unprepared, and they didn't come up with any solution. Eris magic insects hid in their fields, and they didn't belong to this world at all. How can I find this? The prediction spells are also invalid. Whether it is the Empress or the Tiantu instructor and old Joster, it is the existence of a Santa presentations. At this time, Princess Taxica had returned to the central army of the Orc allied forces. The evil Empress's evil empire is arrogant, and she has no one in her eyes. She had already been trapped by the palace and improved a great realm. Everyone took revenge for the chiefs. For the tribe! The orc side instantly surged in morale, and even though the formation was somewhat scattered, the impact was unparalleled. At the same time, the shamans of the tribe began the ceremony of space blockade. This has not only forbidden the Empire to dispatch reinforcements here but also avoided senior executives such as Rommel. They have to take advantage of the chaos of the Imperial army, and heat waves, and avenge the chiefs. Taxicab had lost control of the coalition forces. Faced with the ruins of Sauna, she can ignite the passion of the orcs, but she cannot control how they fight and gradually enter the state of the tribes. The only good news is their hard power and state, far exceeding the unrefined Longmel Legion, that is, they can win in disorder. The side effects are that the orc elites who hit the head don't care about the loss at all. In the end, how much combat power can be left for her is unknown. This wave of money is big. Old Josita has decided to refuse to pay Chatty after the war, at least a few years, otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred. The Green Vine's empire is even more troublesome. The rational magicians were in a state of confusion and chaos. The Empire soldiers who have always relied on the invincible Queen of the Empress, watching the Empress disappear from the air, morale fell into an unprecedented trough. At this moment, Rommel was holding sadness and came to the position that all soldiers could see, and the big channel. His Majesty is just lost. She is still fighting hard to fight hard for the Empire. The brothers kill these orcs with me, rescue His Majesty, and let your Majesty see our loyalty and heroic. He waved his staff, directed the first round of the age group of the First Army and the Second Army, and directly overturned the orcs rushing to the Forest Timber Wolf Cavalry Regiment, which was avenged to the Wolf tribe. For your Majesty, kill the orcs. We can't die in this damn desert. Rommel shouted again. For your Majesty. Kill! The soldiers of the anti-empire faced the surroundings of the elite coalition forces. Although they lost the invincible queen, they also inspired the temporary buff of the sore soldiers, followed by Rommel launching an anti-rush forward. Even if the three new troops were in the latter, because they didn't want to die in the desert, they dared to fight against the most elite orcs. This was the posture of the famous general. Rommel was not shocked. He first showed the magical strength of the empire, and then stimulated warfare according to the situation. This is the most correct command in the category he can. Although there is no queen, as long as his 5 legions have fighting spirits, there is still hope of surrounding survival. But everyone's physical strength and magic are a problem, the empire must have no majesty. Rommel stepped down the high platform and turned to face his confidant officer. On the handsomeness of the letter, the rare clouds were bleak and his brows were locked. Roger also once again felt the importance of the Empress to the anti-empire. She is the only link that linked these arrogant soldiers and the source of confidence in their must. Even if the world-famous generals such as Rommel didn't have the backing of Empress Knight, confidence and strength have shrunk. Roger regretted himself at this moment, thinking that he had made a mistake. Now that I already know that the Orc tribe and the Tianming army are colluding together, and the tutor of Tianming is behind the back, she should think of her personality, and she will arrange a spare plan. She discouraged Empress not to go to a Ford city to step on into the trap. At that time, he should think more about it. Go Xing must have thought about how to this solve if Empress didn't support Aching. But Roger is also helpless. He was not the Laplace demon, but he came to visit Queen Triumph temporarily. He didn't expect that he had entered the main storyline of the game now. After all, at this time the protagonist of the game is only 7 years old, or is it 8? Unless they are also traversers, they cannot pose any threat to the Empire. Therefore, what Roger thinks is still a slowly growing farm, so the protagonist group comes to Ulu and enjoys the monitoring of God. As a result, the Tianming army is 2 years in advance, and the Orc tribe is also playing conspiracy. In the face of successive changes, he must be careful to hide his player identity, and brain cells are not enough. After all, he is not a counterattack of the sky, he is just an ordinary game-up master. Compared with the old night world, these Oldine ratios are still a baby. They are simply like white paper, but they have to bear the pressure that doesn't belong to their age. Alas, I'm so difficult. Roger rubbed his temples and understood that this was different from the game plot. It was already a chaotic and uncontrollable real world. Many of the information he masters can only be referred to and we cannot believe it. Fortunately, he still knows the Eris magic insect. In the game, the instructor of Tianming was taken out for everyone. The effect was the 5 days of Empress, and then the Empress came out to kill. So the invincible queen will still be invincible. The problem was that 5 days later, the bones of the Roger and the Rommel Legion were cold. The sinister orcs can't play the prohibition of transmission. I am just a neutral unit who comes to OB. Feel bad. All new Hapters NNV, lbin.com. Roger knew that saving the queen was to save himself. He tried to call her with the magic beacon left by Empress but didn't respond at all. It seems that the field of Eris Devil interferes with this communication. An enhanced connection may break through its field. I remember it needs control of the Eris magic insects to make a formation, and it needs enough blood to start. Roger suddenly turned his head and looked at the ruins in the center of Sinna City, where the palace was. At this moment, that location is the most suitable for the formation. The orcs and the Empire are in the world, and there is no one. So a teenager touched silently. Roger found the residual array. It was soothing, and he felt the hidden connection with the Eris magic insect, and then held the positive effect on his leg. The familiar feelings come here, there is a play. However, before he had time to shout out to His Majesty to save me, he felt that the void came from a force stalk. Don't want to save you, I want to save you, don't pull me in too. Roger is completely unprepared and appears in a familiar yet unfamiliar scene. He showed his thoughts, and the domain of Eris's Devil's Devil is not just as simple as things. This is simply a world. The game has not shown what the inner demon realm of the Eris worm is like, but according to the descriptions of the Tianming tutor and the magicians of the Imperial Army, we can know that the most feared things in the heart will be presented here. When Roger was outside, he thought that when he came in, he either saw some big monster from an alien plane or a precious record such as the invincible strongman was scared by the caterpillar and didn't dare to export. But in fact, he has now arrived in a world that seems to be accurate, and every character moving in the scene is lifelike, with independent thinking and actions. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. More importantly, he had been here before. Gorgeous magic lamps, delicacies served like water, magicians who talk and laugh. Roger experienced this not long ago. This is the castle of the Royal Academy of Magic. At this moment, just like that moment, the Law Salon is being held. It's just that it's not the same group of people, and this time there is no little Joey by his side. Moreover, Roger was more completely invisible this time, he couldn't exert any influence on the space, and those people couldn't see him, couldn't hear him. He can move freely in the castle, but like a ghost, he can only watch the world and can't do anything else. The orthographic characters on his legs also completely stopped responding. I don't know why. After understanding the situation on his side, Roger decided to find the Queen of Eternal Night first. She was the one who pulled her in, but she didn't see anyone. This woman was seriously ill. But he still had to find a way to bring her back to reality. In fact, due to the characteristics of the inner demon domain, he was called in by the Queen of Eternal Night both physically and spiritually, and the Eris worm was trying his best to deal with the Queen of Eternal Night, and her inner demon didn't show any danger to him. In theory, he became the safest person on the battlefield, the center of the quiet eye of the storm. When you can't take the abyss can't take you. Even if he doesn't do anything, at most after 5 days, the Queen of Eternal Night will break her inner demon, and he can leave safely. But Rommel and his legion were still fighting with the elite of the Orc tribe, and every second, countless Imperial people fell. And in a Ford city, he didn't let the Queen of Eternal Night deal with it immediately, but he always had to deal with the troubles caused by the Tianming army. If Tianming instructor calmly unfolds the endless layout, it is difficult to estimate how terrible the damage will be. However, Roger walked around the entire castle and found no trace of the Queen of Eternal Night. It stands to reason that the existence of that kind of beauty will be obvious when it is placed there. And this is her inner demon. She is not here. Who will the demon show? The Eris worm is so stupid that he is targeting himself as a stand-in for the Queen of Eternal Night. Roger showed the color of thinking. Now either there is a problem in the field of inner demons, or there is a problem in himself. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the decorative paintings on the wall. It's not the same as what I saw at the Royal Academy of Magic a few days ago. He couldn't remember the other paintings, but among the portraits here there were none of the Queen of Eternal Night. There are only a few portraits of her father, Shelley IV. He looked at the clothes worn by the apprentices of the magician present, which were generally retro styles. Roger realized that he had made a mistake. This was the Royal Academy of Magic, but not the one he had been to. This should be the Eris worm that extracted information from the memory of the Queen of Eternal Night and constructed the Royal Academy of Magic during the Shelley IV era. Therefore, if he searched for someone based on the younger appearance of the Eternal Night Queen, he should be able to find her. After going through another round of the castle, Roger found a little blonde girl who was stealing a cream cake in a classroom. At the age of 7 or 8, her pinkish little face still has some baby fat, and it is tender, which makes people want to reach out and pinch her. It's a pity that it can't be pinched. Roger was a little pity. When you go out, you will not have such a good opportunity to pinch the Queen in the face. At this time, Octavia Shelley was still a beloved little princess, and in her facial features one could see the shadow of the peerless beauty she would become, but you still could not see the invincibility, the majesty, the grace, and the domineering persona even in the face of death. Now the little Queen is just a greedy little girl. Roger also understood why the magic beacon didn't respond. The astral world is idealistic, and this world is constructed by the Eris worm based on the memory of the Queen of Eternal Night. The Eternal Night Queen may not have been fully immersed in this world before, and she could have had contact with Roger when he stepped into that formation. But now, seeing her eating so happily, she has become a little girl again. Unconsciously, she doesn't know that she has cast a magic beacon, so consciously, this skill is equivalent to not existing. This leads to an embarrassing situation. Even face to face, Roger has no sense of existence in front of the Queen of Eternal Night. Yelling, cursing, and even spitting at her, she didn't respond. Roger felt that this situation of pulling himself in without telling himself how to help was quite outrageous. Wouldn't she just want her to watch her eat dessert here, and then she wouldn't be able to eat it? Whose inner demon is this? Roger didn't dare to run around, to not miss any key scenes. This is a demon, not Octavia in Wonderland, so she shouldn't be so happy all the time. Maybe it will become the style of a horror movie in a second, and you have to appease the little girl yourself. Everything should revolve around the little Queen, and it's useless to go elsewhere. In the end, Roger could only sit cross-legged on the ground, watching the greedy little Queen in front of her with the hands of a magician to get those desserts that her little stature could not reach. This made him very embarrassed. Your blood mother is still a blood mother. At the age of 7 or 8, his magic power level is higher than that of his useless brother. Princess, your elder brother's speech is about to start. Do you want to watch it? A handsome middle-aged magician came behind the little Queen. Roger recognized that this was Professor Hall, who wasn't bald yet and was in his prime. Not long after he was promoted to legend, he was hired by the Shelley family as a magic consultant and volunteered to be the little Queen's magic enlightenment teacher. Tonight is the law salon where he brought the little Queen, a little bit like showing off his apprentice and pretending to be shown. Have a look! The little Queen agreed immediately and turned around to go to Professor Lahore's robe. When he stretched his hand halfway, he suddenly realized that there was the cream on his hand, his face turned red, and he immediately shrank back. Hall's face is constraining, since he was young, of course. He looked at the cute little queen with a cute smile and took out a handkerchief from his arms to help her wipe her hands. But the little queen murmured a few words, the light of magic flashed on her hands, and the two little hands were white again. Hall's face changed greatly, and he asked in shock, "Princess, don't you feel that there is a forbidden area here?" He, a legendary mage, is just a melee soldier in the salon. The little girl who has only learned magic for half a year in front of her can be regarded as the realm of forbidden magic, so she can output casually. Forbidden magic? No wonder, I have to cast a spell to cast magic here. The little princess showed a stunned expression. Hall's face collapsed. Isn't it common sense that a magic apprentice needs to cast a spell? Princess's talent is too outrageous. Admiring Hall's rapid changes and his facial muscles drawn out, Roger couldn't help laughing. Your Majesty is young and has no teacher to learn the Avenue of Versailles. But as a child, the Queen of Eternal Night was able to cast spells in the Forbidden Realm. This talent is indeed terrifying. In modern times, she is probably a natural extrajudicial fanatic. Next, Roger followed the little queen to a larger classroom. A handsome young man who looked a bit like an adult queen was talking impassively on the podium. Ini harus menjadi pangeran tertua kerajaan green vines, mantan putra mahkota yang meninggal dalam insiden kota Manyu. The eldest prince is quite talented. He explained coherently that he was going to build a line of defense called Nachima, hoping to get the support of the magicians. After the explanation, the eldest prince invited the magicians to play the role of the attacking side and conduct a tactical deduction of the magic sand table with him. Magicians are scholars in this world, and many are involved in the military field. Moreover, the law salon doesn't ask about identity, it only tells right and wrong. Even the eldest prince will not give face, and someone will immediately go up to fight him in a mock battle. That sand table is quite interesting, a bit like the real-time strategy game of later generations, but there are more things to consider. And this eldest prince did have something, which blocked the wheel battles of more than a dozen magicians one after another. Among them was the white-haired professor. He relied on his Nachima line of defense to defend up to 10 times as many enemies. The first prince proudly declared that there was no one to challenge again, as long as this line of defense is built, and with enough troops and mages, the Green Vines Empire will last forever and never have to worry about being invaded. Elder brother, I think if Green Vines keeps being beaten, he will suffer sooner or later. Suddenly a crisp voice sounded. Everyone heard the news and looked around, seeing that it was the little queen sitting on Hall's shoulder, and couldn't help laughing. The eldest prince also smiled and asked, "Then what do you think the kingdom will do?" The little queen looked serious. "Of course, if all the enemies are killed, we will be safe." Roger's eyelids twitched. Good guy, if it wasn't for the white skin of the queen, he would have suspected that there was a green-skinned soul in this woman's body. "Have you been so reckless since you were a child?" The eldest prince smiled and shook his head. "Everyone can't even break through my Nachima defense line, which means that I have no generals who are good at attacking, so let's study defense." "Eldest brother, I'll break your line of defense." The little queen's childish face showed seriousness and eagerness to try, and she came across the eldest prince. Everyone looked at this scene helplessly. The little princess had only learned magic for half a year, and she had no military education. How could she possibly beat the eldest prince? To avoid sibling rivalry, the Shelley family raised only one child for a generation to receive a comprehensive royal education. Others can feel at ease and be a waste, learn some art or something that they are interested in, it doesn't matter if they are a waste. But then something unexpected happened. Although the attack of the little queen didn't conform to the teachings of any military classics, she had a wonderful intuition. Seizing the opportunity to attack, attacking and attacking again, the unreasonable and crazy attack disrupted the defense of the eldest prince. The Nachima line of defense, which had not been broken by more than a dozen magicians before, was abruptly halted. The eldest prince is a loving brother. Many people showed a clear look, thinking that it was the brother who was coaxing the sister to be happy and deliberately gave in. The eldest prince was silent for a while, then said earnestly, "Little sister, can you fight me again?" "Yes." The little queen happily agreed. She thinks fighting is fun. This time, the eldest prince was serious and defended without leaking. However, the little queen's continuous offensive and terrifying pressure finally broke the defense line he had worked so hard to study. "I didn't expect my sister to be a natural warrior." The eldest prince praised the talent of the little queen and said earnestly, "Princess, do you want to be a general when you grow up, protect the empire, and expand your territory?" The little queen tilted her head to think for a moment, shook her head, and said confidently, "I don't want it." The second brother said that the food in the frontier is not delicious, and there are not as many snacks in the imperial capital. After making meritorious deeds, can't compare to several kinds of snacks in the imperial capital? The eldest prince looked helpless, and felt that his sister was so cute, so he hugged her. "Okay, you will stay in the secret city and enjoy happiness, and leave the dirty and tiring work to us." "Well, you are a good big brother." The little queen leaned into the face of the eldest prince and took a sip. There is a cheerful atmosphere in the air. Unpredictable childlike words. Always unexpectedly interesting. With laughter, the castle shook and the space collapsed. Roger discovered the change of time and space, and he came to a city wall, not far from the Queen of Eternal Night. She has a different look. The greedy girl in the past has grown into a tall and slender girl, wearing a black-pointed wizard hat and looking out of the city wall. At this time, she was incomparably beautiful, with a sad face, despair, and stubbornness on her face. I felt pity for her. Has the invincible Blood Mother ever had such a moment when she seemed to need the help and comfort of others? Roger stared at such an empress for a long time, then averted his eyes and looked outside the city. Outside the city, the battle flag of the Wabriga kingdom fluttered, and the army formations covered the sky and the sun in a continuous manner. In front of the battle stood several huge poles, on which were captured members of the Shelley royal family, parents, and brothers of the Queen of Eternal Night. Roger frowned and found that this scene was different from what the Queen of Night had once described to him. She said that she was on her way to investigate, but when she saw this scene, she was arrested by the fourth prince upon returning to the city. Just when Roger was thinking about this difference, the first prince who should have died on the flagpole suddenly had blood and tears in his eyes and complained, "I regret it. If it wasn't for being defeated by the younger sister, I suggested that the father and the emperor should build an invincible cavalry, but instead invest in the Norkima defense line. The kingdom might not be conquered." Shelley IV also opened and closed his mouth, shouting, "The Green Vines Kingdom's national strength is weakening, and building cavalry is child's play. I regret it, I hate it, I shouldn't listen to the princess's slander." The queen struggled violently and wanted to rush to the city wall. The princess who misunderstood the country. "If I had known this, I shouldn't have given birth to a daughter like you." The second prince cried and said, "Little sister, if you are guarding the border gates, how could the kingdom open wide and how could the Shelley family be reduced to this?" A thud. The fourth prince floated behind the girl Octavia and whispered, "Little sister, to survive, do you have to kill your brother?" The souls of more royals and officials who died in Monu City all floated on the city wall, and the sin of the broken mountains and rivers of the Green Vines Kingdom was attributed to the little princess standing alone on the city wall. They are frantically accusing her. If it wasn't for the La Salon, where she twice broke the Nachima line of defense that the first prince had worked so hard to study, the kingdom might have another situation now. Roger finally suddenly realized, this is the demon of the heart, it is a vicious heart demon, and he will play with his desires first. It turns out that the law salon is the foreshadowing. Blood Mother, don't believe these bastards. The national strength of the Green Vine's kingdom will decline, but it will not happen. Fundamental change, defeat is only a matter of time, and no matter how strong the defense line is, there will be a day when it will fall. Your real relatives will not blame you, you should not blame yourself so much. Unfortunately, no matter how loud he shouted, the Queen of Eternal Night couldn't hear him. As a ghost, Roger could only watch the beautiful girl on the city wall facing the overwhelming accusations alone. Her figure swayed, but she still tried to stand firm, and there were already crystal savings in her eyes. Gritting his teeth, enduring humiliation, and stubbornness, what is more, uncomfortable is the regret and self-blame in his heart. But even if she bit down on her lips and wanted to jump down from the tower to accompany her relatives, she couldn't back down. I am afraid that the Green Vine's kingdom will only fall apart in an instant after losing the last royal family. She is the sinner of the Ivy Kingdom and the last light of the Green Vine's kingdom. If the indomitable Eternal Night Queen is amazing, the little princess before her transformation is a pity. Roger said in her ear countless times, "It's not your fault," but she couldn't hear it. Roger retorted loudly to those people again, "You don't work hard but blame a girl," but they ignore him. He just wanted to tell the Queen of Eternal Night that you will do better than everyone else in the future, and what a glorious empire you have built, but you can't even get this little wish. No matter how radiant and invincible the Queen of Eternal Night is, at this moment, Octavia Shelley is just a weak girl who has lost her relatives and killed her elder brother and is forced to shoulder the heavy responsibility of her family and country. Hearing those accusing voices, for the first time, Roger felt the injustice for the Queen of Eternal Night from the bottom of his heart. She has nothing left, she has done 10,000 times more than her responsibility, but do you still want her to live her life in pain? Different from that night when he expanded Chef Wang's Bible into a short composition, he was sympathetic at this moment and wanted to share her pain. Even if it was only 1/10,000, even for a moment, he didn't want a girl to carry it all alone. That's too cruel, that's too sad, that's too mean. It turned out that under the domineering invincibility of the Queen of Eternal Night, there is a soul that is riddled with holes and cannot be forgiven by her relatives. No, she shouldn't be like this. Roger complained loudly, but he was just a ghost of this world, an observer who couldn't do anything. He could only watch the light in the girl's eyes drowned by the stigma, as she was about to be consumed by her inner demon. It turned out that, from a little princess who just wanted to eat and wait to die, to an empress who carried the empire on her shoulders, this journey was not only filled with peerless talent and triumphant progress, but also accompanied by suffocating despair, regret, and loneliness. She couldn't hear Roger defending her, she could only hear the accusations from the relatives' ministers in the wind. She killed her parents' brother. She killed those loyal civil servants and generals. She killed a soldier loyal to the Shelleys. She killed innocent people in this land. You are wrong. You are a sinner. You will never be able to wash away these sins for the rest of your life. This is the inner demon, this is the evil plan of the heiress worm. It digs out the best moments in your heart, then shreds them inch by inch, and falsely accuses you that you did it yourself. The more you do, the more you go wrong. Such demons are more terrifying than any monsters, even if they are as determined as the Queen of Eternal Night, they cannot escape. Or it can be said that the more determined she is, the tighter the demon will entangle her. One of the most difficult monsters in the astral world, it was strengthened by Shady, and eventually grew into the killing weapon of the Queen of Eternal Night. As a princess, she has also faced the test of both the country's ruin and her family's ruin, so Shady understands Octavia very well. Even though the eldest princess failed and the little princess turned the tide in the end, Shady still keenly captured the softest corners of the Queen of Eternal Night. In the previous La Salon, the little queen ate well, defeated her adult brother, and enjoyed the love of her relatives and courtiers. How proud I was then, how painful it is now. She defeated her eldest brother but destroyed her home and country. The accusations of the dead reverberated in the sky. It was just the thoughts that had been lingering in the heart of the Queen of Eternal Night, which were magnified and presented by the heiress demon. Ever since the night of the Manu City incident, the Queen of Eternal Night has always lived in guilt, believing that she is the real murderer who shattered the mountains and rivers of the Green Vines Kingdom. Roger finally understood that the Queen of Eternal Night mentioned the resentment of the fourth prince and said that she would never forgive him, but in fact, she could not forgive herself. The eldest prince is the crown prince who takes care of every situation. The second prince wants to be the general, the third prince wants to be the prime minister, and the little princess and the fourth prince will eat together and wait to die. They played for the longest time. The Queen of Eternal Night knew very well that her fourth brother was just an ordinary person. If the Green Vines Kingdom hadn't been breached by the Warburga Kingdom, the fourth prince would have been mediocre forever, being a harmless little trash. But once the country was broken, the whole world changed. In this realm of inner demons, someone finally spied into the inner world of the Queen of Eternal Night. Roger finally understood her never-stopping footsteps. Where did her determination to protect the Empire come from? It's not dedication, it's not patriotism, it's just atonement for the responsibility she has identified. Roger looked at the girl who was in extreme pain, her delicate body trembled slightly, but couldn't even cry, and spoke softly. Since crossing the road, he has solemnly bowed to her, whether she can hear or not, he said in an admiring tone. Your Majesty, the harshest judge, will not declare you guilty. As a modern person, Roger never really felt sacred to the concept of queen and king, and then respect them. He felt that it was no different from being selected as a class cadre. He would do his best and take responsibility in that position. With strength and intelligence, and less selfishness, after working in that position for a long time, you will naturally become a great existence, right? That's why he would honor His Majesty and bow and salute, but that's all because he couldn't beat the Queen of Eternal Night. He would also laugh at his elder sister for being foolish and loyal, only she would be moved by His Majesty's favor. He is the kind of little guy who is polite and civil but hurts you with a few words to find balance in his heart. Until the voice of His Majesty just now, Roger shouted sincerely. He has to admit that there are always some people in this world who have a consciousness that surpasses that of ordinary people. At least, beyond a refined egoist like him. Maybe their original intentions were stupid, idiotic, ridiculous, and unreasonable, but they did transcend the limitations of the times and made greatness possible. From Roger's point of view, the Queen of Eternal Night is already such a person. She gave up many of the enjoyments of being immortal because of atonement and took up the responsibility of building a greater empire. She has seen the bloody darkness and possessed peerless combat power, but she didn't abuse it, nor did she become a tyrant who misbehaves and wastes life. She was persuaded, willing to accept new things, and groping for a path more suitable for Green Vine's empire. The overall atmosphere of the Green Vine's empire is the most progressive in this world. Of course, she still has the faults and temperament of the little princess of the past. She will be proud, angry, shy, and unreasonable. But in terms of right and wrong, she is infinitely close to a wise man full of ideals. The centralization of power under the rule of the Ming dynasty can also create ideal prosperity. Roger asked himself, in exchange for his position as the King of Eternal Night, he might look for a more labor-saving way of compromising, and he would not keep the demands of ordinary people in his heart. He will choose the lie-flat philosophy of after I die, let him handle the flood. But the Eternal Night Queen came over because of her paranoia. In this demonic world where the strong are completely superior to ordinary people, it is precisely because of such a queen that the people at the bottom of the empire have a dignity that surpasses the standards of this era. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Without the Eternal Night Queen, there is no Green Vine's empire. Roger felt that such a person was worthy of respect from the bottom of his heart. He has an urge to help her get out of this inner demon hell built for her. At this moment, the girl on the city wall made a move. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was no light in her eyes. It was almost as dark as an abyss swallowing light, and she looked indifferently at the army of the Warbridge kingdom in front of her. Father, mother, brother, the people of the empire. This is my sin, and I may never be able to pay it back, but I will try my best to pay it back. A terrifying and dazzling magical energy bloomed between her fingers, and she waved at the enemy army, which was unknown to be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. At this time, the real queen of eternal night of the past should be no more than a magus. But at this moment, she is like an endless magic power source. One after another large-scale spells are frantically released like they're nothing. This is a spiritual world. If the Queen of Eternal Night feels guilty, she will suffer from inner demons and fall into the infernal hell to suffer the most heart-wrenching pain. But if she believes that she is invincible, then she can kill all the enemies in the world until the end of this hell. She walked down the city wall and rode against the wind, mechanically repeating the process of killing, destroying everything in front of her. His blonde hair fluttered in the air, completely soaked with blood, but there was no madness in his eyes, and it was as quiet as the Dead Sea without waves. But Roger knew that deep inside, her heart held more bitterness than madness. A girl driven into madness will not feel pain, but if she is calm, she will suffer all the time. Suddenly Roger understood how the Eternal Night Queen might have managed to escape the control of the Eris Worm in the original plot of the game. She never defeated the demon. But she was not defeated by the demon. Under great pain, she kept killing for 5 days and 5 nights, killing one world, and then going to another world constructed by the Eris demon worm to continue killing. She kept killing like this, exhausting the Eris worm to death, and she came out. Pretty stupid, outrageous, and scary. It is roughly equivalent to proving the Tao with strength in the fantasy world. Without any epiphany or fancy, it just smashed through the realm of inner demons all the way. After accomplishing such a feat, the Queen of Eternal Night will naturally be deeply entangled with the sins in her heart. In the end, there were countless chances to escape, but she stayed here, coexisting and dying with the Empire. Her heart will always return to the light, and even if she walks toward the light, she still admits that she has never finished atonement for that sin. After understanding the operation of the Queen of Eternal Night that day, Roger has a ghost-like self and guesses how to influence her here. The inner demon realm is built on rules. Its power and realism come from the Eris worm's observance of the rules. Only in this way can the inner demon realm be so terrifying and have a profound impact on the strong. But with rules, some loopholes can be exploited. Continue to kill, Miss Octavia. I will accompany you to the end of hell, and then smash this ridiculous inner demon together. Roger looked at the girl Octavia's dark eyes and flew to the soldiers who were about to be killed by her. Meteor waterfall falls. The bodies of the soldiers were smashed together, bits and pieces of their flesh scattered in all directions. These soldiers are not false, the souls of the demons that the Eris worm once devoured were completely lost in their hearts. In the realm of inner demons, there are unique beings. But in reality, they are the pains of a collection of emotions such as self-blame, madness, and anger, and they are the favorite cookies of the Eris worm. This Eris worm belongs to a hamster and has saved countless cookies to enjoy while sleeping. At the moment of being killed by the Queen of Eternal Night, the lost soul will reveal the body of the biscuit for a moment, and then disappear into this world. Taking this moment, Roger could observe and even physically experience their pain. The horrid feeling of being torn apart. This is one of the basic rules in the field of inner demons. Beauty is a farce, only pain is eternal. Even the pain will resonate, pulling the sober souls to get lost together. But what Roger wants to use at the moment is this rule. In the pain of death that resonated, his ghost seemed to be solidified a bit. Without stopping, Roger flew to the next group of soldiers who were about to be attacked by the Queen of Eternal Night. Experience the pain of death once again, and observe what a lost soul looks like. The Queen of Eternal Night kept releasing magic, and Roger was in every soldier's mind one after another, feeling the desperation of being killed by her magic repeatedly. Although he will not be hurt in this world, in terms of feeling, it is no different from the last round of death. Because of the rules of the inner demon realm, it is more painful than real death. With Roger's character, he would not do these thankless things on weekdays. But there is a stupid queen in front of her, and she still chooses the stupid way to kill the world again, and she also feels like she has been brought into this stupidity. He didn't know whether some suffering was meaningful or not, but he had to have something. He couldn't just watch her being haunted by her inner demon again and even deprive her emotions of joy and anger. The riddled soul under the code of invincibility cares about too few things, too little to be distressed about. Even if the moth flies into the fire, he wants to try to save her once. The features in the game are restricted by the production team. In the real world with infinite possibilities, there should be hope of success, right? However, the feeling of losing hope is really painful. Roger accompanies the Queen of Eternal Night to keep moving forward in his death experiences. Finally, there is no enemy in front of the Queen of Eternal Night. She stopped in front of a white border and was killed at the end of hell. And Roger was killed too. How many times had he died? 500, 1,000, perhaps even 10,000 times? In that kind of pain, who can calmly count? At the back, he was almost numb, he was just learning to be a lost soul. Roger glanced at the Queen of Eternal Night with a hint of confusion, and then poured out every bit of magic power and blasted towards the border. The boundaries have broken, the world is broken, and so is her body. There they were, in a chaotic space with no color, no smell, no light, there was no up or down or any directional bearing, and even darkness itself was absent. This is the body of the Eris worm. Roger could sense that countless lost souls were flying wildly against the rules, rushing to build the next world, and repeatedly deepening the inner demons of the Queen of Eternal Night. And just taking this opportunity, Roger jumped up and mixed into the torrent of lost souls. In the same breath as them, it had become the cornerstone of the new world. The Eris worm didn't find that a stinky and hard brick was mixed into his biscuits. The construction of a new layer of hell is completed. Roger found himself a named NPC. 4 princes. He appeared in a manor in the mountains, sitting by the fireplace, with a beautiful girl in a hunting suit. This time, is it Octavia who is hunting with the 4th prince? Play happily first, and then let her kill herself? The Eris worm is simply a devil, and its ability to dig out the weakness of the soul is merciless, more and more ruthless, and will progress. Roger didn't rush to say hello but put his hand into the fireplace. He was burned to the point of grinning, but he couldn't help laughing. He was finally no longer an observer who could do nothing, and he clenched the throat of the subsequent fate. This strange behavior attracted the attention of the girl in the hunting suit. She looked at Roger, her eyes gradually brightened, showing obvious curiosity and inquiry, and a shallow pear vortex appeared at the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Your appearance is disguised, but you seem quite familiar. Who are you? The smile of the girl with the hunting suit was very light, but Roger had just looked at this indifferent killer's face for too long. There was no trace of light in his eyes, as if he was going to die with this world. In contrast with her shallow smile, he almost cried. It hurts too much when you kill me. Oh no, it's because I saw the queen who hasn't been spoiled yet, that's great. As a player, going deep into the first layer realm constructed by the Eris worm gave him a quite familiar illusion, the illusion called SL. But in fact, neither the archive nor the reading file is under his control, so he must seize this opportunity and try to bring the Queen of Eternal Night back to the main plane at once. Fortunately, the environment of Greenvine's kingdom was stable at this time, and the little Princess Octavia was well received by her family, and she hardly experienced any unpleasant things. She can get everything she wants, she can do everything with ease, she doesn't know what jealousy is at all, and she's well put together. Just 16 years old, she is already a magus, and her strength far exceeds her peers. Because of this strength, she was very confident and saw that the fourth prince in front of her was pretending, but the other party didn't show hostility, and there was even an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Octavia was not worried about the danger at all, just curious that who was he. She thought, which good best friend is this here to show off her newly mastered disguise magic? Roger praised the Eternal Night Queen's sharp and calm response. Otherwise, if she shouted that there was an assassin, or even worse, ended her with one finger. Not only was it a waste of time, but he would also have died in vain. After replacing the lost soul, if he dies, he must wait for the next world reconstruction before he has the chance to get close to the Queen of Eternal Night. And it's not always possible to get such a good identity. After pondering for a while, Roger decided to get straight to the point and tell the truth. I'm Roger Charles. Impossible, I've seen Angia's younger brother, a man who can't read the feather fall art all afternoon, he's stupid, he definitely can't do a disguise to your level. Octavia interrupted him, with the words friends, can you say something reliable? However, she still had an inquiring glint in her eyes, instead of accusing or rushing, she was more curious about Roger's identity. The Queen of Eternal Night in this period. Like the people in the world has so much time that she doesn't know how to spend it. In other words, she was bored. She is happy to see a new and different job in life. Roger was a little embarrassed to be complained about, but then he thought, Roger Charles is a piece of shit, what does it have to do with me, Roger? I am a traveler with a golden finger. After 10 years, I will be invincible in the world, okay? He took a deep breath and maintained a solemn tone, I am Roger from the real time period, and you are Octavia Shelley lost in the river of time. Now, I am your escort. Please, your majesty, return to the court with me. Octavia asked in a rude tone even for his wife, Your Majesty? Don't you tell me that I will be a queen in the future? Not at all. Scared me. You are the Eternal Night Queen who founded the Green Vines Empire, the human being that the gods most want to kill in this world. What? Roger didn't give her a chance to refute, you can try to predict my fate or the fate of the Eternal Night Queen, and the result must be blank. Out of curiosity, Octavia did as he said. The result is, of course, a blank. Because of these two targets, one is protected by the system and the other is protected by herself. A magister can't predict beyond a legend. Octavia was a little forced to believe the truth of Roger's words, but he still couldn't figure it out, how could I be named Eternal Night? I must be the Queen of Sunshine. No, be the queen, how tiring, I'll be a little princess, isn't it delicious? Roger sighed quietly. The Eternal Night Queen when she was a girl was a bastard princess, she just wanted to live happily in the moment and be a small person. That beautiful face was full of innocence. Hearing that the queen thought it was cool, he didn't understand the weight. Thinking of the desperate girl on the city wall, the empress who couldn't see through the joy and anger on the throne, Roger couldn't say what he had already thought. Helping her to save her inner demons, but ending her momentary happiness in advance, so that all those pains and responsibilities would return to her. Even if this is an illusion constructed by the heiress worm, to her, this is reality. The wallbreaker is ruthless. To Roger's surprise, Octavia took the initiative to say to him after thinking about it. Mr. Wallbreaker, although I don't understand why I will become an empress in the future, an imperial empress splits an illusory me. She must have encountered a very dangerous, powerful, and incredible enemy. You can come to save me is also taking a great risk and trying to get a better ending, right? Well, your expression has shown that I guessed right. So, take me back to the future. She is so smart. Roger was amazed by Octavia's inference. She also thought of a lot of rhetorics to convince her to believe in herself and understand the current situation. As a result, with limited information, people have guessed the current predicament. Is she such a smart little princess because she was too strong to use her brain later, and as a result, her intelligence deteriorated and she became green? Roger calmed down his groaning state of mind. The little princess is not bad, at least she can save a lot of saliva. He stood up and looked at Octavia in a hunting suit seriously. So, is your majesty ready to face the cruel reality? Octavia Shelley, the little princess green vines in the center of gravity, stood up, looked at him with a small face, and looked proud and confident. Of course, don't underestimate a queen's determination to pursue a perfect ending. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Wallbreaker. A perfect ending? Roger looked at her sympathetically and wanted to tell her that you have no perfect ending. Lonely you, just on the road of the lonely king, do your best to avoid losing everything. But don't be afraid of loneliness, because this time, I will accompany you to welcome the curtain. In the next instant, Roger's tone of voice suddenly changed. Slowly, gracefully, and somewhat cynically, then please kill me with your own hands, little sister, this is my wish, a request I will never regret. While Roger was occupying the identity of this lost soul, the heiress worm also stuffed the memories of the Queen of Eternal Night about the fourth prince. As long as he executes according to those memories, Roger is not necessarily the real fourth prince in history, but he must be the fourth prince who cannot find flaws in the memory of the Queen of Eternal Night. Sure enough, Octavia looked at Roger, more shocked than hearing that he would become a queen in the future. What a perfect performance, I can't find any flaws. However, what a strange request to kill you. Oh no, it won't be like this. She suddenly covered her chest, feeling her heart aching like being bitten and torn apart by a hellhound. Until now, the confident princess finally realized that the reality she was about to face was crueler than she could imagine. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Even if she is ready to give everything, the other side she yearns for no longer exists in this world. She realized that if Mr. Wallbreaker represents the truth, and he must kill the fourth brother himself to break the illusion, it only shows one possibility. She killed her fourth brother. Although he couldn't imagine or dared not think about the circumstances under which he would make such a terrible decision, Octavia's voice suddenly weakened. Sorry, Mr. Wallbreaker, I'm sorry, I didn't want such a shattered ending. You said that you want me to see your determination, princess. Roger continued to speak in the tone of the fourth prince, took off the dagger he was carrying, and handed the end of the handle to Octavia. I'm sorry too, but there are always things that only you can do, and you can't escape. Fate. At this time, Octavia was still a flower in the greenhouse, and when she saw the dagger, she subconsciously took a step back, as if it was a poisonous snake that devoured people. She pleaded, Fourth brother, you know me, I'm just a princess who eats and waits to die. The throne belongs to the eldest brother, the glory belongs to the second brother, and the wisdom belongs to the third brother. Fourth brother, our happy hunting, playing games, attending dances, and being a waste will be fine. Or you can escape to a distant place without being the prince and princess? How could that peerless queen ever accommodate anyone like this? It can be seen that her relationship with the fourth prince is perfect. Roger couldn't help but be saddened by her. He suddenly thought of himself in Capital Blood Knight and said something similar to the queen, right? Fate is reincarnated, and I never imagined that one day it would be the little princess who didn't become an empress. So, what she said to herself at that time was the explanation she gave herself in the face of this fate. He showed a look of reminiscence and said solemnly, "Princess, I know that you don't care about many things, and the life you ask for is not complicated. But there is no other choice. There is always a very greedy existence in this world. Even the last bit of happiness of the little people will be shattered. It has been oppressing your bottom line, forcing you to give in until you can't retreat. Now, it's time to make a choice." Octavia stepped back, her face pale and bloodless. "Mr. Wallbreaker, I don't know how to choose." But Roger was pressuring her step by step, giving her no chance of escaping at all. With a thud, the princess's back slammed against the wall. Roger put his hands on the wall and looked at her condescendingly in a posture similar to a wall dong. In terms of momentum, Roger has completely overwhelmed the little princess in this period. His expression was sad and pitiful, and his voice was as soft as the April wind and as soft as a lover's murmur. "The fourth brother will choose for you, come and kill me." But the cruelty of fate, even in the most gentle gesture and prepared to show it, is still more terrifying than a demon. She shook her head into a rattle and screamed, "Fourth brother, do you have to let me destroy my current happiness with my own hands?" The girl's slender shoulders were trembling, and her beautiful face was filled with sadness, anger, and even despair. As smart as she is, how could she not know what is real and illusory? It's just that being driven to a desperate situation by fate can only choose that way, and taking the initiative to choose requires courage and determination. After all, there is a difference. She was so sad that she was almost suffocating, like loudly complaining about the injustice of fate. But she couldn't make a sound, and it was useless to accuse Roger, because she was just a sad phantom, and no amount of anger could change the subtle pawn. Roger looked at her pained and helpless appearance, vaguely aware of what he should do at this time. But, that's the Queen of Eternal Night? When she wakes up and knows what she has done, she will be angry, right? However, she doesn't necessarily remember everything that happened in the inner demon realm, right? Yes, certainly not all of it. With so many fields, she can't remember every detail of the memories that have been changed over and over. So even if he did something disrespectful, it was the fourth prince's fault. "Your Majesty, it's not that I, Roger, committed the crime of arrogance, I'm helping you." With such a realization, Roger opened his arms and embraced Octavia, whose shoulders were trembling slightly. Her slender body instantly stiffened and then softened. She leaned her body weight over and whispered in a dreamy voice, "Mr. Wallbreaker, I will have many, many nightmares." The invincible queen was also just a girl who needed care. Roger reached out and stroked her hair lightly. "Maybe this is the true nightmare the gods have woven for the world. Now only you can break this nightmare. I know you don't want to wear the crown, but you still bear the weight of it. I can't change all of this, but I just hope that you will always remember one thing. You are not destroying your own life with your own hands. You are bringing everyone's hope towards a future that everyone recognizes. Everyone, do you agree?" Octavia raised his head, the sealed memory loosened a little, and sadness and longing that he didn't understand at the moment flowed through his heart. This was the second time Roger saw such a helpless Queen of Eternal Night who needed affirmation from others to support her. There was nothing he could do about the city wall, but this time he could hug her tightly and support her with his warmth. He seemed to feel that the fourth prince in his heart had come to life, borrowing his mouth to say the last goodbye to his beloved little sister. As long as it is your choice, everyone will unconditionally approve it. Because what everyone wants to see most is not that the green vines will survive in the world, that the queen is invincible in the world, and that it is not that the enemy bows his head to the court, but that our little Ao is happy and alive. The way she wants. Even if this appearance wasn't her original intention, who says that her original intention must be the best? The original intention has changed, it is not necessarily a fail. It can also be that you have grown up and matured to see farther, find and embark on the heroic road that only belongs to you. He thrust the dagger into Octavia's hand. This time, instead of hiding, she held on to it. His hands were trembling, but he still showed the bright blade to the world. Some people are born to be heroes, even if the gentle world overshadows their sharpness. Octavia closed his eyes, chanted a short incantation, and magic light lit up on the dagger. Fourth brother, death takes just a moment, it won't hurt. I know. Roger reached out and wrapped her cold little hand in his. The two hands supported each other and held the dagger together, finally no longer trembling. Octavia murmured, "Is this the reality that we have to face?" Roger said firmly, "This is also the world, the final redemption." She opened her eyes, and the two of them worked hard together, and the dagger pierced her chest and sank into her heart. Between the real and the illusory realm of demons, the eternal song of pain has disrupted its proper rhythm, and a crack has emerged. The first province of Yamen, west of the city of Afford, is 50 kilometers away. Charty Veronica on the deer suddenly trembled slightly, and 2 lines of blood flowed from her nose. Damn savage princess, you can break the demon I gave you. Can you see through the plot that I have revised so many times? I can't accept it. She didn't care about treating the backlash she suffered but just showed an unbelievable expression, looking for what went wrong. How could that turtle, barbarian, and nouveau riche, the queen of eternal night, be able to escape from the realm of inner demons that she so carefully designed? The Eris worm is already the most difficult monster in the world. After she strengthened it and wrote the script, it can be said that it is a queen's nemesis that was completely created for the most vulnerable past in the heart of the Queen of Eternal Night. Charty felt that even if the Queen of Eternal Night didn't sink into the pain and became a lost soul in the end, it would take a few days to break the inner demon domain. After all, that woman can only use brute force now and has forgotten how to think. But the final result was that it took only 15 minutes from the time when the Queen of Eternal Night was recruited to when she was attacked. 15 minutes to solve an Eris worm, is that reasonable? There was simply not enough time for the elite orcs to kill the Rommel army. On the other hand, it must be Tashika who has to face the Queen of Eternal Night and Rommel's legions 2 buns with cheese. But now Charty has no extra brain capacity to think about the problem of bad reviews from buyers. She just felt sorry for herself. After the fall of the Yamen Empire, what she studied the most in the gap between the worlds was the Queen of Eternal Night. As the saintess of the God of Knowledge, it is her innate ability to spy on the truth from countless pieces of information. Charty is confident that she understands the strength, character, and past of that savage princess. She didn't miss a single detail. She knows her weaknesses better than the queen herself. She thinks that she is the kind of enemy who is diligent, hardworking, and talented. Isn't it easy to punish a brainless queen in the district? The Eris worm is indeed a backup plan, but even the backup plan is one that she has selected from dozens of alternatives and compared the best. But now she has indeed failed, and it is not an ordinary failure. The Queen of Eternal Night not only broke through the inner demon domain perfectly but also controlled the Eris worm in turn, so that even Charty, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, was implicated in the backlash. The Queen of Eternal Night was originally the most troublesome enemy on Charty's road to return to the country. She rarely met an enemy in terms of force, and the best weakness was that she was too reckless. In the end, she saw through her ambush in Afford City, and even the backup plan was broken so easily. Is my dignified teacher shameless? It's not fair, it's so unfair. She is already so powerful. Can she continue to grow? How much does the Creator favor the savage princess? Charty's mentality almost collapsed and cried and raised a question full of jealousy. Some people are like this. They only see their own country being destroyed and their family is destroyed and struggle to maintain it. Your achievements are earned through hard work, while others' achievements are due to luck. How can there be such an easy thing? But Chardy lived up to her mentor's name and quickly built herself up and accepted the fact of failure. Fortunately, we are well prepared, and there is a backup plan for a backup plan. However, the Queen of Eternal Night has broken her inner demon, and her strength will probably break through again. These plans will have to be adjusted. There are more than 1,000 articles, it is troublesome to modify them one by one. At this time, Chardy finally found the source of the problem from the experience of the Queen of Eternal Night in the field of inner demons. A person also entered the realm of demons, pretending to be a lost soul, and rewrote her script towards Roger Charles? It's no wonder that Lord Nalanale pays attention to this little guy. It's not easy. Chardy recognized the young man, at first sight, showing a thoughtful look. Soon, she showed a cold smile. Now I have another reason to seize you. Narina's order is to keep the soul active, so the physical torture allowed, right? The Queen of Eternal Night had a dream that was as long as 3 lives. In the space of the Eris worm, she experienced a total of 3 inner demon domains. In the first stage, she saw the destruction of the Empire and she ushered in the judgment of the 7 gods. But because Roger told her that he didn't owe the Empire, she calmly faced the condescending question of the 7 gods, completely treating them as farting. Seeing that this inner demon is about to be overcome, the Eris worm has Chardy as a military advisor, and seeing through the Eternal Night Queen is self-hypnotizing. So a backup plan was activated, arranging for her to escape the trial and return to the main plane to face the tragic situation of the Green Vine's empire being crushed even more by the Church. The people at the bottom, constantly questioning that the Queen of Eternal Night is not free and easy but willful. It's a rebellious period, a middle-aged disease, a selfish ghost, and a moral incompatibility. It was she who insisted on fighting against the 7 gods and dragged the Empire into the abyss of destruction. In the face of the gods, the Queen of Eternal Night is arrogant and fearless, talking about the old lady is a bad woman, you can choose the battle you like, don't force it to give me a good kill. But in the face of grief of losing her last home, the Queen of Eternal Night broke the defense and didn't stop feeling guilty and remorseful. Humans are such complex creatures, they can paralyze themselves and say they don't care, but when their weakness is found in their hearts, they explode when they are stabbed. And the Eris worm is born to be an expert in this field. As a result, the Queen of Eternal Night, who was enveloped in negative emotions, fell into the second core demon realm, and the Eris worm found the weakness she really cared about and attacked hard. That is her guilt for this land and people, as well as her dead relatives. In the end, the director went out of the city wall, and Roger saw the desperate girl. The queen didn't expect that the Eris worm was so strong that she could turn her mind into a child and a girl. As a result, although she pulled Roger in, she lost contact and couldn't tell him how to help her. Fortunately, after these days of training, Roger had become a mature assistant and learned to start a team by himself. He relies on his efforts to understand the rules of this space stupidly, creating opportunities without opportunities. In the memories of the unsealing, the Queen of Eternal Night saw that the young man was constantly feeling death and destruction under his magic and comprehending the rules of this world, and a warm current that had not been seen for a long time appeared in his heart. It turns out that he didn't come alone on the road of killing to hell. Then came the third realm of the Eris worm structure that they experienced together. This time, the Eris worm wanted to magnify the guilt of the Queen of Eternal Night towards her relatives, especially the crime of killing her brother. If it succeeds, the Queen of Eternal Night will only be afraid of the sin in her heart, and she will have to deepen it. You must know that in her perception, this is an extremely long triple dream, but only 15 minutes have passed in reality. In the past, she was trapped in the demon realm for 5 days and 5 nights. It is unimaginable how many times she went through the pain of losing her family, and finally became a blacker existence than her inner demon. This time, Roger managed to seize the loophole and replace the lost soul with the identity of the fourth prince. He took the initiative to ask the young girl Octavia to kill him and let her commit the crime of fraternity with blessing. So the conspiracy of the heiress worm turned into an affectionate goodbye, and the demon became the antidote to wash away the guilt in her heart. With what the fourth brother said to herself, the Queen of Evernight has a completely different mentality after experiencing the tragedy of the country's ruin and the loss of her relatives. The wrong trajectory she caused still exists, but she has understood that the source of destroying that happy life is not herself. The weakness of the kingdom, the ambitions of neighboring countries, and the greed of the gods have made up an irreversible fate, and he is just a victim of the torrent of this era. She admits that she wasted her peerless talent in her youth. But is it a sin for a mortal to live an ordinary little life? According to the understanding of the relatives, the 8-year late farewell filled the last gap in the Queen of Eternal Night's heart defense and dragged her back from the horn that she had been drilling. She finally completely accepted herself as she is now. She is the little Princess Octavia Shelley, she is the Eternal Night Queen of the Green Vines Empire, she is a wise magician, she is a greedy girl, she can also be a bad woman who acts recklessly and doesn't care about the opinions of others. These are herself. People are inherently complex and multifaceted, and they will show different faces and characters in different environments. The drastic changes in the environment and her natural intelligence and perceptiveness led to the great differences in the character of the Queen of Eternal Night in different periods, resulting in a split in her heart. In modern times, this was called a precursor to schizophrenia. In the world of immortals, this is the secret birth of demons. This weakness was discovered by Chardy, and they arranged for the heiress worm to target it. In the original fate trajectory, the Queen of Eternal Night would allow her inner demons to grow and move towards a state of complete ruthlessness and selflessness, then turn into a killing machine. Machines have no emotions, so they won't have demons. That's why the heiress worm is exhausted to death. This time, with Roger's help, the Queen of Eternal Night reconciled with herself. Every choice and action she makes is an extension of her own will. Including this empire should also be the embodiment of the king's will, the carrier of reality. At this moment, the Queen of Eternal Night doesn't have to shoulder the responsibility of being a king to atone for her sins, but because she doesn't like to have anything above her head, so she chooses to show her sword to the gods. The Green Vines Empire is the sword. Killing the fourth prince is the first step in forging a sword. Even if one day people die and the sword is broken, it is both willing to accept the loss, not the queen who is unilaterally responsible for the result. With the help of Roger, he realized this step. The behavior of the Queen of Eternal Night, on the surface, is rebellious willfulness, but at a deeper level, it is a kind of extreme self-way. Chun too is rebellious, to be different from the rest of the world. Well truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.